How's my mic? I was getting some complaints about my mic last stream, so let me know if this is working.
Underreporting, perhaps.
Gotta love how they ask why the disconnect while showing a storefront that's never going to reopen because it was behind all these retail store closures. But before we get to what that is, it's important to understand that many criminal sympathizers were upset when one particular retailer announced it was closing stores specifically because of crime. That retailer was Target. They closed a whole bunch of stores nationwide, including their Harlem, New York City location, giving retail theft as a reason for why they were shutting the stores. And people weren't happy about that because Target was supposed to be one of those businesses that was like the anti-Walmart. They weren't these greedy capitalists. They were helping the little guy. They supported causes that people thought were progressive with some of their merchandise. Many of Target's proponents are the same people thinking that crime is down. And there are statistics that show that. But statistics, unfortunately, are a two-way street. You can get statistics that show just about anything. And the internet's full of allegations of misreporting, underreporting. But the problem is that in order to Bureau of Justice Statistics, which is an FBI system that catalogs crime that has not only been reported to the police, but then also reported to the FBI. And you've also got something called the National Crime Victimization Survey, which asks...
What's up, Cynthia? I'm just waiting backstage at Stevens. His show is boring. I figured I'd go spice it up for him. But he's not seeing me back there. Or he is, and he's leaving me back there. Josh, I'm a little bit disappointed you missed not one, but both cop-related live streams I did. Bless YouTube. Oh yeah, I'm getting really fucking sick of the way that YouTube just filters out comments willy-nilly and then doesn't ever let you know. You know, sometimes I go back through my comments section and I uncheck the ones I've already responded to box, and it's amazing how many comments end up filtered out of my view unless I go through that way.
Make that money. But how in the world can both of those things be true at the same time? How can we have the greediest businesses on earth who've also lost all their products? That doesn't make any sense. And this CVS in Midtown is pretty much half plexiglass. And why is this here if there's no crime to thwart because of it? All this security inconveniences customers, makes their shopping experience worse, forcing people to buy basic items online because they're just sick of the in-store experience. Why would stores roll out a massive security apparatus with guards and key unlockers running all over the place for problems that aren't actually there? They've got enough problems as it is operating in this city. In fact, all this added store security, it just raises prices at a time when people are already taking more of their business to the internet where prices are lower, not just because those stores don't have actual physical inventory, but again, because they may be stolen. But finally, retailers have complained loud enough that here in New York State, which has that $4 billion shoplifting economy, something.
All right, I need to give me a different panel to go to. I don't want to wait for this dude forever. I mean, I'm still in.
Says between 2017 and 2023, shoplifting rose by more than 50%. She launched the Retail Theft Joint Operation Plan today, a police and prosecutor task force to combat retail theft.
So this new business, it's going to give some tax breaks to businesses who set up extra security, and it's also going to increase penalties on shoplifters who become violent. Peaceful shoplifters, on the other hand, they'll be able to continue doing what they're doing. But why is the state of New York going to give money to businesses for a security problem?
All right. I'm getting out of there. Go to Angry Tomato. I don't know if Angry Tomato's on right now. We can certainly take a look. Here, I'll just share a screen, and you guys can stroll the streets with me. Nada. Oh, is EBT live? I don't know why you can't hear anything. I think everybody else can. Yeah. But Josh, you've never been cool. We've been over that. She's a little haughty like all the women that come to Flo's channel. I agree.
So what happened with that's why I didn't promote Hanging with the Bears for months. Now I can because it survived. And whatever the core of Hanging with the Bears is, it's not based on ego and insanity. It's good for now.
Matthew is silly AF. Looks like EBT is just watching who's that dude? Whoever that dude is.
You ought to know. You're going to see it.
Yeah, that one's not going to work. What's defined as cool? I don't know. In my opinion, I think that anybody can be cool if they're confident. I really think that that's the crux of coolness and of attractiveness. At least when we're talking about men, I think that confidence is the crux of everything. Mm-hmm. See what Traveling Fools is up to. He was doing trivia. I don't think that he opens the panels up normally when he's doing trivia.
Duggar is my YouTube lawyer, but he's actually my friend as well. He does specialize in bird law as well. So if anybody ever does need that help, you just reach out there.
And I'm a part-time gynecologist. Just want to put that up.
I can't see shit.
Ah, the omen. Yeah, I forgot
Right
about
now,
that.
we can't see shit.
Amy,
I can't see shit.
Flo, tell us some more jail stories. It's not often we get to hear real life instead of made up shit. The interesting thing about jail stories is that jail is probably the most boring experience collectively that anybody can ever have. But it's incredibly interesting to a lot of people who haven't been there, or even people who have. I mean, I'm subscribed to a couple prison channels, at least one. No, two. At least two prison channels. What's up, Hornet? Shit. What ones have you heard? I guess. So that depends on where you're at. I was in a small jail in a small county in the middle of Kansas, well, South Kansas, almost right by the Oklahoma border. So there was not, I mean, there were gangsters in there, but it wasn't like you had gangs running the jail. In bigger prisons, they need gangs to fight each other so that you don't need to pay as much for staffing, right? But let's see, when I was there with a couple of gangsters disciples, and a Crip, and a white guy from one of the motorcycle clubs. I don't remember which one now. But it wasn't really like gang owned. And it's not like I had to join a set or anything. I didn't have to go claim something at call out, or the white guys didn't come get me. And we were in 8-man cells called tanks. The general population was broken up into 2 8-man cells. So there really wasn't enough people for it to be gang heavy. The hierarchy in there was really just who you are. I mean, when I got there, people knew who I was, not personally. There was only one person in there who knew me personally, but everybody knew who I was by reputation. I had an alias that preceded me, and when I got there, I didn't claim that. I never claimed it. I still don't claim that alias. But the first time I got raided, when I went in, there was one guy in there who I introduced myself like normally. I'm Taylor, whatever. A couple days later, one of the guys who was in there with me got off the phone with his girlfriend, and he had, I guess, told her about the new guy coming in. When you're in jail, there's not a lot going on to report back, but she told him who I was, and and he after he got off that phone call, he kind of whispered he came over and kind of whispered, he's like, "I know who you are." Yeah, well, that's all right. It wasn't Kansas City. It was out west of Wichita. Stringtown Club. I don't know what that is. What's up, Benjamin? I was just traveling around. There was a panel I was going to go into, but when I went in, I didn't realize it until, well, I was in there. He had a little notice at the bottom that said, "Be back in a minute," away on a phone call. So now I am kind of bouncing around. I don't know, drifting aimlessly. I would kind of still like to go fuck with him, but must be tough to get a good night's sleep with 8 guys in a cell. Well, it's tough to get good night's sleep when there's 24/7 fluorescent lighting. They don't even dim them at night there. And when you just have a bed mat, you get a bed mat, which is, a pad about this thick, and one sheet and one blanket, which you can't, the blanket is so rough and scratchy that you really can't have it touching your skin, or else it'll drive you nuts. No pillows. You can wad up, I'd wad up my my underwear. You're allowed like 3 pairs of underwear and 3 pairs of socks, and I just wad shit up to use as a blanket. It was about 7,000. The buzzing sound wasn't an issue. It got drowned out by the there's a big ventilation system, because there's also no windows, right? You're back, you're behind. I mean, shit. How many doors to get into booking area? There's let's see. You come in through the garage, so there's a bay door, the door into booking area, which is locked. The door into the jail. I mean, after you're booked in, where the cells are, that's locked. And then the door into the cell, which is locked. I mean, it's a double door and it's locked. You're behind 5 doors in a part of the building with no windows. So they had a pretty big ventilation system. That was always kind of, going on. There was no smokes in there. We were also on 24/7 lockdown. So there was no yard time. There was no commissary. All the mail got searched. If you wanted something in there, you had to basically have it with you when you got taken in. The only things that really got in that we weren't supposed to have was, let's see, one guy brought in a cell phone one time, and that was just a complete, airheaded move by the guards. They brought him back with a cell phone. He just picked it. They picked it up right off the counter when they were walking and walked in the cell with it right in his hand. He was also a minor, so they fucked up a couple ways by putting somebody who was 17 into adult jail, and with his cell phone. That was cool for one guy, Manny. Manny basically took the cell phone and used it until the battery was dead, and then after that, there's no way to charge your phone. But Manny'd been in there for, at that point, 4 months or so, and when I left 4 months later, he was still in there. Let's see. We were able to do tattoos. My bunk was right by the blind spot for the cameras, and so I was normally kind of on lookout. Also, apparently, I have good hearing, but so I could hear guards coming. But we did a lot of tattoos down in the corner by my bunk. One guy got both of his sleeves finished, and so the contraband that we got in for that was basically just staples and a razor blade. Because to make the ink, we'd take a razor blade and slice open. To write letters, you get little short golf pencils, and so to make the ink, you slice open a pencil, you pop out the lead stuff, whatever that is, and then you use a razor blade and you just sort of shave it into a powder, and then you mix that with water. And then he attached a staple. Now for the needle, he made it is a plucker. He plucked it manually, the whole thing, and he had attached that to another pencil somehow. I don't know if he used tape or string or what, but he attached that to a pencil. And the staples we would get whenever you went to court, your feet were in those little orange flip-flop things, the slides. And when you're sitting at court, you can take your feet out of the slides, and there's normally staples on the ground underneath the desk when you go before the judge, because lawyers are always pulling staples and just sort of dropping them. And so you just sit there with your feet in your socks and try to step on staples and stick them into your socks, and then put your foot back in your slide and walk them back into jail with you. Well, cross-eyed Mary, hopefully something comforted you tonight. Did you ever see guys make escape attempts? No, not proper ones. I did one night, and this was just out of boredom. To get in the cell, there's double doors, right? They open the main big steel heavy door to the hallway and then put you in and then shut that. And then you're behind a cage still. And then they open the cage door remotely to let you into the cell so that when they're putting a new person in, they can't get bum rushed. I noticed that there was an issue with the lock on the door to the hallway. It was not latching solidly every time. And so one night when at night there was normally only 2 guards on duty at the jail. And I waited until there was one of the guards who was in charge that night. She had kind of a crush on me. And so I waited till she was in charge because I knew that I would have more slack. And the other guy working there was not somebody that I would put in charge of inmates. I wasn't concerned about either of them, really. So, anyways, I waited till they were on duty, and then I used socks, and they brought somebody in, and I was able to. After they left, they were shutting the door. I was able to fling a sock in between both door latches. I got one there, and so neither of the doors to the cell locked all the way. And then once I could hear the guard go back out, chung, chung, open that heavy door and go back into the booking area, which is where their station was. After that, I opened both doors and broke out into the hallway in the jail. And I kind of ran up, I busted out, went up to the front, to the booking area, tried that door. It was locked, went back and spent a little time running around the hallways. I stopped by there was a female cell with the women, and I kind of knocked on the window and waved. And the chick who was the guard on duty, she was hollering at me through the intercom system the whole time. Taylor, go back to your cell. Go back to your cell. Go back to your cell. Please go back to your cell. And then finally she said, go back to your cell or I'm going to, have to get the sheriffs in here. And at that point I returned to the cell because I didn't want to get pepper sprayed and beat the fuck up. But I was the only one who left the cell. Nobody else wanted to fuck around with that. So no, nobody actually properly tried to escape. And that, except for me, and that wasn't really a proper escape attempt. It was just we've got an asshole inmate incident. Although shortly after I got out, there was one guy who they let go. They let the wrong guy go by accident. I don't know if that counts as an escape, but apparently it's not. That's what I would have thought at first, especially if you're like locked in a place with no windows and shit. But there's more restrictions on prisons than there are on jails, which is why most people in jail can't wait to get to prison. Yeah, it wasn't that we were dangerous so much. It was because they want us to take plea deals, so they made it as uncomfortable as possible. Show us your mugshot. All right, give me just a second. I'll look for it. I've got it here somewhere. Which one? I've had a lot of mugshots. I'll see what ones I can find. Back in the day, the Rednet finishing school. Hello. Nice. What's up, Logical Spock? Hi, Lindsay. Is Lindsay drunk? The 500-pound jail guard named Olga wanted to crush your bones and make bread. She wasn't 500 pounds. She actually wasn't bad looking. She was kind of cute. The guy I mentioned earlier, Manny, who had been in there forever and took the cell phone the whole time. He had the hots for her. He was actually pretty fucking salty for a while when he realized that she liked me. I tried to convince her to invite me as her date to the sheriff's Department Christmas party that year. I got transported from jail to rehab in November, and then I got out of rehab right before Christmas. And I was trying to convince her to invite me as her date. I thought she was going to. I was close enough. I thought that she was going to enough that I asked my lawyer if I could go with her, and his answer was yes. I think that would be hilarious, but no drinking. But she did not invite me. She had at that point she was in a relationship too. So Flo is a manipulator. No, I didn't get in trouble. There was no punishment. Because mostly because nobody found out. Except for, the guards on duty. And like I said, she didn't want to get me in trouble. She probably would have got herself in trouble. And so it never got reported to anybody higher up. Right. Yeah, they didn't. When I left the jail finally, on the way out, the jail administrator, Dan, what was Dan's last name? Dan's a fat piece of shit. I was in a great mood. I was like, "You gonna miss me, Dan?" He's like, "No, not at all." I caused some headaches for Dan. What's up, old Joe? Miss Flo is chill. It's interesting. She's chill, unchill, right? She's quieter than me. She's the introvert in this relationship, but I'm I'm more expressive but less emotional. So, but she is chill. Escape is not worth the bullet, correct? And if you do escape successfully, even if you don't catch a bullet, you're looking, I don't remember what it is, another 10 years or something. There was a restriction on when I was on probation. There was some sort of a restriction about I don't recall the specifics of it, but it was about being around a bunch of other felons. Of course, I was working in concrete at that time, so I don't know, they never fucked with me about it. Obviously, when you work in concrete, you're surrounded by felons. I bet nobody there was not a felon. I don't even think I hit on her. I think that she hit on me. Well, at first. Because fucking every time she'd come to the cell, Manny was all over her. I mean, as much as he could be, but he was like an excited puppy dog. And I didn't care necessarily, but hi, don't judge me. But yeah, once I realized the situation, I did manipulate, I suppose. Flo, what was it like to get out? It must have felt awesome. Oh, it was great. The first time I got out, when I got arrested the first time, I was in bed, and so they arrested me in t-shirt and boxers. And that's it. When I got out, and it was time to turn back in my jumpsuit, I was like, "You guys don't have anything for me to change back into." And so they went through the jail lost and found, which is quite a sketchy thing to get your clothes from. But there was a pair of swimming trunks that fit me. So yeah, so I lived close enough to jail. I lived probably, I don't know, half a mile from the jail. And I got outside. It was great to see the sky. No, I did have flip-flops. But I took them off and ran home. And yeah, it was good shit. It did feel great. The second time was a little bit more stressful getting out. And I'd only been in there for a couple weeks, but it still felt great. That was on a weekend. That was on a Saturday. The bail bondsman, I've got a friend who was in good with a bail bondsman in Wichita, and good enough that this dude, I'd never met him. He drove down on a weekend. He he bonded me out without payment, took me to my house so that I could break into my own house, find my checkbook, and write him a personal check for my bond. If that ain't the shit, then I don't know what is. And then the third time I got out, it was when they were transporting me to rehab, and that was a 3-hour drive in shackles. Now the way that they the transports were, it's like an F-550 or something, big cargo truck sort of thing, but the back area is divided up into 3 different holding, I don't know, seats. Each one is caged off from the other, and you ride with your shackles, and then they hook your shackles and lock your shackles onto rings on the floor and the seat, so you're not going anywhere even if the door gets open. But those are like, of course it's hard plastic seats, and it's all uncomfortable because they need to be able to just hose it out if they need to, and I'm too tall for it. So I'm sitting there in shackles like this the whole way, but I've got a window and I'm getting out. So that was awesome. And then when I got to rehab, they pull in and then do back up the prison transport. And it was right as lunch was getting out, right? So the whole rehab is milling around, kind of watching the new arrival. And most people don't get transported to rehab with so much effects, right? Like all the unnecessary extra precautions. And the dude backs into a spot and he gets out of the driver's seat and he does a perimeter check, right? He's letting me out. I'm arriving at rehab, but this motherfucker still does a perimeter check, looks under the vehicle, does all that bullshit, and then finally unlocks the door. He opens the doors, unlocks me, and I jump up and I jump out of the van in shackles, and the whole place is just like looking at me like I just got off of Con Air. And but yeah, it felt great to be there too. And when I was getting checked in, there's a girl in front of me. She had cigarettes, so that was great. Well, I haven't dropped a link yet. They're probably the Merry Band of Bullshitters is probably waiting around. You know what? I'm gonna try. I see that Steven is done with his thing. Should I go in there? I'll do a little poll. Go fuck with Steven or keep talking jail stories. Okay, yeah, that might be it. Oh, cops are. That makes sense. I was in good with some of this local city cops, and I realized that they all magically disappeared from my Facebook friends list after that shit happened. Don't judge me has been in shackles. You do not seem like the type. You're gonna have to tell that story after when I open up the panel. Thank you, Lindsay. Please remember to do all the things. And if you can't stand me, then tell me why. The debate between me and Fatty. Oh, what was it about? I don't remember. Me and Fatty basically disagree on all political things. No more jail stories. Harmon's fucking bored with them. Harmon's probably got way better stories than I do. Lots of people can't stand me. You're considering taking up a villain arc, huh? It's crime doesn't really have good retirement plans. It's not that they can't stand you. Harmon thinks that they are envious or jealous of me in their own way. And that may be true. I just, I'm not going to, whenever somebody blames someone else's dislike of them on jealousy, I feel like it's a cope response. And even if, you're probably right to some extent, but I try not to like let my brain get locked in that sort of grandiose rut. My head's already big enough. I don't need to reinforce myself with that shit. All right, let me get something to drink and then we'll go. Yeah. What do you people know about Peach Knee High? Shit. Well, old Joe, you can come up and tell those war stories sometime if you like. Were you in war? I bet war stories are better than my jail stories.
If it's a t-shirt from Flow State with, my face on it or something, you know what I mean? Like,
here's
which
Blow
again,
State. Here's Blow State. He claims that he's been banned, and here he is.
What good
Backstage.
timing.
He wasn't banned. He's right there.
Oops. What good timing.
I know. It's like we were just talking about.
Why do you lie so much, though, dude? Like, what's with all the lies?
About what? Just so that you know, I am live streaming myself right now. I'm sharing screen.
Great.
We know.
Great.
Okay.
Why do you lie about being banned, saying you're banned over here on StreamYard?
Well, I was banned. Apparently, I'm not banned right
here.
now.
Well, you're right here.
It's not a lie. I can't keep up with when you ban me, unban me.
Oh, okay.
I was banned.
I can't keep up when you beg for shekels and you say
I was
gotta
banned.
pay money.
You
to get
agree
on
that
your
I was
channel.
banned?
For about a day, I think, or 2 days. I don't know, a week, maybe, something like that. But it's because you were defending pedos and sex offenders, and you wouldn't answer the question.
Well, when you come into
you're
my,
a sex
we've
offender,
already
why would
been
you
over
defend
this.
them?
And
Why would
he
you
is no
defend them
longer
unless
allowed
you are
back at
that?
my channel. It's not because you did anything. It's because he's weird.
Yeah. Well, why do you love my channel so much? Then you have to keep coming over here.
Is that what you think happens?
You're addicted.
Why are you playing games? You know that you come to
You're
my channel way
addicted.
more than I come to yours.
You're addicted to coming over here. You're over here
Yeah.
all the time. You're lurking over here all the time, lurking and jerking.
I do have a new short. It's that's uploaded.
Great.
It features you. I'm just waiting for the review
Wow.
of the monetization to go through.
I'm impressed. Yeah, wow. Who gives a shit?
You will. You do.
Not at all.
Well, what do you care about? Let's talk about
You're
what you care
a
about.
pissant, dude. You're just a pissant. Nothing you do phases me. Nothing.
Well, then let's talk about what you care about.
What do you think I care about?
I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
I don't think you know very much at all.
It's because I don't watch you as much as you claim I do.
Oh, sure you do.
But I'm
You're not
asking
very
you.
smart, though. You're not very smart. That's the thing. You watch, but you don't understand.
That might be true.
You're at the Jerry Springer show level. That's your audience. And that you do know your audience. That's the one thing I'll give you credit for. You do know that you have douchebags, low IQ, losers. That's your audience. You cater to them and you get money from them.
Thank you,
milk them
Harmon, for the
money.
Cash App.
That's all you do. There you go. So you're trying to make a living off of this YouTube shit? That's all you can do is make a living off
and I am kind of making a living. Of course, I'm
Drifting?
subsidizing some of myself out of money I have on hand.
You don't work. Come on, dude. When was the last time you did a job for pay?
Like a week
You
ago?
live on YouTube.
Like a week ago.
No. A week ago. It's got to be over a month ago.
How much do you watch me?
Was that when you were in the car that nobody owned?
What?
Recently you were talking when you guys were talking with that Be Brave guy, and people were talking about crime rates and thievery and demographics. You had admitted to only within the last couple of weeks being in a car that was
no, that wasn't
not
it.
owned by anybody driving the car.
I was helping a buddy move. That was when I was helping a buddy move, and the car that somebody else pulled up in to help move was not. It was quite suspicious. I didn't realize the ignition was all messed up.
Does Chuck live near anywhere near you?
What?
Does Chuck live anywhere near you?
I believe Chuck lives in Tennessee, and I live in Kansas City.
Could somebody help him out? Maybe take him to a car wash and wash off the nicotine stains on his mustache and beard. It's all yellow. It's gross. I saw him on webcam.
I'll let him know that you say something. Actually, he probably knows because he's probably watching me on my end.
You have a lot of ugly freaks that watch your show that are narcissistic and they think they're good looking and intelligent, and they're
like you.
Fucking ugly. They're ugly mutants. Oh, like there you go again.
Projecting, man.
You know, I have a harem full of women that love the way I look, dude. You must be blind or something.
Bex, are you in the harem?
You must be blind.
No, I'm a maidservant. I iron the Prada clothing.
Okay. Flo, your wife looks like she came straight out of a trailer park. So what are you talking about? She looks like she worked at a country strip
You don't
club.
have a wife.
That's what she looks like.
Why are you getting mad at me for the and criticizing me on the
Did
thing?
you get married? Were you divorced? Did you get married and divorced and lose everything? Is that what happened?
I got divorced. I won everything in the divorce.
Did you lose
I got
custody
everything
of
except for the
children?
94 Honda Accord.
94 Honda Accord.
Yeah, that's the car she got. I got the new car.
What was
I
the
won
new
in the
car?
divorce. I lost everything when I went to jail, but I'm building back now.
What was the new
which is
car?
why I have enough money on hand that I can actually do things like try to be a full-time YouTuber.
What did you go to jail for?
You don't know? You know. I know you know.
Why don't you just answer?
I know you know because you say it all the time when you're in.
What did you go to jail for? I don't know. I don't know. I want it from the horse's
Steven,
mouth.
why do you lie so much?
Why are you chain smoking so much?
I need something to do
Don't
with my
hate
hands
me
when I'm
because
sitting
I'm
around.
handsome. Don't hate me because I'm older than you and handsome.
Steven,
how old are you? What's your age? Are you over 40? Are you over 40?
Why do you lie so much?
I'm not lying at all. I'm asking questions.
Well, why won't you answer my questions?
Because you're on my show. I'm the king.
You're
just a pissant. You're a peasant. Like I told you. You're a peasant.
You're kind of in your feelings, aren't you?
No, you got to obey my rules over here. You came over here to get shit on. I'm shitting on you right now because that's what you do on your show. Your shit show.
I don't think we talk about you on my show.
Oh, yeah. You do.
I shit on you in the new short.
No, you shit on me.
Do you want to see it? Do you want to see an early sneak peek of it?
Nah. I don't care about it.
All right. I'll wait until the monetization stuff is ironed out.
Who cares?
Well,
shorts have to be for monetization.
Well, I don't do this for money. I don't do this for money. I don't care about $2
well, I know you're a trust fund
$5
baby or something
here and there. I'm independently wealthy. I don't need this. I don't need this
you're
kind
a
of
trust
shit.
fund baby.
I never said trust fund. Where'd you get that from? You're making that up.
How did you get your money?
You're spreading lies again.
How'd you get your money?
That's a lie. That's a lie. It's not a trust fund.
Okay, fine. Then
that's a lie.
How did you get your money?
You're the liar. You're the liar. I earned it. I earned it from investments.
Where did you get the money to invest?
Investments. I earned it by working.
What'd you invest in? A trust?
Many things. Many things. Many things that made me a lot of money.
You know, if you were people who are independently wealthy have a thing that really hit off, right?
Oh, I have plenty of things. Very diverse. We'll call it very diverse investments.
All right. Well, I guess if I'm going to get
I don't buy old shitbox cars that don't work, that don't have an engine and don't have the title to it. I don't do that petty little $2,000 garbage junkyard stuff. Not going to say.
That's what I thought.
Not giving you any private information at all that you could use.
You're just going to watch for mine.
Nothing.
That's fine.
Because you're obsessed. You'd love to know. You're a stalker type. I already know. That's
I
why
don't
you're
really
here to
care
try
what
to
you
get
drive.
information.
I wouldn't be surprised if you're not allowed to drive.
Yeah, right.
You seem like the type.
That's stupid. Had a license at 16 years old.
Rude
Did
Mud
the learner
Crab, thank you
stuff
for the
at 15.
$5 super chat. He calls himself king, looking like a Minecraft mod. That was Rude Mud Crab. I guess his name is Rude Mud Crab.
I'll ask you again. What do you do? What's your point of view?
His chat saying that you married into money. You guys don't know anything about Stephen, do you? That your investment was saying I do.
They just make up lies.
Does he really have
just
a
like
wife? Has anybody heard her talk?
Liars. I never said I'm married. I'm not married.
Yeah.
Not married. Never said I'm married. You're wrong about everything. You lie about everything. You call others a liar. You're the liar. You're the psychopathic liar, dude. I think you're on the sociopathic scale and you're on high up on the narc scale.
I know.
And a
so
lot
does
of your
Bags.
viewers are fools. Have you ever been tested for that, Flow
I
State?
have, actually.
What's your name, by the way? What's your first name?
Taylor.
Taylor. I'm sure it is. Probably another lie.
I have been tested for that, actually. I passed. I'm not. I got
You
tested.
passed. That doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. Hi, what was your number for the narc scale? Because it's not a pass or fail. What was your number?
They didn't give me a copy of my psych evaluation because it was court ordered.
Oh, they ordered that you had to take a psych evaluation. The court ordered that. Why would they order that?
Because at my sentencing, the drug and alcohol evaluator got on this witness stand and told the judge that I was, well, exactly the same thing you just said. And so he ordered a complete psych evaluation, but I passed that because she wasn't qualified to diagnose me, and neither are you.
I never claimed to be. I'm not saying I'm diagnosing you at all. I'm just asking you if you took these tests.
I did.
And what you scored. That's all I said.
I don't know.
That's
They
not
didn't give me a
diagnosing.
copy of it.
You sound a bit paranoid, though. I'm not trying to diagnose you at all.
They did not give me a copy of it. I don't know what I scored. When you get a court-ordered psych eval, that's the state's psych eval, basically. So they do the assessment and then they give it to my probation officer, I think, at the time. But I never got a copy of it.
The state of Missouri?
No, it was Kansas.
Kansas? Huh.
Have you ever taken one of those tests?
No, I haven't.
Are you sure?
Yes,
Do you
I
think that maybe all three of us are a bit narcissistic or a bit psychopathic?
No.
I actually, you guys were talking about empathy versus narcissism recently, and I looked up sympathy and compassion. In the 1828 dictionary, they didn't even have the word empathy. That's sort of a pathology like psychopathy, sociopathy, empathy. Sympathy is understanding how someone else feels. Compassion is taking that sensitivity and applying it to people who are in situations that you've never been in. And I have very high levels of compassion and sympathy. Do I have the understanding and ability to extrapolate things independent of emotion? Surprisingly, yes. I think you've admitted to not having much sympathy or compassion, Flo. And it's just there's too much. You guys sat on your live stream and nobody even brought a dictionary out to agree to, like, this idea of empathy independent of sympathy or compassion. Empathy is basically
the video clip.
But I was just going to say, empathy is walking into a room and feeling energies and thinking you know what they are and displacing ones you don't feel onto people around you based on the body language people read of it. Empathy isn't even. It's like someone's hijacked someone's own personal feeling system.
Right. I agree with that.
And you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I'm
then saying it's a superpower.
Exactly.
So I think that you exhibit a higher level of rationalization, and have to work hard. I would imagine without your having been a father and having been a single dad and stuff, that I think you've probably learned a lot having a daughter. And I would say probably with Mrs. Flo, I don't know anything about her. I've hardly ever seen her on stage. I don't have anything to say about her, good or bad. I don't know her. But I would say that you've probably learned more about compassion being a father, given all the things I've heard you say about how you view the world. You have to, you work at it.
I would say that that's accurate about being a father too.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I think he needs glasses though, based on not seeing how glorious and handsome I am. And also his girlfriend. I think he needs glasses when it comes to that as well. So
thank you, Cross-Eyed Mary, for the super sticker.
Get another psych test and get your eyes checked.
I actually do need glasses. I keep breaking mine, so I just live without them.
I can tell. And I just posted a thing saying rates of cigarette smoking in individuals with psychotic disorders are 2 to 3 times greater than those without. So smokers, as chain smokers,
you think
that is a sign of psychotic,
going to give me a psychotic disorder?
I don't think that. I'm pasting something from Google.
So, and the reason I asked about all three of us though is
those aren't my words.
I think
is because Bex, you, I'll take you at your word. You don't have that you've got plenty of sympathy, but you do know how to play the games quite well. And you've said a bunch of times that your dad was a narcissist, and that stuff tends to run in
I would
families.
say that, very quickly with the nature of the panel channel community, very quickly I did have to call on that and adapt. And it was at that time that I understood that I had the strength in me and the ability to play, right? I mean, I've had over 30 channels make content of me, Flo. Like, this is not normal. Right, the behavior of the groupthink is not normal.
No, yeah,
I'm not saying I'm an innocent victim in any way. Okay, I have definitely pushed back, done my own things, but
triangulated,
yeah, it's
back talked.
Yeah, whatever you want to call it, it's fine. I'm nobody's victim here. Okay,
Right.
I could have shut this phone off at any time and walked away.
And
right.
I'm not victiming you, nor condemning you. I'm just observing, right?
Yeah. So, but you're right. I did. It was working with Benton so closely with Benton that I realized there were a lot of similarities between him and the men in my family. Although he's I would say he's way smarter, thinks more, and has worked harder to understand the world around him. But yeah, I would say it was at that point I knew that I learned more about myself and what I would have to call on from the people in my family and being around them to push back. So.
And King Stephen, I know that you can see why I would think that you probably have some bit of narcissism in you, right?
What, just because I call myself King Stephen? Is that what you're getting at?
You call yourself King Stephen. You claim to have a harem. You think that you've
that's all true though. Somebody else nicknamed me King Stephen, and the harem is true. It does exist. We do talk, and we are together.
You like to run around the metaverse and criticize other people, talk about how low IQ they are. Of course,
being critical isn't narcissistic. It's having a critical mind, an analytical mind. It's not narcissism. Where's the narcissistic traits that I have on the scale?
A grandiose sense of self-worth.
How so? In what respect?
Well, if you don't see it, I'm not going to try to explain it to you.
I don't see it. I think I'm pretty humble.
Which is exactly how a narcissist would respond.
I think I'm pretty humble. And I say that tongue in cheek. You probably don't know what that means, but
humble.
Humble, and I say that, and I laughed and said, "I'm pretty humble," and I laughed.
Because you're not humble. Was that the joke?
Yeah, I'm not I'm not very humble.
So, again, grandiose sense of self-worth.
Your
I wouldn't go
wife
that
has a
far.
lot to say about me, Flo, considering I've never talked to her or even seen her talk. So
She
What has
doesn't
she
need
said
to
can
talk
about
to
go
you?
you to
ahead
have
and
to be able to observe you.
so
What has she
yeah,
said
and that's
about
why
you?
I want to interject for one. Oh, she's talking about my understanding and compassion is just gathering information for manipulation. I wanted to say that if people think the majority of people with a camera on them in public having conversations that they've had 1,000 times over after being brainwashed with a bunch of false truths on YouTube, this entire app is not what people think it is, and if people think that this is exactly how the majority of people are, there's someone in your chat, I'm not going to mention her name, she's talked about how this is all acting to her and it doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter. I'm not trying to pick on her as independent,
Are you
as
saying
I
Miss
just know
Flo has
I
talked
know
about that?
somebody. No, I've never heard your wife talk. I don't know her at all. I've never seen her. Other than still shots of her. Like I don't know her. I've maybe seen her in the back when you've talked a little bit, but I don't know anything about Mrs. Flo at all. I don't know her. I've never heard her say anything other than a few
who are you
words
saying
in
has
the back
talked
to you.
about how
So
this is all acting?
it doesn't. I'm not. She can say for herself. She can admit it herself. I'm not trying to. Nope, it's not Cynthia. It's not
Is it
Cynthia.
Lindsay?
And I'm just
Is it
not interested
Lindsay
in bringing it up because she'll lose her
or
mind.
Barbie?
And she's,
I think
no.
Bex
maybe it's
just made
Barbie.
it up.
Whatever. Anyways, yeah, I'm not. No, she knows who she is, and she's got she puts up and tears down her content as she sees fit, edits it as she sees fit to sow her narratives. It's fine. It's not Lindsay. Nope. It doesn't matter.
What does
She'll
his
lose her
girlfriend say
mind and she'll
about you?
talk about me for the next 3 months if I say it, Flo. So you can do your own deductions. And anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm not interested in being accused of triangulating, when groups of people, have called me a homophobe or a transphobe, and then they've talked nonstop about my genitals in their own, it's just bizarre people out here, you know what I'm saying? Like, the hypocrisy is insane. It's all for the drama. And I'm just not, this is not what we were doing. I don't need to hash up my history here and waste Stephen's
I'm going to
audience
break
time.
in here for a second. Why are the women on Flow State's panel always old and ugly and just these ratty trailer trash? And I have all the beautiful women over here in my harem. Like, it's night and day.
Where?
Right here on my channel.
The only person even talking in your chat is you.
Well, at the moment,
you and Rob G are the only two people in your chat at all.
Well, usually there's a whole harem here. Louise, Wendy, Marcella, Carmen. There's a bunch of women that are on my channel.
Okay.
So you can say what you want, but I see who's on your fucking panel. They look like mutants. They look like they were born in fucking Chernobyl. That's what they look like. You have old ass, ugly mutant
You're trying too
women
hard to
on
find
your
an
channel.
insult.
No, I'm
We
not
know
trying
that
at
that's
all.
not the case.
Cynthia is old, very old.
We
There's other
know
old
that
women
you
that
are
go over there.
scrambling to
You've
find
got
a way
old
to
women.
insult my
You've got
panel.
ugly fucking people. You got Chuck over there. You got a bunch of mutants. Joe Cool. You've got people
Are you
over there
jealous
that
of
are
my
just
mutants?
fucked up. Not at all.
You're a mutant. You're a
disgusting.
mutant that normally
They're
doesn't even get let
disgusting.
up on the panel. What's
Nah.
below mutants?
You have to let me up all the
Stillbirth.
time.
You're stillbirth.
Because your show's
Steven
boring.
Stillbirth.
Your show's so boring.
When didn't you earn $200 the night Stephen came to visit? I know it wasn't
400.
all
400.
It wasn't 400. It was probably about 200.
402 days.
400.
Thank you, Hank, for
402
the
days,
for
you
the
You can
said?
only
super
make
chat.
money by using me. They
Hey,
need me.
Hank says
You
that
need
you
me.
have him muted over there.
Your
Do you?
channel needs me. I don't have Hank muted.
He
Hank,
says you
come
do.
on here right now.
Hank, you can try to make a comment
You
over
can
at
hop on
Stevens
here right now.
so that he can have 3 dudes talking in his chat,
Hank can come
including
on here right
himself.
now. You can come on live right now, Hank, if you're listening.
Really, some really good discussions do happen from chat to panel. The chat in Stevens when the whole audience is here. There's a lot of
Some of
great
my audience
insights.
have lives. They don't live on
Yeah.
the internet like Flows does. They live there all the time. Louise is here right now. Someone from My Hero. You have nobody that good
Louise,
looking on
thank
your
God we
channel.
got a woman.
You have no. I have tons of women on my channel,
Yeah,
way
tons.
more than you do. My channel has beautiful women, and you have fucking mutants on your channel, Flow State. That's reality.
You're just
You have
scrambling. Everybody
losers.
knows that I have good-looking women on my channel. You're just really
No, you
reaching for
don't at
something.
all. You
You haven't.
don't at
You're
all.
trying to insult in a way that's
You
just
don't at
not gonna
all.
land. It's not gonna
You
land,
don't at
Steven.
all. And you do faggy shit on your channel.
Like what?
Shake
Like what?
weights.
The
Shake
shake weight,
weights,
teabaggings.
teabagging.
King
Yeah,
Steven got
teabagging. You do all
teabagged.
kinds of gay shit. You do
King
gay
Steven got
shit.
teabagged by
You do
Wizard.
gay, immature shit. It's just gay. It's low IQ and it's gay. I think you're a
Talk of
fag. I
managing
really
other
do.
men.
I think you do. You obsess over other
What
men. You're faggy.
what if I
You're a
wanted to be
fag.
more high
I
IQ?
think you're a homo.
What could I do
I
to
really
fix
do.
my channel and make it more high IQ?
Oh, I think you're a homo. I think you're
What can I do
fags
to
with
make
the
my
guys on
channel
your
less
channel.
gay and more high IQ?
You couldn't because it's you.
What if I introduce some finger
You
puppets?
can't even own guns, can you? Because you're a felon. You can't have
Not
guns.
yet, but I'm about to apply to get my
No.
record expunged.
Oh,
Won't that
yeah.
be cool?
Sure.
You can't either because you're Canadian.
You'll be back. Yeah, I can. Of course I can. I grew up with guns, dummy.
And
You're
you're
stupid.
probably
You're
in an
ignorant.
institution, as far as I know.
You're ignorant. All you can do is lie. That's all you have, and your channel loves it because you have degenerates. That's all you have. Oh, here's Hank.
All you do is make it. Oh, did Hank comment?
Here's
Right on.
Hank.
Hank's out of jail.
Hello, Hank. He wasn't in jail.
Yeah, I wasn't in jail on the panel right now. My chats don't show up when I put something message in and refresh, which means my chats are blocked or there's something particularly wrong for your channel specifically because they work in other places. Which would be strange.
Hank, have you seen any
I don't
women
know.
on King Steven's panel?
Well, Beck is on here now, so yes.
I mean, besides Bex. Bex comes up.
Yeah,
She doesn't
Can I
cam
interrupt?
up. We've never seen any women on his channel. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
you
Yeah,
have.
they've been here. They've been here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's been women on camera here. I was gonna say, Hank, have you ever had anyone take your side profile picture for you?
I think so.
Like you might have caught a few.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say I saw you turn to the side recently just to look at and talk to someone or something, and I just don't know if you have enough like other angled photos of yourself. You looked very handsome. I think, and I know I'm not here to give you dating advice. I only know you as a 2D person, and I'm not trying to say that you're I'm not insulting how you look 2D face on, right? What I'm trying to say is that it was a really nice shot of you. You were just relaxed and looked off to the side, and I think that you should get more pictures of yourself from different angles and put them up around your house.
Okay.
I think that you would.
And put them up around his house.
Yeah, but and on his
Wouldn't
dating
that be kind of a
profiles. But I
weird
just
thing
think
to
that it
see
would.
when you walk into someone's house, like pictures of themselves from different angles?
Well, then make sure somebody
Steven
else
does
is in
it.
the photo.
Steven does it.
Steven, do you have pictures of yourself hanging on the wall? Just you?
No.
Do you have a picture of
I don't
yourself
have
in your
any pictures
wallet?
of anyone up in my house, but if I did, it would
Then how
be
are you
me.
a
Does that make
king?
me narcissistic?
How are you a king without a picture of yourself on your wall? That doesn't make any sense.
I
He
have.
probably has bronze busts made.
I've given away paintings that artists have painted me, and I've given them away to people. I don't want paintings of my portrait. I've given
Neither
those
does
away.
anyone else, I bet.
What?
So he does have them, but they're in
I
storage.
missed what you said. Can you repeat that?
Thank you, Ruben, for
So
the
you-
super
so
chat.
you do
Ruben
have the
says, I
picture of
heard
yourself-
Steven has an
No, I
inverted
don't.
wee-wee.
No.
No,
This
he
This
says,
is the
Steven,
level.
he
This
says
is
he
low
doesn't.
IQ level that you're at. This
Or,
is
I mean, Ruben, he
low.
says he does not.
Mhm.
He can't. He can't
And that
feel it.
again,
Felix
another.
said it.
Yes, sorry.
Felix
Game.
said, I think Flo should ask some questions about the content of the Sandy Machine. He can't do that. He doesn't watch anything.
Well, I
He
don't
just
know
yaps
what.
all night like a woman and smokes. He
Why don't
yaps
you
like
tell
an
me
old
what you
woman
think I
and
should know
smokes
about the
all night.
content of it?
See how tell you? Well, why don't you watch something? You can't do it. You can't understand it. It's over your head.
Probably.
I don't think you people look into anything. You just talk like a bunch of old hens and smoke all night long. That's all you do.
I hope you're not including me because I just called off Forrest Velcro yesterday.
Thank you, Johnson County, Johnson Sucker. King Steven sends his regards.
Called off who?
Yeah, I called off Forrest Velcro because he was dishonest with me on the line and abusing his moderation powers to avoid answering a simple question that would have destroyed his worldview, his peekaboo atheism religion. So I'm a busy guy.
Real quick, to whoever was asking to see a mugshot earlier, there you go.
You can be a busy guy.
Yeah.
Do you come
so
over
don't,
here?
So don't include me with the rest of everyone on Flow 6 panel. I do everything.
I have a whole harem. I'm a busy guy too.
Do you come over here, Flo, when I'm not here?
No, I think this is the second time I've ever been over here.
I think it's the third that you've been here when I've been here.
It could be the third.
He's been over here not when he's live on the panel. He comes over just to watch and jerk off. That's what he does. I think he's a
and
fag.
now that you have a profile picture that shows your eyes, I can do it much better.
No other guy is so obsessed. No other guy's so obsessed with my looks. I mean, him in London and some others, I think they're fags because men aren't.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that, King Steven?
What's wrong with it? It's degenerate and it's gross, and I don't like it.
To fight the faggotry.
My whole harem is women, and they love men, and they love me, and that's
so we share your harem of us to fight our faggotry.
He's not but Hank, he's a king, not a pimp.
I'm a king. Yeah, I'm not a pimp, Hank.
So you will not fight degeneracy by sharing your harem with us.
I will not share my harem with anyone. No,
okay,
I respect.
He's not serious on degeneracy.
I respect the women. I respect women in my harem. I respect them, and they're part of my channel. They're not just in the harem. They're moderators. They work for my channel. They help out. They inspire me. They give me ideas. They help out in various ways.
Yeah, in fact,
just remember, when you vote for King on your next election, King Steven is soft in degeneracy. He will not
no election
use his turn to fight it.
I am the king of YouTube. Period.
Yes, for now.
Forever. Now and forever.
He won't. Because he's not serious on degeneracy
all the time,
and it's not working. Well, I need to get to work. See you later.
Later.
Bye, Hank.
Later. Bye, Hank.
Rude Mud Crab, thank you for the super chat. The last time women said yes to Steven, he was asking his mom if he could stay up late.
Oh, good one. See, this is the level.
And then Ruben with another super chat, thank you guys, said said that's what an inverted wee guy would say. Do you have anything to say to Ruben or Mud Crab?
You have low level, low IQ, degenerate losers in your audience. That's all there is to it. I mean, it's the Springer show back in the days was actually, maybe for 10 minutes could be entertaining. Your show just isn't. It just isn't. It falls short.
I'm sorry that I don't meet your standards of entertainment,
Steven. It really sucks. It just does.
Well, that's why I asked you, what can I do to
improve
my
it for money? You just do it for money. It's all about shekels. That's just like a tiny hat. That's all it is.
It's funny how angry other content creators get when I make money.
I'm not angry at all. I don't need the money. I'm not like you. I'm not a peasant begging for shekels on the internet. I don't need money from this.
Because you live in an institution, probably, and you get all your meals
you
provided.
Do this just for money, dude. You just do this for money. You can say probably all you want.
Well, you won't tell me anything about yourself. You want to know all about me, but you
course.
won't reciprocate with any information about yourself.
I've heard Cage talking about me over there on Flow
I have
Stage
to
channel.
speculate about
Hello
you.
there,
this
Cage.
is the situation
Hello
you
there.
put me in.
Hello there, Cage. What's up? Hello.
Yeah, how's it going, buddy?
It's going okay. What a coincidence that you came over here when Flow State's over here.
Aren't they on Flow Stage channel or something? I guess you guys are collaborating. I don't know. What are you guys talking about?
Not much. I just put him backstage for a little while. The way he likes to do that. I'm looking at him right
Well,
now.
tell him to
Back-
let
We're
me
on
up.
your
You better
channel.
let me up, because without
Yeah,
me, you
you're
got
on my
shit to go
channel.
do tonight.
You didn't know where you are?
Not really. I just hit the link. I seen it.
You're on King Steven's channel right now. You're on the Sanity Machine, the cream of the crop channel. This is El Diablo Radio International, the greatest show in hell. That's where you are. Should I
Did
bring up that?
Flo share the link in his
He
chat
must
to
have.
hear?
He must have.
Yeah, somebody asked for the link, so I
wants
shared
people
it.
here.
You're welcome. I'm
He
helping
wants
promote
people
your
here.
channel.
He wants people here. He knows my channel's the best.
Then why do I have 3 times as many people watching me now as you do?
I don't know. Why do I have over 1 million views on my channel?
I mean, I can leave if you want me to.
Why do I have over 1 million views on my channel? What do you have?
Can I answer Luis's question?
Go ahead.
It was like $15 can bought that in like a day. But yeah, it's fun.
I think that
I don't pay for anything, Cage. You're a loser. You just got backstage. Answer the question.
My thoughts on reincarnation. I don't know. I'm open to it, but I won't pretend to know enough to think that that is necessarily what happens. All I can say is I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know what you don't know, but basically you form opinions on things without investigating. You really don't research things. Would you admit to that you don't really research topics? You just chat
Absolutely
all night,
not.
right? You just kind of chat like a bunch of old hens on your panel.
Like what? What topic do you think needs more research? I
Whatever's
don't know enough
discussed
about
on your channel. You don't really research anything. You spend all your time chatting like a bunch of old ladies, old hens.
I mean, you spend all your time watching my channel.
Not at all. I'm barely ever on there, and unless I'm on your panel, I don't watch it at all. If I hop on, you don't let me on. I
Knowledgeable
leave.
on a lot of different topics. So if there's a topic that you think is interesting, and
I'm
you want to bring it
quite
up,
knowledgeable on a
normally,
lot of topics. I don't think you have any knowledge on things.
Well, what are you interested in besides Hell Realm and Demon Squad and Finger Puppets?
See, you don't know what my channel's about. There
I
you
keep
go.
asking you, but you won't tell me.
You're just proving the level you're at.
Flo,
Felix said, "Flo." Felix asked the question. I'm not going to allow the talking over shit. Felix asked the question, Flo, do you think you came into being when you came out of your mama's womb? Did that question catch you off guard?
No,
you're on stage
doing something else. Oh, now you're ready for me to answer. I don't know when I came into being. And I think that's the only honest answer to the question is I don't know. Nobody really knows. I don't remember anything before being like probably 3 or 4, honestly. So I don't think probably that's the case that I came into being then. I don't know when I came into being. I don't know how any of us would know that.
Well, I have a question for you. Do you think that you have a spirit, or do you think that you're just a spiritless golem?
No, I think that we all have spirits or consciousness or souls or whatever you want to call it.
So you assume everyone, you think everyone's the same? Is that what you think?
I think we all are the same in that capacity, that we all have.
Well, you're saying we all, so we is collective. You think everyone has that?
Yes.
Well, why would you assume that? Why would you assume that that everyone has that? Why wouldn't there be a possibility for people to be walking around without that?
Well, there is the possibility, but I don't think, all I know is that I've got one. So I can assume that other people like me have one as well. They interact as if they have one. And I think it's the only proper way to interact in the world is to treat other people as if they have one. Because if you start treating people like they don't have a soul, that's quite dehumanizing. And I'm not in a capacity I'm not in a position to make that judgment myself. I don't know if you have a soul or not. You might not, but I should treat you like you do have one, right?
You might not. You dehumanize people all the time, though. That's kind of your thing. So why would you call that quite dehumanizing?
Well, I dehumanize people.
That's kind of your shtick.
Decided that they kind of deserve it.
But that's kind of your shtick. That's
Is
what
it?
you do.
I think that's your shtick.
money.
Hell
That's what you do
Squad?
to make money. I don't dehumanize people. Hell Squad.
Hell
What's
Squad
that?
or the Demon Squad or whatever. What is it you call us?
Demon Squad. Team Evil.
Team Evil. Team Evil. Thank you.
Team Evil. Yeah, not Hell Squad, not Demon Squad.
You don't think that's collective dehumanization?
No, it's based on your behavior. It's more like calling a murderer, drug dealer a drug dealer. I just call it things as they are. It is what it is. If someone acts evil, I'm going to call them evil. It's not dehumanizing. I'm not saying they're spiritless. Evil is evil. Act evil, get seen and treated as being evil.
What is it that I do that you think is evil?
I think you could, I don't know if you have, but I think you could probably kill somebody without any conscience at all. I don't think you really have a conscience.
Well, that wasn't the question, though. What do you think what have you seen me do on my channel that is evil?
I see signs that you're evil, and I see behaviors that show that you are quite evil without a conscience.
So what have I done that you think I should feel bad for?
It's not just a matter of what you've done. It's just your overall, in general, behavior. It's not one specific thing, but I do think that when this matrix is shut down, you will be spending time here. You will be you better get used to this place, because I don't think you're going anywhere spiritually.
I think that this place, don't you think that there's some good things to this place?
Sure. There are.
And that do you believe that
I never said there aren't.
That our attitudes create our reality, and that if you believe
no,
that this
not
is
at all.
hell,
My life is great, but I can see 10,000 diseases that other people suffer. There's that many named diseases that they've discovered.
So
Over 10,000.
why do you choose to focus though on the negative instead of the positive?
I'm not focused on the negative. I'm focused on the big picture, the full spectrum. You're not looking at the big picture. You're just saying, you're nitpicking, basically saying that, oh, well, he thinks it's a hell realm, so he's negative. Not at all. I see it as it is.
Thank you, Harmon, for the super chat. He says Rose and Lindsay would destroy him on any intellectual subject, in my
Not
opinion.
at all. Not at all. Not at all. Lindsay was over here. She seemed like a bimbo when she came over here. She didn't last long. She couldn't keep up to me at all. You people are egomaniacs, and you're low level, low IQ. Flo, have you ever had your IQ tested on Stanford Binet or any reputable?
I've never taken a
test?
proper IQ test.
I wonder if you could break triple digits. I wonder if you'd be in the 90s, in the upper 90s.
Probably not.
100 is average in North America. I wonder if you could crack the 100.
What's your IQ?
I don't think you'd be able to approach seeing what mine is. I don't.
What
think
is
you
yours?
would.
I need to know what I'm
not going to
shooting
say
for.
the number. I'm not going to say the number. I know what it is, but I don't need to say it. I don't need to boast.
I mean, you're kind of boasting by saying that mine is lower than yours.
I'm just saying what I think.
But
yours
we don't
is.
know what either of ours are, so
based on your show and how
Look,
you
if
react.
you want to brag about your IQ number, now's your chance. I just asked you what it is.
I asked Lindsay what hers was, and she said 130, and I laughed because the way she behaves, I doubt it.
She said 140.
140. Oh my gosh, that's funny. Her body count might be 140, but I don't think her IQ is 140. She might have had a train run on her by
the Stanford Bernays reflects mostly verbal abilities, while the Wechsler also reflects non-verbal abilities. If it's just verbal abilities, I'll score really good on it because I got a perfect score in English on the ACT.
It's not just verbal. It's also patterns and sequences, math, stuff like that. But stuff that you don't have to learn. It's not something that you'd go to college and study for. It's something that they could give to a high school student, or it's somebody that it's a test they could give to a 30-year-old, 40-year-old, and it's age adjusted as well. So anyway,
somebody in my chat says I can tell you within 5 points what Flo's IQ is. What is it, Jim? I'm curious what he says.
I doubt it.
Well, I mean, I can't take it to the bank and use it as an official test result, but I'm curious what his guess would be. What's
Cage
your guess?
really wants
you think I'm high
on
90s, Steven?
Yeah, that's what I would say. I would be surprised If you were over 100, it'd be low hundreds, like 103, 105, somewhere right in the average range.
Jim
That's what I
says he
would
thinks that
estimate.
mine is 132.
No way. As for Cage, I don't know why he wants on here. He's talking in the private chat. Our friends are everywhere. What's your problem tonight, Cage? I thought that you had wanted things squashed between us, and now you're starting things up again. I think that's a dumb move, Cage.
He says between 132 and 137. What was yours,
You're
Steven?
muted. You're on stage, Cage. Respond.
In a
What's your
normal bell curve, only everybody's within 2.5 standard deviations of the mean, okay, which is from the center point of 100. Distributed normally, you've got 2.5 standard deviations from the mean. So the standard deviation of an IQ test is 15. So 115, 130, 137.5, okay, is now you're looking at, so to go in the opposite direction, take 37.5 off 100 is what, 62.5? So that's where 98% of the population lies, is between 2.5 standard deviations on either side of the mean, right? So to actually have an IQ of 140, you're an outlier. You're one of 1% of the population, assuming that outliers are evenly distributed from the mean, right? So the numbers people are quoting are pretty fucking high. That's like anomalous. I mean, it's 1 in 100. So I'm just saying, if 98 people out of 100 fall in those 2.5 standard deviations from the mean, then there's going to be 1 on either side in 100. So I guess it's not that rare, but I'd have to look at how, anyways, that's the way it works. That's how bell curves work. 2.5 standard deviations from the mean cover 98%, 99% of the population. So.
Well,
I just looked up the
Nice.
standard deviation of the mean on IQ tests.
What do we think Cage's IQ
140
is?
is.
He didn't answer the question yet. I asked him, what's his beef with me? I thought that he had wanted to have things squashed weeks ago. Now he's here to start shit again. I don't think that's a great move.
I
And
don't
his
think
audio
I've,
sucks.
I've never had an issue with anybody, especially online.
What are you here for then? And what are you here for to say that I bought subs or bought bots or something? You were saying that on another show. You do have a fucking
I never
issue.
said
You're a
that
snake.
on another show.
Yeah, you did. I have it recorded.
Okay.
Yeah, you did. Do you want to start shit like a piece of shit?
Well, I think you're talking about the time.
Do you want fucking trouble? Is that what you want?
Oh shit, Cage, don't do it.
We're on somewhere and like we're having a bunch of bots. Like I said, just like make it so they can only comment if they're subscribed, and then it doesn't work anymore. And I think I destroyed your whatever.
I didn't buy any bots. Somebody did from India, and that's where they were Indian names. People were accusing me of buying bots. If I wanted to buy bots to flood Flow Stage channel, I could do that every day. I could do that every stream. You're not going to talk over me. I could do that every fucking stream. But I have never done that. I don't spend money on that. But degenerates that are paranoid, that are low IQers, make assumptions rather than looking for truth. They assume without knowing. That's what stupid people do. That's what I expect out of the people on Flow Stage channel in his audience, because they're a bunch of idiots.
Well, most of social media, like the views and all that, are very inflated. Regardless, this is how the game works. Either way. So.
It's not a game to me. I don't play games. You people do. Degenerates play stupid games.
You're playing the game, man.
And they lose at life.
Check.
They lose at life. They have nothing in life.
Check. What are you gonna do? You're gonna move?
So you didn't check me whatsoever. Are you gonna check your door again? You gonna check your door?
We'll triple check. We'll knock 3 times on yours first.
What's wrong? Why are you slurring your words? What happened to your mouth?
We'll knock 3 times.
Did you lose teeth? Did you lose teeth recently? What happened to you? Sounds like you lost teeth. Did you luse some teeth?
4 Unfortunately, I haven't.
It sounds like it. What's wrong with your speaking? What happened?
Who
What
knows?
happened to you? Something happened. Do you want to be a cursed being for life, Cage? Is that what you want?
This is how I am all the time.
Do you want to
my
be a
friend.
cursed being for life? Because you're wasting my time here. You gonna say something intelligent? You gonna fucking smarten up? Say something?
Yeah, maybe I'll get my eyes checked in fucking Cambridge. Who knows? Figure it out.
Cambridge? What are you talking about?
Damn, I've had a poll up in
I
my
have
chat
no
for
idea.
about 15 minutes or so, asking if I should stay or leave your panel, and it's like evenly split.
Is that what you decide by? You let your audience tell you what to do? You
I
don't rule your own
definitely
kingdom?
take their input into account quite
You
a
don't
bit.
lead. You don't lead your channel though. You let them rule you.
You
Is that
don't.
what
You
you're
don't.
saying?
You make content that's not for your audience.
I feel
I
like
do whatever I
it's like
want. I
some
don't
high
cater
school
to.
fucking.
Well, of course you do,
it
'cause you're a
feels like some
king.
high school elementary nonsense.
But I
The
asked my
fuck?
audience. Yeah,
Oh, but
I'll let them make
Cage,
the call.
are you here because you're in love with Flow State? Are you gay, Cage? Is that why you came here and insisted on? Are you a fag for Flow State? Is that what's going on here?
I don't know. I'm just fucking. It's 1:33 right now.
What's
Eastern
wrong?
time,
You sound like you're missing teeth. The way you're
It's
speaking.
1:33 Eastern time. I randomly came on. I could have a good conversation.
Wow,
We could have a
somebody
great
knocked out
conversation.
your front teeth.
I think
You
the
lost some
funny
teeth.
thing is,
You lost some teeth.
funny
for
thing
sure.
is, it's order ab chaos, order out of chaos. Divide and conquer tactic. We can all get together and
Is that what
actually
you're
deal with
doing?
something
Are
properly.
you trying to cause chaos here? You lost some fucking teeth, dude. What happened? You lost
I
some
fought
teeth
in strike force when I was 15 to 17 years old.
recently. You're speaking differently than you did the last time. I can tell you're missing teeth.
I'm not missing fucking teeth, bro. That's how I talk.
Sounds like you're missing some teeth.
You can miss some teeth. We can pull teeth in that. We'll hit you with the lidocaine and you won't feel a thing. It's fine.
You're gonna hit Steven with a cane.
I think you're doing a stupid thing here, making threats.
No,
but,
we'll inject you. We'll inject you in the gums and that, and then when we pull the teeth out, you won't feel it. You understand?
You got more lispy than Mike
Lidocaine.
Tyson. Mike Tyson. You sound worse than Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson.
Would you tell that to Mike Tyson?
You won't be pulling shit. You won't be pulling shit. But maybe you'll get a knock on your door. Maybe you'll get a knock on your door. You
Somebody in my
understand
chat said, how many narcissists does it take to panel a live stream? I told you, you guys are all narcissists too.
No, not at all. I'm a very, very giving, generous, generous person. Very caring. I'm not narcissistic at all.
Okay.
Not at all.
Well, damn, that must have been my low IQ just to give me bad information again.
Is that an orange shirt that you have on?
I think it's red. Are you colorblind?
No. I just don't like gingers. I don't like red. I have an aversion to gingers. That's all.
Why are you hating on gingers? You don't think there's any chicks with red hair that are hot?
Not most of them. The vast majority are freckled up and creepy and gross, but
Well,
Cage is pretty gross.
hot.
I think Cage is pretty gross, and he's got some issues. You will receive a knock on your door, Cage. Deal with it. Don't make fucking threats on my show.
Did he make a threat? Somebody in
Yeah,
my
he
chat,
did.
Victor wants to know if you can see any color other than green.
No, he
Oh,
wants
yeah.
to know if he can see green.
Oh,
Ask him, can he see the color
I
green?
want to know
Oh, yeah.
if you added up everyone in your chat, if their IQ adds up to even 99, all of them added up together.
Why you got to keep
'Cause
being mean to us dumb
They're
people?
low IQ. Like you have a stupid audience.
I
Your
know.
audience
I know.
is
All right,
shit.
King
They're
Steven, I'm
degenerate.
gonna leave
They're
now.
shitty.
I
All right.
I
all
can't
right,
take
bye.
any more of
Bye.
you being mean to me and my audience and our stupid IQs and our ugly faces. I'm sorry we can't measure up to you. Oh damn, he kicked me out. Dave, he kicked me out.
Boo. What a dick. How boring. I popped in here. I popped in the back just hoping that I would help you get out of there.
Is that what that was? It was interesting because half the people,
yeah,
it was
that's
like
why I
that
came
poll
on.
was pretty evenly split the whole fucking time.
Yeah. I was like, no, this poll's too too wishy-washy.
Well,
and of
you
course,
did
you're
it.
an entertainer. Why would you not want your chat to influence your decision or take their opinion into account? If they think the panel's boring, that's what kind of matters.
And it sort of makes sense now that if he got subs bought for him because his chat was dead.
Yeah, your chat was hopping more than his.
Oh hell yeah! Thank you.
Yeah,
Here, let me hear.
on my
I didn't
nerves.
play. Hold on, I didn't play any. Thank you to all the super chats, great questions and great comments.
Based.
Jalen,
Yeah, but I'm not into shitting. Yeah, I'm not into shitting on people, bro. And that's not really my thing when I come up here, Elvis, to really talk about anybody. But that dude was a straight asshole, bro, for no reason. Just it didn't seem like he had a reason to do that for no. It just I don't get it. I don't see how I don't see how you can call yourself a king and only take apart the negative attributes of like a dictator. You know what I'm saying? You pretty much, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I wouldn't call it narcissism. You know what I'm saying? Some people might call it. I just feel like that's a coping mechanism for a scared little boy.
Exactly. That's exactly what he's doing. He's coping. And I view him like this because he comes up on my stream a lot. Like almost every stream, he comes backstage and I've got a thing for him that he has to pay me tithing. Somebody has to pay his tithing to the Pope before the king is allowed up. And he's behind in his tithing. So I normally don't ever let him up. But I view him like the loser kid who sits under the bleachers and watches the cool kids because he's constant, like on his channel, he sits around and talks shit and blah, blah, blah. And he comes backstage here and gets left back there and throws rocks. So I think that's exactly the dynamic.
It's also weird that when people come up on his panel, he's just kind of shitting on them, like you're trying to. Like what he was saying about you letting your chat dictate what you're doing. Like,
right.
That seems kind of dumb.
It does seem
kind of dumb. I think that was just his way of saying, I don't want you to leave, Flo. Please stay.
Well, and now his numbers, I don't know what his numbers went up to. I assume they trickled up a little bit. Well, one, because I'm interesting, and two, because I assume somebody from my chat went over there to, make a comment or something. I don't know. Maybe not.
Or people just pop over to see what's going on his side, to watch his chat, see if there's engagement. I like to have all the chats open when people are streaming, usually, if I can.
I do too, but I was restreaming, or I'm sharing screen, right? Like I wasn't restreaming from his thing. What?
You're doing one of the things I do. One of the many ways that I've done this.
It's how I have to do it if I'm going somewhere where I anticipate it's going to be hostile.
Yeah, I'm gonna start running a panel on just one day a week. I'm just gonna do it one day every week, but I gotta figure out what day I want to do it. Thinking either Monday or Tuesday, because I have stuff on other days. Trying to get a schedule. Feel like if I get a schedule set up, I'll make things easier.
I have the same thought, but then I don't know if it would.
Yeah,
because I'm not a good schedule follower. And I like the nimbleness of being able to go and hop on new, like if something's cooking that is worth into.
Yeah, like right now I got Mudcrab. He buddy of mine. He's watching Mel's panel to see if anything gets interesting over there. I'll let you know.
Ah, nice. You got feelers out.
I have a network.
Mud Crab he sends in. I like his super chats at basically every time. I swear to God,
he's pretty. Based.
He has great comments he sends in.
Yeah, he's pretty based. Yeah, him and a few other people that just if things are going down and it looks like a fun panel, they'll let me know. So I'll let you know.
Good looking out. And but I just dropped a minute ago. I just dropped the links and I pinned it again at the top. And if anybody's on X, I just started a new X account. So go sub to that too. And I'm streaming there right now. Anybody on Rumble or X, what's up?
You can stream.
If you want to join the panel and you're on Rumble or X, then come through to the YouTube channel and the link's pinned here. Although I'll put it.
Interesting.
The first night I streamed to X, I had a ton of viewers from there, and then since then it's been just a couple.
I wonder if they boost, if they like boost your visibility the first time you stream. Because I know YouTube started doing a thing recently where if you're a new channel, your first like 3 videos get bumped up in the algorithm. And actually get recommended to more people. So if you've ever thought about starting a second channel, now's probably the time because that's going on.
I have actually. Well, Caucasian Sasquatch has suggested that a bunch of times. Oh shit! Thank you, Vic. Whoops, I clicked the wrong thing. Where'd it go?
Time for
Vic with the super sticker. I appreciate it. And Vic, I dropped the link down if you want to jump up and join.
What is it on here? What's your X?
Oh, here, I'll put it in the back chat. I just dropped it in the main chat, but I'll put it in the back chat too, so you got it.
Oh, I see it. Never mind. I can click it from the main chat.
Okay.
I have it here. God, I have way too many tabs open right now.
Fuck me too. I think it slows down my shit.
Have you got Social Stream yet?
Never even heard of it.
All right, so there's this thing because you probably have all your chats open in different tabs.
For all the different destinations I'm streaming.
Yeah.
No, I'm pretty bad about. I ignore Twitter and Rumble, and I just pay attention to stream. I mean, I pay attention to StreamYard.
Yeah, there's a thing called Social Stream that actually will like pull all of them together into one.
And does it integrate well?
It's separate. It's just a Chrome plugin.
I gotta figure out StreamYard, or I gotta figure out how
OBS.
Oops. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do all the things in OBS at some point.
Yeah, I do all my streams through OBS now.
That shit is.
It has a lot more options.
It's not user friendly.
It has problems, but yeah, it's not new user friendly.
No.
There's no like. You have to have somebody teach you or watch videos, or you're gonna have no idea what you're doing. You're just like, okay. It doesn't have any kind of like tutorial, no walkthrough. It's not like click here to start building a thing. It's just
change scenes. Like it's absolutely not obvious.
No, it took a while for me to figure that out because I originally used Streamlabs OBS, which is a little more user friendly version. Which
mostly what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to have the bot automatically drop links and shit in the chat.
I think you can do that from here. You just gotta sign up with Nightbot.
Oh, I thought those were, or is that Discord, or is that what is that? Where do the Nightbots come from?
You just go to Nightbot. It's here. I'll send you a link.
What's the word Bearsworth?
How's it going, Flo?
Did you get that divorce yet?
Not yet. Working
Come
on
on,
it.
man.
Oh shit.
Hey, man, I want to make it work, but I don't even want to go there. I don't even want to
All
go
right,
there.
all right. We're not going there.
Yeah.
And Rebel Lion, I actually have a Buy Me a Coffee account. I just have never used it or dropped a link. So you're absolutely right.
There you go. I dropped the link in the back here.
Bet. What's the word, Josh?
All right.
Mic check.
Man
Cop
of many
1-2.
words.
Cop 1-2.
Oh, I think I might have forgot to say this, but hi, I'm Dave.
What's up, Dave? How's it going?
What's going on?
I'm
There you are, Josh.
I'm asshole. And
Asshole,
Flo,
nice.
yeah. Flo is the other asshole.
There's a lot of assholes
People
up in
keep
here.
saying that, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, it is what it is.
Well,
I
it
know-
starts at your eye. Your eye is the brown part, and then it gradually goes out.
That's what everybody keeps aiming for. Fuck all y'all.
No.
Flo,
Kaizo the other day had another person on his channel, another white person, I think, whose name was Flow State, and he wouldn't give me the link to join.
What?
Oh wait, shut up, Flow State. That was an old stream. That's why that was an old stream.
Oh,
yeah. It wasn't live. I was out here scamming people to get more super chats without having to work.
Wow, sus.
Yeah, I mean, what?
Or genius, one or the other. No judgment.
Yeah, Kaizo's. I've known Kaizo for a lot longer than anybody else up here, and I've watched him grow from like a naive little goofy kid into a downright devious motherfucker that it makes me proud, Kaizo.
Hey, you know what you call it, like
life happens.
What's that moment? Yeah, exactly. At some point, you have to realize your little naive worldview. It's only a small perspective, and I've got to be a monster at some points to survive, especially where I am right now. So, you know,
yep.
I'm definitely not going to be the bottom if worst comes to worst. Flow State, I end up somewhere bad. So.
And I got a kick out of the other day when you recruited IC3 to be your general.
Yo, IC3 is crazy though, man. I think he's like a Nazi black man
on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, you just gotta tell him what he wants, you know. Tell him I fight white supremacy with him, and that's it. He's happy.
Man, it's
But
pretty
really, I
funny.
think he hates Jews more than he hates what?
Jeez.
Go ahead.
It's pretty funny seeing that guy that you were last on with, Flo, you know, talk about like you're just in it for the money. I don't know. It's so funny. Like I would never even attempt to make money on, you know, YouTube. But it's like you know that none of these people like, and it's not an attack on you, but it's like pretty hard to make money doing YouTube videos. Like it's like you're begging for shekels. You know,
It's hard to make money selling something that's free.
Yeah, it's also hard to make money when you're asking for it. When you ask for it, people don't want to give it to you. If you give them some kind of incentive to give you money, it's different. Like with the name changes and stuff. They'll at least feel like they're getting something out of it, even if it's just their own entertainment for a while.
But the attitude that people take towards, and it's always other creators, right? It's always other YouTubers who are not making money, who have this criticism, and it's sort of absurd to me because I don't know what could be more virtuous than supporting your family, right?
Mm-hmm.
The underlying assumption is that it's more virtuous just to come here to bullshit with other people than it is to actually do something to try to support your family or something that adds value to the viewer enough that they'll pay for it.
Yeah.
It really just shows jealousy, and it's never the audience pissed at it.
And even half the time, I know there are you're right. It is a lot of creators.
I don't think I've ever heard anybody complain except for creators. I don't like I've got one tier. I don't have like subscriber or member only content. I've got one member only live stream. So I mean everybody gets everything for free. The except for I guess use of custom emojis. The support is voluntary.
I thought it was kind of generally the idea as being a man. It's kind of the thing that people do. We do shit, we make money. Yeah. Hopefully, we'll get into a hobby that we enjoy doing, and we might make a couple bucks from it, right?
And that's exactly what this is. I never came to YouTube going, hey, this is a good job opportunity. In fact, quite the opposite. I came here going, I can never imagine having this be my. I swear to God, I spent a lot of time saying that. I would never want to have all my income so tied up into something that they can just delete at any given time.
Yeah, that seems kind of dumb. You got to have some kind of backup plan, whether it's money set aside or a side hustle, some way or something to fall back on at least if it does start to dry up, because it's so easy to lose a channel.
Yep.
Like this dude JSTLK, his channel grew insanely fast, and then just like that, YouTube's like terminated for harassment when he'd been doing the same thing the entire time his channel was live, just covering other people's fuck ups. It's just weird the way it comes.
Yeah, no, it is. It is crazy how demonized it is. Like in the like, you know, the internet world, like how demonized it is for people to try to make money. And like anybody who's actually succeeding, you know, they're instantly deemed by like, you know, half of the, you know, the dark web that we're on, and you know, the truthers and all the, you know, people that live on here, that they're just demonized so quickly, like that they're making money and they're scammers and
Because a lot of the people that pop on here, like you're saying, are people that have an agenda, like some kind of political agenda or an anti-something agenda, and they're not doing it. They can't see doing it for the money or for money in general, or getting money for what they're doing, because they think that's minimalizing what their efforts are.
I think it's seriously just jealousy. When I hear that attack, I think this is a content creator who cannot do. A lot of people can't ask for money, and a lot of people can't bring themselves to attempt to try, because if it doesn't work out, that's a pretty public fail, right?
Yeah, but also it's such a neat niche profession that, and like most of society is like conspiracy theorists, like looks at like a YouTuber that's making money off YouTube, like that's like retarded. Like, you know, who's going to do that? You're making money off of just talking to a camera, you know, that's fucking retarded. Like, so it's so poo-pooed. And then anybody who has any like little bit of traction and yeah, makes some money, you know, they're like, half the internet attacks them. But like, man, all of us need to make money. We all need to live. The way our system works is we need to fucking pay money to live, which sucks. But that's what you need to do. You know, like Jaron, man, Jaronism, man, like he's managed to fucking do it. And I'm sure there's lots of YouTubers and that's the shitty thing, is that, yeah, people who talk about fucked up shit are, you know, like people have to self-censor to actually make the money and to get big. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird.
But part of it is also like as sort of there is a I can't spend all my time hanging out on YouTube, right? I got a family. Most people can't. If the audience wants me here more, this is how they can do it, right? So it really is sort of a direct. Do you want more of this? Do you not want more of this?
Precisely. That's the audience's way of saying we want more. Because if you're making money, you're going to be incentivized. It's the audience manipulating you. No, just kidding. Incentivizing you to keep coming back.
Damn, like, Miss Flo, how much do we have to pay to kick him off the internet? Like,
we're good.
And the people who have problems with it, it's because they don't realize that they're just not as entertaining, and that's why they're not getting the money. They just think that you got lucky and got the right people in your chat, not that people like you more than them.
Yeah, totally. And people who put the hard work in, man, like there is some fucking crazy guys like OGs man. Like what comes to mind, like the Colbert Report or Corbett Report, and he's like on BitChute, but he's like an old school. He lives in Japan, but there's a bunch of them too that like put in the time, and like we're just fucked for like 10 years, and now they've finally gotten big. Now that everybody's kind of into trying to figure out this shit.
Yeah, like the quartering. I don't really like the guy.
I remember
but
that channel.
That dude puts out at least 3 videos a day. That's insane work ethic.
Really?
Like, if you put that much effort into what you're doing, you're going to succeed eventually. Just friggin' hitting that nail. Just keep going. It's gonna go in eventually.
What do you guys think about some of the more mainstream guys? Okay, so like Luke Radowski, like We Are Change. Like I kind of like him, and I no. Have you heard of him, Flo?
Yeah, I'm subscribed to him, and I like him. I don't know. I don't have a lot of thoughts on him.
Yeah, I don't know. So some of it, you get too far down the rabbit hole, and sometimes you're like, yeah. Sometimes it's too far, or like I don't know. But it's interesting.
I try not to get too far down the rabbit hole and start looking around for this is an agent, that's an agent, like that sort of shit.
Exactly, it gets retarded. It gets totally retarded.
And then at some point you realize, like, I've heard people say that shit about me, and it's like, whatever.
Yeah, I think you can feel it for the most part, man. You can actually just feel it in, like, that's true, that's not true, or whatever. You can, kind of sort shit out yourself.
Can you feel it on Josh Jones?
Yeah, I'm gonna call bullshit. He calls me an agent all the fucking time.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
All right.
I call you an agent
over on X.
Yeah, I think a couple of times you have. You call me a lot worse than that.
If anyone were an agent, I would think it would be Brave. He's the one that I swear to God reeks of agentiness.
That there's no way. God, I can't stand Be Brave. I really can't stand him.
Sorry, I'm gonna unfollow with that account because that's the wrong account. Don't mind what the account that's up to you on Twitter. That's my personal account. Pretend like you didn't see that. No, we're good.
His name is Dave Emporia.
Yep,
Dave
that's
Emporia.
exactly it. Precisely. I saw the picture and I was like, oh shit.
What do you guys think about this comment? Divorce should not be an option for couples right now. There's nothing out there for you.
Strongly agree. I'm a big I'm a big proponent of removing people's choices. Like
Sounds like a cop.
Wait,
yeah.
How come?
Generally speaking, most people have, like, when they're talking about society, they have problems with what people do in society. Generally speaking, most people are just complaining about the choices that other people make. So the shortcut is if you don't like the choices that people make, you eliminate the choices. Done.
Okay, why not make like specialized zones where free people like me can live and the choiceless people?
We do that. That's why states have different laws.
How about instead of divorce, we just get rid of marriage?
What if what if you only worry
if
about
there's
the
no
things that are
marriages,
your
there's no
business?
divorces.
Why does anybody else's marriage? Why is that our business, anyways?
I don't have no idea.
Josh, go ahead. Why should we have a say in anyone else's marriage?
Generally speaking, so we just had this conversation called dick policing on one of the panels not long ago.
Is that what you do?
This is like what the term is like, and I'm sitting here thinking, everybody was so shocked at the idea of it. It's like, well, you can't go around telling you can't go around telling people who they can have sex with and who they can't. I'm sitting here thinking, yeah, we do this all the time. Sex offender registry is all about this. That's exactly what it is, right? It's basically you can't do this shit.
Literally. Yep.
Yeah. So it's like the idea behind it. Really what it boils down to is people kind of want to shape society in the way they desire. So if it's from like a religious perspective, they're going in that direction. Thus, the goals are going to be that way. I'm an authoritarian, so I'm kind of like a big fan of the whole force thing, just to be fair. So I'm a big fan of the Christianity concept, but not the modern stuff, the old traditional, like the first 500 years worth of it.
What is forces applied to you unjustly?
Force is applied to everybody all the damn time. You don't get a lot of choices.
No, I mean unfairly, because not all force is bad, right? If someone's trying to force me to take a shower, I don't really care that much. But if someone's trying to force me to let a homeless man in my house and live there, maybe I would mind it.
I'd be pretty pissed if somebody was like, think about how the execution of that forced shower would take place. Are they in there with you? Are they watching you?
Hey, maybe you got like a blowjob to force and to take a shower. Maybe it was like a coercion, and you're like,
I think that would be an
I'll take a shower.
incentivized. That would be an incentivized shower.
If I can ask for clarification, what do you mean by unfairly? Give me a metric you want to use.
Okay, so good, great. Simple as this. No.
Fucking internet.
I think that's his.
Yeah, it's his.
Yeah, it's his.
Wait, I've got the commie net. How the hell is? My God.
He lives in Africa.
Yeah.
Still better than commie net.
I don't think so.
No. Look, I'm African, right? In America, you can sort of things affect the internet. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're back now.
You're starting to come back in.
I think going on your internet.
Oh yeah, I think probably playing with it.
There you're back.
Just to be fair, like I'm not in America currently. Well, I'm hardly ever stateside, like rarely.
Gotcha.
All I can hear is
He's back now.
I'm just joking.
Oh, I'm back. No, it's all good. It's all good, man. I'm not that kind of African, but
I know. I'm just joking. Man, racial humor, man. I love it, and like we got to bring it back.
Let's go.
We got to bring it back because we're all brothers.
You're talking.
Yeah. So basically, here's the issue. In places like Africa, which is still far more tribal, what people use force for is simply for selfish desires. One tribe gets power over the other one, literally ends up into genocide all too often. This is what happens every single election. Is violence, right? Literally, because some people have the force and some people don't. And at the end of the day, it's never applied well, right? Democracy, giving people a little bit of freedom, it's better than telling them the way that they should go at the end of the day. But I get your point.
Democracy is just force against the minority.
Kind of agree with that.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that one. You see, force against the minorities is fine, but against the majority is never okay. Yeah, exactly, right? So, okay, look, flow state. The minorities here would be the alphabet community. Don't you think forcing them to not have all their rights is better than what's happening right now?
Well, it depends on which rights. I think that taking
away. Are you sure you want to go there? Wait. No. You're now going to have to demonstrate rights because I'm going to claim that they're.
Hold on. Let's do one thing at a time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What? So,
what rights would you take away from them?
All of them.
Okay. A right to associate.
I know that you're a tyrant.
a right to associate and be in the public spaces as themselves.
I disagree with that.
So
damn, they can't just they can't exist. That's crazy. They can't exist.
It's not as crazy. I mean, in the rest of the world,
I know it's not crazy. I don't know.
I think it might be less crazy.
At all, though.
It might be less crazy than saying that a man can get pregnant.
For us to say people shouldn't exist because they're gay.
No, they shouldn't be out and about because they're gay. Yes,
they shouldn't be gay in the community.
It's both the right to be public or private.
Do they get like their own in the country, bathroom and shit like that?
In the country next to mine, right? You'll get 14 years in prison just for monkey double backflips with another man if you're a man. just for associating yourself as LGBT, you get to go to prison for at least a year. And for the worst crimes of aggravated homosexuality, you get death penalty. So vastly different cultures.
That does aggravated homosexuality. What's that?
That's when you're caught sodomizing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, sodomizing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if I'd get arrested for all the teabaggings that happen on my panel.
Probably.
I think this is conceptual. It's not written in the bill, so you'll be fine.
And so why would that? How would that? What's the benefit of that?
To prevent gays from reaching cultural normalcy. I'll give you an example, right? And you guys love to say, "Oh, that's the slippery slope argument." Well, look, that's how it gets. It starts off slippery, then it slopes in and out until it becomes culturalized, right? At the end, if you give weirdos, if you allow weirdos to be open about their weirdness in your culture, you're literally changing culture. That's what you guys did in the West. You just allowed any bunch of weirdos. Now you got the Nambla society, all these people will at some point become normalized to an extent, and that will change the cultural aspect, right? For
You just
example,
negated your own argument.
No, you didn't. Okay. So culture totally preludes where society goes. Like, it's proven. Like, the culture is what preludes. And you guys asked about marriage a few minutes ago, and yeah, man, my belief on marriage too is like the same thing. Like, there shouldn't be any laws passed, but like 50 years ago, people didn't get divorced. But now it's like culturally accepted that everybody just gets divorced. Like, my advice for my fucking parents is like, you should get just divorced. You guys got to be free. You got to go have sex. You got to go fuck some chicks. You got to go fucking live your life. You got to go. And these are my parents, my boomer parents, that have been giving me this advice for like 3 years. And it's like, man, you guys are retarded. You guys don't know anything this.
They're giving you good advice. You should do
So we accept bad marriages then.
Some of that advice is good. It's like, go out and make mistakes.
And he called it
Oh, I
on
forgot.
himself. And
But
the reason
should
why
we accept bad marriages though?
There is such thing as a bad marriage, but like everybody, you're just supposed to give up. Like, every marriage is hard. There's not one easy marriage.
If there's abuse or something, then yes, it should end. You shouldn't try to work through like an abusive relationship or something like that. There are plenty of reasons that it should be dissolved. If one of the partners is stepping out on the other one, you should definitely be able to dissolve that marriage. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
There are things that you absolutely, I would not expect somebody to have to work through.
When I was married, my dad gave me, he suggested, because I was thinking about divorce, he suggested I get it done sooner than later and not waste my life trying to make a bad marriage work like his brother had done recently, and it didn't work. I think that was the best advice he ever gave me, and it was, yeah.
I think divorces are bad, but not for the people that are getting the divorces. The only time that I worry about divorce is when there's like a child involved, and that's very hard on children. But if you don't have a child involved in any way, shape, or form, I don't think divorce is something that you should even be that worried about. Then again, I don't think marriage is something that should be jumped into as easily as we do. I think you should put a little more planning before jumping into a marriage.
I agree.
Yeah. Lindsay, come back up.
Yeah, but I've got a question for you guys. It's good to see, because I'm on the other side of the world. For us, marriage. Okay, let me give context, right? So someone asked earlier, well, what's the point of having such a draconian law against minorities? An example was what's happening with Uganda and the excessive laws against anti-LGBT. We just don't want normalizations of things that we believe will change the culture, right? We believe in children, family, and all that kind of stuff. So if we start to etch away on these things, and again, humans are not high-level beings that we can overcome our own selfishness to create a more fluid culture. We don't want to reach a point whereby 70% of our children are born outside of any, I mean, say marriage, just outside of any real commitment. That's now the problem, because then those people won't be committed to their child, statistically speaking, of course, right? There's always exceptions. And that will kind of change the culture to a way that we just don't want it to go that way. So I think sometimes it's okay to be draconian against minorities if the minorities go against the bigger organism, which is the well-being of everyone else.
man, they've got the
Well,
West
who
to
defines
look
that
at.
though?
Man,
Who
Africa,
defines that?
man, you guys are so like I've seen so many interviews of Africans being like, yeah, just speaking common sense, and yeah, it's common sense, and but that's where it starts is like, and yeah, the whole slippery slope argument is a total argument, and yet you don't want to let divorces get to be the culture. You don't want to let fucking gay stuff to be the culture because it is all deviance, and it's not in accordance with life. Like, are you gonna fuck some guy's ass to like bring about life? Like
Hold on. God damn it, Bearsworth. You're going to make me put up a disclaimer banner.
Okay, I'm
The
sorry.
views
I'm
expressed here, not necessarily those of the channel. YouTube mods don't hit me for what Bearsworth thinks.
I'm sorry, Flo. I'm sorry. I'm retarded.
And you need to get divorced.
Acceptable for the culture and what's deemed unhealthy or not good for the culture. Because I mean, when we start talking about this, you got people with different mindsets, and some people can use the same arguments to say, "Hey, I shouldn't be here," or you know what I'm saying, another person shouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? It starts working. You can just say, somebody will say, just because I got black skin, that I'm this or I'm that. And if it's enough people for them to say that, shit, now I become the same as the LGBT. You know what I'm saying? Not able to live and breathe or exist in society.
Hold on, before you get into that discussion, that just because you see a dark-skinned fellow, don't believe that I think the same way, because I know some people that's with the same color skin that I have, and I believe that they don't supposed to be here. I believe it was a stroke of lightning, and the time was right, and they ass end up on Earth, and they shouldn't have been here. You know, because I run across them every day.
Okay.
Yeah.
So some Black Americans are actually good people. Shout out to you, man. I thought all you guys were cucked, but I'm happy.
Well, I know some. They ask shit. If they had a boat to send them somewhere, a rocket ship. I'm trying to get in touch with Elon Musk to get some of these motherfuckers shipped off. It's some people. Look, they ass don't need to be nowhere around like civilized and common sense thinking type people now, and they my same color, and I think the same way other folks think, and I be just shit. I just deal with them because I have to be on Earth, you know what I'm saying, and I don't plan on leaving no time soon. But I do avoid
come to Africa.
sometimes.
Over here, you ain't gonna deal with that stuff.
Hell no. We got enough mosquitoes, but the difference between our mosquitoes, they don't carry malaria so much. I can't do that. They told me I can't never be a real African until I catch malaria 3 times. No.
Okay.
Shit, no. Well, I ain't going.
Shut up. But there are some countries like Kenya. We don't really have, those. I've never had malaria in my life, and I'm Kenyan. I live in Kenya. So some countries are not the same in Africa. I think you're talking about those jungle countries where there's like jungle people and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I appreciate the ticket to Africa, but I done got a little bit too old. You know what I'm saying? I'm 38, right? And then y'all got all the multiple languages and everything, and I don't really speak proper King's English, right? And I've been over here in the United States, so I'd be fucked trying to learn another language over there in Africa. So,
Vic, maybe we should go to Africa for our midlife crisis because we're like the same age.
Oh yeah,
you just look older than I do.
Yeah, but I'm way taller.
Yeah, Vic, you said you're 38, acting
you.
like you're an old fuck. I'm 37, man. I think of myself as young. I don't know.
Yeah, I said I just got a little older, so learning another language. Look, I've been in the United States all my life, right? And I don't speak proper King's English with proper diction, right? So if I go over to Africa, when the average person over there speak 5 different languages, because I'm gonna be fucked. It's gonna be
unless one of those languages is English.
Yeah.
Then you got a shot.
Yeah.
I mean, I speak English. Most people in my country speak English. It depends on the country.
It is kind of the nice thing about knowing English as your only language is if you're not in the U.S., the second language you usually learn is English. If English isn't your first language.
Yeah, but King Rooster, so what language do you speak then? Do you speak like Nigganese or like what language?
Yeah. A little bit of that in foolishness. A little bit of that in foolishness throughout the week. I try to act right, do right, but on the weekend, I speak fuckery. That's all I speak on the weekend. But it's Sunday. Go ahead.
Okay, that sounds cool. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, just going back to the money thing. I wanted to chime in here because I also do YouTube sometimes, and yeah, so there's always some weird people. Just always pocket watching. They don't like people to succeed, and I don't think it's anything to do with YouTube specifically. It's just they see you doing something with potential of growth, and it's giving people value, and you're also gaining value back. I think these are what we call haters. They exist. I mean, anything you do, like you always just find them. Flow state. Remember, I used to get the same comments.
And
these days I
to
don't.
the haters, real quick. Let's just give our haters a moment of appreciation. Thank you for watching all of our shit.
Giving you that watch hours.
Exactly. Now, for me, the most annoying ones is not even the haters. It's those ones which are so really, really poor, and they tell Kaiser, I'm gonna send you $100 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks later, nothing. Those are the really annoying ones. But I get it.
I don't even. Whenever somebody promises something in the future, I just let it bounce off my brain.
Yeah.
Right.
No, for me, people generally don't make good when they I'll do this, I'll do that.
Flo, at some point, I'm gonna join.
Right.
Be a member.
Right.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah. You know what? And if they do, then I appreciate it then in the moment. But I don't know.
Oh, right. So yeah, Flow State. There's a difference between the guys who say, you know what, I'll help out when I can, versus the ones who make a very specific promise. Those ones are playing in some kind of psychological game against you, just to make it look like they've done something.
They
but they haven't.
want credit that they don't deserve yet.
Right. Oh, someone says shout out to Kaizo. I didn't know he streams. Oh, it's good, CJ. Long time. I haven't seen you like years.
Who is it?
Look, I want to kind of point out something. Like, y'all YouTube content creators, y'all in the best position to be like rich. And without my understanding of the dollar and money and how it works, y'all got people that do the little drive-by, they stop through and everything. Y'all don't really have to worry about the $20 cash apps or none of that. Look, if anybody was the amount of traffic I have seen throughout these pages, if a person would just donate $1, just like hitting the like button, $1. If you get 1,000 people just drive by your chat a day and just donate a super sticker of $1, 1,000, that's $1,000 a day. But people, they think that they have to send 20. No, you don't have to send it in a lump. No, you can send it small, because look, the biggest, like just say for instance, some of the thieves, some of the most richest thieves, they learned how to take a dime off of every dollar, every transaction, instead of taking $1. See, you ain't gonna see that dime, you ain't gonna miss that dime, and you ain't gonna break your pockets.
Well, you talk about a big hat.
It's like the movie Office Space. They took like the decimal points off of every interaction.
Yeah, and so if you do that,
it was a ridiculous amount because they messed up. But
yeah, you'll never miss it. Like a person that's trying to contribute to y'all shows, if they, you know what I'm saying, behind you and backing you, only thing they got to do is drop $1. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they buy a pack of cigarettes every day. They call about 10. So
that was, I actually learned in business school that the best pricing strategy is either to be the highest or the lowest, but never to be the middle of the price range, right? And so when I did my memberships, that's the thought behind my memberships. I've only got one tier, and it's $1, and you get it doesn't take any extra time out of my day except for whatever time it takes to upload custom emojis, which is done now, right? So I went for the low.
Man, King, you're so right. I thought the same way forever, and I still do actually. Man, if we all just supported like $1, like especially, and it was like even more when I was like on like the Luke Radowski's where he's got like 100,000 viewers, or like fucking SGT report or some, where they got like 100,000 viewers. If everybody paid $1 a month, the viewer this media that you really like would be getting like fucking $100,000 a month, and then they'd be able to reinvest it and make their fucking streams or what they're doing for the community even bigger. Yeah.
And then they'll also be able to take some of the extra money, and then the content creators that's upcoming that they like, they can also ship them equipment and say, I appreciate you. Come over here and do this, help me do this. And you know what I'm saying? You can build from that, you know. But,
yeah. And it would be silly of me to miss the fantastic setup that these two guys gave me. Memberships at Flow State are only $1. Always only $1. You can buy one for yourself. You can buy some extras, make it rain in the chat. You get use of custom emojis, including piss and piss jug. So if you want to piss on Talcott, you want to piss on Illumitami, you want to piss on who else is down there? Me, you can by becoming a member. Also, the newest custom emoji is the tiny peen emoji that's got a woman's hand doing this.
Damn.
That was suggested by Mrs. Flo.
Okay, I like that. I like. By the way, you know what? It's kind of funny. You did apply the low and high pricing strategy, and let me give context. So you have the low pricing for the membership. Then for the high pricing, it's just send as much super chat as you want to play the game. So it actually works for everyone. Everyone can support. Everyone can be part of the whole system.
Right, and actually, I did sort of at least give a nod to the high pricing thing because I've got a different flyover video that I do for the 20 or over gifted memberships.
I see.
But not really.
Cool.
But no, that because my pricing is still $1. Shit. Imp Dave, welcome.
See, I'm not a liar. I told you one day I will.
You did.
Join. What happened?
Shout out. I tried to be a member when I gave out membership, but I never got one. So I think YouTube hates me.
I have a brand account, so I cannot receive gifted memberships.
Oh,
yeah, I think I'm a member, but I don't think I ever signed up. But I might have got a gifted membership thing. My thing's green.
I also have a branded account, so I can't get gifted.
It's kind of a bitch. I don't know if you can. I do you know if we can turn that off?
No, you can't. You can't. You'd have to make a whole new channel.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yep.
I cut somebody off just now. Maybe not.
Y'all
Jalen, what do you
making
think?
money. I go ahead.
Shit, man. Yeah, get that money, man. Shit, dollar memberships, man. Shit, all that good for.
Yeah, I didn't know that you were Trig's cousin though until just the other day.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah.
Are you in the?
Oh shoot! God.
Did you know that? You know me, Vic.
God dang. Look, man. Tell Trig, hey, it's all good. I've been trying to get back over there.
Man,
I already know.
He a whole headstrong person in his own right. He got his own mind. You know how Trig is, man. You know.
Yeah, man.
Once you piss him off, it's hard to get off that shit.
Yeah, we had a little disagreement and everything. I popped back up on the show.
But
and
yeah, I
everything.
can say I don't think he probably still on that shit. That shit was a while ago. I would have.
Well, tell him unblock me then, cause he got mad.
Yeah, was that after the time that we were both up there?
No, when we were both up there. Yeah, that was the time I went up there. But
because I thought I pissed him off that time because I said that Barbara Bush Sr. and Michelle Obama were both men, and.
But nah, it was before. I did this like probably a year ago, 2 years ago.
Oh well, shit! You've been up there since then.
Yeah, I've been up there on the panel. I just don't. I ain't gonna push him though, cause you know Trig, he be on his little rant sometimes. No, I ain't gonna make it mad. He ain't blocked me off. He just put it to where I can't say nothing in the chat. You remember what he left off with, right? Yeah, don't think you back part of the family. He still remember me though.
Oh, I didn't. No, I don't remember that.
I got a question. How come Jalen and King Rooster, you guys sound kind of southern? Like there's a slight different accent.
Well, you Alabama, right?
Nah, I'm Mississippi.
Mississippi. Yeah, I keep giving it. I always say that every time too. But yeah, I'm
Yeah,
Texas.
we different tribes, same people, different tribes. Every once in a while, we send some over there and they make babies, and I'm just Mississippi. But majority of our people out there in Texas too. But see, it seems like when our people move to Texas, they start claiming Texas. But he right around a lot of Mississippi people. He probably just don't know. And ask.
Mississippi, Alabama, and Georgia freak me out because I've read too many horror stories about what happens in their jails.
Jeez.
Oh yeah.
Then I'm like, fuck that. I'm not going to those places.
Nah, don't look. It's terrible. Look, man. Look, you know it bad when Jay-Z had to come down all the way from New York. You know it bad now.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, Jay-Z. He been invested in Parchment County Prison because of the last time they did them videos, it was flooding in there and all kind of stuff. You know, it's an inhumane little situation that's going on in certain places. And down here, like if you get in trouble, like say for instance, one facility, get in trouble where they have somebody get hurt or whatever, they lock the whole state down. So if your parents are planning on sending you money, it can be something that happened like 100 and some miles away from you. Your ass ain't coming out of that cell. So you might well have all your shit together, or you're gonna be washing your ass with straight water.
So I after I got out of jail, I started. I figured the jail I was in seemed like the most inhumane one around. I certainly haven't met anyone who is at a worse one that's talked about it. But when I started paying attention, it became sort of like a. I would say that if I'm an activist in any way for anything, it's that sort of thing. Which I'm not an activist. I just have opinions on it. But when I started kind of paying attention to things, and then you start hearing these horror stories out of different jails and stuff, and almost all of them are from one of those three states. Like I believe it was Alabama had a whole bunch of bodies buried behind the police station.
Nah, that's Mississippi.
Yeah, that was Jackson.
Nah,
that
was Jackson, Mississippi. Yeah, that was right down here. Like
the one that really freaked me out the most was one in Georgia. I think it was in Atlanta. There was the family of a dude is suing the jail because the dude got arrested for just for misdemeanor assault and ended up dying in solitary. And it says that he was eaten alive by bed bugs.
That was Alabama. That was
the one was from Georgia that I read, so there might be two of them.
Nah, that was Alabama. I think that was Alabama. They got a facility down in Alabama, man. It was folks down there. You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy. How come they treat people like that? Yeah, why are they treating people like that in those states?
Because the United States Constitution said once you become a felony, you are subject to be treated like a slave. A slave has no rights. Once you get that second social security number, it follows you from state to state. So the best thing for you not to do in the United States and to not be treated like a slave is to get on the good foot and go down a righteous path.
That guy wasn't even a felon yet. Jail is worse than prison. It's not as regulated. There's not as much oversight and as much rules because it's supposed to be a temporary facility. It's not supposed to be punishment.
Oh yeah, so they don't actually follow any rules.
Flow state. Yeah, they don't sort them out. Like okay, down here in Mississippi, that's why when they say on these internet things, oh, the person should have complied, or just go to jail. No, you just don't go to jail. You better run.
You don't go to jail.
Because what could happen is, say for instance, you got somebody that got booked in and everything, and they just waiting to get processed to go to federal prison or whatever. That person might be a habitual offender, and guess what? A lot of times you in that motherfucker with a person that done 20 and 30 years in and out. All so
right. General pop is general pop.
Yeah.
When they booked me in, they had a dry erase board behind the booking desk with names on it, and they'd say, "Take a look at this," and which cell they're in, and they'd say, "Is there anybody on this list that you do not get along with?" And if not, then they'd put you wherever they thought.
And half the time you don't know who the fuck them folks is because they
Oh,
don't
right.
even like in the streets. They don't just give government names. You might know somebody from Ray all shit, but you got Alexander Winter on that motherfucker. You ain't know this motherfucking name with Alexander, and there's the same person who
Right.
tried to stab
That's
you
what I
since
was. That's
fifth
what I was
grade.
saying at the beginning of the stream. Is
Shit.
that I had an alias, and my alias got a reputation. And when I went and when I was arrested at first, people didn't really know who I was. And then some guy was talking to his girlfriend and said who got arrested, who I was, and she told him that my alias. Basically, she tied me to me, and he was, yeah.
You look like you would be a rooster. Rooster would be your handle.
Me?
Yeah, I don't know why.
It was not Rooster.
Just Rooster.
Is it because I'm
Rooster
wearing a red
brings
shirt,
out
or is it
the-
because King Rooster is down there?
I don't know. Could be a combination of both. All right, but anyway, I'm gonna hop down, guys. I appreciate you.
Hey, take it easy. Thanks for coming up, and thanks for joining the membership.
Anytime. I'll be
And,
around.
I'll drop
I'm
your
always
link
around.
so that people can check out Imp Dave.
Appreciate that.
Yeah,
I'll catch you later.
all right, be good.
Bye, I'm Dave.
But yeah, they put everybody in together, and that is true. You don't know who you're getting with. But also, the other thing about jail is that they want it to be uncomfortable so that you take a plea deal.
Right.
And it works.
Yeah,
and
they
it
want,
works.
They want you to sign. They'll give you the thinnest goddamn mattress on and that shit be hard as a motherfucker.
This thin is you put a pad this thick onto a steel bunk, and the blankets are so rough and itchy that you can't even touch them to your skin, really.
Yeah, it's
Right.
like a mind. It's like a mind game, and I don't even think most of the guards are so fucking retarded, low IQ, like retards, that they don't even realize they're fucking. They're doing this to people. Like they don't
You
even
don't think
realize
they
it.
I think they realize.
Well,
They know it.
yeah,
They know it.
some
It's
some
a
of them.
disassociation thing. I mean, you got what they call criminals, even though you're not really convicted of anything yet. For the most part, most of the people that's in there, so they'll look at them like criminals. So it's easier to be like, oh, because they're a criminal, this is their punishment. You know what I'm saying? Even though it's county jail's not supposed to be a punishment.
But listen to what I'm saying though, bro. Look, majority of the people that's overseeing those people, they are the fucking criminal. They create crime outside. They just have not been caught yet. They are the criminals, bro. When you got a motherfucker bringing up in there a sub sandwich and they giving you half of their lunch, and they done paid $10 for a sub and charging you $50 for that shit. Man, them motherfucker criminal. They don't even supposed to be doing that shit. They do it though. Shit, man, they the criminal. Look, okay, I'm finna show you something. Just pay attention. And you look this up, and I'm gonna tell you, like, most of them CEOs or anybody in law enforcement, like 40% of them motherfuckers got domestic shit on their cases before they get hired, right? But what they'll do is they'll have them in there, and they'll have a coaching, and there's some kind of way if they selected, they'll get that shit removed to where you can't even see it. Don't ask me how I know, but I tell you about a little bit what I know. I know some motherfuckers that got that shit, own their shit, and they ass the CEOs and motherfuckers police right now. They police. I was like, damn, you just hit a bitch in the throat 10 years ago.
I've played the video here a few times, and I can play it again.
Yeah.
But where like the second or third day I was in jail, they opened the doors and threw in some old guy who was having a seizure and just threw him on the floor. He was bouncing around with his head, bouncing off the concrete and shit. I shut the doors behind him. Eventually, the tape got out from the jail that shows them tasing him and kicking him and shit. What's up, Harmon?
Yeah.
Speaking of COs,
Hello.
Harmon was a career CO in California State.
Yeah.
Damn.
23 years.
There go my mic again. They finna put the taps on my ass again. Shit. God damn, Flo.
I would hope to get Harmon as a CO because he seems pretty chill.
The IQ level and comprehension level of a correctional officer on the norm is like below 0.
Okay, then. Well,
That's the truth.
He mad at his coworkers. Well, I'm glad.
Out of 23 years, I had to spend 22 years on graveyard because I couldn't get along with the administration and the people and the way they treated people. I'm kind of a sellout because I just wanted the easy check. If you can't get an easier check than being a state prison guard, there's nothing else out there.
You got to go night shift, huh?
They let me on the day shift.
Oh, did we lose Kaizo? Anyways, Kaizo's question was, why do they treat people like that? Do you have a different answer, or do you have any thoughts on that question?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, the reason they do it because they get off on it. They're a bunch of idiots. They want to be a boss. Like I said, had this one guy said after he leave his house, he says, "I can't wait to get to work so I can boss people around." They have tell you, the only reason they're not police officers because they can't pass the simple little IQ test you have to do to be on the street. And all the rest of them become COs. I'd say at least 80% of them are that bad. The only ones you'll find good is the ones that work the night shift because they don't want to put up the bullshit.
And old school ones. My father-in-law was a cop, and I'm a plumber, and I have quite a few cop customers who are like older in their 70s and 80s, and they were just fucking common sense motherfuckers. They would not arrest anyone. They wouldn't beat anyone. They would fucking drive people home. They would do anything not to have confrontation. Nowadays, it's fucking insane. Like all they want is confrontation. Yeah, I got thrown in the drunk tank twice in the last 2 years, and it's fucking insane, man. Both times for bullshit, nothing reasons. One is because I got into a fight with a bouncer over a flat earth, argumenting over a few months. And he was calling me a dumb fuck. And I was always talking to the fucking people and in the front of the bar after the bar closed. And he was always calling me a dumb fuck about conspiracies and shit. And the guy fucking hated me. He had me fucking arrested like 3 months ago. And 3 cops fucking broke my ribs, threw me in the drunk tank, and then told me that that it was because I sexually assaulted someone, but they didn't want to fucking press charges. And I'm like, yeah, that never happened. It's fucking insane. Just because I got into a fucking fight with the bouncer over a fucking conspiracy theory.
Flo knows I don't know anything about county. I don't know the mentality of county sheriffs and stuff like that, but I know the inmates for 23 years told me you don't want to go to LA County Jail. I mean, I just can't believe the stories they would tell me it happened in there. So Flo got the taste of the prison system. The reason he keeps talking about it because he had the taste of the worst part of it. I mean, that's just where the worst part is in the county.
Yeah.
I think someone in the
people keep asking about it too.
The county jail, just think about it. If you're in a heavily populated place, like especially on the weekend, it's an overflow of people just drunk. It can be drug usage or whatever. The doors are opening and closing all night. You know what I'm saying? To where they just putting these new people in there. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to think about this sanitation of the area. If you cleaning off your rack or whatever, then you got his other motherfucker coming up in the middle of the night. You don't know what this motherfucker own. This motherfucker might have been smoking alligator or drink shit, skin popping off his ass.
That crocodile shit.
Yeah. And now you got to be watching what the fuck you touch or some shit. This motherfucker might have pus. I say, hell no.
That's why I got everything taken away when I was in solitary because I was pissed. I started throwing a fit because I was pissed that there was mold in the sink. Like they don't clean that shit up ever. No. They'll bring you. They were like, "We'll bring you cleaning supplies later." I was like, "This ain't my fucking hotel. You clean it."
Yeah, that's the difference in state. State, that's your house. You're going to be there for a minimum, most likely three to life. And so they self-police themselves. They clean. Everything's clean. And at least California, I mean, the own inmates won't allow anybody in their own race or gang to have a dirty cell. They inspect their cells.
Yeah, you got to.
You
got to get it together.
Courtesy flush is one thing I learned in. You know what the courtesy flush is, Harmon?
Oh, definitely.
All right.
Yeah, as you're shitting, you're flushing.
When poo hits water, you better start flushing that toilet.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to keep on. And boy, that suction on the damn the jailhouse toilet. Shit, I ain't never seen water run that goddamn fast. And you
It scares people sometimes.
If you flush if you flush 2 of them at once in the same room, I bet it would create a vacuum, suck all the air out of the room, and you'd suffocate.
Shit, that's crazy. Because look, when I first went, I ain't know nothing about that. I used to wonder why they flushing the toilet over and over. Though. Oh man, you got to keep this scent. They get upset, man. You know, look.
Yeah. Everyone I talked about that's been in the prison, they always talk about the toilets. I don't care if they've been in 25 years or if they've been in 3 years. They always talk about the toilets.
Yeah,
it's the only thing that you miss, right?
Look, they don't even want to hear. They don't even want to hear that goddamn turd hit that water. Boy, shit! Somebody jump off that rack. Hey!
That will be the first lesson you learn. If they hear a bloop, all of a sudden everybody's gonna jump off of their bunk at once. Go flush the fucking toilet.
Boy, look, it is what it is. Shit, boy.
It's so sad, the system we have, though. It is so bad. I guarantee you, out of the 5,000 inmates in our facility, I guarantee you, if they went through it, 4,000 of them don't belong in there, but they get in the system. Once you're in the system, you're fucked.
Yeah, they always come back and get you.
For the thing that I can apply for expungement soon. I don't know that I'll get it. Like it has to go back to the county of my conviction, and there's the same judge and the same prosecutor there, and neither of them like me very much at all. And like they denied my early release or my early completion recommendation from my PO. But
how does that work? If you apply, and you're denied, isn't there an appeal process that takes it outside of that court?
Shit.
I don't believe so.
No, they're just gonna put your time back. They're just gonna put your time
a waiting
back.
period, and you can apply again.
You seriously need to ask about it, because generally speaking, there's supposed to be an appeal process. There's always supposed to be an appeal process. I'm unclear of it. I just know that restoration of rights is kind of like
and there might be. I'll look into it if I need to, but I'm representing myself, and I've already filled out the paperwork because I did my math wrong on how long it had been since my conviction. So I thought it was already passed, but it's not.
But Flow State is that appeal process is gonna be like every 7 years though. Shit, even when you get them, unless you got a shitload of money on a retained lawyer to talk for you, because shit, they gonna.
Well, you're talking about a parole coming out for parole. This is trying to get stuff expunged. I think that's.
I'm trying to get expungement, right?
Oh yeah.
I'm already done with my sentence and everything.
Okay. Yeah. But look, it's all about that time. It seems like when they want to bullshit you, they run you through the ringer and everything, and they throw the time back on when you apply for something and then deny it. They're gonna add up. Well, put his name on the list. Every time he come up here with that bullshit, send him back. Yeah, that's what they do. You know what I'm saying? It can be little. It can be little small little incidents, right? If the judge or the people that's try to get you in some bullshit, they ain't got nothing on you. That's why they keep the average citizen keep them coming back to court. They're extended, keep on extending little small shit, because majority of people don't have money to have nobody represent them, so they'll have you keep coming off your job to go back to court. You know what I'm saying? Sooner or later, your job get tired of you, and now when they find out your ass fired, now they want to do the court.
Correct.
You know what I'm saying? That's what they do.
But that's
one of the strange things about when I finished the prison, there was like 5 guys that were inmates there that I had been around for 18 years. You get to know them real well. Same guys, 18 years. And I miss them sometimes more. No, I do. I miss them more than I miss almost anybody I worked with. Those guys were amazing, And this one guy had like 16 aliases. I hardly ever went and looked up the records. You could go look up any record you want, but I just didn't waste my time going up front to look up records. I looked up this one guy right here, had like 16 aliases. So I wrote them all down, and he's back there working in my area. And I start mentioning names, and he just keeps working. They listen to everything you say. So I mentioned another name. No reaction. I had to go like 7 names. Oh, he finally heard one name. Oh, what are you reading? Then he realized that was his aliases because he did so many. He don't remember which one I was using. So until I hit one that he did. And the one I did was he got caught stealing a rowboat off the beach of Long Beach, California. I go, what the hell did you steal a rowboat for? He says, I'd never been in a rowboat in my life or a boat. So I said, what the hell? It was just sitting there. So I got in it and started rowing away.
Damn.
Well, you picked up prison time for jacking
No,
a
that
rowboat?
was he had probably 25 convictions before he
He's got priors for sure.
And finally he got the murder rap. And I believe him. He said he didn't get the murder, but hey, the people with him did. So you're just as guilty as them in the state law. But I don't agree with that.
Anybody who's got 17 or whatever aliases, he's doing dirt.
Well, he said a lot of times he's all the way up till he's like 23, 24. You know, the cops would come up to him like if he's stealing a bike. So they're all right, take his name down. So he gives the name down. So he comes up again. Now get out of here. And that's how you get all those aliases and stuff.
So
and then
he's
finally,
a klepto. He's just a klepto.
he probably was. Yeah, it was a freaking fun guy to be around, though. You know. So I do miss that guy. You know, 18 years being around a person.
Send him some commissary. He'll love you for it. When I got out of rehab, I sent it. You can send in brand new books, and I bought some books. All ones with like big glossy page pictures and shit. Because when you're trapped in a white and silver box, like you start to miss colors.
Yeah, I can't imagine you not being able to have no sky. You didn't have no yard time, Flo?
Nope. We never saw the sky at all unless we had court.
Damn. It's just the color alone probably fucked your mind up. Like,
yeah, well, when I got out, I started looking into it, and I realized that these are actually interrogation techniques they use in Guantanamo that the CIA was getting in trouble for.
Damn.
Yeah. Anybody else been in that didn't ever get to have any yard time?
I've never heard of anybody else with that. No yard and no commissary either, and no TVs.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
Yeah, no, I went for over a month once without seeing the sky. And then when you do get to, you're just hopping across the parking lot real quick to the courthouse.
You know, down here, Flow State, you know what they do? Like, they have little slots and windows that are like in county jail you can look out of. They go outside and paint that shit. They paint the window.
They paint it so you can't see out?
Hell yeah. So you have to get one of the trustees to go scrape the shit off. So just so you can get a little sunlight or whatever.
Yeah. What happened in Corcoran was our biggest, fanciest state prison where all the high profile criminals went. It started in 1988. I think it opened up. And so in the shoe units was a security housing unit. It's very high security. And they had windows for every one of them. Well, whoever designed it didn't realize that the windows are looking out into the parking lot. So these inmates were getting the license plates numbers as someone drove around. I don't know how they could figure out the fucking. Anyway, they did it. They can mind power, and so what they ended up doing is frosting all the windows because they were just. You never thought about that, So that was kind of wild.
Yeah, that's what they did. What they do down here in a lot of places, they'll have a little slot, and the slot might be like 4 inches wide, but they might be like however long. It might be 4 foot tall, the slot for the cells or whatever. But that's on the outside of the building. But what they'll do is once they put those thick glass in there, the people that run the facility, they'll go and paint over or put a heavy tent on it to where the only thing coming through there is light. The only time you know what time it is, you have to watch the TV and based on what soap opera come on at a certain time, you ask a person when they first get in what time it is, and then the people that been in there for a while, they know what shows come on at a certain time. So they go operating off the TV, and you got to think about what show is on at a certain time. That's when you know it's day or night.
Yeah, we would have to use the phone to check the time.
Nah, shit, ain't no phone.
I mean, we knew what time meals came by.
Yeah, right. And that's where you keep track
But if
of
it
time.
were for meals, you'd totally lose absolute.
Right. And look, even if you have a short weekend, like down here, our thing is run from the police if it's Friday. Shit. Look, you can have a little bullshit charge or whatever. Look, if it's Friday, you got to wait till the judge come in to get out. You know, say for instance, the judge bullshitting on Monday. You got to get out before you have to go back to work, right? So the thing is, you hide until Monday because the judge might see you that day. But that man, So we try to stay all right throughout the weekend. If somebody say police coming or whatever, the thing is to disappear or go to somebody, one of the relatives that you don't never hang around. That's why some of us don't hang around certain relatives all the time or don't be seen. So if they
you remind me of a story there. You remind me of a story. Can I say it right quick?
Yeah.
When I was golfing on our golf course, there's one of the main sheriffs that lived up on the golf course, and of course I golfed him. So I was hanging out with his house one night, and he had like 5 of his sheriff's buddy over there all day long. And about 10 o'clock at night, they've been not drinking heavy, but I guarantee you they were intoxicated. They go, you know what? Let's go get our car. Let's go see how many trunks we can get open. They would go out just to fuck with people. I couldn't understand it. And Jesse, my friend, said, the sheriffs. They would, and they got more power than anybody. If you really know, the sheriff can do what the fuck they want, and they would just go out and they'd have a contest to see how many trunks they could get people to open. Because you can't do it. You're not supposed to open you unless have a search. But they get whatever they can to get inside that trunk. They'll get that person to make them where they can search their car. It was just a game to them. They didn't give a shit about people.
And a game warden. One thing a lot of people don't even understand this too. Like, well, in the South. One of them game wardens, when they do them, because down here they do roadblocks. They do roadblocks where you go through and they check license. Man, you don't want to see that green truck on the side of the road because they got more permission to go up in that shit without you even saying.
Yeah, they can go around the law because we're different. Do you know what's worse? If you get into the Home Security Act, I live near the border of Mexico. And the new Homeland Security Act says anywhere within 100 miles of the border, you could be searched for any cause. That includes Palm Springs, San Diego. I mean, that's some major rich people. You could just walk right into their house. And I haven't heard it done yet, but I know that those guys in the green you're talking about, you know, the Border Patrol.
Yeah.
They don't
You're
have
not going to
any
hear
rules.
about it though, are you? If they do that, they're probably taking you straight to jail and
you going to jail.
They literally within 100 miles of the border can sit there and just walk into your house.
And the only thing they got to do is say, when you in them border towns, the only thing they got to do is they searching for bodies, like people. They searching for trafficking or whatever. If they say, I got suspicion that you hauling people, let me check your trunk. It ain't nothing you can say.
Kansas has the worst civil asset forfeiture laws in the country, and that's where they just take your money.
Oh, that is bad. That is just horrible. And there's a trap here in Nevada, and they know the guy's leaving Vegas going towards a certain area. This guy just stops. If you go on the internet and check it out, boy, he's impounded so many people's money that just won in Vegas. And he says, what are you doing with $30,000 cash on you? Blah, blah, blah. It's not yours. And you have to prove it's yours after they take it. And if you go and ever look, I can't remember the town. It might be Eli or something like that. This guy has a fucking racket.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I saw a couple of videos like
the
that.
feds get in on it too. If I think, what is it? If the feds do a civil asset forfeiture in your state, they take half of it, or they take half of it and give half to the local office or something like that.
Well,
and
this one all goes to the office that it was collected, and that's why the sheriffs would go out. Anything they find inside that trunk that was illegal when they got there, it becomes part of their property they say, and then they have auctions, right? They say we're gonna put all this stuff up for auction, but who gets the first picks? It's always the cops that get the first picks.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they're just going out shopping for stuff they want. They really are.
Right. Yeah, when I got raided, and the drugs disappear too.
Yes.
after a certain threshold, because I got charged the tier of distribution that I was charged with or possession was 3.5 to 100 grams. I got charged with 3.5 exactly. Pretty sure I had a little bit more, but that's a lot of that's of course I'm not going to complain about it.
All those movies those stories come from somewhere. They don't just make them up.
Right. But it's always people who already have, by the time that you've experienced it, you've already been discredited as well by the same system that robbed you.
Yeah, and what you call it? You won't find a more anti-establishment person than me. That I get paid by the establishment. I used to tell them all the guard is and stuff like that. If you're paid by the state, I don't care what level from welfare to the top, you're still on welfare because you're taking money from the state. If you're taking money from the state, it's still welfare. I don't care what you call it. I was a guard.
I disagree with that.
You disagree?
Yeah.
No, it's a welfare state, 100%. If you're paid by the state, you're on the welfare of the state.
But if you're on welfare, it's because they're giving you money just because you're that poor. And if you're
and it's just a higher degree of welfare. Huh? All those jobs are a higher degree of welfare.
Well, no, and you're
just think about the flow state. When they have them government shutdowns, you see what happened with those people that working with the state. They shit get shut down. That's a part of it too. That's a part of it.
You're contracting with the government. As soon as you accept their free money, you're contracting with the government and agreeing to whatever their fucking terms and services are.
So you understand it's a welfare state, right?
Yeah.
What do you mean by welfare state? But it's not the same as welfare because you actually did something to earn that money. Is it something the state
have you ever been on welfare?
Food stamps.
I have too, and you had to do a certain amount of work to get those food stamps. You can't just get food stamps. You have to apply for work. You have to look for work. You are doing the very minimal to get those food stamps and the welfare state. And if you want a higher degree of welfare, become a CO. If you want another higher degree of welfare, become a politician. But it's still in the welfare state. You're still getting paid by the state.
All right,
and you're accepting their terms of service legally. You're accepting so they can read the fine print. Pro 777 has talked about a bunch of this stuff where it's they've worked through legal documents where it's as soon as you say yes, I'm going to take this free money, you're actually signing a contract to. We don't even know what the fuck we're signing. We're just we took the money because we're saying yes, and we're signing a contract saying we agree to whatever the fuck you fucking say. Yep. Because
I don't need someone like Triple Crow to figure out that. I figured that out myself in the 90s when I did 10 years military. I did 5 in the Middle East and 5 in England, and then came into another welfare state. And in between getting out of the military and working for the prison, I was on welfare. I had to get Medicaid. I had a wife and 3 kids. I had to cover them somehow. Yep. And so now I learned the welfare system. And as the head of the household, I could only make so much money before they would take away my Medicare. But my wife, she could go get a job paid $130,000 a year, and they didn't count that because she wasn't the primary breadwinner. So then you get these things saying in the welfare state, oh, you got deadbeat dads. Yeah, but if that deadbeat dad goes out and tries to upgrade his life, then they take away the help that he needs to get there. So it's really fucked up. So I got to learn it from that angle too.
I saw it, man. Look, my brother was an Iraq veteran, man. That man came back home. Shit. At that time, I was broken in him. Shit. I had to take care of him, and he ended up getting food stamp.
Yeah, it's a system. So I've been in a welfare state ever since I joined the military. So my whole life, I got paid by the system, and I'm so against the system. But fuck, that's where I get my retirement check from. I get that $4,500 a month. What would I do without that? But it's the state, it's the system. I'm like, what the fuck? What would you do, Flo? I feel guilty, but at the same time, I need it.
I would absolutely take it. Absolutely.
I'd take that 45 and be quiet. Shit, don't get it.
I mean, could you just think about if you let's say, I don't know why you feel guilty. If you didn't take it, you'd just be empowering the state more.
Yeah, I guess.
You're just giving them $4,500 a month then.
Yeah, I know how evil. I mean, like I say, everybody says they want to get away from the system. Yeah, the system is so fucking strong. You can't. You know, I'm gonna go out and live out in the woods. Yeah, but the machines, the tools, and everything you bought were made by the system. You didn't get
The
no power
taxes
saw. You're still
for the
part of the
land.
system. Am I right?
Hey, Harmon.
Yeah.
I looked up what you were saying, and you're a little off on your facts.
On what?
That about not needing a search warrant. They need a search warrant to enter a house.
No, they do not. Not the.
I just looked it up. Within
Oh, you can look it up where I lived it.
Within 25 miles of the border, they don't need a search warrant to search a car.
No. Are you looking at the Border Patrol?
Yes.
The Border Patrol
They
does
cannot-
not have it within 100 miles. Now, I got
They
to
cannot
say,
enter a house. They cannot enter a dwelling.
Right.
They can enter your property, but they cannot enter a dwelling, a house.
And how the law is written and how the law is enforced are two totally different things. So you could both be right.
No, I know I'm right. I've seen it.
But what they gonna do, Flow State? What they gonna do if you stay close to the border? What they gonna say? They got probable cause to search your house because you might be harboring people that's coming over. You know what I'm saying? They gonna come up with a story.
No, all you need is a Masonic lawyer with Jewish ties, and you're good, bro. Enough of that.
They go, but I'm just saying they gonna come up with a story to make it all right for them to do what they doing. And a lot of times, people that try to go against what them folks say when they really want to get at you, don't work out.
What
real
up,
quick,
playa?
Chuck, real quick, Chuck, on your thing about the 25 miles. They have huge border patrol inspections 70 miles, 80 miles away from Alcodones, around San Diego. Where I live is 175 miles away, and you have to stop, and they do whatever they want to you. I don't care. I know your law probably says 25 miles.
Within 100 mile of the border, yes, they can set up checkpoints.
You just said 25 miles.
But to search your car, they need a warrant.
All they need is
Over
that dog to say
25.
they smell something, and that dog is their warrant.
Well, that's everywhere in the country.
Yeah, free. You know what they call it? They call it free air to get it in. The dog's smelling free air, and so that's how they get away with it. They don't have to have a search warrant.
The dog, they use the dogs to justify blowtorching open my safes when they search my house. But neighbors said the dogs never left the car. The dog thing is such a racket.
Oh, it's huge.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's everywhere and everything, man. Like I'm in Canada and I got my ribs broken and nothing because I got into a fight with a bouncer. And like so like as the West, we all like, you know, they talk about fear mongering about like going to a trip to Mexico or to these other countries. Then like, oh, but if you put yourself in those situations, it'll happen anywhere, at any country with these fucking law enforcement.
I don't think I'm allowed in Canada.
You don't have to put yourself in a situation.
I'm not
You
even
can
allowed
just be
in
at
the
the right
US.
place.
Fuck.
You can be at the right place at the wrong time, and if a cop around that got an ego, and your ass could be in a situation. It ain't about putting yourself nowhere. It's about where they are. Learn to avoid their ass. When I see police, know what I do? I act like an exotic animal that somebody's trying to hunt. I get the fuck on. Shit.
You're a rare
Get the
bird.
hell
You got to survive, huh?
Shit, yeah. I get the hell on. When I see
That
blue
is a
lights,
great analogy. Did you make that up yourself? You got it from one of your friends?
yeah, it's me. It's me. I'm
No,
just saying.
that's almost too ingenious right there, man.
Look, no, bro. Look,
You're
it's in my
just flirting
DNA.
with Vic now.
I'm from Mississippi.
Okay.
So shit, y'all know the history of that shit.
Yeah, that's where like
get
Mark
down.
Twain and all that come from. They do have great sayings they come up with.
Yeah. Get down when
Mark
certain
Twain
people
was
come
from
around.
Missouri.
Hell yeah.
I said from that area, Mr. Chuck, Mr.
Yeah.
It's that area.
I was just trained to get on down when certain people come around. When I see blue lights and all that shit, or uniforms and everything, you can be coming in a mechanic uniform at club time. Shit, you ain't supposed to be here. I thought you just got off work. You looking like a police. I'm finna go. You might be on the hunt.
Hey Chuck,
Shit.
you guys from
Yo.
down south, I swear, I love your guys' analogies and how you analyze things and do it. Like you said, Rare Bird. Chuck, you come up with some of the great things too. You guys look at things so much different than we do out west. I'm telling you, it's so cool. Your verbiage.
Yeah, no, kick, man,
Hey,
King.
bro, I put a thing in the private chat. This is like an OG YouTuber from back in the day. You're allowed to play that if you'd like. You know what I mean? It kind of reminds you of you, and he kind of looks like you. It might be your cousin or something. You know, John?
No. Hey, can I say one thing about King? Okay, man, like he's totally okay. So, a comedian, I like Owen Benjamin, but he's got this bit about like. And racial humor, man. I love racial humor, and I think we got to bring it back, like so much. Like
Gage,
make
what
fun
is
of other races.
It's
Like
the
who
OG
cares?
YouTube shit, bro.
Why do I
It
want to
don't
play
bother.
other
It don't
people's
bother
YouTube?
me. I know what it is, and I know what it ain't, and I know what I ain't gonna do.
Yeah, but man, okay, so
when we drinking and we chilling out, and them blue boys pull up, shit. Shit, I back up like crawfish. I'm finna get Harry Houdini on your ass. You look around, I'll be gone.
You're gonna be the ghost. You ghosted it, huh? Gone.
Shit.
You're like the exact character of this guy. I forget what he called him, but he's like this like old black guy from the 50s, and he's like, "Hey, fucking young blood, like you've learned your fucking lessons," and you're just like, and I don't know, it's so interesting. Like we've as races, we've all got our flaws. Like some, Jews, fucking whites, and we, crackheads, and fucking all this stuff. But
Did you just call crackheads a race?
well, yeah, like
They
white,
could be. They could be.
like white copper fucking thieves.
Technically, they are crackheads, meth heads, and all that. They are different
Yeah, most
races of people because their way of they thinking. Their thinking is different. Now. They're no
in
regular person.
in California, most of
those. No regular person at 1 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the night can just really deal with no person on them drugs. Now they become a different person now. So
yeah.
Just like I was telling the guy earlier, I was just saying, just because we the same skin color don't mean we have the same ideas now. Because there's certain people.
But you're totally the black dude that's like the fucking storyteller and like the truther and like you're spitting truth to like the youngsters where you're like, hey, young blood, don't fucking do that. I fucking learned my lesson. Fucking yeah, man, it's fucking hilarious. It's awesome, man.
No, but see, okay, we got I can't see that name because my phone's so small. But we got a guy from the West Coast. When you use the term blood, shit, I ain't gonna be hanging around them either. They might want a DP meal or something. I ain't gonna hang around them.
Oh,
yeah.
I don't know the terminology. I'm from fucking Canada, so I don't know.
I know what you're saying, but like when you say the word blood or whatever, I ain't gonna be just too much hanging around them in a certain situation because the way I might
just
come off,
you're black don't mean just because you're black doesn't mean you're welcome. That's for sure.
Yeah, and they could be a group of my people.
That's bullshit.
Shit.
Bearsworth
We
is
got
fucking crap. He's a
look. All black people
Look at
don't get along with each other. You know what I'm saying? It's different sectors, and we operate off of tribalism.
Everybody does.
Shit, you can be black as all I know.
Rules with that cringe gang.
Yeah, and this is King, and this is what I did. I went to a couple of channels. Flo had done some things, and I found out. I went to an all-black channel, and I've been to the all-white channels.
Bro,
and I don't like that.
I sent my chat over to Nightish's one night,
and so I found it more comfortable to be in a mixed one. I was just as uncomfortable in the all-white one as I am in an all-black one. Even Nightish was kind to me. His chat tore me apart. Just because I was up on his channel. And Nightish was probably the most gracious host of everybody. So anyway, I was going to tell real quick about comedy. I'm old, okay? So I was raised with Richard Pryor and Red Fox on comedy on the 8-track tapes. Couldn't wait to listen to my dad's tapes all the time, right? And I wish I could say the joke as good as Red Fox is. One of my best ones he says, and he was talking about women and talking about how these guys are ragging on women and stuff. And he brought it up as a punchline. Shit, he says, Women got half the money and all the pussy. So what the fuck are you guys complaining about? You know, I wish I could say it like he did. If you could picture Red Fox saying something like, it was so funny. I wish I could get it back. I'm trying to find that joke on the line. I can't find it.
Shit, I remember when we was going through Alabama. We was headed to Florida.
The joke is in the mirror, my friend. Look in the mirror.
5 years ago, we stopped at this restaurant to get something to eat. And the waitress come over there and asked what we wanted to drink. And I told her I wanted a cup of coffee. She wanted to know how I wanted that coffee. I said, like my women, hot and black. And the lady walked away, and the wife says, "Where's our drinks at?" And I looked around, and I seen them all up in the front of the restaurant whispering amongst themselves. I told the wife, I says, "We're going to have to go somewhere else to eat because we ain't going to get no service." I done pissed them off. Yeah. You say you was in the South. I'm telling you, like white Southerners, if it seems like other white people is going to say something triggering, they don't want no association with it. So you can get that same. You got that right. Yeah. Like you can say some egregious stuff like towards black people. They don't try to associate that because they don't try to associate themselves with it. Because
you guys remember
look, a lot of what a lot of people don't understand. What a lot of people, I seen Monster Ball. But look, a lot of people don't understand.
I balled so hard they thought I was a fucking nutsack. I got so much cheese in my pocket, they thought I was a fucking calzone.
You don't have to bang Halle Berry, and then you could be.
How the fuck did you just talk through that clip?
Because I'm a master of reality.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
He's a master of reality until I move him from stage because he's unmuting his mic.
He's totally channeled that.
Rooster, King Rooster, you have a question?
But
Are you a passport, bro?
Me?
There's the super chat says, "Is King Rooster a passport, bro?"
Oh hell no! Shit, I ain't never had no foreign coochie.
He doesn't need a passport, bro. I've seen him. This man can charm girls off the internet, and he doesn't even have a channel.
That's where all the incels go. They get a passport to go over there.
We totally have to bring racial comedy back, guys. Like, let's make fun of each other's races because it's not like none of us are.
Do that here. You bring racial comedy back on a different channel, bud.
Okay, I won't do it here. I won't do it.
Bear, you're like, I'm Canadian too, but you make us Canadians look retarded. So.
Well, no, I'm not retarded, but it's so retarded. The whole thing of being
Canadians.
Like being offended by racial comedy.
That's what I want to know. Who would
I don't
you
want
say that makes?
I don't want to say racial comedy. Let's just bring comedy back. What the fuck?
Yeah. Exactly, but that's one part of it. Everybody's so offended by racial comedy.
What about that?
I would like to know who's making Canadians look good right now.
Who fucking cares? It's not racial. It's ethnicity. Spotting out the funny stuff about each people. That's all. It's not a racial thing.
Well, no, but it's an acknowledgement that we're different, and that's okay. And we can make fun of each other, and who fucking cares? And like, it doesn't mean that I'm
But
racist.
it isn't racial when you're making fun of people.
Yeah, but you can make fun of white people too. You can make fun of all of us.
Oh my God, it's not racial when you make fun of people.
Bro, or something, bro. You're
no, it's just comedy when you make fun of people. It's not racial. It's just you're an idiot.
Exactly. That's not racial when I make fun of Mexicans or anything else or myself. It's not racial. You're just making comedy.
Exactly, and I think it's awesome.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Thank you, Alpera, for the clip and for replaying it again.
There you go.
I don't know. I just think it would be cool if people stop getting offended by like fucking jokes and insults and just like laughed at it and like
Nah, I don't feel insulted by anything. But I was trying to explain. What I was trying to explain though, like what people get like based on the story that the other guy told. Like look, people got the wrong idea about what goes on in Mississippi because of all of the stories they've been told. But the thing is, a lot of Southern whites of this era, of this time, they don't like if you have a outside of the state white person come down here and they say some things egregious toward black people. A lot of the whites, the Southern whites, don't like that because we deal with them day to day, whether it's we work with them or we just good friends with them, or some of them have been raised like in public school, or they went to community college with black people.
Sort of like how I just had to stamp out Bearsworth's ambitions.
Right. Yeah. So down here it's different. Like people think we totally segregated. No, we live in our certain little quarters or whatever, but we meet with each other every day. Whether it's work
It's always,
or going to school.
the same thing. It's always the same thing. Repackaged, brother. You know.
Let me address Dr. D Head real quick because he's a faggot and a piece of shit and he's obnoxious as hell.
Goddamn.
This is the reverse racism crybaby shit. They can say the N-word in their songs and we can't. I don't give a fuck about you, bro. Find a cause that matters to anybody. Seriously, find some other hill to die on. You're not a victim. You're just a loser.
I need reparations for being caged. But either way,
You probably do.
Yeah, I do, honestly. You know,
crazy.
at this point, you know what I mean? I'm gonna drip torture you with maple syrup at this point. Enough of that.
Damn. Sounds like tar and feather. All right, now you're going back. I like tar and feather now. You said
I'm
maple
just joking,
syrup.
but it's all order apple.
Oh, wait a second. That really brings up a story. And when my job, we had my lieutenant. He was a black guy, and he come out on first grade. When I was working level 1, you have like 320 inmates in open cell area. It's all open cell, and you got the floor and everything else like that. And so he goes out there. I said, "Be careful, you don't get tarred and feathered out there." And I got filed on 3 days later for saying a racial slur. I go, what the fuck? So I had to look it up, defend myself. Tarred and feathered comes back from old English term when somebody in the community did something that was bad against the community and they tar and feather them in the public forum. Had nothing to do with race. And I couldn't figure it out. So I had to learn all that shit. So tar and feather has nothing to do with race. It didn't, and I got filed for that. I had to go and do the whole history report on it.
To leverage it against you. When I was in the second time, actually the same guard who had the hots on me, I lured her into telling the guys in the cell next to me. This was when I was in a 2-man cell. I tricked her into telling the guys in that cell to fuck each other, so that the next day I could threaten the jail administrator and tell him to turn my phone back on. They had turned off the phones on the whole cell block because as punishment, and I was trying to get my bond done. So I used that as leverage to get my phone turned back on because he had a guard that was sexually harassing the inmates.
Did it work?
Probably did something like it worked.
Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. You in there, man. Shit, everything.
It worked, and I got bonded out that weekend.
King, do you think tar and feather is a racial slur?
Oh no, but it's all about the mindset of the person when you saying it to
here.
them. A lot of this stuff. Look, a lot of this stuff that goes on when people feel offended by a certain thing, it's about the education level and how they think. You know what I'm saying? So by that, what they was taught in the history books.
Mr. Kowalski.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
By what people was taught in the history books. Okay, black people, they all only show one side of it. No, they taught, just like even with slavery, it was a lot of them Irish folks. They was the grave diggers, and they got treated bad like a motherfucker. They had to work around the slave. They had
all those child laborers, and we see at the beginning of the 1913 and stuff. They were all white slaves. They stole over 80,000 children from Ireland, however they did it, and brought them over here as white slavery for them to work in the factories.
Well,
and they said,
the original.
But my bad. I ain't supposed to tell people how much I know.
Could you imagine having this avatar and this name for your account? Don't talk over me, Cage. I will fuck you up.
Sorry,
could you imagine having this name and this avatar and and crying about not being allowed to use racial slurs
Whatever.
Reverse racism. You hate all of us equally. I hate you especially, Dr. D Head. You're especially aggravating. Don't make me put you back in the cage. Go ahead,
But it's
Cage.
also
Now you can
it's
talk.
also
Let
all of
Cage
the,
talk.
Sorry.
Allow the cage.
Okay, go for it, Cage.
Yeah, but what you guys are saying, like, yeah, the N word, right? Or the slavery N word or whatever. Actually, the Irish people were called that originally. You know, if you do your history on it.
That's not true. That's
Yeah,
not
it is.
true. No, it's
Yeah,
not.
it
You
is.
can. Do you know what the root where that word came from?
Ignorant.
Part of
Yeah, probably
Africa.
ignorance or
It's
something.
No,
Latin for
the word originally came from the white people not being able to pronounce the word.
It's Latin for black. It
Negro.
came from Latin for black. I
Negro,
guarantee.
black. Yeah.
I guarantee
But-
the Irish were not called black.
No, they wouldn't. But look, when you look at the where
What
the
up?
slave trade started at,
Well,
it was
they
about
actually were,
the region.
They
It was
actually
about
were.
the region that they came from. The region that they came from was Nigeria or whatever. And then a lot of white people wasn't educated. A lot of them didn't know how to read or all that.
Dumb
So
white
however
people.
you get the pronunciation, however you pronounce it, whatever somebody told you what those people are, that's how you gonna pronounce it. It's called a dialect.
It was a derivative of a word of an observation of their physical features. Is black, right? That's basically what the word meant. It was not Irish people were not called that. I know that you've been listening to Paul, and Paul says dumb fucking shit all the time.
Now there was a group called the Black Irish, but they weren't called that.
Totally different reason.
Who cares?
Well, it was the Moors was black, but
Yeah, they were. They were called that word too.
So
no, they weren't, Cage. You're just retarded.
Yeah, they were.
All right, Cage.
The Moors was black, but I'm just saying the Moors and the
Why would they be? Hold on. Why
black.
would they be called that, Cage? It makes no
the
fucking
Moors
sense at all.
conquered Sicily. The Moors went in there,
wanna
and
pull it up?
that's why
You pull it up.
like blonde hair and blue eyes became Italian, and the Moors came in there and they totally raped and did everything to all the women in Sicily, and they changed the whole bloodline forever. That is actual history. So they didn't come in there peacefully. They did that in a bad way, and that's why Italians turned dark.
I'm Sicilian actually, so I could.
You're Canadian.
So
Shut up and get back on your
so
continent.
you black then. You got black DNA. If you Sicilian, you got black DNA.
100%. If anybody is Sicilian, they do have black DNA. They
Yeah, your
change the
blood is
bloodline
saying
forever.
your blood is saying Negro, but your complexion is showing Creole or something like that.
Yeah. I question all history. Like, I don't know any of the truth of history, but like one thing that's cool is when two different races, man, I got to know these gas station guys that I get my gas from every time. And we got to the point with one, Sir Tinder, that I actually asked him, like, can I call you Towelhead sometimes? Like, would that be cool? Like, nothing racist, but
This man
What an
crazy.
idiot.
He crazy as hell. He trying to trigger somebody flow state. He crazy.
Is he that dense?
He's
Oh my
fucking
God.
retarded.
That man is wild.
Well,
nah, what
there's
he
a
doing
big.
is
I think he's drunk.
There is
He's
a
always
big,
drunk.
there
I was
is a
just saying,
big
he just tried to
difference.
draw us. Go ahead.
There's a
And
big difference between saying racism and saying actual history. Like things that have happened, just to point out the fact that those things did happen is not racism. So, it actual history is history, and we have to preserve that and realize that. So.
Charlie and Fool, I still compliment you on your sound system. When you talk, it's like no one else can talk. It's so awesome. That is a great sound system.
Thank you, sir. I try not to talk over people either,
You don't have to. Your sound system does it. It's that good. It's so professional sounding. That's what I'm saying.
I ain't worried about
I
that
wish
microphone.
everybody had
Pass
that.
me one of them. Pass me one of them cans, man. Yeah,
Mhm.
I gotta go to the.
There you go, man. I got a Miller Lite for you right there.
Oh, the
brother.
can you're talking about. You reminded me quick. Back in the prison when I was in the when the high security prison, this inmate figured out how, because they get their sodas and stuff. He would heat up the outer ring of the can top, and on the window he'd place it and circle it. Heat it up again, place it and circle it. I don't know how many months it took him. Eventually, that whole circle, it cut a hole right through that thick security window. And the outside of that window was faded to the outside of it wasn't outside the fence, but it was close to the inner fence where the level 1 workers would work and clean and weeds and stuff. And they were passing stuff into the high security area through that little hole for months before we found it.
A kite with a string, yeah.
After that, they were sending shit. They were getting marijuana in there. They were getting all kinds of stuff into that hole. We couldn't figure out how he did it, and finally he told us how he did it. By heating the top of the can. But you know how long that would take?
I brought you up just to kick you off again publicly, Bearsworth.
Bear is crazy. I like him. He a wild white boy.
He was building and building and building.
Yeah, but this is kind of a threat to YouTube. I'm kind of a little partial. I like to hang out every once in a while. So I'd rather not get the damn channel knocked out, assholes.
Yeah, you got to be careful. You get a lot of those people. Flo, when are we doing our show, man? I was waiting for you to text me. I was actually ready for Saturday night, but I never heard from you. So, yeah, I heard you say it the other night. You were like, you gave me kudos. You were like, you sent me your number, and I sent you mine right back. And I heard you like kudos me on that. I ain't full of shit. I was waiting on it, and I was like, I guess.
Started to set it up, and we couldn't come up with a name, and then I forgot about it.
What was your show again? I mean, I remember you guys talked about it. And you were setting it up. Thought it'd be a good idea to do. What was the gist of it?
All right, Flo and I, and that the hot little number that comes on his shows.
Lindsay.
Yeah, Lindsay. She's a fine girl, and she has a level head on her. So she's going to be the level head, but Flo and I are going to, we'll take callers, and they're going to ask for advice on what they need to do with their lives. And Flo and I are going to give them, the most horrible advice you could ever possibly get. Lindsay's going to keep those people from jumping off of the cliff.
Great intentions, great show. I'm sure it'll be fantastic for you.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, we still need a name.
Well, it's up to you, man. You got my number. You just let me know when you want to do it. I ain't doing nobody else. I'm doing it with you.
Pause.
Called the bench. You have to sit on the bench and talk.
Are you
Lindsay
serious?
can come back up now. She came up earlier and then promptly and got talked over for just a second and then promptly stormed out.
I like her. She's a sweetheart. She's a good girl.
Wait,
she's going to be the voice of reason on this. And
you think Lindsay is a sweetheart?
Oh yeah.
Oh, you're a horrible judge of character.
Is that the Lindsay I know?
Yeah.
Flow State, that's the Lindsay I know?
Yes.
Okay then. Okay.
I think Lindsay's a super intelligent person.
Oh yeah.
So I think her vocabulary, her wisdom, even though she likes alligators.
We're not calling her a dumbass. Dude over here said she's a sweetheart, right?
What you have to understand is when I look at myself and I say what a sweetheart is, she's a way better person than I am. I'm a piece of shit, and I'm gonna go on there and give you the most horrible advice in the world. She's gonna keep you from jumping off the cliff, and that's
not if we did our jobs right.
Yeah, exactly.
You really think somebody who's inclined to jump off a cliff is gonna have somebody on YouTube, prevent them?
You'd be surprised.
He's going to the extreme, but that's just this example. Don't take it so literal.
Well,
yeah, there's a reason I'm doing this on Flo's channel instead of my own.
Okay.
Because he's got more to lose than I do.
I'm kidding, Flo. No, I just think you're paid. Like honestly, I've had this idea for a while, but I think it would fit right in here.
You can't
You
put
don't
the
want to
pussy
do it.
on the
Just tell me
pedestal,
fuck
buddy.
off. You don't want
Don't
to
put
do
the
it.
pussy on the pedestal.
No, I do want to do it.
Travel.
I do want to do it.
Travel.
I'm just.
Why am I getting that Joker accent? You ain't got it deep. It ain't no deep Joker tone, but you got that sound. You know how the Joker talk. You talk.
Well,
kinda
listen, King. Listen, King Rooster. How would you like to talk about? What would you like to talk about next, sir? Yeah, you want to do the Jack Nicholson, the original Joker?
Yeah, he
Not the
got it
original
though. He
Joker,
got
but,
it though.
you know.
He just
I know what
sound-
you're
See,
talking
King, I
about.
told you his audio system is just freaking amazing. It just is.
I like his setup. I just saw him when he like his whole little colors he got in the room. Man, that's straight.
It's
I like that
tight,
type of
isn't it?
stuff.
I really did too. The first time I heard him about 3 weeks ago, I go, "Whoa, this guy! If he wanted to dominate a show, he could."
I'm the only one that dominates around here.
Yeah,
I
you get a
would-
system like that. You imagine
I
how
would,
dominant
I
you'd
would
be.
never go into Flo's channel though and try to dominate him because
No, I'm
it's his
saying
channel. You know,
your voice. It's just the way, like the King said, your voice and your audio system. It just you can't fight it.
Oh, I can
but I
fight
don't
whatever
want
I
you
want.
to fight it. I don't want you to fight it. That's not why I'm coming in here. Just
Why
because
you
I
take that
spent
so
the money.
literal?
Well, here's the deal. Just because I spent the money to have a good audio system doesn't mean that I did that for my own channel. And I hate when people come on my channel with shitty, like shitty audio. So I would like everybody that comes on my channel have, but that never happens, of course. So we do give away microphones. We give away all kinds of stuff all the time to people who, sub us up and come in there and do that. We have giveaways and we give over microphones. So I want everybody to sound good, and I'll help anybody. All you have to do is email me,
hold
and
on,
I
bro.
will.
What's on
All
your
you
shirt
have to
right
do
now? You
is
must
email
know.
me.
What's on the
and-
shirt? What if I want the shirt you're wearing right now? What's on
Oh,
the
it's
shirt?
one of my
That's
own
the-
shirts right here. Traveling.
All right,
Fools,
what do you got on the
right
shirt?
there.
What is that?
Right, Traveling Fools, right there. It's my own shirt. You can buy that. Just go to Top Quality Shirts. Wait, let me make this like a commercial. Tune in there and go to topqualityshirts.com. Get all your finest YouTube merchandise. Flow State, you should probably look into this. I can pull you into this, but it is a collective of YouTubers, and you can find Mark Rogers, the voice of college football,
inbred in
on
order
there.
to wear this shirt?
Right, exactly. You have to be inbred to wear this shirt.
Cage, you really don't
Exactly.
add a lot to the panel at all.
I want
You know
to.
that.
I'm inbred. I'm buying it.
I like this Cage guy. I like this guy.
You can take him to your channel. You can take Bearsworth too. Bearsworth, I've kicked you out twice
We're
already.
loading. We've learned how to load.
Is this
the-
how your
the
wife
shelves and
feels? What, Bearsworth?
He's Canadian. Okay, leave him alone.
He's
I'm
afraid to
Canadian
talk.
too, so-
He's afraid you'll kick him out.
I'm
He's Canadian. You can't blame him. I'm Canadian too. Okay, so if any stupid things I say, remember I'm Canadian, just like Bearsworth. Okay. so you gotta
EBT, what do
give
you
me a pass on-
think?
What about what?
Literally anything besides Cade talking.
Oh, Cage is a full-fledged fucking moron. I mean, I don't know why you'd have him on a panel.
Get the fuck out of here, buddy.
You're totally depraved, sir.
Yeah, Cage
there
is
you
a
go.
dumbass. Cage is a dumbass. I wouldn't have him on a panel. No way, no
Fi-
how.
Finally, I'm getting some sort of recognition. That's what I've been hoping for.
But EBT, you say you wouldn't have somebody on your panel. I mean, it's always fun to break down dumbasses. Flo can vouch for me where I love talking to people that are. Yeah, I like talking to.
You know who I want to have
people.
come up on here right now is DeFreak, because DeFreak's still big mad because I fucking wrecked him the other night, and he's big mad. He's been talking shit in my panel that I just did, or my stream I just did, and now he's.
Oh, you
still
got a
in this
panel?
chat.
You got a panel? How the hell do I follow you?
I'm sorry,
I'll
what,
drop,
sir?
here, I got you with the link.
Yeah, I want to
And
set them
as
up.
always,
got
just a
merchandise,
reminder,
though?
I put everybody's
The
links
freak's
in the
still big
description
mad.
box
The
after
freak
the
big
stream.
mad still. You big mad still. The
Everyone's
freak.
talking all at once. But hold on, I want to do like a
Shut the
shameless
fuck up,
plug.
Cage.
I want to
You're
do a
fucking
shameless
retarded,
plug.
bro.
I've created a new company. It's called Cage's Pierogies.
Nobody
If
believes
anyone's-
that.
If anyone's interested, we have 6 or 7 or
nobody
9 different
was.
flavors. And yeah,
Everybody
if you guys
Flavors of what?
pierogi.
What the hell is pierogi?
You'd have to pay me to eat your pierogies. Let's be honest.
It's a
Polish-
gross thing Canadians eat. It's like a ravioli, but with mashed potatoes instead of meat.
I'm a redneck American.
It's
from
not
the
a Canadian
Southeast.
thing.
Oh.
It's a Polish
Polak.
thing, dude. Yeah.
Polak.
How
But
do
you
Well,
you
the only
not
people
like?
I know who eat
How do you not
pierogies
like
are Canadian.
pierogies? How do you not like pierogies?
It's bland. It's
exactly. Fuck off.
It's just
But-
it's like starch inside of starch.
Flow State's fucking wrong on this. How do you
You're
not like
definitely wrong on
pierogies?
that. You're definitely wrong on that.
I actually can
Yeah.
accept that. I know Katie likes pierogies too. I don't like it.
Yeah, I
Like
fucking
I
love
can
it.
eat them. I just never
you
desire them.
You never had them made properly for you. But listen, the only reason why I brought it up is because you know the
I
whole
like
lore with the pierogi gate. You know, you guys know that lore there.
So are you
Pierogies for everybody.
you're enslaved by truth, right?
That's me.
No.
Yes, sir.
I just dropped
Hey,
his link. in the main chat.
whoever that is, I just subbed you up. So whoever you are, I just subbed you up.
And I'm about to put traveling
Am I
fools down there
supposed to
too.
be? Am I supposed to feel some kind of way about that?
Well, I wouldn't. I'm gonna come in there and troll the shit out of you, Cage.
No.
Oh, that's
Enslaved
cage,
by
that's
truth.
cage reality, buddy.
Enslaved by truth is EBT in the top right corner.
Oh, I'm
that's-
sorry. You're the one talking shit to me. All right.
Yeah, if you want to go on there, it's called Cage Reality. You know, you can search it up and find it.
Yeah, nobody goes there, Cage. Nobody goes there.
I know it. Yeah, everybody
Don't worry
does,
about
though. Everybody shows up eventually.
Yeah, no, I'll never go there.
Now, see, I'm a
Time
really
will tell.
bad. I'm a really bad shit talker. So y'all, please don't pick on me.
We got fresh pierogies on deck. We roasted.
I'm about to drop Cage Reality just because it feels rude not to. But
No,
EBT is
don't-
right.
do not do that.
EBT is right though. No, it's not worth.
It's gonna be-
Nobody will go over there. Now,
Dude, don't fucking post it. Seriously, I'm not here to fucking promote.
I'd be
my shit.
embarrassed too, but I got you.
Don't do it. It's not for everybody.
Hey,
Never
the freak, click the link. Can we play my clip real quick? The freak, click the link.
You got a clip?
Yeah.
Of course I do. I'm famous on this channel, sir.
All right.
Hold on.
I'm well known. I'm well known.
Why is it I've never heard of you before?
Well, because you're a nobody. The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
I'm convinced now. I'm definitely clicking it.
I normally don't associate with nobodies like you guys. Like I do streams with like real internet celebrities over on my channel. So
Internet celebrity.
I know people. They start having like a seizure or heart palpitations if they told about internet celebrities. You know what I mean?
I had no idea that was really Jim Bob when I went over.
Yeah, we're buddies. We're buddies. It's fine. It is what it is.
What else was- oh yeah, the frat boy douchebag one.
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources. He's the hit. He's got an earring, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. He wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with.
I'd love to have 5 minutes with that. I'd like to talk to that guy. That would be so fun.
Well,
I'd
yeah,
have that guy. I would have that guy so mad.
I'm a 9 out of 10 fucking high.
I'd have that guy so mad and like.
Yeah,
you probably
would.
wouldn't.
He's
You
so
probably
funny.
wouldn't. He'd probably wreck you, to be honest.
You
Not
think
a
so?
chance.
You
he has an
think
open panel every day. Go over there.
Don't
give me
go
that
over there.
link.
We're not advertising that right now. EBT, don't make me kick your famous ass right out with Bearsworth.
I love a challenge.
You'll just get
Flo,
backstage.
Flo,
You'll
I've
get
noticed-
muted and talked over.
I've noticed you have the dollar bin thing, right? It's hilarious because sometimes like I go to Walmart to buy fucking vacuum seal bags, and they have like this dollar. It's like a $1 to $5 bin.
I thought
It's
you
like
fucking
random
kicked this dude
DVDs.
off
So
the
you have to
panel. Why is he still here?
you have to dig into them.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No, I wanted to hear what he was saying. Was he
He was
cutting on
talking
me?
about that they have dollar bins at Walmart. No, that's exactly what
I thought I heard him say traveling you. I thought he was
Cage,
going to make
Cage,
fun
I
of me.
hope you have something better to that story than just like there's a dollar bin at Walmart.
I like being made
but,
fun
but
of.
4
I think it's
movies,
fun.
and over here we have Monopoly money, so it's like $5 instead of $1. So anywhere from it's about $5 Canadian, which is like Monopoly money, which is nothing in your currency either way, pretty much.
He didn't have anything to say.
Yeah, that was pretty lame.
Goddamn. It's gonna be all right. When it's
Can we hear
People
Bearsworth
don't,
racial
people
jokes
don't
again?
know how to shit talk. You got to know how to shit talk. You got to get under people's skin, and you got to do
some
it.
people just don't have any panel awareness at all. Like Bearsworth was building to that fucking that comment for a minute. You could hear it, right? Like I love racial humor. Let's bring racial humor back.
Yeah,
No, bro,
look,
not
but,
here.
look, but yeah, but Flow State, like I'm the type of person. I done been around all type of.
Are you black?
No.
He just got back from the beach. He just got back from the beach.
Yeah, that's Ja Rule. That's Ja Rule, dude. What up, Ja
I'm not.
Rule? What up?
I'm not black. Black is the color of the bottom of boots.
I used to love Ja Rule back in the day.
Oh no.
What you been up to, dog?
Nah, I'm brown. I'm brown skinned.
What was that Ja
whatever.
Rule song back in the day?
I don't know. I
You
ain't
guys know
listened
what
to
I'm
it.
talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about.
But look.
I only
When it come
listen
down to
to honky.
I mean, you
When
got
it comes
the Ja
down to
Rule
certain stuff,
mustache,
look,
bro.
I don't
what
take
I'm talking
offense
about.
I don't take offense to a whole lot of stuff people say because I think people are supposed to be able to be free thinking and speak what's on their mind.
I need to know what
You
that
don't,
song
but
is.
YouTube does.
Nobody
I
should
understand
take
that.
offense.
Put it
I
on me.
understand
Put it
that.
on me. Can you sing "Put It On Me" for me, baby girl? Put it on me.
What the
Nobody
fuck
should
kind of
take
rainbow
offense to
shit is
anything
this?
that anybody says.
What the fuck?
Nobody
is
should
this?
give a damn what
He gonna
anybody
ask
says.
a grown man to sing a song to him. What the
Yeah,
fuck
put it
is
on me.
wrong with him?
You don't remember
Hell
"Put It On
no.
Me"? That was your favorite. That was
If you
I'm a
can't put up
man,
with the
damn
stigma,
it.
then don't be a freak.
Hey, that was that's my buddy right
We had
there.
a Kasumi. We have Kasumi clips.
Wait,
now.
Kazoom.
Yeah.
It's not Kazumi.
It's
It's
Kazoom.
Kazoom. That's my buddy Kazoom right there. Jesus Christ.
He's a big internet celebrity for real. I mean,
I like Kazoom. He's my buddy. He's my friend. I've known him
EBT's
for
not
a
impressed
long
by
time.
anything anymore.
no, Kazumi was coming on my channel for a minute before.
Yeah,
already.
it's Kazoom.
That's how he
Well, I
gets
just
it.
assume
He's
that
my old
everybody
friend, man.
famous that, or YouTube famous that we know of, has already graced EBTs, right?
Yeah, it ain't no big deal. I mean, you got Ja Rule in the panel. He ain't even gonna do "Put It On Me." Fuck.
I ain't never heard of a Ja Rule or.
I ain't never hardly listened to him either.
You know what? I've gotten King Rooster to sing to me. Actually, Lindsay, he sang to Lindsay, but it was on my panel.
Can you sing something like? Can you sing like Camptown Races or something like that?
Nah, I can sing I can sing white people music pretty damn good.
You can sing white people. That sounds kind of racist, sir. Why is it happening?
Well, it wasn't
Why
kinda
can't it
racist.
just be
I was-
music? Well, wait. Why can't it
I'm
just be
just
music?
messing with you. I'm just messing. I'm
Why-
messing with you.
why
I'm
does
just
it
messing
happen?
with you. I'm just messing with you, man.
I know you are, and I'm trolling.
Yeah. I'm trying to break
Nah, I'm
traveling, even though Vic did it this time. I'm trying to break Traveling Fools of his bad habit of telling people that he's just joking after he messes with them. It hits a lot harder if you just don't tell them that.
Yeah,
All right, I'll quit doing that.
The
All
joke
right.
is funnier when they're offended.
All right.
Nah,
Sorry about
actually,
that.
it's gonna be kind of hard to get me offended, like, cause like I said, I've been around a lot of different people, so like the average thing that would trigger the non-thinking dark-skinned person it'll seem as if it's flying over my head. I might hear what you're saying, but I was like, well, shit, that's the way you think, or whatever. And
I have
then
no
I
idea
go
what
back.
you're talking about, King
You know
Cock.
what I'm saying? I'm the type
The
of
fuck
person.
you
Then I
talking
go
about,
back.
King Cock?
You know what I'm saying? So it don't bother me.
No, that's a good thing, man. And I like that. People shouldn't be offended. People shouldn't be offended. I go back. I grew up in the Richard Pryor days, and like we were all having a good time. It didn't matter if you were white and black or none of this shit. None of it mattered. But now everybody's offended by everything. You know what? A good joke offends somebody. If you're going to tell a good joke, it is going to offend somebody. I mean, even fuck them schemos, like them, you know, like
I
let's
don't even
make
know what
jokes
that
about
is.
everybody. And if
What's a
you can't
schemo?
take
You know what?
an
Well, I just don't even care
Eskimo,
about this
an
topic at all
Eskimo,
anymore. I could not
if
care less about the race topic.
no, it's stupid.
My head is like swelling. It's
Nah.
knowledge,
freedom,
like
Charlie.
wonderful knowledge.
No, you're being
Oh.
sarcastic
Yeah.
when we're talking
Oh.
about our.
Oh.
You can't hide from it forever.
My favorite show.
It's the best
Flow
show
State,
ever.
I understand you trying to stay away from it. I understand it.
For
But,
two,
hey,
one because YouTube's TOS is testy, but also because I'm so
Sorry.
tired of like the race conversation. It's like it's kind of
yeah,
old.
because
It comes
it's
up
crazy,
everywhere.
but it comes up everywhere and everything. And I see it in there. Look, I wanted to ask you permission to based on what's going on in our sector, and you probably been watching this shit. It's been a shit show. I want to come over to your show a little bit more and shit, try to escape. Because I'm tired of being in the hood. I'm trying to move to the suburbs. I'm coming over here with y'all.
So what is going on? I saw
Man, a
Fatties
whole
a little
lot of-
bit, and I mean, what's going on? Daryl's pissing everyone off or some shit. I don't know.
Man, Daryl is moving through this motherfucker like a god on the internet. One person done upset our whole little sector. And cause look, he good with the women, and he got even though he said some egregious shit on the internet, the women are still sticking around, and everybody's mad, and they holding up for him. They like he say certain shit, like just like you say you don't like the racist. Just imagine a black person is saying something like compared to a white person saying something racist toward a black person. Daryl has done that shit.
White
He didn't
people are the
disrespect
worst.
He didn't
Absolutely.
he didn't
I hate
disrespect
white people.
Daryl. Daryl, no, I don't hate white
No,
people.
let's be honest. White people
Look,
are the worst.
Daryl, no,
hate
that's a
Terrible.
lie. That's a lie.
Fucking white
People,
am I right?
no.
Hey,
it
Flo,
ain't
I
about
can't
white or
get back
black.
up because you said you were going to change the subject. I don't.
Yeah,
That's
we're
why I
gonna change
left.
the subject.
people
I was
are the
only
worst.
asking. I was only asking about Daryl and the drama.
No,
I'm not
no,
asking
no,
about
no,
the
no.
race.
I was just telling you. Look,
Right.
Daryl has upset a whole lot of people because they thought that they got his channel knocked down and got him demonetized and everything. But he done said some certain things because the people was fucking with him, and he said certain things that people wouldn't agree with him saying. But the people
So
in
is
his
he
corner
pissing
still
people off
holding.
intentionally?
Man, I don't know. The boy got some kind of little complex with him. He got a small man syndrome. But people messing with him first. But they don't get it that he's only reacting to what people is doing towards him. He said some terrible shit towards people, but they seem like they try to X out what other people have said to trigger him. You see what I'm saying? To do that. Everybody that Daryl says something against, he ain't just picking no random people. You know what I'm saying? It's the people that he's been dealing with for a while, and he's just the type of person to where you ain't gonna hit him and he ain't gonna holler. He gonna say something about who messing with him. There's a lot of things that go in the background. Other people just hold on
I
to
always
it
got
until
along
they.
well with him, but I noticed today I had to search. He had a new channel, so I suppose his other one got struck.
Yeah, look, that man done lost about I think he done lost about 5 channels because the whole sector. Yeah, look, since he been doing YouTube, I think he lost about 5 channels, man. But every time a conversation come up and he just get out that all out just go off on people, his numbers jump right back up. For the last couple of days, he only had like
I mean, I heard
50.
that he was causing. I stopped by Fatty's for a little bit, and then after that, I went out and searched him, and I found his new channel.
Man, look, Daryl is something else now. He's a different type.
Thank you, Traveling Fools, for the 5 gifted memberships.
Hey, did you guys hear that Netflix had one of the greatest roasts of all times, and Tom Brady volunteered to be he was the one getting roasted?
No.
I do want to see the Tom Brady roast.
Well, he got pissed at one part at the guy. He was taking everything till the one guy brought up the subject. He brought up, "Oh yeah, you were drafted 199th, and you went into the Kraft's office in there and told him I'm the greatest thing you are ever going to see in this history of the football." And he says,
"Who the fuck is Tom Brady?"
Right, shut up. Don't be an idiot. Anyway, so he sat there and said, "Yeah, I'll give you a massage, Mr. Kraft." And anyway, some reason that pissed him off. I mean, it was crazy that he would get mad about that.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if that's an inside insult that we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, it triggered. He got up and stood and whispered in his ear something and changed the subject.
I bet it was an inside joke, and we're on the outside.
Yeah, it has to be.
I think the best roast segment ever was fucking Joan Rivers roast, Gilbert Gottfried.
Wow, I like. God,
who was getting roasted? Who was getting roasted?
Joan Rivers. That shit
Joan
was
Rivers,
so funny.
Epic roast.
Gilbert Gottfried was one of the best comedians ever.
He
I
was.
love Gilbert Gottfried, man.
No,
I
she
miss
would
that
roast
guy.
herself. She would roast herself,
Yeah,
and it would
he
be
was
fucking
great.
hilarious.
Yeah, those roasters, because they like you said, there's a lot of inside stuff, information those roasters have that we don't know.
Oh, of course, of course. All right, Flo, I got to bounce, man. I love you, brother. I love you. Just shoot
thank
me
you
a
for coming
text. Shoot me a text. Let's
All right, we'll do.
let's-
Oh, hey, and Travel Fools, hold on. I'm gonna drop the link. I have a new X account. The one that I was talking to you on, that's probably part of the problem. I have so much bullshit on it.
You got my goddamn phone number. Just
Okay,
fucking shoot
but
me
still,
a text.
but still hit me. All right.
Don't send me a message on Twitter because we get like, I mean, honestly,
yep.
we get like 10, 15, 20 Twitter. I don't even look at that. You have my actual phone number. Just shoot me a text and let's collab and do that. If you don't want to, that's cool. But if you want to, then just do it. So,
Right on.
but my phone number, not my Twitter. Fuck that. You're above. You're above that. So,
All right. Well, I'm gonna drop my Twitter link anyway because everybody else should hit it. Who's not following me? Thanks for coming by, and thanks for the super
right.
chat or the memberships.
Whatever. That ain't nothing. Just you're welcome. But congratulations to all the people. Renew those when they come around next time. So love all you guys. Have a great night. God bless. See you guys.
Travel, get me with that voice though.
Do memberships auto renew?
Adios, amigos. Hey, Flo, how much are you making a month now off of YouTube?
Net. I don't know if I want to say that publicly.
I'm putting you on spot right now.
Yeah, you are. I don't know if I'm going to do that.
Yeah, how many memberships do you have?
How many memberships do I have? Hold on, let me look.
Well, say Travel sound like a cool dude though.
He is cool.
Yeah, he
let's
sound
see,
like.
members.
He's a, now why?
I'm trying to pocket watch. I'm trying to pocket watch.
Look, No, he got that Joker though. Now, why would you ask me that question?
So before this
How much?
stream, I had 535.
Yeah.
That shit crazy. That man sound like the Joker. Well, folks,
And then, so I've probably got what, 500 and...
I have my freaking phone number. Why won't you call me?
All right, so I think I've got
You know what I'm saying?
541 now.
That nigga crazy.
Pretty good.
Oh.
Pretty good.
How many do you have? You have the big time celebrities on your channel.
I'm not even monetized.
Why?
Because I be speaking the truth.
See,
Get
that's
outta
always when
here
you
with
say
that
something, man.
They won't allow me to be monetized on this platform. They're scared.
When you say something, that's how them channels get dropped. Yep. When you say a certain thing.
No, I haven't monetized yet.
You should.
I don't
You're
know.
putting work into things. Some of your shit is very well researched.
I don't know that I want to because I enjoy doing shit streams where I just do whatever and don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, I don't worry.
I do
the
want
only
membership.
thing I worry about is somebody is the racial shit, because that's the one thing that that's the line everybody wants to cross. Most of the other TOS stuff doesn't really come up except for when like Corbett grabs his airsoft gun or something.
Right.
Well, they do that on all channels, Flow State. So you got to be careful. You seen how they try to act over in my sector where I come from. Man, I be mad, and they be saying I be what they call it, kissing ass and shit. You see how they do me over there?
Oh,
when I
if I
say
get,
yeah.
yeah, somebody's always gonna bitch about everything, right? And I'm fine with that.
You got to remember, it's just like you're on Flow State's channel, you're also on YouTube's channel. You know, if you're gonna go, you got to play by their rules. That's just the way it is.
Well, I've been kicked off this channel a handful of times, I believe. So
I watched you about 2 weeks ago. He kicked you off, but you were drinking. You had been drinking pretty good. It was a Saturday or something.
I mean, it is what it is, right?
I know, but your clip is still my favorite clip of all time. When he plays it, says, just click the button. What were you referring to that? Do you remember that clip since he plays it so much? Do you remember what the story was?
Clue. He got that off of a stream that I was doing, I think. But
right.
Yeah, sometimes,
I want to know what caused
EBT
that.
drunk streams. I can tell you, he was drunk.
I was fucked up. Yeah,
but that was funny as hell.
Yeah, he was
King,
streaming.
you seen
And it
that
was just
stream?
him, and people were talking. People in the chat were talking shit or something. And he went on this. That came out of like a 3-minute. It is fantastic. The whole thing, all 3 minutes. It's like 3 minutes of him talking shit on the people in the chat. You're just a motherfucker. No, talking from the chat or something. And the whole thing is good, but
no, that was just beautiful the way you did that. I don't know if you were drunk or not, but it's classic.
No, I was definitely fucking shit faced for sure.
Do you like that clip?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. I enjoy it.
Yeah, I like it when he plays.
I don't even remember when that stream was or what that was, but yeah. At least
I think it was. You did that stream right after I kicked you out of here.
Oh, it probably was. Yeah, that's very possible.
Yeah, and and so you streamed and you were getting sassy with it.
King, do you know what clip they're talking about?
I'm just listening. I'm just saying. It's
So-
amazing that
Totally-
Flo is
you're
kicking.
totally-
It's Flo.
not
Look,
it.
I ain't never doing all right.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
That was one of those ones when I saw it, I was like, I gotta
Oh, yeah,
back up
I
and
saw
stream
that
record right
earlier.
now.
That is so funny.
What were you and the freak fighting about?
Oh, I don't even know. He came on. He was asking me if I was saved and all that kind of dumb evangelical Christian bullshit and all that kind of stuff. And I don't know. He's going hard. It is what it is. At least
He's been going hard for about a month now.
Yeah, he was a chat troll for a long time. He's a TML simp. I know you and TML kind of mended the relationship, I guess. I don't know what's going on with that, but he came on my panel. He was asking me a bunch of evangelical bullshit, and you know, I love the guy. But
You know, those heavy Christians right now, they got the new rapture date. It's supposed to be the 15th of May. And some think they're really not going to be around because it's supposed to be 40 days from that last eclipse. They have to repent. And because the rapture's coming up on May 5th. I mean, there's a ton of them will believe it again.
Yeah, I don't know. Is this the old Joe? Who's that old Joe guy? You're that guy's in Jim Bob's chat, ain't he? Old Joe.
I'm in trouble now, Flow State. You see Paw on the way.
Nightish?
You saw him? Hell yeah. He be on my ass.
What? He's over here too.
Yeah, like a poor stepchild. He be on me, man.
Like a poor stepchild. Where do you get these sayings?
He be on me though. Tell him to come up. He might as well.
Might as well.
He might as well, cause look, when I come over there in his chat, he gonna mention this. Oh, so you didn't show up because you was over there with Flow State. He's gonna come up. He have his rants every once in a while. Yeah. Come on up here, Nightish.
And he likes to fuck with people. The other night or the other morning, it was like late as fuck, enough to be early, and he was drunk. When you get Nightish drunk, boy, he had like 200 people watching him yell at somebody. It was great.
I like how Nighty said on your channel the other day. He says they want to hear me talk, they're gonna pay for it. I like that. And you want me to read your chat? You got to pay for it. I love that.
Yeah, Nightish a cool content creator, man. Look, he knows a lot, but he knows a lot about what he's talking about. But I think the space like that he came into, it ain't built for the people. You know what I'm saying? Just like I said, look, some of us, I know we melanated and everything, but some of us just don't have it, and they ain't gonna understand what Night is saying, because look, in our community, there's a lot of people that like socially detached from like the era that Night has come up from, right? They live through movies. They understand things through what they saw through picture. They have not actually been out and saw certain things. So when Nighty speak about certain things, they lost. So they have to compare it to a movie or something. And then
does anybody know what the fuck Ja Rule's talking about right now?
No, Flow State know what I'm saying, because in order for you to understand what I'm saying,
he talks over and past people a lot, because the numbers go to the lowest common
Baby
denominator.
girl, put it on me.
Oh shit! Look at it. Look, I'm a man. I'm extremely racist. Alphabet. I do not participate in the alphabet functions and stuff.
What is that? What is that drink, EBT?
Yeah, it's empty.
Yeah, I know. Is it Scotch?
Yes, it is. Yep.
Scotch.
Oh, look at that guy. Look at who is that?
Scotch. Yeah,
Andrew.
Scotch
What are you drinking,
whiskey
Andrew?
with a little bit of dirt in it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still muted, Andrew.
There you go. He's just not talking.
That's fine. He can stay muted.
Who's saying, baby girl, put it on me? I'm trying to see the face. Who the face?
That's his face. It's the only face right here, right now. What are you talking about?
There
are no other non-faces on the panel right now, sir.
Okay, I was just trying to see, because some kind of way they like on other channels.
Baby girl, put it on me. Yeah,
I'm not sure if both of us are going to come.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come. I'm coming right now.
Me too.
And I'm drier than the fiery pits of hell.
On Saturday nights when Flow on stream sometimes, and I've never drank in my life, but I feel like I'm in the heaviest bar I've ever been in on Saturday nights on Flow States.
Hey, this is the coolest bar you could be
Everyone's
in,
so wasted.
What was it? I got another clip of EBT. You got to catch the EBT shit when it's fresh. To say that flow states is like, what is that? Fucking A. I need to just re-upload that clip. It's basically saying exactly what you just said, except in a drunker way.
Yeah, it was reminding me when all my friends had called me because they knew I was even in the 70s and early 80s before the designated driver. They'd call me so they know I'd come pick them up and give them a ride home. So at least I did that. I mean, I wasn't doing it because I get drink. I didn't drink. That's just by choice, you know. And boy, they would use me for car rides everywhere, especially in the 70s when they're teenagers were driving, and they call me up when they're getting high. Hey, let's go get Harmon. He doesn't smoke, so that we can all get high in his car. So I had to beat up old doctor.
Are you related to Scott 2B? Are you brother?
No, I do not like that guy very much.
Okay.
No, I just didn't drink because I was raised religious, but hell, I'm away from that. I went on missions. I did all that door knocking stuff, and now I'm thinking, I'm kind of glad I did.
If you're gonna bring up the Mormon church, you gotta tell them how you got kicked out.
JW?
That are highly religious drink a lot.
Catholics do, right? EPT.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't JW. I was a Mormon. I did Mormon stuff. I did the Mormon. My great grandfather had 3 wives, all that kind of stuff. And so, but I did learn a lot. I learned how to communicate and deal with people. That I'll never learn that back. But I also learned that religious is 100% divide, conquer bullshit.
But why did you get? What got you? What was the beginning of the end of your religious experience?
Oh, I was on my mission. And I got a blowjob on my mission, and I felt so guilty after that. I went and told the mission president, I have disobeyed the rules. I mean, they made me feel so guilty from getting a blowjob from this beautiful girl. And I told on myself.
And she was one of the adults who was driving you guys around, right?
She was married, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was driving us. She would take us around and drive us around.
I'm
she was
calling Cap, but
oh no, I totally believe it. Harmon's a lady's man.
No, that's a true story. She went in the store. I remember we're sitting in the car, me and my partner, because we always had to get together. And I was so sneaky. I was always right in front of her. And she's wearing a one-piece bathing suit on top, and she's got pants on. She goes inside. But before she went inside, oh, my strap is crooked. Can you fix it for me? So I unbuttoned it and put it back on. And then she comes back out of the store, and the thing's twisted like 3 more times. This girl was wild. You know, and I was, but you're 19 and you're freaking brainwashed by church out of guilt. They put such a guilt trip on you. It's so fucked up. You know?
That's why nobody should feel guilt about anything at all ever. That's what I recommend.
Well, the purpose of the guilt is for your dick.
Well, if you don't do fucked up things, then you shouldn't feel any guilt.
They probably saved you a couple. They probably saved you a couple of years. So be careful.
They might have, but I tell you what, that guilt. I mean, it's so embedded in you. Even at 65 years old, you still fucking got to break it. You know, when you're raised 19, 21 years in that shit, it's hard to break.
Oh yeah, my people were Saturday Adventures. So
they're hardcore too. So you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I love Flow State. Flow State's my nigga. He's like the frat boy. He's like the frat boy buddy. Like, you know, you always go to Flow State's place. You know there's gonna be a keg. You know there's gonna be a keg, and you know you can.
If you really liked him, you would
know that you can at least get 2 solo cups at Flow State's place.
So he needs a new enemy, like, to put his energy into. Like, who do you think would be a good enemy for him?
You know what I mean?
Who would be a good enemy for Flow State then? You know what you mean.
No, I'm not an enemy. TB. No, TB. Tell me that I was not right though. You would be friends with Flow State because you know that you could at least get 2 solo cups of fucking out the tap if you was friends with Flow State, right?
I could never talk that smooth, EBT. Never.
I would not give TBE a free cup. TBE would have to pay for every cup and Jello shot he took.
Man, EBT a cool dude. Look,
EBT would you all would get free cups, but the money's in the Jello shots, really, anyways.
Anytime you run across a man that'll drink until his goddamn glasses fog up, shit, that's my kind of guy. That man, shit, that's my kind of guy, man. Hey, look, and then the glasses was lopsided on his head. He ain't give no fucks. And he kept going.
He just kept going.
Go back and look at the video. His glasses was fogged the hell up.
That's right. That's right.
But that's basically exactly the same thing that Harmon just said. Which is why I had to go find it and re-upload it to. What you got?
That's a good one. That's a good one.
EBT. EBT get drunk like the
Harmon.
What about?
Oh wait. Okay. So the thing about the okay, so he said that he's not getting monetized. YouTube, and they're just violating his rights. Okay,
they're violating him, aren't they?
Hours of shared.
Forget his rights. They're violating his butthole.
Lord Jesus. Yeah, he in there. Goddamn. Goddamn. He in there.
I'm focused on that right now. I think I forgot.
On the butthole?
I was about to say, well, no.
We're all focused on the butthole.
I mean, who isn't? Right.
So, I'm subscribed to a channel called Firm Audits. Okay, so Firm is an acronym for
Lord Jesus.
I'm sorry, but what the fuck is this gentleman talking about?
I don't want to be that high. Yeah, no. He in there.
He's drunk.
He's trying hard, EBT. He's actually, debilitated a little bit. So he's communicating.
Hey, you don't have to judge people like that, sir.
No, he is.
Well, you have to point that out.
No, I said he is in there.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Where'd it go, Andrew?
What's right?
Man. I'm familiar with this man. You don't have to
I apologize. I didn't know
him like that. Why you got to insult him like that?
I didn't insult him. I'm understanding him. But if you take his mental and your comprehension level is low, I can't help it.
What, Andrews?
Okay, so
hurry up and talk over these guys.
Okay, so reason why. Okay, so YouTube is screwing up everybody that supports others and people that are supported. Okay, so First Amendment audits are First Amendment audits. People go out to places that are considered public, and
what are you doing? What are you talking about? We know what auditors are.
Okay, yes. So mentioning what
I said about YouTube not letting him do stuff, right?
And you should be able to get funds for your channel. No, it's requirement of YouTube, but they turned YouTube. Okay, so it's no longer a free source. Oh,
exactly.
Someone owns YouTube today, and it's a branch of the government, and that branch of the government owns what makes YouTube.
So is it violating his butthole?
YouTube saw the government saw the power of YouTube in 2008 or 6, and they said, we're going to buy this so we can control this shit. That's what you're saying?
Something like.
They don't own it.
The government?
And I just
right. You're right.
Okay, well, Google doesn't stand for government. They own everything, but they don't own it in the sense that it is technically a private company that's owned by what, Alphabet? Isn't that a public company?
IGL or something like.
Yeah, and the clouds are made out of cotton candy.
Okay, Harmon. Well, I mean, some things are legally it's a private company. I know that you think that everything is owned by the government. In that sense, then everything is owned by the government.
It's controlled by the government. Government is control 100%.
Government controls everything.
Or regulated, not necessarily controlled.
Yeah, because you can go out of control and break the regulations. Is that what you're saying?
Some of them, but there's still some rule, and they're tolerating some of the rule that goes by it.
That's true.
We are not men really wants me to respond to this comment, but I'm probably not going to now because I like pissing off We Are Not Men.
Oh my gosh. I hate sometimes how Flo, you have to talk down to us because, just to communicate with us. I like it when your vocabulary gets real big though.
Did it get big?
No. I'm just saying, you just talk down to, you just made it on our level. I like it. At least my level.
Wow.
But
I'm
because, well, if you want to have the argument, then come up and have the argument.
Because you have no argument? Oh my gosh. That's like telling Rose she doesn't have an opinion.
An argument right now. If you come up, maybe we'll have an argument.
The link's right there. It's literally right there. One click away.
I'm gonna put it on CD, and if I ever meet you, EBT, I need you to sign that. That is fucking awesome.
Hold on, EBT. I just noticed something. Why you and Nightis got the same beard?
Uh-oh.
Nightis didn't come up here, did he?
No.
No, he didn't come.
He just said hi and left. He probably didn't even bother hearing the rest of what you're saying.
I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. What the fuck you talking about, Gyro?
You and Nightis has the same look.
Have him and Nightis ever been on the same screen at the same time?
I didn't even heard of this dude.
There you see?
Old Joe, you can come up and debate whatever you want.
I ain't even heard of this dude.
Come on, Nightis? No.
You might be onto something. You might be onto something, Gyro. That might be this dude. I ain't never heard of him.
If We Are Not Men doesn't want to show his face on this channel, then what are you doing typing in the chat?
I tell you what, and he told you that you don't want to argue. That's like telling Rose she doesn't have an opinion.
Right.
Are we not men?
Yes, Andrew.
Call him by his proper name. We Are Not Men is his proper name.
Who that?
This commenter. No, I'm not arguing with you from the chat because I know you want me to. It was actually kind of an interesting question, and I was going to respond to it, but then you kept being obnoxious, and I was like, well, you know what's more fun than responding to that point is not responding to that point. And thank you, Angela Baby Carson, for dropping shorts of her modeling some of my fantastic merch that she's also that link for my stuff is in the description box.
You know what? I'm actually pretty offended that you haven't clipped when I was modeling some of your fashion on stream the other day.
Please don't do that.
I'm surprised that's not a clip yet.
Did you model some of my fashion on my stream?
You don't. Are you serious right now?
I remember.
Lindsay has to remember.
Lindsay remembers. You don't remember?
Oh yeah, it was good. It was great.
I thought that was like my greatest moment on Flow State, but
it was hot. Yeah.
Yeah, it's super hot. She agrees. She knows what I'm talking
about. All right. Well, I need to know when that
Mm-hmm.
was so that I can clip that. I bet it was hot.
Come on now. Don't play dumb, Flow State.
Have I told you I've done a lot of drugs?
Okay. Well, it's obvious.
Did you hear that O'Shea went to jail now?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
What's up, cutie?
Flow State.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hello.
That's a nice looking shirt right there.
And controlling.
I like how you've got it
tied
up a little bit properly.
Yeah,
that's
you should do a cheer with that on. Midriff, awesome.
I'm glad my camera's off.
Hey, Lindsay, you should.
We're all laughing because it's stupid.
It was a parody of that. It was a
yeah, it was.
I do remember. I think I dissociated out your big white pale belly.
He even showed his stomach. It was hilarious.
So you did that, huh? EBT, you made a parody of that?
Yeah.
He did that.
Flow State's acting like that's not in his bank.
My
right
brain
now.
had to fire in my its defense mechanisms.
Oh, that would be so funny.
That
would be funny.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I just realized.
Was he in a chair also?
Yes.
Yep. And he was showing his stomach. He pulled his shirt up. He even did the whole like chair spin.
It was the whole.
Did he do your nervous giggle at the end?
Yeah. It was the whole thing.
I don't remember.
Your giggle just cements it. It puts a period on it. Because
The giggle was about this is so stupid, and I know it.
That's what I even said. You need to replace that Lindsay clip with me, and then have Scott to be being all creepy in the background talking to me while I was doing the Lindsay bit.
We're labeled with vanity now.
No. Oh wait, are we being labeled with vanity? I didn't mean to do that. I thought he was talking about the sanity machine because I was up there earlier. And people are calling him the vanity machine.
Either way, it's okay to freak. I think.
Oh yeah, vanity is fine, freak. This ain't church.
When you went to, go ahead, Lindsay.
Don't forget that sign you made that says "Flow State" and you.
Yeah, well, it said Slow State, but.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Flo, as much as you guys talked about King Stephen, today was the first time when you went over there I ever seen the guy. I was really disappointed. He doesn't. I don't get anything that you guys talk about it because it was so boring.
Here's the thing that I like about earlier today going over there is he's seething. You can really feel the like, I don't know if it's hatred or anger or jealousy, but like you can feel that raw. I like it. I'm an emotional vampire, I suppose. I like that loosh, that good loosh.
Oh
yeah,
Flow State.
How do you know?
Speaking of vampires, do you ever listen to music from the Hollywood vampires?
I never heard of him.
Cooper is David Fournier.
Okay.
Does he make a point that he is a vampire? He says he grabs people's emotions or something?
Music does grab people's rhythm in different ways. If you listen to music, you're influenced by music. General.
Uncommon sense. I actually have those videos set aside in a playlist for things. It's my like to-do playlist for things to either respond to or chop up some. He has some interesting takes. I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I would like to listen to it and respond on the stream because I've got an economics background and he doesn't. Well, I guess he does actually. I was surprised to learn that, but he knows some shit. He's got a different opinion than me, but from what I heard, I was having trouble finding anything that was like just straight up wrong. So yeah, you're right. That I do want to do that.
Does EBT, you have a channel? Do you do a panel cast too or anything like that?
Yes.
And it's just under EBT?
No, it's
I'll drop the link
Enslaved by
again.
Truth.
He charges $20 for ads for channels, by the way, especially when they're sexy.
Yes.
He should pay us $20 for that ad.
I don't watch those ads.
Good Lord, that's a lot of money. Yeah.
I mean,
the first night I seen you on Flo's channel, you were in a fast food restaurant or a little restaurant that you were eating there. And
I would be charging this channel for the clips that he's using off of my phone.
Oh, you should get royalties? Are you saying you should get royalties?
Yes.
But you didn't sign the contract like all those guys that did those early sitcoms. Never got paid for royalties. You just didn't sign that contract.
I need every bit of money you can bring me. Pay me. All the money, all the banking, all the jobs, all the material things. I love spending money. And all these people here know I love spending all that money.
Yeah, my people will be contacting your people, Mr. Fulton, about that.
Oh.
You suck like him.
I remember all the stars on Gilligan's Island. I think that show was only on for like 3 years. Played all. They never got residuals for that.
I'll trade you wizard clips though. We can trade in wizard clips though.
Do you have a wizard clip you think I want?
I got the Nazi bastard one.
There's the uncle.
That's the best wizard clip ever. I will be the Nazi bastard. Yeah, that's the best.
I don't know if I know that one.
Oh yeah, I have that one.
D-Head must be drunk.
Fuck you,
How you doing?
You ain't nothing but a no good dick sucking, taking your ass punk bitch ass slave. Still doing paperwork. You're fucked.
Better than that one?
Yeah, it's way better. It's way better than that one. Way better than that one.
He's the same guy, by the way.
Yeah, fuck you, Tarek. Tarek in the chat. Click the link, faggot. Come up here. You want to talk shit in the chat?
I was just wanting to speak. How you doing? How you doing, Lindsay? You've been missing. You've been missing.
I've been missing. Like what? What's all the drama
in the chats? Yeah,
Vic has been missing. Lindsay's been here. Vic is the one that's been missing.
No, I'm not. Like, she usually be over in our sector a little bit.
Yeah.
When he says you've been missing, he means you haven't been around. He hasn't seen you around for a while.
Oh yeah, for a long time.
She uses to speak in the chat and everything, but you see all the bullshit crap that's going on, right? A whole lot of heat.
Oh god, they love to like put me down and call me all kinds of names and stuff. And it got kind of old, so I was like, I want to have more fun. I want to laugh more.
You know what? The whole thing is they haven't seen your face over there, like your actual face. See, that's what they operate off. I can tell you, if they will see your actual face, oh shit, you couldn't get dropped not one time. You know they hound dog over there, right?
Oh no, they said I was ugly and all these other things too. They saw my face, anorexic and all these other names. Yeah, I mean it was kind of funny at first because everybody was put down. It's Fight Club, But you know who I talked to just the other day?
I'm talking about. All the Fight Club people. Look, the only thing they did was get their own channel, so it ain't Fight Club no more. See, you might be still going over there to I ain't gonna call the name, but the old channel or whatever. But now
I went to Aaron O's and Team Fatties, and Team Fatties,
that's just
we debated the other day.
That's just the
good
I ain't
one.
see that.
Ah! I'm getting too much money.
What?
I wish I was.
Hilarious, Eric. Hilarious.
Nah, I ain't see it because I don't go to that channel too much just because I deal with JP. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
and just to stay out of trouble based up on what they do in that sector. Nah, I ain't trying to catch no stray bullets. So I just stay up.
You neither.
Because you know how it get a little rough.
Does Jay Prince still have a channel?
Yeah, he doing.
Yeah, but he hasn't been doing panels much anymore, has he?
Nah, he been doing like real life stuff. You know him and the biggest thing that was going on, and a lot of people got mad about it. You know him and Flora hooked up and got an Airbnb, and they was out chilling together. And
Flora and Jay Prince did.
No way.
Yeah, see, when you been Flo, I thought you saw it.
I thought
like
she
Flora
was a lesbian or something. She seems really angry at men all the time.
Yeah, she did that with some other guy too before him.
But see, the thing is, they vlogged they whole little get down with each other, and people just couldn't understand how she would act like she act in the chat and say what she say on panels. And her and JP end up getting an Airbnb and spent like days and days together.
Oh,
You missed it, Flo. They was all in the hot tub and they videoed everything.
She was with some other guy just before that and met with him.
Oh, you talking about that guy right there? And he just look. No, see, that was way before. That's way before. You see, your time is off. Like, look, that was way before. I know exactly who you talking about. That was a whole little other issue. Because he was trying to be a little sleazeball and trying to just knock it down just for the sake of YouTube or whatever, but it didn't work out.
Well,
Once
she's
again,
got a
what the fuck
sleazeball.
is Ja Rule talking about, man? What the fuck?
No, you just EBT. You just don't know because you ain't in that circle. We
Baby
know
girl,
what we
put
talking
it
about.
on me.
Oh
We'll
Lord,
catch
you
up
want
later,
more?
obviously.
Look, EBT wants some boy. EBT sound like he wants some boy on boy contact. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. What up, dog?
EBT, you sound like you want some boy on boy contact.
I
You know
want-
you
I
look
want
like the
you to put- I
guy
want
from
you to put it
that.
on
You
me,
kind of
baby
look
girl.
like
Put it on me.
you
Put it on me,
kind of
baby.
you kind of look like that guy
I'm
from
asking
that
you to
movie.
put it on me, baby girl.
Baby girl, you
Yeah,
don't
put
want
it
your
on me.
glasses. You don't want your glasses fogged up like the other night.
Put it on me.
My
No,
good
make
sir.
it foggy. Make it foggy, boy. Come on, bring it on.
Lordy
Put it
Jesus,
on
boy.
me. Put it
Boy,
on
I
me.
can see the Fruit
Put
Loops
it on
falling
me.
out your booty hole right now. I can see the Fruit Loops falling out your booty hole. Lordy
Oh, you
Jesus.
can. You can.
If they lock me and you in a room, who you think gonna come out walking?
Okay, good. Get her undressed and we'll do this thing.
How's that make you feel, son?
It don't make me feel nothing. Only thing I feel is
You ain't
when the
feeling no
action
way.
is
You
going.
ain't feeling no way
Nah,
right
when
now.
the action is going, my
Yeah,
good
you're
buddy.
feeling some kind of way.
Yeah,
You're feeling some
yeah,
type
you
of
had
way.
it. Nah, I ain't feeling no type of way.
get my dick wet.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
you ain't feeling no type of way
Man,
yet,
I know
my
you
good
got
sir.
good sayings,
Yes,
King,
Lord.
but what does Fruit Loops coming out your asshole mean? I don't get that one. What does that mean?
Yeah.
Now
He
you
got
can't.
uncomfortable. No, he was coming to me. He was saying, "Baby girl, put it on me." I was just saying it when
So
he's
incoherent
talking
and it's
fruit.
barely comprehensible.
I mean, I know you come up with some good sayings, but that one just didn't rank with mine. That's
No,
Amen.
You
Hey,
can't fight.
Ja Rule, hey, Ja Rule.
well, you've been a CEO before. You've been a CEO before. You've been a
Yeah.
CEO before.
Oh,
And then
I
we
don't
walk up
understand
in
the
there.
Fruit Loops. I don't get the Fruit Loops. I just don't get that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because
for honey bun, Ja Rule?
I was just trying to bring the fruitiness out of him. You know what I'm saying? When you see the Fruit Loop falling out his asshole, you know
And the
what
strange
happened.
thing is, when you mentioned Fruit Loops, I wanted to go get a bowl of cereal. That's all I could think
Oh,
about.
Even though they're falling out his asshole, that
This
may
ain't
be
got
not one
nothing to do
cereal.
with serious. Now this me and EBT, and I'm trying to swipe
Nah,
your card, baby. Come on
it
over
ain't gonna
here.
be Fruit Loops. It's gonna be some Cocoa
it's-
Pebbles. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Well, shit,
I'm going to have my
whatever works. Hey, whenever I decide, look, whenever I decide to do a reach around now, whatever's good for you is good for me.
Well, at least
Because
you're
guess
good.
what?
You're good enough.
You gotta
man to do
remember.
that.
You gotta remember the cell doors don't unlock until 7 in the morning. So what we gonna do?
Yeah, shit. I just want to know what you're gonna do for a honey bun. What would you do for a honey bun?
That was on your channel. I just checked out some of your titles about the honey bun stuff. What was it? Okay, I was gonna ask you real quick, EBT, on the Doomsday Moon Eclipse Gooners or whatever says. What was the funniest thing that came out of that? All those guys about that eclipse. You had something on your channel.
Oh, the Eclipse Doom Goonin.
Yes.
The funniest is this guy called King. Fuck, I can't think of his name yet. There's this truther. He's like the whole eclipse was totally fake, and there was like multiple eclipses happening the same day, and like yeah, that was the funniest part of that stream, I think, perhaps. No, actually, well, the other part is the cicadas that have a fungus. They have a fungus that is making them gay, and then once they're gay and they do their poo poo, the pee pee and the poo poo, and then their pee pee falls off, which is pretty hilarious. And I'm like, why, God? Why? I'm like, I'm with King Stephen. Like, I'm like, what kind of God would create this system to where it makes you hypersexual, and then afterwards your fucking dick falls off? I mean, what kind of God would create a system like that? Right?
That's ruthless.
We have
Right.
lots of agricultural research and discovery. I mean, if that can do so with aphids and what you were just mentioning,
The cicadas.
cicadas, yes, invasive species to plants that we will eat.
A cicada is not an invasive species.
No.
Yeah, they are.
When I was a kid, I used to catch them all the time on the cottonwood trees. Do you know the worst thing about trying to catch the cicadas is when you go to get them, catch them by their wings like that, if they get to take off before you get there, they piss on you every time. That's what I used to hate about as a kid, catching those things.
Lindsay, for shame. Didn't you hear? I have a 132 to a 137 IQ. It's not my fault if these degenerates want to talk about cicada piss.
I'm just kidding. I was saying it's kind of enjoyable. And
besides, everybody knows that as the woman, you have the lowest IQ here.
I'm pretty sure they don't urinate, but
they do. I count them as a kid all the time out on the farm. We used to catch hundreds of them.
It just evaporates out of their shell.
They piss or something when you go to catch them, like a little dog after you kicked it once, and anytime you try to pick it up after it pisses.
You're talking about
Harmon, don't
toads.
snitch on yourself.
You're talking about toads. I mean, we're talking about
I've kicked plenty of dogs.
I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
When you kick a little dog once, then the next time you ever go to pick that dog up, it pisses every time.
Oh man, you kicked a dog?
Which one?
Whoa!
Jeez, I kicked many dogs. They deserve it.
Kicks dogs. Yeah, he's definitely a dog kicker.
Yeah, I raised that on a farm all by myself with my mom and dad and one other kid around. No one.
Praise God, man. Fucking praise God. God is so amazing. The sun, the nature, the earth, water, the way words work, the way knowledge works, the way love feels. God. Praise God, man.
Yeah,
anytime
God
a straight cat
virus and your dick falls off.
So, Harmon, I played that clip not because it was relevant to anything, just to sort of help you out with the break. So,
no,
it's going to be hard for you to explain this in a way that doesn't make you look like a douchebag.
Well, you raise on a farm, you get a stray cat. You already got enough cats. Any stray cat comes around, you get your 410 out and shoot it because you don't want no more cats around. Just is what you do.
And old Joe, I did not get an IQ test. Somebody in the chat estimated my IQ, so I'm rolling with it.
I like that estimation of your IQ.
Yeah, let's move on to IQ instead. This animal abuse crap.
We can talk about
That's not abuse.
It was a neutral IQ.
Yes, it is. How would you like it if you bothered someone and someone shot you?
Can somebody pay for me to get kicked off this panel, please, at this point?
That's right, Andrew.
Poor animals.
You heartless.
How much does it cost to get kicked off the panel, Flow State?
You want to take me with you?
She sound like she work with Peter now. She sound like
how much we talking?
No, I just.
We had our pets. We didn't need any strays.
I think that's hooked in the head, but we'll move on.
Well, raise on a farm.
I'm about to drop down because I got some stuff to do in the morning, man. Appreciate you bringing me on the show. And EBT,
thank you for coming up, and thank you for the super sticker. You're a gentleman and a scholar.
Yeah. EBT.
It was good to meet you, Joe.
We'll meet on the other side of the bar.
Yeah.
Guys gotta get out of his couch.
Yes, sir.
I got a couple
I'm just
for you.
Nah, I'm just messing with you, man. Hey, look, I got some. Hey, look, I got some jelly rolls,
some ramen packs,
and
some ramen noodles waiting for you, sir.
Hell yeah, we gonna make a spread. We gonna make a spread and decorate the sale.
Yeah, you guys are gonna be great together. It's gonna smell like poo in there all the time. Old Joe, the guy, I don't know. I can't vouch for his credibility, but he says he knows something about the IQ tests, and it's Jim. He's in the chat quite a bit, but I don't know. He claimed that he could guess my IQ within 5 points, and I said, "Well, what is it?" And he said 32 to 37, 132 to 137. And then I asked if he had a background in it, and he said, "Yes, some," basically. So I don't know what he knows or not, but it's a good score. I'm gonna roll with it. It's official enough for me. I've never taken an official IQ
What's a
test.
good score? I don't even know what scores are on IQ test.
100 is average.
I'm gonna call.
Well, what's the top?
I don't know what the top is. Lindsay's probably the top on this panel.
No, but you know what the top score is? Is there a top score, or is the score just go up? Is there no top? There's got to be a scale, right?
I don't know. Like nobody breaks like 160 is like the unheard of like chess master, like one on earth or so, you know. Lindsay's 140.
No, I'm not. I'm 130. And
Oh, you're
I'm
130?
definitely not the smartest person on here at all.
I'm smarter than you. It's because you're a woman.
I can probably own you in English and language communication, but you would
English is what I got a perfect score in the ACT on English. I'm pretty good at it. I took as many writing intensive courses as I could.
Okay, you're superior in every way, direction, shape.
Thank you. It's you know what, you may have taught college courses in it, but I'm better still.
You know who I taught in part? Cops. Some of them, and I can tell you firsthand. Yes. They're not very smart, and that wouldn't be a big surprise to you, but it's just confirmation.
Did you hear me?
No.
The highest IQ in the world right now is supposed to be a guy named something Teo, and it's between 235 and 240. And that's all I know. That's how I guess there's no cap on it.
So, Crypto Alchemist is claiming to be the highest in EBT's chat, but I'm still the highest on the panel then, I guess. As far as we can speculate.
You know what? It's kind of like if your expectations are lowered, anytime anyone is smart will be a pleasant thing. So you can't lose.
That's normally my strategy, but with you, I take a different approach.
I don't know. You treat me kind of strangely. Like you think I need to learn stuff. Well, you're right, but you think I need to be like corrected in my behavior.
Do I?
Yeah. I mean, you think I need to be meaner.
Oh, well, you said you need to be meaner.
I did not.
You said you needed to give less fucks or something like that.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So it's all like mixed in the same sort of direction.
Yeah, but there's a difference between being meaner and just being tougher. You know what I mean? Mean is
there is.
We're gonna kill the room. We're gonna kill it.
No, you're not. It's good. I was just thinking IQs. I remember one time it depends on the questions they ask you. If you're from America, or if you're from England, if you're from France, it's all different. If you ask the same questions in other countries, you'll be stupid. But if you ask the countries pertaining to your area, that's how they do the IQ.
You should hear the foreign exchange students from Germany when they come here. I tutored after school as a part-time job. I had 2 part-time jobs to pay for books, etc. And the German students, I was helping them write in English, and they were really good. They didn't really need much help either, and they'd done their thesis after the first quarter instead of at the end, so that, you know, like everybody else does. They were so bored, they said, your colleges are like our 5th grade.
Amazing. You said I ran into some German students last year, and I'm quizzing them because they're coming down here for the spring break. They came down, and I'm talking to them. They're so fucking far ahead of us intellectually. It's unreal.
I dated a German girl, and I didn't feel like she was particularly in college. I didn't feel like she was particularly ahead, although she went to high school in America, so maybe that's.
Is that the one that grew a mustache and beard and did that?
No. Okay. And she never had a beard when I fucked her. Jim,
sorry,
Jim here, he says, I've been listening while trying to sleep. Well, that's not going to work out. Yes, based on Flo's vocabulary, his proneness to boredom, and his creativity, his IQ would fall between 132 and 137, and tell old Joe to keep his dumb trap shut.
Now, my friend told me a story about when he was dating in a bar. He didn't know it was a guy, but it was dressed up like a girl, looked like a girl, looked good looking to him, took it home. And so he goes and he starts to have oral sex with it. And all of a sudden he starts screaming. I guess when they do the inverted vagina, they still have problem with pubic hair growing on the inside. And he figured it out.
What? Hold on. What? I just zoned out for a second. I'm back now. Start that over again.
He hit a bar. He picked up a girl, he thought, right? He would look like a girl. It was the Asian little one. Anyway, so he goes and takes her home. He starts having oral sex on her. I don't know if he should have told me this story because I told everybody after that. And then he found out when he's having oral sex, they still have a problem of growing pubic hair on the inside. They just can't get it away. That's a lot of the irritation.
Wizard, are you talking about?
On an inverted penis. When they make it into a vagina. You know how they do that, right?
Well, no, frankly.
So this is a tranny.
Yes, but he didn't know that.
Oh,
you
my
know?
Don't think about
She had to have the sex change and everything. And so it gets her home and does that. And then that's how I look it up. And when you have they have a lot of problems, infections and stuff when they do the surgeries. It's not natural. We know that. So what happens is on the inverted penis, which they turn into a vagina, they still will grow pubic hair on the inside of vagina that they've created. And that's how he went down on her and figured it out. He says, I left the house. I didn't come back for hours, hoping it was gone when he got home.
For hours?
He went out hours walking after. He freaked out. He couldn't handle it.
Wait, was it his house?
Yes. And he
Why
just
didn't
left.
he
He
pick it
just walked. He just couldn't help it. He just freaked out. He didn't know what to do. It fucked his mind up. So when he came back 3 or 4 hours later, he said, she was still there. And he said, get the hell out of here. Now, that's a true story. I'm telling you. He was traumatized by it.
I bet. I'm traumatized by it a little bit, just hearing about it.
Yeah, it was like, wow. Who would ever think of that?
Justification is a natural condition, but it's a manipulation.
Are you nodding off and talking? I could not hear you at all.
He said in the chat earlier he's wasted right now.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm buzzed. I drank some of this. I'm sorry if you can't hear me so much. Yeah, transvestification is a natural occurrence through manipulation by men.
That would make it an unnatural occurrence at that point.
Right.
Did he just say transvestification? Because that was a really cool made-up word.
No, it's not. It's a big one with Mr. E.
You're serious? That's a word?
Yeah, that's investigation.
Oh.
It's big on the internet.
Transvestification?
I like sometimes you are so intelligent sometimes it's so good, but you're so sheltered on some of the subjects, Lindsay. That is so awesome about you.
I didn't know that word either.
Oh, really?
Lindsay, are you consulting the all-knowing brain of the internet?
Yeah, I'm asking you.
I don't know if that's a word.
But you're the genius.
Type it in right now.
Well, I'm a pretty dumb genius. That doesn't say a lot about me. It says more about the rest of you.
That's what the average IQ is in America. It's about 100.
I gotta be below that.
To put that into perspective, 65.
Transvestification is the process of exchanging the organic functional group of R of an ester with the organic group R of an alcohol.
Sorry.
Transvestification is a word, but it's not for transvestites. That's interesting.
Well, in the transvestigation world, it is a word.
Transvestification is a chemistry term.
Not cation, transinvestigation.
Oh, I thought he said.
No, it's transinvestigation. No, it's transinvestigation.
Andrew said a different word than Harmon heard.
He said transvestification.
Oh, did he say an investigation? Yeah. I apologize. Okay, you guys have heard of Mr. E, I'm sure, no?
Yeah, he was just here pissing Flo off.
No, Mr. E.
Oh, that guy, yes.
Okay.
Who's that?
I did learn a lot from him. I learned about what the androgynous was. I had no idea about androgyny in my life. I was so sheltered. You guys, I don't know if you ever heard of androgyny, but it blew me away.
Well,
I had no idea.
That's a common word.
Yeah, I just never have been.
I know. Mr. E.
I had never been in that circle, so I never had heard it.
Who is Mr. E?
He has a channel that does a lot of the trans investigation, thinking celebrities and stuff. Sometimes it goes too far, but he also teaches about the alchemy and their religion of being a one sex. The main thing is the root of it is they believe in Adam and Eve, but they believe in Adam and Eve was one glorious divine person, and when they sinned they were split apart. So they got movies like The Baker's Wife and all like this, like with Demi Moore and stuff. They all talk about the split apart. And so your whole thing is you're supposed to find that person when you were born that was split apart from you, and when you find it, you will know it, and you're That's the perfect match.
This is the twin flame bullshit, isn't it?
It's androgynous. It's androgynous. They believe Adam and Eve were actually literally split apart, and the perfect being is when they become one again.
Did you hear that O'Shea went to jail, Notch?
Hell yeah!
Nice.
What's up, cutie?
Hello, State.
Hey, Lindsay.
Hello.
Hello.
Speaking
That's
of
a nice
drama-oriented
looking shirt right there.
and
Stand up.
controlling.
I like how you've got it
Tied
slid up a little bit properly.
Yeah.
That's
She should do a
look.
cheer with that on. Midriff. Awesome.
I'm glad my camera's off.
Here comes the giggle. You get the giggle.
Hey, Lindsay, you should.
Yeah, but no, that's what they believe. I'm not putting them down, but that's what it's their religion. They believe it just as much as Christians believe in their stuff as Muslim. They believe it. It's just their religion. It's just another religion, and they believe it wholeheartedly. There's nothing. I mean, I'm not putting it down for it. That's just what they
I
believe.
mean, it sort of seems like it could have some roots in Christianity too, doesn't like? Or they got some sort of similar origin. The rib,
Right. They just believe it and they interpret it a whole different way.
Story from Adam. There's the man shall become with his wife or whatever that line
Right.
is.
Cleaving to, and they become one.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's the number one. That's what Hollywood's about. Hollywood's number one religion is the alchemists and the androgynous. That's why they promote the androgyny. That's why a lot of laws get passed, because those are the ones passing the laws. We never vote on these laws. They just pass them. And it is Hollywood and basically main politicians. They all believe in this androgynous state. That's what they believe. That's why it's promoted so much in Hollywood. I'm not saying all Hollywood, but the majority of them believe that. They just do.
I've got another voter for where's Look Within? Are you ever here, Look Within? He was a minute ago. I just saw Look Within's comment on EBT's channel that it would guess me at 135 plus. I totally don't know enough about IQ at all, really, to have any guess.
I've taken 3 tests on the internet, but when you get down there and they say they want to see the results, you have to pay, right?
Well,
I must not pass because I don't never pay.
Yeah, I've taken some online tests, and they are normally about actually the 137 range, but you just can't trust them at all. You know.
How about you, Lindsay? What have you taken?
And I tend to assume that those free online tests are
a clickbait.
Whatever reason they I don't know if they do or not. It seems like they would have some incentive to flatter people, right? Like with the personality shit, it focuses more on the good traits than the bad traits of each type. So I'd assume that these are going to default higher, but I don't know.
So has Lindsay actually taken an IQ test?
Yes,
Lindsay's taking a proper one.
And how do you do this? How's the test? Was it like in a classroom setting? I mean, how'd you take it?
Yeah, it was. It was a classroom on educational psychology and what fields you would fit into, what career fields you would fit into best based on IQ and overall personality type, Myers-Briggs.
So it wasn't aptitude, it's actually IQ.
It can be part of what could qualify you for a job or not. But it's not the be all end all. It's mostly about mostly they examine the personality type with Myers-Briggs or other
tools. Were the questions hard?
No, really easy. The personality type,
it's logic. It's logic things from what it like. You know, they'll have different shapes. They'll have a row of shapes, like 3 shapes in a row, and then below another row of 3. Like 3 rows of 3 shapes or something, and then you're supposed to say which one is the outlier different. It's pattern recognition. There's some vocabulary in the. I would probably do better on the vocabulary.
There was this channel called Orphan Red before the 2020 incident, and she just got accepted to Mensa because she was in this 1%. So I don't know about Mensa really. Maybe since Lindsay's in education, she might know. But how do you get accepted into this
I'm not
Mensa?
in education anymore.
Mensa,
Old Joe is not a jerk. You two are just fighting. Old Joe, stop. You guys stop fighting. Old Joe, stop being a jerk.
Either that or do it on panel.
Yeah, or do it on panel. You both are more than welcome to come on panel.
I first thought he might have been off the stage. Whenever he was on, I thought he was wonderful, even when others thought he might have been that.
I didn't follow that.
Okay,
Something about when somebody was on your channel.
I do not believe that Joe Cool is a jerk at all.
Joe Cool's not a jerk. Joe Cool's a nice guy.
Yeah.
He just has an abrasive, persistent personality.
I don't see anyone classifying him as a jerk. Did anyone say he was?
Well, there's two Joe Cools.
What is two Joe Cools? Lindsay.
Two Joe Cools?
There are
That'd be...
two Joe Cools.
Oh, there are two Joe Cools?
I would assume he's talking about the one that comes up on panels.
He can be hostile sometimes.
He's aggressive or assertive, but I don't think that he's malicious.
Nah, kind of the same as all of us. You have your days where you.
He
feel
has
pretty
that
good.
laugh. He has that laugh that makes it where it's not. Yeah, after he says something, he has that laugh that mellows it out.
I think that Harmon and I are both more hostile than Joe is when we get engaged that way.
Oh, yeah, don't push me, bro.
I know it.
On the hostile spectrum, yes. Who's the? Oh, I already know the answer to my question. I was going to say who's the most hostile female, but I think I already know the answer to that.
Who?
Oh, it's Barbie.
Mm-hmm.
I love her hammer story. God, when she took that hammer to the wall and stuff, that is a great story. I wish she'd come back.
Oh, flow state.
She's mad at people right now.
Does
I know.
panels on her own, and I will be there for her. I was
for who? For who?
I'm not mad at
In
Barbie.
bad world.
I was messaging her earlier today. I'm not mad at her.
I wish she'd come back.
Yeah, no, and she's not. I don't think she's mad at me. She just whatever's going on in her life right now, she's a little bit off the chain.
There's a lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, I love her, but she walks 3 to 4, 6 miles a day. That's just amazing within myself. That's impressive.
Okay, hold on. Old Joe and Jim, you two need to settle the fuck down. I like you both. I'm not banning anyone. I'm not blocking anyone. So you're gonna you're gonna have to learn to get along. And I don't think that y'all really would not get along with each other for whatever reason. You guys just start off on the wrong foot. So reset it. If you're gonna act like children, I'm gonna treat you like children. Harmon, do you have any thoughts?
Are we having a God fight?
I wish they would come up on your panel. You know, why not come up on the panel? Don't be a keyboard warrior.
I'll talk about God with you guys if you want to, and I'm pretty much agnostic. If you want, I mean, we can go there. Although I think
what's pretty much agnostic.
Speak to each other. Agnostic is just you cannot.
No, I know what agnostic is. What's pretty much agnostic?
Well, I still pray. That's why I say pretty much.
You still give the benefit of doubt.
Yes, I do.
That's cool. I think no one should be a closed mind, but I found more religious people are way more closed minded than agnostic people. I mean, come on, I want to miss it.
But have you ever met atheists? People who self-identify and roll around in atheist communities, like on YouTube or whatever, they are some of the
kindest people.
What's the word I'm looking for?
Staunch.
What's the thing when the stupid people think that they're smart?
Self-righteous.
I can't remember what it is.
There's a great saying that this one channel Peter and Pete has on there. It says, "Oh, go ahead, Lindsay. I apologize, Lindsay. Go."
I was trying to think of words for him.
No, what the subject is says, you can be so intelligent yet stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I fit that. Like I'm apparently I'm pretty smart, but I make terrible decisions.
That's impulse control. That's intelligence.
What resources you have, Flo? You got this, man.
The less resources I have.
One of the best lessons my son taught me when he was 8 years old, he was going through this time period where everything he touched spilt, turned over, dropped, everything. So we're at the dinner table and he reaches and he's so self-conscious and he knocks over his milk right in front of him and he starts crying so hard. It just broke my heart. I'm going, God, I wish I could cry over something like that. I mean, I told him, I said, son, it gets worse. Don't worry about, and that's, I guess, don't cry over spilt milk because there's a lot worse in the world. And I still see that today. It makes me feel.
Dunning-Kruger effect. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, do you understand what I'm saying, Lindsay, on that though?
When they are stupid, do not know how stupid they really are. People that are smart tend to think they're stupid.
I was just saying my
Did you hear that,
analogy.
Lindsay? Did you self-apply it at all?
But don't
Turning
cry
to
over spilt milk is
what?
what I was trying to say. We got a lot, like LaFleur said, he made bad decisions still. They get worse. Even at 65,
Oh, I'm not.
they don't stop.
no, I'm fine with it. That's how I got to be me.
Well,
people are regularly commenting on how I don't give a fuck, and that's an asset. And I would say it's probably fairly well earned. Like, it's hard to be worried about too much when you've been through more.
Ooh, let's get some.
I still think we never learn till the very end. At the end, we still make the mistakes.
What do we got here?
I don't know. What was that?
We got sound effects too.
Alien invasion, something.
It's an offline game. I play as the antagonist on the game. He eats people.
So with the bad decisions, I have a theory that, or a philosophy, whatever, an approach to life that I would rather regret.
I'm that guy.
How's it phrased? There's a quote. There's a quote by the guy who wrote The Prince. Something about be proactive. Huh? Machiavelli, yeah. Something about being proactive, and it is better to make the mistake of doing something wrong than of
not doing it at all.
Anything. Yeah,
right.
And so
how does that relate to your atheist thing? I never heard about the atheist thing you were saying.
He's not an atheist.
No, he was telling me how atheists are. He's read.
What were you saying, Lindsay, that you were asking a question?
Yeah, to you, Flo. You were talking about you've encountered atheists.
Lindsay was asking a question.
Oh, okay.
I thought he said you were an atheist, and he didn't. He said, "How does this relate to the agnostic talk?"
I
was responding to a comment in the chat.
Oh. So agnostic. So what's worse, an agnostic or atheists that think they're on it?
Atheists are way worse than agnostics.
They're closed-minded.
Yeah, it's a religion of its own.
Made.
Oh, okay. I just never got those two. Agnostic, I thought they were just saying something's here, but I don't believe in one supreme being.
They don't know. And agnostics don't know. Atheists deny.
I don't think I've run into one.
Oh, 200.
Have you run into many in your life, Lindsay?
An agnostic?
No, atheist.
My dad's one.
Is he for sure 100%?
Yeah, he's an atheist. He doesn't pray. He doesn't go to church, anything like that. My mom is Catholic. Can you see why religion and dogma and the Bible and all of those things are really, contradictory and confusing to me?
I see why your stepbrother tortured you. He was conflicted.
In my family, I was raised by my dad, and
that was funny, Lindsay. That ties right into your family stories.
My mom was Catholic until maybe the late 90s when we went to another church. We moved to another city, and we realized Christian is not Catholic, and Catholic likes to make denominations out of Buddha, Hindu, Mormon, Jehovah's Witness. Those are denominations of Catholic Church, just separated into different areas. I became non-denominational when I was back home with them after things happened and we separated and we got back.
So, Lindsay, you said your mom was Catholic. So, do you know what the word Protestant comes from?
Doesn't it come from the Europeans protesting?
Yes, exactly. The Catholics called them. That was the put down word. The Catholics would call the non-Catholics. They call them Protestants, and that's what you say they were protesting. That's where it came from. They're protesting the Catholic Church. All Protestants were doing, and that's when the Catholics just call them Protestants. And it came very, like back in the day, it was one that's punishable by crime.
This is the quote I was thinking of. The bottom part where it says, "Make mistakes of ambition and not mistakes of sloth."
Yeah, like an armchair quarterback, sit there and do nothing. But the guy at quarterback is quarterbacking. You're doing something, and you're not just sitting there not doing nothing.
I mean, but it's you can look at your life. I assume everybody's the same as me. What do you regret more? The chick that turned you down, or the chick that you probably could have got but you didn't try?
Yeah, the ones that turn you down, it doesn't even affect you. It's the ones that you didn't try for. Your what if? The what if? Yeah. The what if? Right. Is that what you're saying? The what if? What happens if I would have done this? Yeah.
I think that's where that word anti-disestablishmentarianism comes from the Protestants and the people that were rejected because they didn't want to buy into traditional religious dogma, and then they were sent off, deemed as heathens, and they were anti-establishment.
Yeah, you're right. That surely was, because from what, if history's true, up to 1500, you were under the rule of the Catholic Church, basically, until the printing press came out and printed the Bible and everybody else started reading it. That's the story we're told. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But you're right. And you're
confused too. And you didn't have an atheist dad and a Catholic mom. You were a staunch Mormon at one time. And I am enjoying that you actually questioned it. I'm enjoying that fact.
Oh yeah.
Excuse us.
Once I questioned it, and I was in there when I was going to. Did you probably heard when you had to go through the Salt Lake Temple when you are getting your mission? You're getting blessing to be a missionary to go out in the land to preach. And I'm asking, I said, what happened here? Well, I said, how'd they build this? I was going, I questioned them, and their story made no sense, even when I was 19 years old. Go, what the fuck?
So this in response to this, difficult denizen has a different perspective than me. All my biggest regrets are romantic and economic. They are things I gave a chance instead of avoiding or walking out on right away. Interesting. I mean, now
let me read it. Don't take it away. One of the greatest decisions I made, and what I'm very happy I made, was to walk out really quick on my marriage. So I'm not. Yeah,
that's a regret.
No, I don't.
No,
he's
proud of himself.
Got you.
Yeah, a lot of us wait way too long in a bad situation.
I think that people who wait too long in a bad situation are doing so out of a fear of trying what they want to do. Really,
I think if kids are involved, it's more of the fear of the kids. I'm thinking. I think that is a huge thing.
Yeah, that's also another reason I'm happy I did it when.
I just have something to say about that. The only thing for wrong to prevail is that good men do nothing. There's a time and a chance to have that opportunity, and they should take that chance.
Boondock Saints is a great movie.
Good quote, Andrew.
Oh, thank you very much.
Good point.
John Earl, you can't do that, or you can't know that. I would say you're mistaken.
100%.
I would think, so. And you can't explain it to somebody who hasn't had kids, but because it doesn't make sense. But I'm glad that I made that mistake.
After 18 years of marriage, and I divorced at 39, I first dated a few women that didn't have any kids by choice, and I found them to be the most selfish, not knowing really how to love. And if you married and if you dated any woman who had kids, they love so much differently, and I'm not gonna piss a lot of people off.
Yeah,
But they do. They just love different. A woman has had a child,
but some women who have. There are some moms that are like Miss Flo's mom, fucking nuts.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying on the
that
when
bitch
you date.
doesn't know how to love a damn thing.
Yeah, but they still love. She still would kill for her daughter, Brett. I bet you when it came push to shove.
No, I don't think that she would. She didn't change at all when one of her daughters died.
Really? Well, I mean, but if she could have stopped them, how she died? I mean, it was an accident or medical. Really? She would have stopped them if she could have, though, wouldn't she?
Who do you think probably? Who do you think probably drove her to do that?
Well, no one. I don't think anyone can drive. Anyone can do anything like that.
Met this bitch.
Well, you haven't met my daughter.
Can you speak up, Andrew?
It's a matter of influence, and there's perspective on it. Some people can be influenced to do something themselves.
But I agree with
What
you,
is an
Flo, on that one.
antinatalist?
When you said that, you haven't met this lady. Like I say, yeah, you haven't met my daughter. So yeah, there are mean, hateful people are just sit there and they're mean and hateful. They just are. They just straight out have nothing but poison come out of them.
Not everybody is changed for the good by having kids.
But I'm just saying, no, I say they love different. They do. They still, the ones I dated that chose not to have children, I'm saying it was a choice. No, I don't want children. I know like this. I got a son like that. He doesn't want to bring a kid into life and everything. He'll never know the joy of having a child. And everyone that's had one knows what that is.
He might know. Yeah, I keep trying to talk in front of Lindsay to save you because I feel like she's going to come at you.
No, go ahead, Lindsay.
Not at all. Not at all.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not picking on anyone.
No, I like Harmon. I just don't always agree with them. That's not a big deal.
Yeah. Do you don't have any children, Lindsay?
No, I chose not to have any for the same reason Jonathan Earl down there said.
And my son.
Pretty much.
Much. But I say you'll like say you'll never know. And like the reason the subject doesn't flow about it, Flo says you'll never know because you didn't have that experience, and if you don't have that experience, you'll never know.
It's not one that you can explain,
right? And
Andrew, I hear you.
Oh, I wasn't speaking.
Sometimes Andrew does this thing that drives me nuts, where he just like draws attention to himself visually.
I didn't want to ignore him, but it looked like he was talking. No, I'm not gonna. I don't feel like
I'm
really
glad you
debating
brought
this.
it up because it annoys the shit out of me.
I just disagree.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying that's from my experience of dating women that had children and not children.
I was going to rewind back in the conversation about when you were talking about risks, or I guess Flo was talking about risks and regrets. And then somebody, I guess Flo put a quote up there, and it said in romance and in other things. And I was thinking of that Shakespearean quote about it's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. I was kind of agreeing with that in terms of risk, because not only is love a huge risk and a huge, it could be anything. It could be romantic love, it could be familial love, it doesn't matter. But it is a huge risk that you put out there, and it does take guts. But also, I think that I would definitely say for me, the biggest risks I ever took in my life were the funnest or most poignant or most ballsy and real moments of life that I've ever had, even the bad ones.
That's good on you, because I had this one friend, she was a girl, she seems to just pick the wrong guy, and she trusted him, and then she's, I'm never going to do it again. I said, no. I think it's something like what you're saying. Don't jade yourself because some guy was a jerk. Go out there and still find your love. Trust people, and eventually you'll find what you want. So keep trying, and then you have the experiences, like you said. They're the best experiences you had.
You should learn what you don't want from your relationships. I did.
So what was one of your best ones that you would say that you took the risk, Lindsay, that sets in your mind?
Look within. Congratulations. My daughter will be 14 this month.
What was one? What you got? One special one you can share with us, Lindsay?
Okay, I'm going to be real brief about this because I don't really want to. I had double transplant.
Okay.
And
I thought you were going to say penetration.
I had my choice. I could die in a matter of time, 1 or 2 years or something, probably peacefully in my sleep, which kind of, I was thinking, well, I've already lived, past my prime, and I've done okay. It wasn't a fantastic life, but it wasn't hell either. And then I wouldn't have to go through all this stuff like dialysis and all these really painful things and procedures. And then I just made the decision to let them gut me open like a fish. And shove some pink kidney in my body, sew it back up. And it really good. It was a lot of trouble. 3 years ago, they had it.
Your
and
audio is kind of getting wonky.
Go back to the kidney part.
Yeah. Jump back about 10 seconds.
Got a double transplant. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. They double
Okay,
teamed
kidney and
you
pancreas.
like a fish.
No, I said they gutted me like a fish.
Right.
And
Oh, so they
I
took
didn't.
stuff out and had to put stuff back in. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, absolutely
That's-
disgusting, right?
Wow. Yeah.
And so it took some bravery on my part because I had the choice and I didn't want to be on dialysis for a year. No one in their right mind wants to be on there. You have to sit connected to a machine for a total of a year or more. Some people are on it for the rest of their lives. And your blood is filtered and cleaned because your kidney's not doing enough, good enough job. And I made friends with people and watched people die in, beds all around me. This is not a poor me story. This is a fact.
No, it's a story. Yeah.
And it was horrible and disgusting, and nobody wants to be in a situation like that. I mean, everybody has their own horror story, but that was one of mine. And then finally, after a year, I was able to get a transplant. And the first person that was qualified to donate her organs, this is just an aside, she'd committed suicide. And she was only 15 years old. And when they cut her open, they discovered that her kidneys were just destroyed because she had had alcoholism since she was about 13. So she was only 15 years old and she killed herself and had pancreatitis too. And I thought, okay, I'm appreciative for this opportunity, but I don't think I want that bad, what you would call, I don't know what you would call it. Spiritual
Damage one already. Yeah.
Well, it's not just damage. It's that this chick, she was a high flyer in the hospital. She was in there like 5 different times for trying to kill herself. And finally she did it. And I didn't want her organs, even though, I mean, they were icky, but I just had this probably illogical feeling like, I don't want these. Anyway, long story short, someone else came along and I was able to use her organs. She was brain dead via an aneurysm. And it took all the guts in the world to accept that from someone else. And long story short, there's a lot of misery in it, but a lot of happiness, and I'm doing really great. And
I've never heard that side of the story from someone. I never thought of that perspective ever. That's because the movies never put that perspective out there.
I just have a big cut down my stomach, and I still go out in a bikini or bathing suit or half top or whatever, and when it stopped me. It's just the really strange and odd fact that I remember fishing a lot, and we'd cut up the fish sometimes, and so we could eat them, and you cut out the bones and the gross guts and stuff, and you just eat the meat part of it. I felt like that fish. It was like, oh, okay, the tables are turned here. It's your time to be gutted, but I got to live.
Wow. I never heard that perspective. Have you, Flo?
Huh?
Have you heard that perspective of the person getting it? I never thought. I always thought they'd be, oh wow, great. They don't even consider anything else. But yeah, I never thought of considering the way she did. Wow, that's deep.
Yeah, I've heard her story before, and I agree. And I think most of the chat agrees too, from what I saw. Good intuition on not taking the bad juju one.
Yeah, I never thought of that.
Happy birthday to Uncle Fatty's daughter.
Happy birthday. And he's getting twins too. Uncle Fatty is getting twins.
He's getting twins?
Twin grandchildren.
Twin grandchildren?
Oh, shit.
I am happy that
I thought he was getting twin daughters or something. I was like, damn, Uncle Fatty, I don't know how old you are, but that's kind of old to be starting out. So
it's me.
Hey,
Lindsay, I am
Lindsay,
happy that you are here today.
Hey, thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you made the decision, I was going to say,
music.
We wouldn't be able to appreciate getting to know you. Look at that.
Da-da-da. You're so
perfect.
What was the deal with the debate with Fatty?
I'm not sure.
What was the topic?
Who has background TV or something going on?
Is this Denizen talking or Joshua?
Joshua
talking.
Hold
but
on,
somebody has background TV
cartoons.
playing.
1 second. Let me change rooms. There we go. Let's try that. Better?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure why few people heard about that like it was a big deal or something. It was just a conversation we started debating. It was impromptu. and it was in Mel's room. He started talking about how men are. He said better, but we changed the word later. If the point of living is survival, then he made a really good point that then actually if it was between men and women, men would fare better. And we argued back and forth about that, and I pretty much agreed in many ways except for reproduction and reproductive rights and abilities. And he said, well, you need sperm, so good luck. And I said, well, what about in vitro? What about cryogenics? And brought up all these other ideas, and that's pretty much what we were going back and forth about. And I don't know why people keep asking me about it. I don't.
Just because I'm usually I frequent Fatty's very often, and it was the first time I had seen you there. So I was like, and I caught the tail end of it. So
I wasn't there. I was in Mel's room.
I'm sorry. I frequent with Team Fatty, like the entire group of them. It's a weird thing. It's an alliance between Untouchables and Hamptons. Anyways,
yeah, you okay there too.
Okay. I've only gone to Mel's like once or twice, but like I said, I mean, kind of like I don't know. It's a group that I often hang out with. So, curious, like you like have any animosity toward the red pillars?
Not at all. I believe they have their opinions, and they're a little bit absolutist, and I have my own mind and my own opinions, and I see that they have some valid points too. Like even when they do the MGTOW stuff, or however you say that, MGTOW, and they say that women do this and women do that, I agree with some of them. It's just, sometimes when I disagree about certain things and somebody asks me.
Okay. An example would be, how do you feel about like the removal of specific women's rights? Like the right to vote, things like that.
I don't have any problem. I mean, we didn't even get the right to vote till 1920. And if somebody wants to vote irrationally, that's what we got to take. I mean, both women and men vote.
Fuck, that is too nuanced. I can't debate it. It's too nuanced. Damn.
Oh yeah, EBT said, "Who wouldn't gut Lindsay like a largemouth bass?"
Oh, how cute.
Yeah, but on the right to vote thing, at first there's only landowners. There was always special group of people who could only vote. So we even had the right to vote.
I wasn't making a poll, but I will make a poll. No, I won't. I wasn't making a poll. I was actually, Harmon, you'll like this. I was responding to Rose's email. She's going to interview me on her channel.
Yes, I can't wait for that one.
I feel good about letting women vote. I feel good about letting men vote.
I don't think any vote counts, so it doesn't matter who votes. Hey, Lindsay, do you think that'd be good that Rose interviews?
Yeah.
I think that would be awesome.
Harmon, about that, because it's usually the Congress that are in office that make the vote, and it's a matter of party.
Yeah, all politics to me is just a bunch of bullshit. People over there in circle jerk. That's in the story.
That's right.
Hey, Joshua, do you think I'm some kind of feminist anti-red pill person? Is that what you're asking? Feminazi?
No, I actually don't know, and I don't think I'd ever had a conversation with you about any of it. So I guess that was kind of weird, specifically why Fatty would have had that conversation with you in the first place. I guess we're trying to piece all of that together. Like, how did that conversation start?
He started the conversation by saying that men were better than women.
I'm sure. He's kind of, I don't want to call him a red pillar. He's not quite there, but he's not really that far from it.
Well, we got it. Yeah. And we got into Darwinism and solipsism and all of the different philosophies that go along with those things, and how people have the right to define their own purpose and meaning in life.
What's a red pillar? I don't know that. I'm lost in this conversation.
Depends on.
It's a reference from the Matrix. You're either waking up or you're going to sleep.
They had nothing to do with gender. So what's red pillar?
Yeah, but in this case,
going to sleep. We're not.
It's been conflated with the manosphere.
Okay. Andrew, they're not talking about the Matrix one. This one has something to do with between men and women. I don't get what the difference in the red pill is.
So it's been all like the Manosphere, MGTOW, the He-Man woman haters group, like it's all been like basically grouped into one thing, and so it just gets tossed in as red pilling now.
I never even heard of that groups anyway, so don't matter.
Really common debates in relationship groups.
Would be me. Andrew was right. It's a difference between hearing a pretty lie versus the ugly truth. And the idea is that you can do more with an ugly truth than you can with a pretty lie. And you deprive people of the chances to make decisions when you are dishonest and say, oh, that's okay. This is the way it is. Like an example of that would be women and men are equal. You know, right off the bat that is not logical. We obviously have physical differences for one, and women on the whole are 3 IQ points lower than men. So there are some discrepancies there, even just right as soon as you think about it. But the blue pillar would say, the person that loves the beautiful lie would say, no, we're all equal. Women can do anything men can do. And the red pill people would say, no, we have much more upper arm strength, and if you need infrastructure built, we're the ones to do it.
So you accept the what's bold-faced in your thing, and the blue pillar would say they just ignore the facts.
Not necessarily. I mean, that's putting it pretty extreme, but it's sort of like wishful thinking versus the cold hard truth. But what you're doing is arguing against somebody who thinks he or she has the cold hard truth, and the truth could be somewhere in between.
Okay. I never even heard of that stuff. I just heard red pill, like Andrew says. It was on the Matrix. You want to wake up or you want to stay asleep. Like there are a lot of people who'd love to stay asleep. I know that on that part.
Well, I don't know. They get kind of fun when the debates start going around like the morals of it, because generally, like that's where the concept of like removal of voting rights, like, and you would laugh and joke about this, but there have been 2 bills in the last 4 years that have been submitted. They never made it past the agenda assignment with the House committee, but like they people actually try this bullshit. So it's like kind of like a matter of time. If it is the case that I guess like people that generally really pissed off at women might politically pull that off. It'll be in like 25 years.
They cite studies, but there's a lot of confirmation bias. And one study would show, for example, that women vote mostly based on looks. And they have found that for certain studies, but certain studies say, no, that's not even true. They argue the other side because they firmly believe that women should not vote, and they're screwing up the person who should rightly be the president because they lack rational thought, and they vote via emotion and looks.
Yeah, but
even if that's true,
the problem is
what's
the
the
studies
long-term solution?
Well, the studies wouldn't matter. At the end of the day, what you're talking about is House and Senate voting in one way or another, right? It's really just going to boil down to whatever the hell they want.
Right.
It doesn't matter what the studies say one way or the other. That's kind of how the functionality of rights works, right? People can say you have a right. They can also remove it away from you. So what is the right kind of thing? It's really what it boils down to.
Well, they think it's right to take back control because men have always had control. We've always had male hegemony in society. They're at the top of the hierarchy chain for whatever reason we have decided as a society, which I'm not going to discuss right now. But I think their power is particularly threatened right now because they've lost some control over women who are more autonomous and are choosing to go to work instead of having kids. So I think it would allowing them to vote would be another way to say, hey, you know what? Take a step down, stay in your lane. Let the men
I'd
do.
argue it's the other way around. Women gave up most of their power for the right to vote. Because voting doesn't really change anything. If it did, they wouldn't let you do it.
You have a fair point.
It's indoctrinating, to use a deliberately strong word, the next generation that has the most power. And now women are in the workforce and the state has that power.
Wait, do you mean like voting at a national level versus voting at a local level?
I think you were referring to
yeah.
I'm referring to voting in general.
You're referring to what?
Voting in general.
Like that would include like local voting? like voting for your local sheriff, voting for your local district judge, things like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
I never vote for anyone to rule over me.
It's and it was participating in the political process is where I learned that lesson. So, I'm not particularly smart. The things I believe are based upon my experiences. And if I find myself ignorant on something, I do it, or I go see it, I go watch it.
Who's talking?
Denizen.
Okay. I couldn't see his thing moving.
Makes sense to me.
Because I had a lot of preconceptions about how politics work until I actually worked for a campaign and ran for delegate in my local area.
What changed your mind? I mean, what was different than the way you thought it would be?
There is no democratic process.
There isn't. And Democrats still one of the worst governments.
The vote is just the illusion of choice so that you go on and pick whatever flavor of ketchup that you want. Or
exactly.
Or as Carlin would say, that you got 50 bagels to choose from, but 2 candidates.
Let's just say voting was legit and it did matter. Your vote mattered. Just for entertainment's sake.
And a wild thought experiment.
Yeah.
I can't honestly answer. Okay, go ahead, Andrew.
No, I just wanted to do
it. Matters to the government because they're tracking us down.
I do.
Go ahead, Lindsay.
Keep people. Yeah,
go ahead, Lindsay.
Okay, let's play a wild, out of this world, spatial hypothetical and say your vote and my vote and Andrew's vote do count for sure. They do count. Every vote counts. Would you still feel any differently about women voting?
Oh, about women voting.
Right, because that's where we started out.
Right.
I'm not really sure how I feel about women voting. If votes matter, probably.
You never thought about it?
Oh, I think about it all the time, but I don't think there's really much difference. And I don't we can't live in a world in which 50% of the population doesn't participate in whatever that is. There's some biological immutable realities that we cannot change. For example, a man probably, at least in the terms in which we think about it, will never experience giving birth.
What was her hypothetical, Denson? I want her hypothetical was, what was it, Lindsay?
My hypothetical was that every vote does count.
Right.
And in that case, if that were true, then would he have any contentions against, with women voting? And he kind of said, yeah, in a way.
Well, I have contentions with just about everyone voting. And women
this is hypothetical. Be in the world. Be in the world that that's real.
I'm trying to. Are you looking for a yes or no or a 2 or 3? What answer would you like me to give, Harmon?
Well, I would just like you to say if the votes count, because I'm like you. Votes are bullshit. It's an illusion of choice, all that stuff. I'm 100% with you. But when Lindsay gives these hypotheticals, people lose it a lot of time. I just want to be in her fantasy world right now. If they counted, what would you think like that? If it really mattered,
yeah, that is what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I apologize.
Yeah, because for me, I guess it's not a yes or no answer. I already have a problem with the fact that women vote. I already have a problem with the fact that anyone votes. In a world where the votes mattered,
You're not sticking with my hypothetical.
Yeah, you got to stick with the hypothetical. That part of what your thoughts doesn't count.
I don't see how.
I'm trying to pin you down.
The reason, but that's not going to work because the reasons why I feel about the way.
Pin your ass down because you're forgetting my hypothetical. You won't grant it to me. If you won't grant it to me, then just say I won't grant it.
I don't see how I'm forgetting it. I'm trying to explain to you that the detail. Yeah.
And then if he doesn't, are you going to answer?
See, the detail whether or not votes matter is not like the significant part of why I fall one way. Yeah.
I'm asking you. Besides that, is there anything in your opinion that would keep women from voting just as well or effectively as men would or do?
If there's anything besides what, whether or not the vote matters.
Never mind.
Lindsay, I think women should vote if it matters too. That's what I'll answer your question, Shannon. I'm like with him. I'm totally against vote. I think voting's bullshit. Doesn't count. Hasn't ever counted, in my opinion. And
That's
so,
why I
but if in your hypothetical, I think women should be able to vote just as much as men.
Thank you
Damn.
for answering that.
Okay, is it my turn to answer it? Because I'm going to oppose everybody.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm gonna say, Uncle Fatty, Uncle Fatty and I butt heads where he chooses happy delusions over harsh reality. You live in reality, not in your delusion. If you choose to operate like you live in a happy delusion, you're gonna fuck up reality. That's the way that works. The more delusional, the bigger the fuck up. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Josh.
Okay, so on face value, the answer is I would absolutely oppose women voting. The reality is the idea is to go back to or basically restructure the voting system to one vote per household. It's designed to get more skin in the game, that kind of thing.
But in her world, if the vote really counted, no women.
To answer her question, and within our goal specifically, it would actually be to revoke women's voting rights, among other things as well.
So you got two answers. You got two good answers there, Lindsay.
Freedom isn't free, but voting is. That tells you what you need to know, Fatty.
So are you happy with those two answers, Lindsay? They in your world.
Yours was more concrete and specific to my hypothetical. His had a lot of hedging, which I was pretty much asking for a more concrete answer. So I like yours better. But
You didn't ask a yes or no question, to be fair. The second question sounded like you might have been closer to what you were trying to say, but someone cut me off right as I was
then
about
I would
to
just
answer that
say
one.
I'm inarticulate and drop the point, and you got it, or whatever you want.
You let Flo off
that
the
was
hook. Flo, what about your answer, Flo?
I don't want to
women vote. So
You would let them?
I would say if I would not undo women voting, but if I were around back then, I see the women's vote as an attack on family. I see it as a societal move because I believe, if I understand correctly, that the reason women didn't vote is because basically they were treated as a household, right? The household was assumed to be unified, and I think that what women's voting did is it undermined that assumption that a household would be unified, and so I think that I would oppose it if I were back then, but since we are now, I would want women to still vote. Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying, vote if the vote counted. If it counted.
Right.
So
if voting counted, but I would say the same thing also about child support. I think that shifted men's roles in their own mind from being a parent to paying a bill. So, and to the extent that if I'm wrong about that assumption or about that belief, if it actually didn't have any change on how people viewed the family, then I would. I don't have any reason why I don't think women should vote. I just think that the family unity is more important than a hobby activity.
Can I ask your views on like the nuclear family versus the extended family?
In what sense?
Well, what I've noticed, globally speaking, most cultures are not like what people generally describe as a nuclear family. They really mean like a mother, father, and the kids in the household, right? But globally speaking, they really kind of imply it to mean extended family, meaning that there's mom, dad, grandma, grandpa that are usually in the household. It's got its reasons for it, usually like dealing with like
economic.
Yeah. So like my question would be like, what was your opinion on it? From my understanding,
my priority is that kids have parents, both parents. I think is the important thing in my mind. I do think that we as a culture throw away our old people in a way that's atrocious, but Yeah, the reason that I prioritized the family in my answer about voting is because is for kids to have parents when they're raised.
Yeah, I can understand your goal.
Okay. Well, then, what do I mean, in another sense, what do I think about the extended family? Like, I don't know, they're cool.
I guess the more I looked into it, I found out that we're kind of the oddballs. And then worst part is we make it a talking point. I'm just sitting here like, if you look at the Italians, the Germans, the Greeks, all of them are all traditionally extended family. We're the fruitcakes that I guess apparently got like super hyper individualistic. And we fucked off with like grandma and grandpa and cousins and all that shit. Like,
I think culturally, I think it's a culture thing, and I think it was intentional to divide the generations, right?
Yeah, we as in you. Well, I'd say North Americans. It might
in
actually
the West,
yeah.
you know, like the British invasion, right? The
British only recently kind of got away from it.
Well, I'm talking about the British invasion, like the music.
Oh yeah.
It's called the British invasion when Jimi Hendrix and all the Brits came over with the Rolling Stones, all that shit. But yeah, I think it's a cultural way to divide. I think that our generations are too divided, and I think that music is how you know what generation you're in.
Well, that's I can't disagree with that.
You know what I mean? Because I don't remember where it was. I heard somebody talking about the music is weird because it used to be that everybody had the same music, and it was your culture. And now it's every generation has its own music, and it's divisive. So,
does that mean you're anachronistic if you're the kind of person that grows up liking, one or two generations earlier? Like if you grew up liking classic rock, but in the 80s. Or if you like,
it means you probably rode in the car with your parents a lot.
Probably in the car with your parents. Oh, okay.
Right? I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah. No.
Somehow this part, they reminded me of something that Lindsay said about choice to not have children. You know what, Lindsay? I could see a point from that because my son's the same way. And at the end, we all die alone anyway. I'm saying, well, my son's not going to know we'll have kids. Well, my kids have alienated me. I had kids, and they're not in my life. So I can see another point of view that you're saying that I lean towards a little bit. So yeah, it doesn't guarantee anything. So I agree with you a little bit on that. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Angela, I forgot I had this comment up here. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah, when you were talking about the music invasion, Flo, I somehow made me think of that.
Of what? Sorry,
my kids are in your the music, the generation you grew up in, and they're in with your age group, and a lot of them more alienate in your age group than they did in the earlier days, like you were saying.
I don't think either choice is right or wrong in and of itself. It's just it depends on the person, and what they want in their lives and what they don't want too. It's as equally as important to know what you don't want. And I didn't want to bring a kid into this world, who might inherit the diabetes that I used to have, or overall, and all the social problems we have. I didn't really like it. I think this is a tough life. We can all take it unless you die, and then sometimes that happens too. But I wouldn't willingly wish this life on anyone. Doesn't mean I'm into self-deletion or anything like that. It just means that if given the choice to bring a beautiful baby, a beautiful, healthy child into this world with all these problems, I'm not down with it.
That's exactly what my son said. Exactly what my son. No, my son said the exact same thing. He doesn't want to bring a kid into this world. He really doesn't.
Here's why I don't buy that line of reasoning at all, is because it's bullshit, obviously.
No,
they're both still here. They're both still here. This world isn't bad. What percentage of people that enter this world take themselves out of it?
Well, I mean, that's
not really. Is personal
that doesn't really prove that.
What percentage regret being brought into it at all?
It's a false premise, though.
Personal perspective. It's a cope because people are fearful.
Everything's a cope.
Maybe the people that agree with her is the ones who self-end.
You know what I especially like about not having kids? I'm not forcing anyone to take care of me when I'm really old and feeble and peeing my pants. Nobody has to take care of me but me, or somebody I hire, or I will die. I don't want to put that on someone else and make them.
You're not having kids because you don't think that they should have to take care of you when you're old. Is that what you're saying?
There's many reasons.
And I'm going to
He's
shut
not
your
letting
shit
me
down
finish
because
just
your
because-
cope is spreading bad. I don't agree with it. I don't like it. I think it's a bad message to other people who might be
I don't
considering
care.
it.
It's a personal.
No, I know. I'm not trying to stop you. I'm just telling you, I'm going to fuck your shit up with it. Like, you're going to cope at me with bad logic, and I'm going to dump it down. But go ahead.
No, this is a personal reason. This is not a logical argument. This
I
is
don't
a
believe it is.
filled with
I believe
emotion.
it's a personal cope.
Nah, I'm sorry. We don't agree. We don't agree.
So what would my son put my son in that Flo? My son almost sounds exactly like, I don't want to bring a kid into this life because I think the world is fucked up. He really believes that. Well, how would I cope with him? What would I do?
I
Help
would
me
tell
there.
him that he's arrogant and full of shit. And he's I mean, he's not leaving the world. He doesn't regret being born. So to make that decision for somebody else and say, you know what? I don't think the world is good enough for you to be here. It's a bullshit. I mean, it's just there's no logic in it. It's stupid.
And his lady wants to have a child. So thing is, how would I say it without offending? I'm not going to go up and say you're illogical.
I don't
and you're
know.
bullshit.
Obviously,
What would I say to communicate? He's your age. What would I do to get through to you?
Obviously, I can't even do it. So
you absolutely can't really do much about it. Antinatalism points have been around for, I'll say.
Oh, I never heard that term.
The last 8 years they've been really nasty key talking points. It's a lot. There's a lot more people than you think.
And here's the thing: I would never really. I don't know. Maybe I would. I was open to kids, but I never like pursued them. I just sort of accidentally found myself in that situation. I think that that's what has to happen for a lot of dudes because if you look at it at surface level, it doesn't. There's not a good reason to have kids, but I do think that it's absolutely beneficial to my life and most people's lives. But there just isn't a good reason to explain it. It's easy to reason out of it.
When you first found out your wife was pregnant, what was your reaction?
I fucking threw up off the balcony.
Did it really affected you?
And then we rented Knocked Up and watched that. Yeah, because I was 23. Well, I was 22. I was 22, unemployed, living at my girlfriend and her roommate's apartment. Like the couch guy. I had just graduated college. I didn't have it. Yeah, I was not ready to have a kid then.
Huh. And now every eye roll you get, you think how happy you are.
Right, absolutely. It's the best mistake I ever made. So when I hear a lot of people talking themselves into bad decisions, I think it's the same thing. Just like I think that feminism, right? I think that fucked over a lot of women who are now regretting it and realize that they prioritized a job, which, let's be real, nobody likes their job.
Amen.
I think that was a mistake for women. I think this is a mistake for our generation, which is, oh, I'm not going to have kids. This world isn't good enough for an angel. Get the fuck out of here. The world's always been this way. It's always been wild. It's good if you decide it's good. It's bad if you decide it's bad. But very few people self-delete as a percentage. Very few people, if you ask them, would be like, you know what? I wish I hadn't been born.
Yeah, you know what? When they entered the women into the workforce officially, I think you're right. Women gave up a lot of rights when they were entered in, but they were psychologically gone through, hey, this is our right to do this. They lost a lot of rights when they did that. They had the blessings of not having the stress of work, that have to make a time clock. They lost a lot of freedom, tons of freedom.
Yeah, could you imagine thinking that
That's why
going to work to slave for a boss is empowered over like staying at home? I don't know. Everybody works their careers waiting to retire, right? And like that's part of the reason that I'm trying to figure out how to do what I'm doing now. And I will never go back to a W-2 job. I haven't had one in years.
Yep. But I see your point. They lost. I don't understand when they vote that they gave up rights. I can't see that part, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere. But volunteer to get your damn Social Security number and put in there and work for a slave job. They lost a lot of rights.
See, and here I think Uncle Fatty's insane. Do your kids regret it? That's what matters.
Well, the answer you already stated. The vast majority of people are not offing themselves. So clearly, they like the idea of being here.
Right. This sentiment can clearly be removed unless Uncle Fatty or whoever thinks that they somehow know better than whatever life they're talking about.
You have to assume that people don't experience regret, suffering, or existential dread without killing themselves. Then, in order for that,
Don't say that. Don't say it that way. Don't. You got to talk around that word like you said.
What are you talking about? Regret all the damn time.
No.
And I said
no.
Harmon, you're right. We got it. But no, I don't have to assume that. That's only true for self-deletion. That's not true for the other part of it, which is or regret being born.
No, I agree with what you said. I just don't like the word
born and not actually commit whatever.
I know. That's why I said them. I said the two different ways.
Self-end is a good word.
Harmon, we got it. Thank you.
Okay. No, but he didn't.
So the chat is bringing in economics to it. I want you guys to look up the birth rates in the 1920s.
Yeah, economics. Fuck that. Here's the fact of the matter. I would never have been, and this actually my ex-wife's, well, she was my girlfriend. Her dad gave me the best pep talk ever afterwards because we told him first, and he said, when he got my ex-wife's mom pregnant with her, they were 18. And he basically said, look, if you wait until you feel ready to have kids, you will never have kids because you could always have more money. You could always have a better job. You could always be more stable. But luckily life doesn't really always give you that option. And I absolutely agree with that.
But some people don't think that way.
Well, some people are retarded.
And some people don't think exactly like you.
I know, but
without also being retarded.
Give me a reason. Give me a better reason. Do you wish that you weren't born?
Thought at some
point you wish that
you
you were
would've-
born?
No. I was thinking at some point you would say it's selfish to not want to have children, but you didn't.
I implied it.
Right. So then, I mean, how's that retarded then? In order for it to be selfish, doesn't it have to be a benefit? Doesn't that mean it's better to not have kids?
No, I
winning
don't.
Something?
I think it is a selfish behavior, but I think it's also a mistaken selfish behavior.
What does mistaken mean, though? Like, why is it a mistake?
Because you would be happier and better off if you had kids than if you didn't.
Oh shit, that's a grand presumption there. Holy balls, Spatter.
I was raised that you're born to procreate.
Probably not. Has anybody ever done a study on that?
It's not something you can study because it's not really even something I can explain properly. That's what I was saying earlier. I can't explain why you should have kids, and nobody could have explained it to me. It doesn't make sense. It's not logical. It just is what it is.
Yeah, I'm pretty pro marriage, and I often find myself in this debate. This idea of trying to find benefits for a male within marriage is almost impossible. There are some, but they're not going to be what people typically measure. So it's like the same thing with kids. Like I kind of wanted kids. That was the whole reason why I got married. I specifically went shopping for a specific type of wife because of like I was basically seeking a mother thing. But at the end of the day, like I was really just kind of on the fence about having kids. It wasn't until after the kids showed up and I went through the bullshit diaper thing. I was like, well, this is kind of fun. It just is what it is. It's a weird thing.
It doesn't make any sense, and it's I don't know.
It's whatever crazy version of male emotions are in there. It's in there. It's just we don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I love this thing. Not sure why.
Exactly.
It's not very fun to hang out with. It threw up on me.
I've had that same experience with a cat.
I think it's just nature.
No, you haven't.
No. It's like my brother got killed when
he hasn't had it with a cat.
Yeah, because when my brother died when I was 10 years old, he was 14. He got killed in an accident. And that was in 1969. I still think of him 54 years later. And
I
that
still
cat
think about my cat.
54 years later, you won't be thinking of no damn cat.
I still think about my cat. It's been 40 years.
Really?
It's been 35 years.
Well, that was a special cat.
And I'm just saying, I'm not saying the same as having kids because I don't have any kids, thankfully. But I'm saying it's the same thing as Joshua and Flow State just described with English words.
There went that Lindsay giggle.
Okay, have you tried? But you haven't tried both. You don't know that, and I'm telling you, I
just
have
said that.
tried both, and it's not the same.
Right, for you.
But it is for you.
No,
Why would you
I
think
can,
you know that
for
it's the
me,
same
I can
for you, but I've
absolutely be
tried
happy.
both?
For me, I can absolutely be happy without
You're
kids.
coping. You're coping.
And I'm definitely, if I think about kids, I think about how horrifyingly unhappy I would be all the time.
You are trying to
Like,
figure
one of the
out how
reasons
you
why I
can
don't
know
have
what
kids,
you can't
when I was
know.
young and I actually was interested in reproducing like vigorously, then I decided it would be immoral to bring a child into the world. But now
On
I'm
what
so
basis?
fucking glad that I never did. Oh my God, my life is so much better.
No, you're not.
No.
No,
Lindsay,
you're
let
not.
me ask you a
I
question.
do
Lindsay.
whatever I want.
None of
whenever
us
I
with
want.
that. None of us with kids believe that shit coming out of your mouth.
I know. I think that's a cope because you're stuck with your kids and you're the one coping and you're
So
projecting.
what do
it
you
onto-
do with your life that's such a blast?
I like the
you
way he
couldn't do
goes
without-
to tables.
It's everything. Like,
Do you
I
notice
could
how
just-
he's getting mad?
I could sit here
Yes.
and jerk off and watch a documentary about dinosaurs just because I feel like it.
But what do you do? What's the fun things that you're doing?
That's a good example, except I'm not really into dinosaurs that much anymore.
Lindsay, what would happen? I went through your life when you had your friends telling you, "Oh, Lindsay, you really should have a." When they've sure you've had the friend who said, "Try to talk you into it in a nice way." How would you respond with them?
I never had anyone do that except for my dad. And I thought it was a bad reason to have kids because somebody else wanted me to. So I just didn't. I don't have. Some people just don't get that yearning. I love my niece and nephew. I played with them when they were younger. They're kind of grown now, but I really enjoyed that. I never felt the need like I had to have kids. I'm just fine without them. I feel satisfied. I feel like I made the right choice. But other people have value judgments about that and say you're being illogical or this or that. Well, you're right.
No, it's logical. It's just wrong.
Excuse me. I want to talk for a second. Every decision is a mix of logic and emotion, especially when you're talking about bringing a new baby into the world. Of course, there's going to be some emotional, some rational thought as well as some emotional thought. And I feel good with my decision, probably just as good as Flow State feels with his. And he loves his daughter. He's glad he had her. I'm glad I didn't have a kid. Would I have spoiled it and loved it to death? Sure. But I think it's okay that I don't have kids.
I think that there's a reason nature took away this decision from our cold, hard reasoning.
Okay, yeah, okay. If you could reason not to have kids in, there'd be so many kids not having.
Because most kids aren't conceived because somebody was trying to have kids. Most
Right.
kids are conceived because we have the urge to fuck, right?
Right. That's the
Yeah.
truth.
So
How many-
that
how
kind
many
of
of those
contradicts your previous argument about reasonableness of not having children.
Well, no,
I didn't make an argument about that.
We were.
I
pretty
didn't
clear
say
on
it's
the
not
concept.
reasonable. It's too reasonable. To not having kids is too logical, and it misses something.
Okay,
A person who's never had a kid like you guys
That's not how
can
I
never
heard you say it before.
Okay.
They can never say I know how you feel to a person that has a kid. They just can't because you don't have that experience, and you could try to do it, but you'll never know. That's just
To
something
say
you'll
that
never
you
know.
have that feeling with a cat is insane. I don't even know if you believe that. I don't.
No,
believe
the
it.
feeling that you described with your English words, you would have to elaborate as to what the difference is
Yeah,
for me to concede there is.
How
one.
would you? What word can I use that's more than that? Like choose the words.
I have
There
no
is no
idea,
words.
bro. It's
I
just
know,
that
'cause there
what you
isn't
guys
words
both
for it.
said is exactly what I had with my cat, and Harmon even came in with a third set of criteria.
Do you think it's the same as what you had with your cat, or are you just pointing out that we have a lack of words?
I
If you're
think
playing
probably.
semantic games, you're being disingenuous, and if you're saying that you think it's actually the same thing, then,
What I'm telling you is that what you're describing the difference is not sufficient. Because I've had those things
and you
with a cat.
recognize the language deficit, but you understand the point. You're just choosing to walk around it.
I understand there's a point. I have no idea what it is, though.
You don't think you know what the point is. Why don't you steel man me? What do you think my point is?
You feel stronger about your own children than people feel about cats.
That's right.
I mean, so what? Should I maybe if I take some ecstasy before my cat dies,
No,
I'll feel the same way? holding it
No,
and
you,
crying
like
it.
what I'm saying is that you won't get to know unless you have kids. It's
Well,
not the
I
same
don't
at
know.
all.
You
Well, I
might be
mean,
able,
that's convenient, you know, that's unfalsifiable.
well, no, you might
And
be able to
also
come,
doesn't communicate anything to me about what it's like.
no, you might be able to come close with something else, like for example, siblings, time of warfare kind of concept. A lot of people like where a brother would like run off to World War II or Vietnam or some shit. And
Yeah,
another
but does
brother
it have to
follow
be your
their ass.
blood brother?
Do
Do you have to be raised in the same household?
Whatever emotional attachment you would have to another human being.
Maybe some people can have emotional attachments to all kinds of human beings they're not related to, and maybe some can extend that to animals as well.
He just wants to argue, Flo.
Yeah, he just wants to argue. But something that
I mean, that's what happens whenever you don't have a response to
Whatever. That's
either
a
explain.
bad.
What
That's
I would
horseshit.
tell your son is that fuck, I lost. Oh, I would explain it this way. If you ask almost anybody at all what is the most important thing in their life, they're going to respond with a person, whether it's family members, family, friends, whatever. Maybe some particularly lonely people will say dog, but most of somebody your son's age, right? When you're young, you're surrounded by family and friends at school and shit. And as you get older, that thins out. So what's he got to look forward to? And I don't know. It still is a weak logical argument for why you should have kids, but I think it's the best approach probably.
Yeah, my boys are twins. They both were thinking the same way. So my other son, when he was 37 last year, finally got married to, and they had a child. What's in vitro, Lindsay? You said that earlier. That's what they had. I don't know what that is.
The sperm is implanted in the woman.
Okay, so they had to do it because she couldn't get pregnant, so they in vitroed her. Anyway, and now he's changed completely. He says, "I see what you mean." So like you said, just they have to have that experience to know. That's all it is. And so his brother it kind of shook his brother a little bit for his brother to say that.
Wait
till
Lindsay.
You're confused about the nature of the discussion. This wasn't a debate.
I wasn't having a debate. I was telling you how I feel. And you're trying to tell me that I don't feel how I feel, that it's a code.
Stupid, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, you were not able to describe a reason why that makes any sense.
I know I'm not. Your feelings are still stupid.
Wow.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with you thinking I'm stupid.
No, I said your feelings are stupid and they're a cope. Because we both
so
know
your
that
feelings
I've
are
had
stupid
both
too?
experiences and you haven't had both experiences.
Are your feelings stupid too?
Kind
You
of. I
have
do
a
value my feelings as
controlling
well.
instinct about you.
Okay, then
wanna
I understand
make
what you mean.
sure that it grows.
I think
and it
Andrew's feelings are stupid
grows
too.
And they can help whoever needs help. I don't know. I'm just
I wanted to
thinking
ask,
on my end.
Lindsay, have you ever seen any artificial wombs?
I really don't know where you're going. Artificial wombs.
I was picking up Fatty's argument.
Oh, I'm not quite reading Fatty, except for that he's saying life sucks, pretty much in a
Yeah,
nutshell.
Uncle Fatty is a fucking Debbie Downer.
Not that Uncle Fatty, no. The Fatty.
Oh, Team Fatty. Team Fatty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I haven't been around him lately, so I don't know what you're arguing about.
It was just the old argument. I was since we went up to like in vitro and stuff like that, I was going to pull up the male version of the artificial womb.
I thought you said wound.
But it was just like the whole concept of like, I'm a
No
big
wonder
fan
you were
of the,
lost. No wonder you were lost.
I'm a big fan.
Sir, a womb is a womb. A woman is a woman because they have a womb.
Oh, news break. Did you see that right there?
Yep, it's officially been scheduled. I'm going to be on Rose's channel Thursday at 10 Eastern time.
That is awesome.
We're going to be discussing why denizens' feelings are
Female is
stupid.
a female because it has a fetus.
Yeah, and there are such things as artificial wombs. They're technically illegal if they're for humans. Like the whole cloning thing, big fucking legal no. We do
Does
do
a
it with
woman
animals.
become a
though.
man after a hysterectomy?
Yeah, I don't know, man.
I kind of think I already know the answer, but Joshua, you were the one that was asking me about the artificial womb, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you think about using such a womb and before a baby actually is considered a viable being, a viable living being?
Well, I have no clue. I have no clue. Every time I try to go down the rabbit hole, man, it freaks me out. Like I really get stuck in several weird places.
What's easier to make scientifically with technology, an egg or a sperm? That's what it's going to come down to.
Artificially, currently the egg is easier. We're not exactly sure about the sperm.
Then men are going to like depopulate women, take all their rights away, and get them down to like 4% of the population. And
They can't make either one of them ever.
They'll just use them for stem cells.
They don't
make robots. Make robots that are always nice all the time and can make perfect cookies, and then put artificial wombs in them.
Scientists and all those mad
Sorry,
doctors
ladies,
can't
I
even,
don't make
they
the
can't-
rules. That's just how
they
it's
can't
gonna
even
go.
make a seed to grow as a tree. They're going to try and do that. They can't even. They can't make nothing in nature. Nothing can be reduced by man. That's nature.
Joshua, I'm taking it. You didn't want me to ask my question about stem cells.
You can ask it. I might not be able to give you an answer because I'm telling you, I've been down this rabbit hole a couple times and it really freaks me out.
Okay.
I mean, I'll try to answer. You might not like it.
No, it's all right. Don't have to ask it.
Because, like, even the concept of artificial wombs freaks me the fuck out. Like, I still have a problem with sex bots. I mean, I laugh and joke about it. It really still freaks me out. Like, that is
because if they turn on us, then they got our dicks.
Oh, no.
That's the same
Jesus
reason.
Christ.
That's the same reason that glory holes freak me out. I would never put my penis through that.
Who the fuck would do that? I've always thought that. Who's brave enough to do that?
A lot of rich people buy sex bots. They have
No,
sex
I'm
bots.
talking about the glory hole shit. The sex bot. Can you imagine if a sex bot got mad at you?
Is that because you have to be rich to get a good one though? Like maybe
I think
poor
back-
people would get them too if they were like $50.
Well, no, back. I guess when they hit like the media, I think it was like maybe 9, 10, 11 years ago. I think the going rate, the average rate at that given time was about 9,000 euro. That's euro. They didn't get. I don't recall what the U.S. price was.
The Japanese, I think, are the most degenerate sex people there. They'd start with all that stuff. They've had them for years over there. Japanese are some weirdos when it comes to the sex. They're fucking freaks.
Yeah,
I like how he said the sex.
Yeah.
Who doesn't like a little tentacle or two?
No, but they're freaking weird over in Japan. They do everything
That's
for.
why some people need an emperor. See,
We
There
are
you
not
go.
men. This is all over the place. This
Did someone say
dude's
tentacles?
out here complaining, but he's been here for fucking 6 hours.
when this
He's
one
way-
actually doesn't have a topic, and on the ones
No,
where you've had
Flo
the topic
never-
in the title,
Yeah,
it's
Flo
been- it
never does
stays
keep
pretty-
to a topic. He lets it go. That's why it's Flo, right,
It's,
Flo?
it's relatively on topic usually.
That's good.
Yeah, when I try to do a topic, it's mostly because I feel like it's better media, it's better viewing, right? But I don't know. I like conversations that go wherever.
I think there's more arguments when you keep to one topic.
I'm not so open-minded, but the topics on your panels are usually interesting.
Although the having a kids thing might be a good topic for a future one. Is like, so I
The
can
trouble with that is that it gets emotional because it is partly an emotional decision and a logical,
okay.
and people have their different perspectives, and that's why we're going to clash. You
That's
say yes.
also what makes it a good topic.
Okay.
I'm just waiting for you and Rose on Thursday. I'm already got it. Like, I got to plan my sleep around because you fucked up my life with this panel shit. I can't sleep anymore.
Man, I fucked up my life too.
It was, fuck you. I sat there and say fucking Flo about 3 times a day.
All right, and so the poll: do you wish you were never born? 62% said no. 32% or 68% versus 32. 32% wish they were never born, which is way higher than I expected it to be.
I didn't expect that at all.
I thought it was the opposite.
I did too. I voted the wrong way. When he did it, I voted the wrong way.
I was
do the poll again.
wondering if
do
I
the poll
phrased
again.
that.
Yeah, do the poll better.
Buy you one life.
Yeah, I pushed it the wrong way.
I know. I was when I was reading it back again, I just realized I phrased it a fucked up way. I'm gonna redo the poll and I'm
Hold
gonna
on a
phrase it
minute.
more clearly.
Andrew,
What?
just because you don't have kids doesn't mean you don't value life.
No, I
Yeah.
did not say that.
Okay.
I said that sometimes the dynamic is different. Some people will vote against their tuitions. On
Andrew,
the
are you glad you were born,
opposite
Andrew? Are you glad you were born?
I'm happy that I'm here, is what I am.
Okay, that's good.
I'm
That's what I
happy
want to know.
that I'm here because people can use my opportunity for a benefit.
Can I say that I'm actually really happy that I was born? I just can't speak for the rest of you. Like some of you, I'm kind of a little doubtful on it. Yeah.
You consider yourself.
Painful.
You consider yourself in a life of service, Andrew?
A life of service? Well,
Yeah.
I believe myself
Serving
as
these nuts.
self-sacrifice and living on through that as a goal until I fulfilled it.
And Josh, and with all sincerity, I'm always happy someone like you there. Glad there be more, because I swear to God, it makes life better that people meet you like this. I like meeting you, so it's a bonus.
Oh, I'm probably one of the biggest assholes you'll ever meet.
It doesn't matter. I'm glad I met you in life, though.
No, you're not, because you're
Yeah.
honest about your shit. I think the biggest. Actually, I'm reading a book right now.
I like it. I like anyone.
People of the Lie, and it's a psychiatrist, a doctor who set out to study and figure out what actually is evil. What
Stephen, no
makes-
one cares.
Stephen who?
Stephen, are we not men? It just keeps interfering with our conversation, saying how sucky it is and this and that. Why don't you go away? No one's making you stay here.
That's not Steven.
Control. Who are you? Obnoxious.
He's somebody from Speakeasies.
God.
I seen him pinging back and forth between, like, he's just a troll. Like, he's a troll fan. He's an antagonistic fan.
It's like that one clip you have where he's got all those computers on the bed and he's going backwards and forwards.
Well, he just, I mean, not really like that, but like he was over in my chat going, "Why did you and Easy get in a fight?" And then I checked later, and sure as shit, there he was in Easy's chat going, "Why did you and Flo get in a fight?" Right? Like, he just tried to
I see. Instigator.
Yeah.
Are we not men? That he's from Crucible, right? So that's where I'm from.
I don't know.
Christian
that seems like a very manosphere name.
That's why I was lost. When you said, "Are we not men?" I thought you guys were talking about a book that wrote about psychological stuff. I was so freaking lost until it's a channel. Okay, I was lost.
Yeah, no, it's a user in chat.
Yeah,
Crucible.
it would be a great book title.
I'm kind of in a weird position because I'm an atheist and a Christian nationalist, but I'm like a real big supporter of Christian nationalism.
I don't know what that is.
It's effectively like, if I'm going to try to oversimplify it, I'm going to burn in hell for this one. Basically, it's like an attempt to take Christian ethics, utilize a little bit of force, and put it within government practice. Basically, state-mandated religion. Put it that way.
Has that ever been tried in life? I don't know.
There have been some theocracies. Christianity was at one given time above the monarchy. Obviously, with King Henry, that went the other way. Has it been done?
Yeah, like what could go wrong?
Don't get me wrong. Like, it gets pretty ugly. It's going to be the removal of choice. At the end of the day, that's what it comes down to.
I appreciate, some of the comforts that Judeo-Christianity has afforded me, but I don't agree with it ethically. So I definitely wouldn't want to see it.
I sort of
in state.
Yeah, I sort of understand, because like I used to have the same problem with the concept of like a god, right? Like why would a god, kill things? And I started thinking about this. It's like, if you create it, you pretty much get the right to destroy it too. It's just a weird concept for me. Like, it even took away the concept of questioning it. If this thing comes along and creates you, what right do you have, and how much does it even make sense to even go up to it and question it? Like, hey, what were you thinking when you did this? It doesn't make a lot of sense. Plus, you're talking about your humanistic ethical principles and then applying it to a deity, which, face it here, that's a hard pill to swallow. Like trying to comprehend a God, that's a weird thing to me.
Well, what I was trying to ask you is
when the deity doesn't get it right so often, because I would say it's not the fact that God kills that I have a problem with. It's who he kills and for what reasons.
What I was trying to ask you, Joshua, is that
so if the God is infantile in comparison, then that's already kind of an indicator that it doesn't make for a good source of constructive ethics.
This is
for a moment.
This is a real simple answer, and it's actually a fault of modern Christianity. Scripturally, God's pretty selective. He likes some people and royally fucking hates others, and he's pretty willing to genocide the living shit out of them. Malachites, as an example.
And just trying to get stuff, man.
Yes, personally, for me, and speaking about a God, I'd rather believe in something that doesn't exist than to find out that it does exist and I did not believe.
Really? What if unicorns
in that
exist?
Case, in that dynamic.
What do you lose if unicorns exist, Andrew?
Yeah, but that's not, he's talking about a supreme being. I mean, he's not going. Why are you going to put unicorns in? He's talking about a supreme being, some creator. He's benefit of the doubt. He's leaning on that side.
So what you
Pascal's
lose is
wager.
your individual agency and power. That's a psychological way of externalizing the locus of control. It's a disempowering stance that most religious people have, I believe. I think organized religion was created to externalize people's sense of control. And the actual control itself.
Fear and control.
It's the first attempt at like school and indoctrination and to keep a society under control.
Right. Exactly. Who said that? That's exactly right. That school is just to keep society under the thumb of the government. You're right.
Well, these are our earlier attempts.
That was Denzian.
Oh, Denzian. Yeah, you're right, Denzian.
We can't disagree. Can't disagree with it. But the idea of like teaching people to believe something that may or may not exist, also not really a far-fetched idea. We do it commonly. Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, things like that.
It's our nature.
Yeah. So I mean,
so Joshua, you were saying earlier that you're in favor of a forced theology. A forced theology is what you were saying, right? Earlier, am I wrong?
Yeah, to a point. Yeah.
Okay, so that leads to the witch burning and all that stuff. You say it comes with consequences, right?
Yeah. It's
they're pretty ugly, right?
Usually yes.
Okay, I was just making sure I was understanding. Like the Spanish Inquisition, where if you didn't confess your sins or stuff, you were, by the church, you're evil and you're going to get degutted or whatever.
If you get into the details part, now it comes down to doctrine dispute. So then it's going to be like which version of Christianity it ultimately becomes the rulership.
But you said forced. You forced it for whatever the state decides. That's what you're going to be, and so it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. You better think like the state is what you're saying.
Effectively, yeah, it would basically boil down that way.
Wow, that'd be a tough life. That'd be a. I don't know how you would live in that. I know that you what you're saying, but it'd be tough to live that, wouldn't it?
I don't know. We as humans did it for. Well, at least even under Christianity for at least like 1,200 years. The concept of like a difficult life to me is a little bit weird only because isn't that kind of like what life is difficulty? It's just a series of conflicts that we're trying to navigate, right?
Yeah.
I think that if you're looking for happiness in life, which is an emotion, that's setting yourself up for failure, right? Because everybody's got an equilibrium emotion and it's not necessarily happy.
Yeah, I mean,
peace of mind and content is more important to me. Happiness is kind of overrated. And then there's joy, which is,
Joy, but see that joy is also an emotion. I think that's not sustainable. I think content could be something. Meaning is something. But these go deeper than just transient emotions because we all are at equilibrium, right? There's an equilibrium, and that's even with drug users, right? I can tell you from experience that you don't keep getting the same high the longer you use drugs.
Yeah, life
Everything
is like
balances.
it's like waves, and I'd say at the peaks of those waves is happiness, but you can have joy like even in the pits,
Right?
even in the bottom of the waves.
And when you go through bad, like what's that? How's that song go? The song lyrics by Modest Mouse. As life gets longer, awful feels softer.
Say again.
As life gets longer, awful feels softer. It's from a Modest Mouse song. And I want to point out real quick, Uncle Fatty. Huh?
I said it makes sense.
Uncle Fatty, I want to point out that your God is tolerance. That's why you're fighting for that God. It's not the spaghetti monster.
Wait, which God is the tolerant one?
No, look at his comment. He says, exactly, JJ,
Tolerance
but whose God? Your God is not my God. I will fight to the death to ensure that. I will fight to the death to allow your God to exist as well. But would you fight for my God? And I'm pointing out his God is tolerance. That's his God. That's why he would fight for his God.
I also want to point out I'm atheist. I don't actually have
I'm
a
not
faith.
talking about you. I'm
in
talking
God.
about Uncle Fatty.
Oh, well, I mean,
Oh, he was talking to you in the comment. Yeah.
I learned about you today, atheist. I learned about you guys today. I never had run into it. You're my first atheist.
Oh, believe me, we are not on the good side. I have problems with militant atheists. Like, I'll pick fights with them. I'm usually
there's divisions in the atheist division. Is there division?
Yes, and I'm on the minority side. Most atheists are kind of like, you got two encampments. You've got the I don't cares, and then you've got the anti-goders. The anti-goders are just like anything else that start from a
fanatic. You're talking about the fanatic side.
No, not the well. Everything eventually leads to fanaticism if it gets too extreme. That just is the way things go. But it's a starting point is animosity, right? So like if your starting point is I'm angry, and then I'm going to basically discuss or facilitate a system to prescribe to other people, it's going to come across as being an asshole kind of thing, right? I generally don't I don't talk that way to people.
So does your atheism you think it led to you not having children also?
Oh, I have kids. I'm pro-marriage.
I thought you said you didn't.
Yeah, I'm pretty pro-marriage. I just like the red pill debates. Like I kind of enjoy them.
So what kind of atheist? I got earlier today from Flo and Lindsay. They taught me about atheists. I didn't know about them. And it's funny that you come up and you're atheist because I told them I've never run into one. So I'm curious. I mean, I didn't know there was division within atheists.
He's not a typical atheist. He's a bad example of one.
Yeah, okay. I would be a weird fringe group of them.
He's actually the worst example of atheist I think I've ever met.
I'm happy and glad there is no God.
So isn't that wild? That how it showed up. So we talked about that.
Coming in from an angry position. I'm technically an anti-theist because I a strong anti-theist because I suspect there is no God, and I'm happy about that.
Yeah,
and Uncle,
that's not anti-theism. That's him being like basically like it's him saying I don't live my life based on the idea that there could be a God kind of concept. And anti-theism.
I agree with that sentiment. Uncle Fatty, maybe you know what. You regret bringing kids in this world because you live in a not real world. You don't need to keep fighting Nazis. You certainly don't need to be driving around filming them and shit. Like, I don't even know.
We are our environment.
That wouldn't be a good idea, was it? It's like don't go wear a sheet in the freaking neighborhood, right?
I mean, Harmon, how many Nazis, actual legitimate Nazis, did you meet in prison?
They were a very small clique, but I'd say it had to be like through 23 years, I'd say at least 500.
And we're talking actual Nazis, not like
No.
Aryan
They're
Brotherhood.
just more of white supremacists, which is not a Nazi. No, the actual
what?
Nazi. No, I didn't meet. Anyway, I don't even like the term Nazi. I think it misdescribes, and it's a political word to put people down.
Exactly.
And so, because I there's a lot of the channels on TikTok still. I go follow the Proud to Be White and stuff. Follow a lot of those things. I follow the black ones too. I just like to see their point of view, and it's not Nazis, but they get labeled Nazi.
There's Aryan AB. Like I knew some ABs, but that was a prison gang.
Right.
The ones I knew actually didn't really even have a problem with any other groups.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
No, you know what? You know what?
Aryan Brotherhood.
You know the difference between a street gang and a prison gang. You know, and it takes it out. It's like a lot of gangs start in the prison and take it to the street, and they become part of the street. But like the Bloods and the Crips, they're a street prison gang, and they come into the prison. But there are actual like Aryan Brothers who started in the prison system. That's the difference between a prison gang and a street gang. Well, I learned, and we classify them that when we're housing them.
And to you guys in chat, no, there's no higher level of understanding. It's really just it's an argument of usefulness. You're really faced with, would you rather be in this type of a society or would you rather be in a different type of society? And then you're just looking for a kind of like, the fastest way to get there. Maybe not even the most
abstract
efficient way.
How abstract is one allowed to get with the answer to that question? Because
I try to be.
If I'm like making wishes here, I would definitely say a different society.
Joshua, I agree with you because I think I can handle people like you a lot better that I don't agree with than I can these guys who sit in the yoga stance and they go through the chakras and say, "Oh, we have this higher understanding and we have the out of body experiences and stuff like that." I really can't handle those people. I mean, maybe I'm stepping on your toes there, but I just don't even like that.
It's the real difference between me and a lot of other people is I don't try to. Like I try to explain that it's a utilitarian function. It's just, look, point A is not particularly like everybody's bitching about it. So what does point B look like? In this case, so Christianity, I mean, kind of ugly. There's a lot of ugly sides to it, right? But it would be better society than this. Thus, let's go in that direction kind of thing.
Right. You said higher understanding is what you said. That's what I was going off of. The higher understanding.
Yeah, I don't have
reasoning breaks down because utility is not
it's very subjective
in and of itself. It has no utility. Utility doesn't have utility in and of itself. If that makes sense.
I was not asking what that word meant, Flo. Utilitarianism. I don't even know what that means.
It means what's most effective.
Yeah, to that goal.
And Uncle Fatty, I want to say, okay, in all the obsessing that I've heard you do over the Nazis around you. Have you successfully converted one, stopped one? Are you doing anything besides just letting them live in your head?
And if he's talking about the swastika, he has no clue about the swastika. And what it has to do with nature and everything in the world.
I think when people start telling Uncle Fatty what he does and doesn't know, it gets like I don't know the guy that well, but in the few cases I've seen it, it seems a bit presumptuous.
Feeds his fuel, feeds his little argument.
Well, no, I don't think how you can tell somebody what their personal experience is, how you can be so sure. Like I can sense when some people are being deliberately obtuse.
That's why I phrased it as a question.
I know that word. I know that word.
No, I'm not accusing you of that, Flo.
No, I learned obtuse before. I've learned that word. I learned that in Shawshank Redemption when he told the warden or someone he's being obtuse. Do you remember that?
Read the book. The book is even better, but
is it? But you know what I'm talking about, Lindsay?
What?
When he said he told the warden he was being obtuse?
I don't particularly remember that. No.
It was funny, so that's where I learned that word.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dan. Sorry, Denzel.
No worries. He's somebody tells the warden that his bunkmate confessed to the murder that Dufresne is in prison for. And when he tells the warden about this, the warden ignores him and he asks him how you can be so obtuse. And it's funny because I don't think he knows what the word obtuse means, right? So he reacts in a way which justifies the term to begin with.
Oh, say yeah. I was gonna say, Flo, in that movie, you would be Freeman Morgan.
I never saw the movie because I'm acute.
Okay, I don't know what that means.
It means he's too cute for it.
He's the opposite of obtuse.
Is that the opposite?
Yeah, an obtuse angle
well,
is
you
over,
guys in your fucking higher languages get
an
me.
obtuse angle is over 90 degrees, I believe, and an acute angle is less.
Oh, acute.
Yeah.
Okay.
In geometry, it is. Yeah.
It's only funny when both people laugh on a joke. By the way, Flo.
That is definitely not fucking true. That was a good joke, Flo.
Yeah, if we would have got it, it had to be intellectual that we can understand what you were talking about.
Like I will go on the limb and say that is objectively untrue, regardless
Yeah,
of the
sometimes the
circumstances.
best jokes are the ones that they don't get.
I'll laugh tomorrow when I get it.
Harmon, do you know what obtuse means?
Obtuse means, I would say when he used it I'm just going off the Shawshank Redemption, that means you're ignorant to the fact and you're just basically dumb. You don't comprehend what I'm saying.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking.
Obtuse is the opposite of concrete. And like the word love is obtuse because it's going to mean something different to every person that I ask on the panel, right? But concrete and stable and definitive is a word like book. We're all going to have more of an agreement on what a book is than the concept of love. And
So
obtuse
his obtuse.
tear it way out there.
Use it in the movie that we're talking about. He just told you the line. He told him about the guy confessing, and the warden didn't give a shit, and he says you're obtuse. So how would that work? I mean, he told the warden you're obtuse because you're not listening.
Unclear.
Because she's saying obtuse is something that's difficult to understand or isn't clear.
Has several meanings.
Abstract, yeah. And in a way, the fact that he's not listening to what he's saying, the facts of the matter, and coming to the immediate conclusion that he should, is unclear, wishy-washy, difficult to understand. But he's saying you're the one being obtuse, as in, why are you being so slow right now?
Lacking quickness of perception or intellect.
Right.
Okay. Very good. Thanks, Lindsay.
Thanks,
but I was also right in the geometric sense.
Damn it, Lindsay.
It's a cute.
One day we got to have this conversation about what is love. That way I can.
Baby, don't hurt.
What
that way
I would
can be like extremely dense and pretty much pretend not to understand.
Love is what happens when you snort Opana or right before you bust a nut.
If you ask a kid what love is, it's hilarious.
Really?
You get answers like, love is when your mom makes dinner for your dad and it's not burnt. You know, it's just innocent.
That is so
But that's
true.
how they
That
look
kid
at it.
is
That's so
wise.
good. That would be good to see. Is there a book on that?
That kid's going to be president someday.
Probably.
Is there a book on that, Lindsay?
I'm
I
sure
bet you
there
there's. I have to look that up. I bet you it's saying what kids say.
Yeah,
on
like
that.
there's many things
There's
kids
a
say.
better, there's a better book within psychology. It's kind of an insulting definition.
Because love is irrational.
That's the awkward pause.
Love is a chemical imbalance.
Oh, I've heard that one. Yeah.
Insanity. I mean, being in love, right? The feeling of being in love is a chemical imbalance, similar to any other drug. Drugs mimic.
When you say love and in love, though, is correct?
Huh?
Love and in love.
I was making a distinction between the short-term infatuation and the longer-term, I don't know, orientation.
Yeah, but there's
I
lots
just
of
thought
the
they
long.
were very different.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
does
long
that chemical imbalance last? Is it permanent when it's like your children?
No,
It's
God,
not.
no.
It's not the same feeling.
Not even close.
I can love my kid to death in the morning time when I wake up, but by dinner time I want to strangle his little ass, right? Like, yeah, no, your feelings kind of change, right? Yeah.
Well, that would be the same
And
as
I
being.
bet a
in love.
dad with a son is different from a dad with a daughter, and I bet your son is a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying love
because
is a verb.
Yeah,
As a verb.
My kid is definitely a pain in the ass because his mother is Asian and she's like one of those helicopter moms. So those dragon lady people, man, are fucking scary as shit.
Oh, yeah. So, Lindsay, what verb? Explain that.
Explain a verb? A
You
verb is-
said no. You said love is the verb.
Oh, it's the actions that you do because you love someone. So some people define love as it mean you love them when you do this or you love them when you do that. It's not just a abstract concept in the sky.
You're talking about sex.
Yeah,
Some
she
people
means
find love is
means-
actually
She's talking
some
about
people
sex.
find it as a feeling.
she
You
really means the ability to smile without showing your teeth.
It could be all of those things, right?
I don't know.
Is that like saying putting someone ahead of you? You know, putting like someone you love, you're putting, like, if you're going to go to a store and you're going to buy, like mothers do this all the time. They're going to go to the store and buy something for themselves. They end up buying for their children instead. That happens all the time. And the mom says, I don't need it really. I'm going to get it for my kids.
Have you ever heard that corny theory about love being love language divided
No.
into love languages?
No.
It's about how different people show love. Like, for example, the woman may feel loved if he buys her a diamond ring, or if he buys her a dress and says, hey, let's go out for our anniversary. So her idea of love is his attention and getting gifts, where his idea of love is, hey, I fixed your car, I mowed the lawn, I showed you, I loved you, I did the dishes. And usually that's, what causes, there's different kinds, what causes trouble between couples because they feel like they don't get their needs met. She doesn't feel loved, even though she is, but she doesn't acknowledge it, just because he changes her oil and cares for her and takes in her tax form to the accountant or whatever. Those are acts.
If I knew this shit, I'd probably still be married. I never knew that kind of thoughts. I never knew those kind of thoughts.
Just all they need is to be told.
I mean, what you're teaching me right now, Lindsay, I've never even thought of.
And I don't know if I believe in love languages.
It's just
Well, I
different
do.
people prefer to be showed that they're loved. And yeah, I kind of
all of them.
It's not so simple. I mean, it starts actual arguments in marriages and relationships too. Because he's doing all these things for her, and she's not appreciating him because her idea of being loved is, if he loved me, he would be getting me lingerie or rings or jewelry or buying me something.
That's why I feel bad when you don't buy me stuff.
So, love languages, Flo? You've heard that before?
Yeah.
I never heard of that before. You guys heard of it, Josh?
Yeah, I've been on enough panels. Yeah, I'm fucking.
Oh, okay. That's I'm.
Josh,
I'm
what's your
still-
love language?
So see, we were talking about obtuse things, and I gave the example of love because there's so many ways to describe it. So many ways.
I had to listen to it on audiobook.
You had to.
Yeah. That tells you,
my love language is closer to what Denzin described, right? Like, bitch, you're gonna love it. Yeah. It's more like that.
I bet that you're into dominatrix shit. I bet she fucking stomps all over your nuts and heels.
She probably does. And
She's Asian. Don't forget it. They get mad. When they get mad, they're like the Italians.
She's Asian. He's just a sub.
Yeah, there's a reason why we apparently lost the war. I guess depends on who you ask.
Yeah, we are nothing alike, Joshua.
Yes or no?
No, we're not.
Roost, or does she rule the roost?
Not romantically.
All honesty,
Asian women commonly dominate the living fuck.
Don't blame this on the race. No, this is a Josh thing. It's cool.
Oh, okay, yeah. So my lady is the typical dragon lady. Asian
So you're a
mother.
beta. You're a beta when
beta
pussy.
Beta.
Yeah.
She led you in that, Josh.
You into a pay
Yeah.
pig. And you consider becoming my pay pig.
We had this debate on Fantastic's panel, and the answer is yes. I'm effectively a simp. So I subscribe to the idea that marriage, or for a man, marriage is the ultimate simp.
Never thought of it that way. I thought you could be married as a man and still kind of rule the roost and call the
Marriage
shots.
benefits
Most
men
men
more
are
than
lying
women.
through their fucking teeth, right? Because we all get bitched at, do the dishes, take the garbage out, right? And the sad part is the reason why that nagging is so effective is because it fucking works, right? You nag the shit out of somebody, they'll just do it just to get you to shut up.
Not with me.
It works.
Oh my gosh! After my divorce, and I had my first live-in girlfriend. She was there for like 2 years, and I got my feet on the coffee table, and she says, "You need to take your feet off the coffee table, and the trash needs taken out." I said, "Did you get a fucking boyfriend to bitch at somebody? Because I had a wife. I don't need a bitch now." So she just never said it again. I swear to God, I did.
See,
Yeah,
this
nagging
is
works
how
on
you know
you,
that
Josh.
Josh is a beta because the bitching works.
Yeah,
No, it
Probably.
doesn't.
I got
nagging,
divorced.
nagging doesn't work on everybody.
Yeah.
You know what Nike
And then the other
does
thing, when I first got that living girlfriend, I said, I love golf. I golf every day, just about. I golf early in the morning and have the rest of the day. She goes, oh, no problem. 2 years together. Goes, you're going golfing again? It's 5 a.m. I said, I told you I love fucking golf before I loved you. So there. I told her that.
Harsh.
Harlan is savage.
This has always been the case. Like you can take out golfing and put fishing in there. It's always been this way. Like this is like when old people talk about all of their marriages and bullshit like that. This is the shit that comes out. You want a successful marriage, meaning not divorced, right? Like this is the shit you're going to tolerate. And in my mind, this is just
what's a successful marriage.
No, Josh is right about that. And when I was married, I did a lot of stuff like you said. But after 18 years of marriage, and you get a girlfriend, you got a girlfriend. It's a whole different story than having a wife. And she's not going to be a bitch. I don't want someone to bitch at me there. But Josh, you're 100% right. As a wife, you do treat it a whole differently.
Not legally separating? That's the standard you're trying to live up to?
Equal separate. No, I'm just saying there's a difference between a wife.
Not you. I was responding to Josh.
Yeah, I don't like. I didn't get married with some expectation of being happy. I was kind of under the impression having kids and shit like that. Like this is like, oh, this is just another fucking job, right? Like, yeah, put it on my resume. I didn't go in kind of blind or having unreasonable expectations.
Me, I was. I just got married because you were supposed to get married. That's why I got married. That's why it didn't last. And on that part, Lindsay's going to get a point.
Shit.
I just got married because that you're supposed to get married and have kids. That's why I was taught.
I got married.
Yeah, see, I suffer from peer pressure and sensitivity. That kind of shit does not work on me.
What?
Telling me what I'm supposed to do.
No, your religion. You're brought up in a religion, and your whole thing is you're brought up that way if you're in a real religious family or a situation like that, and that's your program.
And if you want me to take out the trash, like, make me a sandwich exactly how I like it with a nice cold beer.
You don't understand what I was trying to say.
That's how you're going to get me to take the trash out.
That's just transactional relationships, right? Like anybody can. You don't need marriage for that.
Everything.
The first way to get off around is to feel like to feel like somebody is your property or you are someone's property. Then you feel caged, and this is just my theory. Then you feel caged, and anything that's caged, whether it's a bird or a person, the first thing they want to do is get the hell out. And that's why I think there are so many people who are unfaithful, and nobody wants to be nagged at all the time and told do this and do that. So why not have a girlfriend? Why not have a boyfriend? And I'm not condoning it. I'm just saying it makes sense. The moment you think you own someone, then you think you could tell them what to do and take away their autonomy. And, why are you going golfing with your friends? Why did you drink from the milk thing? Why did you do this? And why did you do that? Who wants nagging all the day? That's what happened when you were 5 years old. You're going to want to break free, right?
The drinking out of the milk carton thing got my ass kicked a few times. The little things like that, right?
Well, it's a big thing to someone else.
Yeah, I know.
Then the person wants to escape.
Yeah, and that's why I think, it's the legal framework that keeps people kind of pressured into those situations. And I think, a lot of people who are pro-marriage would argue that's a good thing.
Well, to be fair, right? So I'll answer the question. I'm pro-marriage because of kids, right? Like that, I'm not in marriage because I want to be happy. I'm in marriage because I want my kids to be the most successful. Of course, I also say I wanted kids as in plural, but I stopped at one.
That would be the state's interest in it as well, I think, which is kind of where marriage is today, especially in America. I can't speak for other places, but it's kind of the utility of raising kids, at least at the age where they can stay in school.
I'm in a bit more of a unique situation where the U.S. government doesn't get much say within my marriage. My wife is not a U.S. citizen and apparently has no interest in it, which might get a little weird with the kid because trying to get his ass to New York as fast as possible.
Do you think marriage is a religious thing, or state thing or religious thing? I think they incorporated it in there. I really think marriage is a state idea incorporated.
Yeah.
I don't think it's religious.
It's always been about property.
Yeah. So I don't think we should really. Honestly, now I would never think of getting married. You're just with that person. How does that work, Lindsay?
I don't see the point for a man, not in the United States.
Lindsay, so and not being in a marriage. So do you feel just as bound to your partner as you think you were married?
There's so many variables in that. Like how much do we get along? How long have we dated? How much am I in love with him? Is this the one for me? I mean, that's just kind of
she has to bring crazy into it. How much she's in love. Every time I hear it, I keep thinking, oh, crazy. Yeah, the more crazy you are, the better off it works for you. I hate.
No, I'm talking about, let's say you and this guy you meet, and you say your words to each other.
For someone, the more dedicated you might be to that relationship, regardless of the outcomes that you're getting.
What I was trying to say is marriage is like a contract. But can't you just make that contract between you and this guy? Yeah, I mean, just a solid.
That's what you're asking, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Because I think marriage is a state thing and it fucks everything up.
It's a way to save money on taxes, and
it's a way to enforce. It's the way to enforce the contract so that there's actual consequences.
I file as married, filing jointly, and we're not married.
It's a healthy thing for the kids usually, unless the marriage is totally dysfunctional. I mean, you would definitely appreciate a male and female role model if you were a kid and you knew how important it is. But I just don't think it's absolutely necessary.
Don't forget that memberships are only $1, always only $1. Buy one for yourself, buy 10 for your friends, and make it rain in the chat. Or send super chats, or send cash apps. Do some things. Every time you don't spend money at Flow State, the marriage falls apart. The baby is aborted.
Sounds good. I was just about, you had me with the price. I was like, oh shit, I'm about to join, but when the closing, you maybe want to not do it, Flo.
You might
every time you don't spend money here, somebody gets married.
Good one.
On that love language you were saying, though, I think if I would have known that, I could have communicated so much better with my wife when we were young.
Rose, I need the clip again. I need the clip. Yeah, I need the link again because I had it open in a tab. Like that's where I save all my shit. Is just in open tabs, and then my computer restarted.
So, Flo, why don't you just go ahead and get like a little poster of a puppy with somebody holding a gun to his head, right? And just when you want money, just say, "Hey, look, you send me money, or the dog gets it."
Every time you don't spend money at Flow State, Harmon's kicking another dog.
Hey, Flo, I was going to say about Rose. I didn't know she's still in chat. You know, when you gave that little sales pitch, you should have. That one Rose did for you the other day was awesome.
Oh yeah,
you should clip that one, yeah, and that's what you should play for your sales pitch. She'll probably want royalties being Jewish.
Jeez, you had to throw that in there.
She laughs about that. She has such a great sense of humor about that.
Yeah, but YouTube doesn't, Harmon.
Oh, I forgot.
What percentage do you have to be in order to get like the benefits?
I don't know, but they don't recruit the way that like Mormons do, for instance. It bums me out.
Mormons are the hidden Jews.
Whatever that minimum percentage is,
10%.
I wish I was at least that much Jewish.
That's tithing.
I'm envious.
What were you saying? Well, what percentage you have to be Jewish like that? Well, it does. They say it comes from the mother's line, so it has to be through the mother. I don't know why. I don't know how they do that. They matronage instead of patronage.
I bet she thinks, I'm not sure, but I bet Rose thinks, can I just be a person? Do they always have to bring up Jewish? Because I would feel like that. That's what I feel like in the black rooms. They're like, check out that white girl.
So there's an answer.
Ask the white girl.
There's answers to both of them. People might disagree with it. There's not just the Jews. There's also the Hebrew Israelites. That's a thing too. Some people disagree with it. I don't know. I don't know how the bloodline determinism is. And if you're talking about the concept of why did the Jews specifically dictate maternal passage, like the seed passed through the mother, it was generally because that was the more likely to survive.
It's because it's the only way to verify the
for $2. Thank you, Rose. She says, "Stop kicking dogs, Harmon."
Damn.
You.
I kind of like that one.
On my defense, I don't go out of the way to kick it.
There was no way to verify who the father of a child was. It's about lineage.
On my defense on that, I don't go out of my way to kick a dog. It's just if they're in my way. I can't help it if I'm walking through a dog park.
You mean you accidentally walk into your dog sometimes? Is that what you mean?
Homeless people are easier to catch.
Yeah, I don't have to watch.
Yeah, I'm not
Easier
gonna
than a
lie.
dog.
You what?
That made me think less of Harmon. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I don't
Well,
understand. Does he
Sure,
actually
you don't
walk
care.
into dogs?
No,
or
it
does
was
he
when I
kick
was
his
raised on the
dog?
farm. We have stray dogs and stuff come around. You kick them to get the hell out of there. You don't want stray animals in your farm. And
we
if a
don't-
cat came by,
Yeah.
and then seriously, you know, when a stray cat comes in there, you already got like 10 cats.
Your
get rid of
logic won't matter on this topic.
Right.
Oh man, people don't know it.
I'm telling you, I know you're making a logical argument on an on a not logic based topic. So
Yeah, okay, I apologize. I apologize to
don't
all those
apologize to
dogs
me.
and
I'm just
cats.
telling you, like, if I ever kicked a dog, I would never tell anybody.
I just want to point out, like, you guys are the evil bastards kicking dogs and shit, right?
It's
Like,
sorta
and
like
Flo just did
littering.
like 2 shows on me, like, oh, there's no such thing.
I
as a
could
good
have
dog.
Harmon and
I
Josh
think
in the
it's
car with me. Both of these evil status motherfuckers. And if I throw a candy bar wrapper out the car window, they're both gonna look at me like I just did the most.
No, that's my kids killed me for that. I do it on purpose to get a reaction.
It's funny.
This fucking guy.
I love it.
I do. My kids would kill me. I throw something out the
daughter.
window and they came off on me.
I had to train my daughter. I said, if you open a pop can in the car and it starts to fizz everywhere, throw that motherfucker out. The rest of the world can deal with having to see my can before I'm dealing with having a sticky car.
God, they don't give us fucking ticket books, man. I swear to God, see, that's how I would fuck with Flo. I would just follow him around all day with a ticket book, just waiting to see a fucking can go flying out.
Or every cigarette butt he throws out. Every cigarette butt. You know he can follow cigarette butts from Flo.
Yeah, I have gotten a littering charge for a cigarette butt before too. The littering ticket.
Wow, that cop fucking hated you. I'm
It was
sorry.
a woman. It was a female cop.
Wait, how did you not flirt? You know what? I used to think you were decent with the ladies. Now I'm
They
starting
have something to prove.
And the more good looking you are, the more they're going to prove it to you.
She proved it all over me.
Is it illegal to smoke in your car with your kids?
I don't
If
think
you
so.
have,
I don't know.
if you have the window open.
Don't give them no ideas.
No, I
hope
think
it-
there was a state that started that. Fuck, I think it's California. Let me look that one up. I swear to God, I recall reading something about one of the states tried that. Or I don't know, maybe they did it. Let me look.
Can you put Andrew in the backstage?
Is he asleep? Yeah.
Yeah, he's been asleep for an hour.
Am I a terrible person if I fucking smoke in my car with my kids with the window open? Does that make me a terrible person? Because like most of society,
my
It's not
dad
good for
smoked
your
all my
kids.
life.
You know, I don't think
Both
it makes
of-
you a terrible person. I think it makes you a person, but it's not good for your kid.
I don't know if you have both windows open, and
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know.
not good enough.
I know
Just
when everything's
the amount
alive.
of smoke that's on your clothes after you're done smoking is enough to cause asthma in the future.
Who said that? Who said that?
My name's Denizen.
I'm Dennison. I can't see it because it's so little. Anyway, Dennison, yeah, I'm glad they knocked smoking out in so many places. The worst thing I hate about going to casinos and stuff, you come back, you better take your clothes off and put them in a separate area because you can't get rid of that smell. Oh, I hated that smell. And watching somebody in a brand new car and they're driving near a stoplight and their windows are up and they're sitting there smoking a cigarette in this beautiful new car. That car's fucking ruined, in my opinion.
I don't believe at all what Denizen just said. I know that there's studies and shit, but I think it's a political move. I don't believe it.
Okay, so
that just the amount of cigarettes on your clothes after you smoke can cause asthma or whatever he said. All these absurd claims that are backed up by studies that were paid for by somebody, but that don't seem to be supported in real life at all.
I'm kind of the same. Like, man, both my parents smoked my whole childhood, and maybe that's why I smoke, and why, like, you know, yeah, I don't know.
Neither of my parents smoked, and I smoke. I don't know.
So, to answer your question, yes, there are
And
some
how do
states.
your lungs feel?
My lungs feel great. I bet I could still outrace both of you, or all of you.
But
And
you
let me
don't know.
rephrase. My dad smokes cigars.
I can't disagree with him. I've smoked a pack a day since I was like 15 years old, and I'm just tired a lot. It could be the kid, it could be the wife, it could be the cigarettes. I have no clue. I do so
How
many
old are you
things.
now, Josh?
40. I just turned.
So you've been about 30 years. Oh, wait, 40. So what's that? Yeah, 25 years.
Yeah, I've been smoking a long time.
25 years. Yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot about the poll. Do you regret being born? 72% said no. Still higher than I would have expected, but lower than. Still more said yes than I would expect. But
It's like why are a quarter of the people still here? Why haven't they off themselves? Do they just mean like in the concept of regret, but not willing to do anything about it?
That's why I asked it that way. I phrased it that way on purpose because one, they're not the same. One takes a lot more. One is both selfish and courageous. I don't really have any idea or any sympathy for self-deleters. It's the selfish thing.
Yeah, it can't get in the mind of someone who does that. You just can't get in the mind of it.
No, you can. It's selfish, because I mean, just mathematically, it's selfish.
But they don't think it. They don't think it is. That's from you looking at theirs. I really don't think they think it's selfish.
It's usually aggressive too.
Well, hold up, Flo. How far are you willing to go with this, like anti-selfishness, right? Like this certain.
Not that far.
Son of a bitch, right? So, like,
Yeah,
okay,
no,
it's selfish.
I
Kill yourself.
see the trap you're laying. I'm not doing it.
Damn. I thought we were gonna have a bridge, Flo. Like, I thought we were gonna be able to bridge our disagreements here, man.
Well, the disagreement would be if you like Harmon's point, probably like, well, you can't know if it's selfish. Yes, I can.
Well, I mean, how unselfish is it to serve the government?
What?
Okay.
What?
So is it okay to make
a disagreement here?
Don't bite. Okay? Don't bite, Flo.
No.
I really see. I missed the panel, the two panels he had about bad cops, right? And so I kind of
trying to make up for it now.
Yeah, I'm trying to make up for it if we can.
Bearsworth was trying to say something.
Well, about the whole the offing yourself thing. So like the whole thing with those two guys burning themselves. Like, I would say, like, is it okay to make fun of people? Like, because shame is the best way to I don't know.
Shame doesn't work that well.
It's not a matter of okay. You decide if you get the response that you want by making fun of people.
Shame usually makes people worse.
As I say, how do you get in my first one I came across when I was like 12 years old, my Sunday school teacher. She was the most beautiful lady there was. And she went out to her father's farm and sat on a bale of hay and just doused herself with flammable stuff and struck a match. I mean, who does that? I mean, what kind of I'm sure they're not thinking selfish.
See, that's aggressive. One of the guys I knew, I was in the dorms with him. He jumped off the 8th floor balcony, but he waited until right when the bell rang for class to get out. Right, we were on campus in the dorms.
Oh, he wanted to show.
Right, he wanted to show.
What about my Sunday school teacher? What is that?
I
had to go find her.
I gotta think that's aggressive too because it's a display, right? It's a big display, and
but a solitude though. She was out by herself.
And it doesn't sound like the easy way. Well, yeah, nobody can stop you. If she wasn't by herself, people would smell gasoline.
Right.
Or try
you said the guy did it. He knew the audience was going to be there.
Away from that one.
Yeah, I just thought that was crazy. Oh, I mean, who thinks of doing it that way?
Who would ever do that? That's the thing. That's a fucked up thing. Like I could never.
And I are agreeing here. His stepson did that a couple years ago on Easter Sunday in his mom's bed. It was selfish and vindictive. And
yeah, she was on Easter Sunday too. She did it on Easter Sunday too.
That would be the worst thing you could possibly do. Is like for your family, for everyone like to,
Yeah, but
like,
they don't think that.
Yes, they do.
Do they?
You don't think that they know that it would hurt people around them?
Well, she left a letter to her and the family, and I'll go a little deeper. She left the family saying, and left it on her dad's chair that he knows going to sit on. And says, "Dad, I just couldn't take it anymore," and all this stuff, blah blah blah. I'm really sorry, but then the rest is history.
Yeah, I don't. Well, so she knew it was selfish. Then that's why she apologized.
Well, does that make it better for them? I don't know.
I think the pain that more often than not, the pain for the person deleting themselves would have to outweigh the resistance to cause pain to those around them. I wouldn't disagree with you that some people do it just to be spiteful, because there's just all kinds of human beings out there. But I think that in order to actually go through with something like that, unless it's, I suppose you could make the attempt and not expect to be successful, but most people who go all the way through with it and follow it, it's because they just can't take being alive anymore.
Yeah. So you're right, Flo. She did apologize, so she knew it was bad what she was doing.
And here's another one. Another anecdote is Uncle Fatty's good friend's brother hung himself out from the tree outside his parents' bedroom window. Normally these things seem to have a hostile slant to them, in my experience.
All right. So that guy's doing it there. See, like that old play, you guys said from the balcony. He did it when he knew he was going to have an audience. He did it in front of his parents' thing. So she did it, which they didn't want to see her. Had to see it right away and braced them with the letter and stuff. I say,
yeah, I did. I did have a friend who I actually saved her life because I figured out what was happening and I kicked her door in and got her to a hospital on time. She never tried to do it again.
Wow, that's cool.
But she had locked herself in the bedroom and taken a bunch of pills. And
so how quickly did you take it so serious? You knew, fuck it, I'm breaking this door.
This was my sophomore year in college, and the neighborhood we lived in was a college town, right? So this big neighborhood of duplexes, and everyone was college students. But the backyard's connected, right? Our backyard's connected. She lived down the hill from me. I was at home in my bed. We had been partying at their house. I was at home in bed, and with her roommate. And I sat up, and I said, "We need to go to your house. Your roommate's committing suicide." I don't know how I knew.
It happens.
It was just one of those things. And sure enough, she was passed out she was on the floor with a bunch of empty pill bottles and a empty, bottle of Jameson or something, and a suicide note and stuff. And she would have died if we hadn't been able to get her to.
Do you guys still have a connection?
Not a lot of one. She I mean, we're still Facebook friends. I've seen her since then, but she dropped out of school after that, or she transferred out. She went back home and left the college down we're at.
Well, that's a great story, though. That is a great story. I mean, for you to act on it too, that's even better.
Hell yeah.
Wow, I've never been in a situation like that. Have any of you guys?
Yeah.
Who's that? Denzin?
Yeah, I had to call call a friend's parents to get them to call an ambulance on somebody who lived in another state. She went through the deletion process over the phone.
With you?
Yeah, me and another person.
Wow.
I actually had I had a girlfriend. She wasn't my girlfriend at the time, but she called me she wasn't successful, but when I think I was in middle school, actually, she did the same thing.
Yeah,
that's how I knew.
No, I had one similar like that. A friend in the corrections. He broke up with his wife, and he would call his wife constantly. She's already remarried. So if you don't do this, I'll delete myself. If you don't do this, I'll delete. And I mean, it must have been 40 times. Finally, he called her one day, and he said, "Go ahead and do it." Boom. It was. I mean, well, what do you do when someone says that all the time?
I encourage them. I encourage them because if they're saying that shit, they're lying.
No, don't do that. You open yourself up for civil liability. You hang up the phone, you disconnect contact.
Oh well, I mean, nobody's ever called me that way, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm just saying this is all expert. There's a lot of relationship in that. The civil liability wouldn't. It'd be
If they make a threat like I'm going to end my life if you don't do X, Y, or Z.
Just hang up the phone, right?
Yeah, if you make that comment, just do it, and there's any proof about that, that'll come back to haunt you in the ass.
And that reminds me of being a correction officer. Listening to these guys cussing out these women on the phone as, you're listening to the phone conversation, and they won't hang up. I go, why won't they hang up? These guys are telling what you're going to do to them. You cheating slut. I mean, whatever you can think of, they're telling them. And the women are just sitting there listening. That psychology, I don't understand. Help me out there, someone.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't disagree with you. I'm the type of person, I'll push a person off a ledge. I mean, I don't need to talk. I'll push. You just can't do it, right? Like you open yourself up to the liability. I kind of don't care that people off themselves. I really don't. That's the sociopath part talking.
Yeah, no, it's one of the worst things you can do. But truthfully, like, yeah, there's some people that are in that mindset and that they use that as a threat, that they're just a sociopath for their whole lives. So if you're around that your whole life, you get used to it, and you're like, fucking go kill yourself. That's good for you, buddy, because that's what they've been doing for their whole lives, is using that as a threat.
My guys in here don't know my family story. A little bit Flo does. I have a daughter. It's just, she's totally mental. I would not be surprised any day that she deleted like that. I really don't. I will, and there's nothing I can do about it. So there's just nothing you can do about it. I wouldn't be surprised to get a call tomorrow.
God, I hate to sound callous here, but the answer is yes. Most of the time, there's not. Like, if a person's really if their true interest is to off themselves, there's really not much you can do to stop it. All you can do is prolong it.
She's never said it, but she's got all these cuts on her, and she's got all these bite marks and stuff all over. She's 42 years old.
Well, the vast majority of the suicides out there are usually like, the young successful ones are generally like a cry for attention. The successful ones that go out like with a bang, where they're taking everybody out, or at least being a public display. I don't think the political side the political by definition is in there. It is basically attention seeking. It's kind of common. It's how society is. Most people are really out for, hey, look at me. Just part of how people are. So even in their last breath might be the same way. Just how it is. I think the better question is should people be saved?
I've accepted it so much in the last 5 years from her moods that if it happens, I don't know if it's cold enough. I don't think I'd be terribly sad. I just don't.
I don't know how you can say that about your daughter. That's crazy.
It's like Flo's mother-in-law. You just wouldn't be terribly sad.
Oh, I'd be thrilled if she did.
See, there you go.
My daughter. This is another one of those things. As your PR advisor.
Yeah, but my daughter, I've tried for so many years. Wait,
why the hell does he get a PR advisor? Why don't I get one?
You're a cop.
Fucking assholes, man. See, it's just not right. It's just not right.
Life's not fair.
I know.
And I used to, how I taught my kids life's not fair. I'd sit there when they were only 3 years apart, so I had twins and a girl is older, and I'd bring home one candy bar from when I was in the military, and I thought, well, here, I just give it to one of them. I said I didn't have enough for everybody else. And what happened is, I didn't mean it to, but they ended up would share it. So I taught them sharing when I was trying to teach them life wasn't fair. It backfired on me. So if I only brought one, they would share it. If I brought two, they'd break it all up and share it with each other. And then when I'd bring all three, they'd break up the different candy bars because I'd always get different ones, and they'd share them. So by accident, I taught them how to share. Wild, isn't it?
We are not men. How should I stop being retarded? I don't think I can, but just out of curiosity. The retard is strong in me.
But he said you were retarded on the other text.
Oh, I know. He's been here all night, but he talking shit, but he won't leave. Flow state is a retard.
Here,
Low
let me.
State.
Low state. That's funny. Low state is
you
funny.
could be good. I see potential. Just stop being retarded.
Here, let me.
Well, probably won't.
Let me ask a question. Each from my group. Are we not men? Can I ask, like, specifically, like, what do
you hate most about women? Oh wait, that was the question.
No, what's your form of contention with Flo? Like, specifically. Give him a couple minutes; he'll write it out.
You have to ask in debate, bro terms.
My God. The ortho bros, man, you really gotta you gotta spend
Is
some
he an
time.
ortho bro?
He might be.
Where do these people come from? At some point, all these ortho bros flooded the internet with their debate tactics and shit. It's
I
crazy.
told you, man. It is it's a growing movement. You got no clue how it's just exponentially getting bigger and bigger.
Play that clip. Where do you find these people, Flo? Play that clip. Where do you find these people?
Man, the ortho bros, a bunch of them, Jim Bob and
Where in
that.
the fuck do you find these people?
That is funny. I don't even know what an ortho pro or whatever you guys are pronouncing it is. I've never heard of this word.
Ortho implies orthodoxy. Bro just basically means the male, so it's orthodoxy.
It's like a gang of young men who are Orthodox Christians and want to run around the internet debating people.
And they're like crazy hardcore. Once they're Orthodox, they think they're right about everything, and they think that everything Jesus and their church is the oldest church, and they won't.
And
Yeah,
I had
they
never
won't.
met an Orthodox person ever until about a year ago.
So then when the May 15th comes around for the rapture, they'll be gone.
Would happen.
Yeah, no,
if
that's
we allowed women to vote and allowed gay people to go to school and get married, all the worst crazy things the Christian right said that liberal society rejected as unintelligent. Like almost all of those things have happened. So now there's like a cultural reaction to that, a counterculture of kind of Christo-fascist people who are like, take women's rights away, go back to Mormon 1950s style American living.
So like I was telling Josh earlier, they're just fanatics then. Christian fanatics. No.
Okay, within the case of orthodoxy, it's a doctrine.
It's more
violation.
it's like a gang. It's like an internet street gang.
Well, so in the street gang concept, the concept of shaming, that's actually promoted, which is kind of there's some scriptural backing.
I said they're like an internet street gang, and he busted up laughing. I'm dead right.
So, and as for the concept of the end of the world kind of concept, that's a big no-no within orthodoxy. It's a violation of doctrine. What
was I saying about the end of the world?
Yeah, no man knoweth his return, that kind of concept. So anybody when God's coming back, that's a big red flag.
So those people saying it on the 15th that there's going to be they're going to be taken away with the rapture.
Yeah,
that's a no-no in them.
The Orthodox, they would be in the encampment of those are a bunch of crazy nut jobs.
Because how would you know? No man knows the hour or the time when the Lord returns. I understand. Okay. Yeah. I remember I did go on a mission and stuff. I know what it says. I just didn't know their belief because it's so different everywhere you go. So that's pretty good explanation. Thank you.
Well, all of the denominations are going to boil down to doctrine differences. Almost.
Yeah, I wouldn't get too mad at them. I don't know, but it is crazy. Yeah, no, I totally watched one YouTuber, Jim Bob, go, and he was awesome. He was cool. He's like this animator guy who did all these cartoons.
Is that the guy from Owens? I mean, Owen Benjamin's?
Yeah, Jim Bob.
Yeah, they had a big falling out, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. But he was cool for a couple years, and then he went down the orthodoxy path, and he went down that whole rabbit hole, and he befriended all these orthodoxy guys, and he joined a church, and then he just thought he knows everything, and that's all he does streams about is just about fucking orthodoxy for 2 years straight, and how Jesus and they're totally right, but then he does streams about I didn't
even know it was, but when you said that, all I know is when Owen makes fun of him, it's funny as hell. I didn't even know.
Yeah,
it was funny as hell.
All he's talked about for 2 years is psychology and fucking orthodoxy, and it's insane. It's man, how do you think he can run a YouTube channel for fucking 2.5 years talking about the same fucking thing for fucking 2.5
Does he put
years?
Owen down? Does he put Owen down now?
No, I don't think he does. I can't even watch him. I haven't watched him. Yeah,
I've never watched him. Yeah. I just heard of him.
I used to watch him on a regular basis. I called into his show like numerous times, and like before their argument, he was a cool guy. He was relaxed. He was cool. He was just a fucking a truther.
Yeah,
And
but you gotta give it to him a little bit here, right? Like if he's growing in popularity, that's going to speak to a statistic that they've been screaming about, right? Like, so modern Christianity has been in a decline in membership, but they're not lying when they say Orthodoxy and Catholicism, their membership has been inclining. Like they've been gaining memberships the last couple of years.
I know. I think since the Owen thing, he totally collapsed. His numbers like collapsed. Like I saw hundreds of people that stopped watching him since he like went on this crazy tirade of, and then he's still on the same page. I just don't understand how you. Yeah.
So Josh, you're saying on the whole that following is growing. Jim Bob lost a lot because credibility because of what he did, but on a whole, you're saying Orthodoxy is growing.
I don't know if I can agree with the losing concept of it, and the reason is because like if you ever go to an Orthodox church, getting in's not like it's not like modern Christianity where you just, or like say like the Southern Baptist, or you kick in the doors and like, hey everybody, I'm here. They're really skeptical of outsiders. They're really big on the whole concept of the association. They don't want people. They're not real big on allowing the degeneracy from the outside society into their congregations.
I think you're right. They're growing as a congregation and as like a whole, but as just Jim Bob himself, he got fucked over a little bit. But the whole Orthodoxy shit, I found is getting bigger, and they've got their whole crew over there that they all.
So they're very selective who they let in their group.
Oh yeah, and then all they talk about is this fucking Orthodoxy. Like that's all they talk about. It's fucking insane. I don't know who watches that. Like
might be there's Orthodoxy is very strict. Within Christianity, so they're real strict on the rules. There's no selective bullshit within, like at least comparable to like say modern Christianity. If you walk into a Southern Baptist church, it's like, oh, we've got to tolerate people and things like that. Both Catholicism and Orthodoxy more so is a lot more strict. There's like, if you're going to be this degenerate piece of garbage in society, you can get the fuck out of our church.
So you reminded me, what I'm picturing when you're saying this, did you watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
You remember the Brotherhood? Or are they like the Brotherhood that took over for a little while?
I guess that's one way of phrasing it. It's possible.
That's what I picture when you're talking.
Yeah, it's you. So just look up. Do this. The spelling you'll mess up the spelling, but look up catechumen. It's kind of like a process that you go through with membership into Orthodoxy to become a member of the church, right? It's a process. It's not like you can just go into most like other churches and just say, oh, I'm a member because I want to be here kind of thing. No, they're pretty much like, are you decent enough of a person to even be with us? Like, do we want to tolerate, that?
I respected it for a bit, for a while there, man. The whole Owen Benjamin crowd was pretty fucking religious, and then fucking Jim Bob was going down that whole Orthodoxy fucking shit, and I went down that too, man. I was kind of like following it. I was kind of digging it, and like, kind of digging like how strict they were, and like, no sin and no, and like. Digging it for a little while, but then it's just like insane. Then it gets into like you can't even question anything about the church, or else you're like fucking outcast and like fucked over. Like you even ask a fucking question that the upper echelons don't want you to ask, and you're just
there's a reason for the questioning thing, right? So like you can ask like a theological question to one of their leaders, right? You cannot ask like some random member of the church, right? There's some strict who gets.
But also, if you push back against any of the head ups,
if you go in looking for conflict, that you're definitely going to end up into a fight. Like
so, that guy who started all this conversation is he one of those that's in the No Men or something that was calling Flo a retard?
I think now, my God,
used to pal around with Andrew quite often. I would say that before both Jim Bob, before Andrew was at least popular as he is now, I would say like I think Jadar, I think that was his name. Jay Dyer, that was his name. That would have been more of the type of guy that was kind of like leading the Ortho Bros. The difference with like Andrew is he's professionally he's a debater and he's very aggressive. He's a blood sport debater specifically, right? And he doesn't debate doctrine. I think he probably could, but he generally debates with secularists on pretty much social issues, and he's very good at it.
Oh, okay. I just got your name, Bearsworth. So you're one of the Owen's followers. I mean, not followers, but subscribed to him and took his name, Bear. Are you a bear?
I would call myself a bear, but it's so funny, the synchronicities, man. It's so fucking hilarious, man. My nickname in high school was Big Bear. It's so funny, synchronous, and I made my name Bearsworth on all of my accounts before I became a bear. So it's
that's cool.
Yeah, no, it's so interesting, man. Life is fucking crazy. Yeah.
What's going on? Give me a little update on him. I haven't watched for like a year. What's going on in his world right now?
I don't know. He's too positive for me. But he's been getting back into the conspiracies. I keep following him just because, man, I've been following. He's the guy who brought me to Flat Earth, man. Like, which opened my eyes to everything. Which like fucking
yeah. So I like what he does. I wish I could do what he did and go to a farm and do all that stuff because I was raised on one, but I've always been too lazy to work for it again. But I really like that. I like that part out there in the farm.
Yeah. No, I really like him, but he is. I don't know. At least for me, in my life, I've had so much.
It's been more positive. How you like when he was trying to figure out the flat Earth? Do you ever seen that video where he's saying it's stupid, it's retarded? Then he goes, "It can't be."
I think I watched that live, man. I watched it live, man. I watched him since Steven Crowder, man. That guy woke me up. Man, I watched him on Steven Crowder take the mic and guest host for Steven Crowder, and he talked about like pedophiles and all this fucking crazy shit. And then as soon as I saw that, I was like, holy fuck, that guy's awake. And I started following him from that day on. And like, so that's like I don't know, 6-8 years.
So how you had to fight the flat Earth thing? He just fucking hated it. He couldn't do it. He couldn't believe it.
Right now, you can become a member of the Flow State channel for only $1 a month. Yes, that's right. Only $1 a month gains you access to have your name in the color of green, which is the color of nature and life and positive energy. And you will also gain access immediately to all of the special emojis, including people like Tommy, my favorite, Jack Talcott, and even Flow State himself. Let's not forget about all of the good work that Flow State does for us almost every day. Where would we go if we didn't have a Flow State to open up this platform for us, those of us who do not require sleep? Please become a member today in order to keep this wonderful platform alive. Thank you.
That is so awesome. It's just awesome. Yeah, you gotta save that in Flow. Yeah, okay, so that was just good. Yeah, Flo, did you ever see that when that clip they got together of all the different clips when Owen was fighting to be a flat earther? It is hilarious, huh?
When who was fighting?
When he was finding out about it, Owen, because he said it was stupid at first.
No, I never really paid attention to Owen Benjamin.
Well, that is just a hilarious clip. They put a bunch of clips from each day as it's progressing through the whole thing. It is hilarious. If it ever comes across it, click on it. It's about an 18-minute video. It is hilarious.
Man, I went through it live with him, man. And like I would.
Oh, you did. Yeah, I get you now. Tell me about it.
Man, like I never would have become, because the whole time I was the same thing. I was like, oh, it's a psyop. That's a fucking psyop. That's fucking stupid. But I followed Owen just because he went in through Steven Crowder and stuff. But then he fucking like stumbled on Flat Earth, through Eric Dubé, and he was like, "Fuck, I'm gonna prove this fucker wrong." And I thought it was a fucking psyop too. And then I went through the whole thing with him, man, and I was like, "Holy fuck, holy fuck,
I
holy
like how
fuck!"
you think
And
it's
so
not
he's
a
watching
psyop
shows.
because it came to the conclusion that you wanted it to.
It was wild, wasn't it? And you were there in
Right
the chat
alongside,
going
man.
along to. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I was in the chat. I was in the YouTube chat back in the day, and I was making chats and shit. But yeah, man, it was fucking crazy because I was right along beside him. Because yeah, I was on the same page. I was like, that's a psyop. Like that's, you know, I was still on board with like a bunch of conspiracies, 9/11, all this other shit. But like flat Earth is fucking retarded. And yeah, watching him go through it and then going through it with him, but like yeah, by myself too at the same time. Ah man, it was insane. It was
That was
fucking
awesome. I can picture what you did. That's very cool.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah.
Who just showed up?
Anyways.
Who is that? I can see
Machine
the M.
Lies.
Oh, Machine
The
Lies.
Machine Lies is
It's
here.
so little on a phone. You can't see your name. Hey, Machine Lies, how you doing?
Hey, greetings, sir. How are you doing today?
All right. Did you have anything to bring a subject up?
Oh well, I know a lot about what you guys are talking about.
Orthodox Bros or what?
Oh yeah. Actually, that's how I met Flow State and a lot of you guys. Because I called into the Crucible, and that is one of the main platforms that they have. And then I debated a couple of them because I had written a book on Christianity. So I wanted to test my opinions there, or the research that I did. So that went pretty smooth. I still have a correspondence with a lot of them. A lot of their people watch my show and stuff, so it's interesting.
Would they consider you part of them, or are you just a outsider that they listen to?
No, I'm a Muslim, so no.
Oh, you're Muslim?
No, sir. Yeah, no, sir. They don't consider me part of them. No.
Oh, okay.
They're also like quasi like white nationalists, kind of.
Oh, are they a little bit?
Oh yeah. They got a little bit of that going on too. So they definitely. It's definitely
Just a
about,
splash.
Yeah, just a splash of white nationalism.
Are you published?
Yeah, my book is published. Yeah, I'm writing a second one now. That's basically what I do is I just like write. So it's not a lucrative profession, but yeah, I write. It's like poor writer.
Yeah, I know some guys that's written like 8-10 books and they still poor as hell.
Yeah, I know. Yeah,
They
I can
decided
believe
to
it.
come to YouTube to shore up the extra money.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Yeah,
It's a
they're doing
strenuous
like that.
activity with the little reward.
Anybody else wrote a book in here? Hell, I haven't even read a book, so I don't know.
I'm about to write a book, I think, just so that I can, because nobody reads books, right? I can write a book, it'd be full of garbage. I could write the N word 100,000 times, and nobody would even know, but I could say I'm an author.
Don't let Flow stay. Next time he gets on camera, ask him to turn around and pick out one of those books off the shelves. I guarantee you they got more pictures than words, right? Do not listen to Flo. He don't read neither. He looks at the pictures.
Sir, I have been incarcerated. Nobody reads more than the incarcerated.
Oh my gosh.
He means magazines. A lot of pictures.
No, they read books. They unending books. I mean, that's all they do.
You'll never convince me otherwise. You're just not, at least not with Flo. Maybe other prisoners. Yeah, maybe, but like Flo, no. A lot of photos, a lot of pictures in his books.
Man, I've been buying books like crazy. Like I'm not a reader, but like taking like kind of Crow's advice also. But like, yeah, I'm not a reader, but I've got like fucking 300 books, all like recommended by like conspiracy videos and like fucking like it's the craziest books you'll ever find. Like my library is so fucking insane. My mom, I brought.
Yeah, I got tons of books too, and like when I was reading the books, I would just write shit like on the side of the book, and all this shit I wrote on the side of the book started to pile up. Where I was like, I could just write this shit down that I wrote on the side of this book and make a book.
Do you have any Eric DeBay ones, Bear?
Yeah, I think I got one, at least one. Yeah.
What's the craziest conspiracy book would you say is in your library?
I would say more esoteric ones, like ones like Ed Pike. What's his name? Edward Pike, and like Pale Horse, and but then also a lot of the last few years I've been really into the medical system. So like Andrew Kaufman and
Did you get the Invisible Rainbow?
I don't think I've got that one. No.
Yeah, it was about the 1918, 2020. It was the 1918. It was about the Invisible Rainbow. So I ended up not liking that. Oh, that was a big one recommended by them. But
Yeah.
you bought Kaufman's book and you bought Tom Cowan's book and
Yeah,
Dr.
Tom
Bailey's book.
Cowan's.
I like Dr. Bailey and Tom Cowan really good.
Man, Tom Cowan, man, like everything he says, man, like I like cry sometimes when I watch his fucking shows, man. Like he's such a real person. He's so
He is,
fucking
isn't
cool.
he? He hasn't
Yeah.
gone to his head at all like these other doctors. He's just common, right?
Yeah, he's just so real, and like you can feel his heart coming out when he does his podcast, man. He's so fucking The last one he did with like there's some like movie star guy, and I was just like, holy, like I like fucking was like fucking shedding tears like when they were talking, and just telling their stories about their lives and shit, and like all that shit makes so much sense,
It
man.
does.
Like
It's so simple to understand. I like his book, The Heart Is Not a Pump. That was the good one.
So yeah, man. As soon as I listened to Thomas Cohen's last interview with this kind of movie star guy, like man, it like brought me to tears, and like talking about how they're raising kids and how to raise kids this
last Wednesday, he does it on Wednesday. So this last Wednesday, he had that one.
I think so. And then he
I'll have
wrote
to
a
go
book.
check it out.
He talked about a book that he wrote about raising kids, and then about how this person that he talked about it didn't like it, but he told some stories about it, but it was amazing. I like cried, and I ordered the book immediately, and then I ordered like 4 more of his books, and so I got
You
like
guys in the chat, if you don't know who Dr. Tom Cowan is, he is really preaching against what happened in 2020, and he shows the stats, and he's been against that kind of system for at least 20 years. So
and these guys are actually Dr. Berlando, and Andy Kaufman and Thomas Cohen. So those are the 3 that I really follow, that I like totally trust, man. Like I would trust them with my life. Like, and like I'm not doing any of the stuff they're talking about, but like the pine.
I don't go into all that. That's Tom Cowan doesn't promote stuff like that. The other guys want to sell.
Yeah.
Bailey, you don't know Sam Bailey from New Zealand?
Okay, yeah. The Baileys, him and his wife.
Yeah, the Baileys. They're in there with Cowan. Them and Cowan, I really like.
Yeah, no, they're both cool. But and Kaufman too, man. He's really cool. And yeah. But anyways, Anyways.
Wow, he cried.
Man, it's so crazy. How interesting.
Everything's a lie, isn't it? Everything's a lie.
Yeah, everything, man. And it comes down to
Everything.
like even geology, man.
Everything.
Everything. The carbon dating, fucking everything is bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. It just I play a game some days. I get up and I try to say, okay, what do I still believe that's been indoctrinated in me that I just accept, and you'll find out some more stuff. Because there's a lot of stuff you still believe that you just take for granted, that you don't realize. It happens, it's so deep into us.
Yeah, no wonder we don't have free energy. No wonder we're controlled. No wonder, because we've been everything's a lie. Even our sciences, all of our sciences have been fucking taken control of.
And fucking, I go inside the gas station for like 2 minutes, and when I come back out, Bearsworth is talking about crying and chasing D off the internet.
Hey, the Muslim guy, what's the name of your book, sir?
It's called Christ Protagonist, or Logos Dethroned.
Logos Dethroned. What's protagonist?
Protagonist is like a character, like a hero in a play, right?
Okay, and what's the other part of it?
Logos. That's John 1:1. It opens with, in the beginning there was a Logos. The Logos was with God, and the Logos was God.
Okay, I didn't know that. So the name of your book is Christ the Protagonist, and if I look that up, I should be able to find it.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
I
can
was just
also
curious.
email me, and I could send you a free copy. If anybody wants a free copy, I'll send it to you guys. You know, I'm not.
It's not an ebook either.
It's a PDF / book on Amazon that you could buy for like $20, or I could send you a free copy. It is what it is.
All right.
Send me a $5 super chat, and I will mail you your order of the free copy of TML's book.
Yeah, Flow State's selling my book, so
someone's got to pimp free products on these YouTube streets.
So no matter what you said, Machine Eyes, it said it's still not easy to write a book. No matter what you just put it there. It wasn't easy, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody printed out copy like PDFs that I sent them and started selling them for $5 a pop, I would not give a fuck that they did that.
But it wasn't easy for you to do it, I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, it took me like 5 years.
Yeah,
I had to
something
write
to
like
say.
I had to write like 20 books to write the book. So I had to just read, basically I had to read a bunch of books to write a book. So it's just like a lot of it's like regurgitation of material and research, and then
put in your own words.
Yeah, and then the rest of it is based off of the argument I'm making, based off of the material, which admittedly not a lot of people are going to get behind, but it's based off of Nietzsche's theory in the Antichrist, 58, 59, and 60. In those sections, he writes an interesting note about Paul the Apostle. But yeah.
Nietzsche is my ninja.
Yeah, Nietzsche's dope.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that stuff.
Yeah, Nietzsche is based.
Was he alive in 58? What you're saying in 58, is that the year he wrote the book?
That's the section in the Antichrist that my book is about. Yeah.
Oh, well, is there a book called The Antichrist? It's got a section.
Yeah. Nietzsche wrote a book called The Antichrist. It's very famous. Yeah.
Who is he?
Friedrich Nietzsche is a German philosopher who basically rebelled against German idealism.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did he get killed for it? Wow. Yeah, like I say, that just gets deep.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
He died before the Nazis came.
So the psychology and philosophy stuff. To me, I don't get into that stuff.
Yeah, I hate psychology, but I like philosophy a lot. I think a lot of the
What's the
psychology
difference?
stuff,
I don't know the difference. Give me the basic difference.
Well, basically, psychology pretends like it's philosophy, but it's not. That's the difference.
So it's just something to get a job.
It's a pseudoscience parading as a science of the mind.
All you got to do is say pseudoscience.
Yeah.
I know that part.
Ouch.
Who said ouch?
All right. At this point, everything's a fucking pseudoscience, man.
The asshole with the master of psych degree on the panel, right? Like that's the dude that says ouch. He's not exactly wrong. So TML's not wrong. Generally, society will pick up things that they've read, right? They'll get like half-ass comprehensions from it, and then they'll run with it. It's kind of society takes shit weird ways. It's more of a problem with society itself versus the science behind it. It's really just a study of human behavior. Worst part is its biggest grounding is actually in economics. That's why it's no longer a pseudoscience, and it ultimately got accepted. The problem,
and this is psychology.
Yes, but now the problem with it is philosophy goes a lot more beyond it. Philosophy is about what's the purpose of life, right? There's no answers in it. They're all just really good questions to try to get you in a direction. And even once you go in that direction, you're going to come up with more and more questions. The idea is to come up with better questions to get better answers, but it's a never-ending story, right? It's really useful. It is really useful for goal building. Psychology is not good for goal building, but I mean, they serve different purposes, I guess.
Huh. I've always heard at 65. I still heard all these words. I just never looked into them.
I would say psychology would be a lot easier to learn. Philosophy, you're really going to dedicate a good 10 years of your life. Like, you're really going to be reading a lot of bullshit that you both agree with and disagree with, and try to wrap your mind around it. But it's also the same thing that people do as they age up anyways. Like, as you get older, you're going to start asking like really serious life questions. That's what philosophy does. Like, it's really good for that.
Machine Lies. You said you had to read a lot of books for 5 years and so you read some books were totally anti against your train of thought to get their side too, or what?
Oh, most of them. Yeah, most of them. Yeah, none of the books I read agree with my view. That's why I had to write a book.
Well, that's wild. I mean, that I'm fucking too lazy to do something like that. That's a lot of work. That's whether I like your book or not, it's a lot of work.
Yeah, I read like the major scholars in the field, pretty much.
Wow.
So,
what did your family think you were putting all this time into it?
They said I waste my time. I'm gonna be a loser.
Oh, but they gotta be. It's still gotta be proud of you, the dedication of somehow. Maybe not. Maybe it annoyed them.
Yeah, I mean, right when I was done doing it, they were impressed, but then that faded.
That faded. Next, right? Next.
Exactly.
Oh, that's great. How old are you?
Well, I'm pretty old. I'm like 33, so it's not. Yeah.
33. That's
it took me like
just starting.
Yeah,
Tell a 65-year-old girl you're 33, and I say, yeah, I wish I was 33.
Yeah, it took me a long time to write it. It took me like 5 years to write it. So
good job.
It takes like to start writing a book. I've heard it takes at least like 3 years. But like, yeah, I would say it's like a project that like right now I started writing another one, and I'm like, I'm gonna be done by the end of this year. And now it's like into the second year. So yeah, it's a project that takes like 3 years, really, you know.
Joshua, the way you talk and your vocabulary, have you not ever thought of this or nothing?
Fuck no, I'm not writing a goddamn book. I don't have that kind of patience.
That's okay.
He can do it. I mean, it's a pain in the ass, but I can't do it. Definitely not. I'm not capable of it.
So you agree with me how much dedication I couldn't do it either. There's no way.
I've only met like in real life probably about a half a dozen people that have like seriously studied philosophy, like formally. My God, no, I wouldn't. I couldn't imagine I couldn't imagine the routine that you have to train yourself to be able to read that much. Like it really requires a lot.
Who do you think are the greatest philosophers?
I hate them all.
Name me some philosophers that I don't know. I mean, just name some people. I'll tell you if I've heard of them.
I can tell you who I hate the most. Descartes. No, older, much older. Oh my God! See, TML's already heard me say this. Philo of Alexandria. Him, like if I could go back in time and assassinate somebody, it would be him.
Plato.
Yeah,
Nope.
it's really two guys, depending on where you go. If you go east, it's Lao Tzu. If you go west, it's Socrates. You know, they're basically GOAT, greatest of all time. You know, in terms of like what they accomplished and the legends about them, and how basically the whole Western philosophical tradition is based on Socrates, and the whole entire Eastern philosophical tradition is based on Lao Tzu, ending with Zen Buddhism, right?
Wow. See, no wonder I didn't get into that. No, sheesh, that's deep.
Did Lao Tzu do The Art of War?
No, but when Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War, he wanted to write it as how a Taoist general would behave. So he was influenced by Lao Tzu to write it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So which philosopher did the problem reaction solution? Who did that?
That's
Hegel.
a thing based off of Hegel's philosophy. Hegel didn't come up with that, but it was an extrapolation based off his philosophy. But really, it could be from King Solomon. You know, when King Solomon has the
Right, in the Bible.
The two women fighting over the baby, and then
Right, he says you cut them in half. I know that story. Yes.
Exactly. That's basically, you force a problem to get a reaction to get a solution. You know, it's
So
basically right there.
that's that. I think being in the prison system for so long, I think that really works, and I think they use it us in government. Do you think they create the problem and they've already got the solution and reaction, and so then they bring? Do you think that? I think that really works, in my opinion.
Oh yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
phosphor.
Another guy who gives an example of it is Machiavelli in The Prince. He uses the example of Cesare Borgia, who puts this guy Master Orsini in control of one of his provinces, who's basically a criminal, and the whole thing he's trying to get across is that these people want to basically oppose Cesare Borgia. So he puts a criminal.
Give me a time frame when you're talking. Give me time frame so I can picture it.
This is in
like the 1600s or something.
1500s, yeah, exactly.
1500s. Okay.
Yeah,
Go
this
ahead.
is the time. This is the time when Italy was being formed. You know, as a nation state. So it was before the Risorgimento. Like, you know, that happened like in like 1800s, right?
Okay.
So yeah, the Italian unification. So basically, what it is that he put this criminal in charge. Like, he was having a problem with one of his provinces. He puts a criminal in charge, and then they start complaining about him, and then he kills him, and then they're satisfied with him. So he put a criminal in charge.
Oh, so that's the problem, reaction, solution.
Exactly. Like, you know,
so
like,
what's the Hegelian dialect? I always hear people talk about.
That's basically you know, there's an affirmation of something, and then somebody negates that, and then there's a negation of the negation, and the resolution is found in the negation of the negation.
So what is that term? The words they always use for the Hegelian dialect. What is the Hegelian dialect?
In the prison system, if you own a private prison and you want more inmates, what do? You hype up drugs and make drugs look cool, and you know.
Right.
Well,
and
I guess that's not necessarily it. That wasn't actually right. I did that wrong.
What is the Hegelian dialect? What is that the same as that problem reaction?
It's exactly problem reaction solution.
Oh, is it?
Right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong, Timo?
Well, what it is it's thesis, antithesis, synthesis. It's 3 moves, right? So basically, he thinks that these 3 moves are like basically exist on a time scale, and that these are basically something called the spirit of world history. And he thinks progress happens by this basic engine of change. So he's got this kind of ideal, you know, and this ideal is based on that. If there's an affirmation of something, you know, like if you have an idea, right, it necessarily needs to be opposed, right? Because every idea contains with it its opposite, right? This notion is called the coincidentia oppositorum, right? So then once the affirmation of something automatically negates itself, then there's also a negation of the negation, and that
negation means what? Canceling?
Yeah, essentially, yeah, but it's more of synthesizing, you know. So it's like no and it's like weird, right?
In the state prison system, we use divide and conquer. Where does that come from?
Does that come from anywhere? That's just ingrained in humanity.
Yeah, but they use it. Someone had to make it up because we divide the inmates and they fight each other.
Yeah, I think that's what the gangs are about. I don't think the gang shit is organic. I think that it was made so that you can have a massive inmate population controlled by a tiny guard population.
Right. They divide and conquer. But didn't they use that in wars or something? TML must know. Did they do the divide and conquer somehow?
That's written in Sun Tzu for sure.
Is that Sun Tzu?
Yeah,
is that the art of war?
Yeah, it's definitely written in Sun Tzu. Yeah, he definitely has that in there. Yeah.
What do you think of that, Josh, about the divide and conquer? I think it really works.
I'm a tactician, not a clinician. So yeah, we kind of like, yeah, that's a valid tool often used.
Okay, those two. Okay, just say simple. I don't know what your condition and.
Okay, so a clinician is a person that motivates a person to do something. A tactician is a person that manipulates somebody to do something they wouldn't normally do.
So the answer to divide and conquer works.
Yes.
Okay.
Not in every case, but generally speaking, yes.
And that's why we have the left and the right and everything else, right?
To defeat something that is divided into a smaller thing than it is to defeat a greater whole.
What was the terminology used for that? For the opposite of everything there is, there's the opposite?
Coincidentia Positorum is made up by Nicholas of Cusa, and he's basically one of the mystics that Hegel got his philosophy from.
Man, I've been a truther for like 10 years. I've never heard that. I've never heard that any of the terminology, and that's fucking amazing, man. That's so
That's
cool.
what they do.
This is philosophy, not truther.
Yeah, that's why, because they use a lot of philosophy shit on the higher levels of when they construct the truth or propaganda. You know,
Yeah.
so yeah, so then they get up in it.
Do you think all truthing information is propaganda, or is it real, or they just send it in there to divide and conquer, give some bullshit so they can confuse?
At
Who
this
said
point,
propaganda isn't real?
yeah, at this
by
point, I'd say all of
definition-
it. Yeah,
No,
I'd say
by
all of it
defini-
has to be taken with a grain of salt at this point. You know?
By definition, everything is propaganda. There's actually a kind of an inside joke. Handing a person a book is manipulation and propaganda. It doesn't matter whether the book is true or not. It doesn't matter how accurate or inaccurate a thing is. It just is how information is given to people. Depends more on the intention behind it, but you can really never measure the intention, right? We don't have mind reading machines.
Exactly. You just remind me, because everybody says, "Oh, you just got that off YouTube, or you got that off the internet." But they got the book. They went and read a book out of the library. Who's to say it's any more valid than what I just watched?
Well, it depends on what you. It depends on one. It depends on what metric you're using, right? Here, let's take the example of like philosophy. You can't pick up an idea. Read a book, watch TV, whatever. You can't pick up an idea anywhere that hasn't already been discussed within some range of historical philosophy. It's impossible, right? You're not going to come up with any new ideas. The question is when it was given to you, when the idea was presented to you, what was the intention behind it?
Okay.
Really,
so is that not also natural law? So what was that term you just used again? One more time. Philosophia. One more time.
Oh, TML, he's asking you.
Coincidentia Positorum?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is that
If you forget it again, just rewind the video.
okay? I'm sorry. So is that not like natural law? Like pretty much exactly like so everything. Yeah, it's like a law. Like everything has a positive.
Yeah, that's
positive,
according to
negative.
Heraclitus. Yeah, that's according
reaction.
to Heraclitus, but Parmenides would disagree with them. You know what I mean? So there's two fundamental like pre-Socratic philosophers, and one of them said everything is change, and one of them said nothing changes. You know what I mean? So
Nothing changes.
yeah, so it's
It all
like a
stays
whole
the same.
yeah, it's all like a whole disagreement with philosophy. Now I can agree that things change, but what do they change from? Like that's the process that I'm confused about. But then also I can agree that nothing actually changes because everything basically is one, right? So I can't separate myself from what's going on. So I can't be like, all right, I'm one thing and everything outside of me is something else. Right?
I like what Josh said, that everything's propaganda and you just got to sift through it.
No,
Is that what you said?
No, you can't sift through everything.
No, that's stuff you get that comes across you. I'm saying.
Well, so the problem is with it. I didn't say that. I damn sure didn't phrase it that way. But the problem with that you could never live your life. Like you're constantly going to have input information given to you, right? It'll start from your parents, working your way up through the school and shit like that. If you were to actually try to sit down and question everything and research everything, you'd never live your life. You'd just be basically you'd basically be a philosopher trying to research everything, right? You wouldn't live your life. You'd just be constantly stuck in this this process.
That's why Socrates actually said that the primary drive for philosophies is ethics and or politics. So he said that precisely so it doesn't end up in that. The primary philosophy is actually political. Is actually how to run a society, and that's why they wrote the Republic.
This highlighted chat, this lady read. See what this says to you guys. She says, I agree. I'm reading Marcus somebody, and everything applies to now. What's that?
Well, that's Stoic philosophy. So Stoic philosophy is a lot in line with nature, and seeing how nature is actually divine, and can temper you through, basically, if you accept nature, you accept fate, then you don't have to worry about anything. So Stoicism is a philosophy that was in the modern age is developed by Spinoza, who actually declared nature to be God.
Okay, that's when you were talking earlier, all this stuff, everything I've always said to people, when I run into people like you, I like it because you guys are smart, and I'm not going to take it away. But I say, you know what? I go on nature. If you can create me a seed that can grow a tree, and then I'll believe all the stuff. I said, until you can do what nature can do, I'll just see what nature does. Is that bad?
Wait, bad?
I think. I just go to the basic. I try to. Nature's the only true thing that is true.
Meditation by Marcus Aurelius is a fantastic book. I love Stoicism, and I think that, if I were to sum up in a nutshell, the takeaway from that, it'd be that only stress about things that are in your control. Right.
So Stoicism, I never heard of that word, so that's good. So is that what I am? Because I just always go to nature. I see the water, I see the grass, I see the trees, I see how the animals work. I know man cannot create any of that, and so I just look what nature does. And to me, that's the truest form, and anything else that goes like that is man adds on to it.
You can answer your own question. It's just this simple. Are you passionate about anything?
Am I passionate about anything?
Yeah. I'll use the easy summarization. Come on.
I like nature. I'm really passionate about nature. I think
enough to be willing to dedicate your life or death on it.
See, that's what I told you guys earlier. I get money from the state. I'm on the welfare state. I'm against it. And I'm not passionate to give up my check. I'm not passionate to go live out in nature and to live like I think we could. So, no, I can't say I would do that. I want to, but I won't.
Stoicism is explicitly against passions. They're generally, the idea is it degrades loyalty, like long term. At least all of the critics that were against it will pretty much tell you that it's impossible to be stoic and loyal to anything other than your own rationality.
So how was my answer? How would you analyze my answer?
Coming from a general, mind you, so take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, not clear enough to be concise, but to be fair, I would say that it's almost impossible to be a man and actually be stoic. I think most people have replaced the word passion that they use and then came up with emotional today. Like, again, that fucking red pill talking points. They come up and they tell guys, you're like, be stoic, don't be emotional in your decisions kind of concept. It's basically hijacking an old philosophy.
Well, that's impossible, isn't it?
Yes. If you ask me, yes.
That's
if you're
what I would say.
Telling yourself that you're making decisions without emotions, then you are more emotional.
Well, no. I think the whole thing is like to be comfortable with not knowing the answer, and just being at peace with not knowing the answer, and then you're never gonna fucking know.
Yeah, but
we're never gonna fucking know the truth. And
All right,
like,
Joshua, is this what I did, Joshua? It's like this.
That's a more
I told my kids
practical,
growing up, and they get hurt, get knee, or wreck on their bike. I would say, don't cry over that. You can cry if your grandma dies. If this, for emotional stuff, you can cry all you want, but don't be going crying if you got in a fight and you got beat up. Is that bad?
It's old school parenting and very common amongst your era. Keep in mind, like my old man was born in 1926. I replicate his parenting style, which would be kind of more similar to yours. So good or bad, I can't tell you it's that because I kind of replicate something is similar to it.
Yeah, my dad was born in 29.
How much of a mistake were you?
Yeah, keep in mind, this is really like I can't tell you whether it's good or bad, right? The final conclusion is pretty much when the kid dies, right? Like by that term, and you go back and measure that. You don't know now. You just do the best you can and hope for the best.
I would like to hear from this guy that knows all this shit, that knows the terminology, man. What do you think about all this shit?
About what shit?
I don't know, life, solipsism, like all of this shit. I don't know what. Yeah,
the only real philosophical question is whether or not to self-delete. And once you make the choice to be alive, then you already agreed to certain things that are not within your control. And so being worried about what's not in your control is a waste of the freedom that you get from the inherent meaningless of the universe. Life means what you make it to be. That is the ultimate freedom.
That is basically a Stoic position. So I like how he said that. I mean, he basically exemplified it. I mean,
What? So you are? Would you consider yourself try to follow the Stoic flow?
No, I'm more of an absurdist.
Say
How
that
about
again.
flow? Would you say you follow the Stoic way
No.
to the
Flow?
best? Yeah, flow.
Hey, Harmon, are you the Harmon that calls into Jeranism?
Yes.
That's awesome, man. That's so fucking cool. I was on a show with the Harmon from Jeranism. That's so cool. Like,
I would say that I'm more stoic than I appear. I buy into the philosophy a lot.
I have a copy of Meditations right here next to me.
Yeah, I don't care who you are. You have to buy into some type of philosophy. It's ingrained. It's inescapable.
I would say I'm more of an absurdist, though.
What are you, the TML? What are you? What would you classify yourself?
well, I like cynicism a lot. I like Taoism a lot. Those are the two I really like right now. In terms of the way to go about it. Possibly like if I would go to modern, I'd go to Nietzsche. If I'd go to the ancient, I'd go to like Lao Tzu or something like that. And those are where the sweet spot is at. Shangzu.
Well,
is like
that's about 5 different ones. Is there not one that you'll be just going to be multi?
Well, I think like instead of maybe Stoicism, I'd go with like Taoism. That's more appealing to me.
And get a little bit on Taoism, just a little bit.
Well, Taoism is basically about harmonizing, and I think the main doctrine is Wei Wu Wei, which is doing, not doing, and basically what it is it's a doctrine of active resistance, in my opinion. Like not doing is just passivity, right? But doing, not doing, right? That's an active sense,
When you say that, I think of Gandhi. Is Gandhi that way?
Not active.
No, he was
but active.
I'm sorry, Denizen, go ahead.
Like active, the opposite of resistance, right? Is it?
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That. Yeah. So kind of like that. But
so what was Gandhi? What was Gandhi doing?
Gandhi was a theosophical believer in the Gita. So he actually studied the Gita, and his understanding of it was theosophical because he was in line with the Theosophical Society. They had given him his copy of the Gita, so he was kind of a New Age philosopher that's styled as a Hindu, but that's really not true, right? Like Gandhi was basically just a New Age thinker. Yeah.
Wow, man. It's amazing how those kind of people that really get a following can control millions of people too.
Yeah.
And that
I'm from Pakistan, and in my country, like Gandhi's like an enemy. It's funny. It's funny. Like they don't like Gandhi at all. Like, like my mom was like, "Look at this stupid guy wearing a diaper." He's like, "Why would a grown man wear a diaper?" That's what she said.
I got to ask Harmon, when he described that definition, why did you think of Gandhi?
Because of the passive and not passive. Because I always heard Gandhi was passive aggressive. They said
he said active resistance.
Yeah, listen to his definition again. The active, that there's 2 words: active, meaning like doing; pacifist, I mean not doing. Just listen to it. Ask him for his explanation.
Isn't that what he did?
I think
Isn't
that's
that
what he
Gandhi
meant
did?
to say.
Gandhi didn't do that. I thought he said there.
He meant to say active pacifism. I think TML, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but he said active resistance. And that kind of gave it like a Gandhi flair.
Yeah, I mean, civil disobedience is maybe somehow based on that, but it's mainly based on Hindu principle of renunciation and resignation instead of the Taoist principle of Wu Wei.
Which channel are you talking about, Shadow Light? And good morning.
So is that what was I wrong by the way he took it, Joshua, when I thought of Gandhi?
Only because Gandhi is often believed as being a pacifist. Now, again, a little room of interpretation.
Never mind, I saw your other comment.
Some people believe he was behind the scenes. Yeah, did some nasty shit. Guess it depends on how much conspiracy or
So
hell, it
you're so
could be
controlled
true.
opposition. He could have been controlled opposition.
Well, no, there's Gandhi. There's rumors that Gandhi had ordered, some killings and things like that. That would definitely not be pacifist, right? But
Right.
it kind of depends on it. But generally speaking, his reputation is being known as
Yeah, I take a grain of salt when it's in Hollywood, and now I'm just going off Hollywood and stuff. So yeah, you're not going to show the bad part. They're just going to want their story told, their narrative. So I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, what TML is basically describing is actively going against.
How?
Say, well, like an example would be like not refusing to vote. You're basically not participating with the system. You're actively going against it by not participating.
Yeah,
that would be
see,
one example.
actually, Lao Tzu actually has lots of, precepts for ruling a country. And then Emperor Shen Nung was a Taoist. So they don't reject power. So Taoism isn't about the rejection of power. It's about how to rule effectively, right?
And wouldn't the thought there be also too that you increase your power by not fighting against the nature of a thing?
Oh yeah.
So in submission to nature, you increase your influence with it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Say that again. Increase nature. What? What'd you say on nature?
I think the active pacifism was just a really good way to summarize it. You make the choice to willingly not resist what is, and in that you can gain power and influence.
Well, I'm more lost than when I started, but I know it sounds good. My comprehension level is not up with you guys.
Try to think of it between the difference, since you're former CO. Think of it like this way: it would be the difference between murder via negligence versus murder via intent, as in you're like actively trying to kill a guy.
Right, you're going out and your plot is to kill.
The difference is your with the active part is your intention. You're going to put in some planning, some thought process that goes in with it, as opposed to just, oh, you're going to oppose me, I'm going to sit here and just basically do what you want to do to me kind of thing.
Malice and forethought is what you're saying. So they do that, and absence of malice would be, it was an accident. Right?
I'm only saying that not with don't focus too much on like the malice part. I'm only saying that is there's got to be that intent behind it. And there's usually action that goes with that intent, planning, things like that.
If you think about it, the way democracy rules over people is basically Taoist, because like everybody makes a decision, so nobody's really responsible for it, right? So what the Tao Te Ching actually says is the best ruler is but a shadowy presence.
So when Josh says, though, we refuse to vote for this presence, we're defying him in the Tao system.
No. I'm just pointing out that the minimal effort it takes to run a democracy is basically what Lao Tzu recommends in governorship. He says that you can't really overthrow something that doesn't really oppose you in any way. Right? So so that's kind of a way that democracy kind of lines up, and so does capitalism, kind of with the Tao Te Ching, because they're not actual systems. They're just kind of like what's there.
What do we have in the United States?
Well, in the United States, we should have something called the federalism, from the Federalist Papers, and that explain the U.S. Constitution. So in that, it's
a republic, right? A republic.
Yes, it's supposed to be a republic, but now it's more of a union, a democratic union. So I think they fouled that up pretty substantially. But the original political system was supposed to be, a federated republic mixed with a democratic union, and they were supposed to balance the two through the system of checks and balances. But that kind of failed.
As because like I was a sports guy all this time till like 7 years, so I never got into any of these things. So I would say what I've learned in the last 7 years is I found out the word Democrat is not Democrat, but democracy is really not a great form of of government, because they keep saying that we're democracy. And I learned that we're supposed to be called a republic, which is, how is a republic different than a democracy? That's all I want to know.
Well, the republic, it controls power by splitting the state into smaller states. And then a democracy does it by putting the rulership or more the decision-making process into the hands of as many people as possible. So
but let's say 51% roll, then you got 49% unhappy in democracy.
That's exactly what it says in the Federalist Papers. You know, in the Federalist Papers, that's called tyranny of the majority.
So what happens with the republic? How's the republic different from that? Is what I'm saying.
Because the republic has smart people making decisions. That's the fucked up thing. You know, they say democracy sees the best way to go. So it's just ruled by the masses. They're like the dumb masses that don't even think about anything and that are totally propagandized by every fucking form you can think about.
I understand that. Where I'm lost, I always hear these people saying we're supposed to be a republic. We're supposed to be a republic, and they got all these clips showing we're a democracy trying to brain us. I want to know, how would a republic be so much different than what we fell into?
Come on, guys, you can't give him the long-winded.
You can't give
him long-winded answers.
There's three answers to your question. You know, and one is that you know, and these are three historical examples that basically figured into the founding of the U.S. Constitution, right? You know, so Greece was a polis, right, and it was democratic, right? That's what Washington D.C. is supposed to represent, right? America as a whole is supposed to represent the Republic of Rome, right? The Roman Empire. So if you look at how the Roman Empire was governed, you look at how the Greek polis was governed through democracy, and then lastly, you look at how the Kingdom of Israel functions. You know, there's also a kingdom aspect to it. So America was also conceived as a kingdom, you know, just as Jerusalem is. So there's these three modes of governance that figured in heavily. There were three historical examples that basically constituted, you know, the ideas, the central ideas in which they formed the U.S., right?
So do we in a republic government, do we vote?
Not in all republics. It's not part of the design of the republic, but it's part of the design of the democracy. Right? Yeah.
You have to at least vote for the representatives.
Yeah, because
I understand Washington D.C. is a kingdom. When we pay our taxes to the kingdom, it's no different. You can call a president all you want, but it's the kingdom that we pay our taxes to. I understand that part. So I just always get lost. Everybody tells me all these times, oh, they say democracy, but we're a republic. I just get lost. I can't figure an answer out.
Yeah, it's the first of its time. The reason you're confused is because America is literally the first experimental process in which they try to combine these two ideas, right?
Oh, they were combined from the beginning?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that. I thought democracy just took over and kicked republic out.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to explain. That's what the Federalist Papers is basically about. It's about this idea of combining democracy with republic, right?
Oh, okay. Let me try this a little bit more of a oversimplified explanation, just to kind of get your feet in the door kind of thing, and then ask more complicated questions as you kind of gain to it. So basically, a republic is really just supreme powers like being held within an elected body. So in this case, like what TML is talking about, it would be like your House and Senate, right? Like they split it up and then they break that up into different states kind of thing. That would be effectively.
It's like it's like, hey, you're a king, right? You have a province, right? You have one of your ministers go and rule over that province. That province is a republic federated by the king. That's the mechanism.
So you have no choice in that. That's what it is.
Well, you mostly you mostly don't get a lot of choice no matter what direction you go.
Right. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Okay. I really understand now. Thank you. I really cleared it up.
Right.
Unless it's a democracy and you're an average person.
Right.
Yeah. That's the thing where America combined the two concepts, and it was first of its kind, democratic republic, you know, and they tried to do this styled after the Roman Empire because Rome had you know, they had a parliamentary thing as well, and they also had an emperor, you know, so.
But they didn't have any voting in those days, right?
I recently watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, And I was like fucking blown away. I was like, how is that from the 70s, man? Like that has to be from like these, like I thought it has to be written like right now. Man, it's so, yeah. If you, look at their storyline and their sketches and shit, they're talking about all the same shit we're talking about right now, like about democracy and they're using the same fucking terminology. And it
Well,
was,
that goes back to what TML said earlier. Everything's the same.
yeah. And it was written in the 70s, man.
Is that what
It's
you're saying, TML? Something like that? It's still the same no matter what? This conversation will be carried on 100 years from now?
Well, it's a little different now because we don't. I don't believe we have nation states anymore. We have like international government. You know what I mean? We basically have is pseudo governmental entities that are actually multinational corporations, right?
Yeah,
So
I say we're a
Yeah.
corporate world. Everything's run by corporations. That's what I believe.
yeah,
Man,
it's corporate. It's corporate socialism on an international scale, basically.
man, they use a term as like
Corporate capitalism.
anarcho fucking capitalists.
Yeah.
And I was like, are you
The
fucking
opposite of
serious?
socialism.
They used that in a fucking Monty Python from the 70s, and they used that terminology anarcho capitalist, and they're
Yep.
talking about this terminology. It was
Yeah,
it's insane.
anarcho-capitalist, anarcho-syndicalist. They use all of that type of stuff. Yeah, they got it. Yep.
I don't
So
know.
what, through these last 7 years, I learned that I just call everything a corporation, and the leaders are just CEOs being told to do by somebody else. I mean, that's a simple way I broke down. What do you think, Josh?
Well, I mean, if that's what you believe, like if you believe that corporations kind of like have the ultimate authority within the United States, then yes, that would be true.
Not the actual corporation. I say we're run as a corporation.
Yeah. We're shit. So yeah, I'd have to say yes because it's kind of sort of what I do. I'm a foreign service officer. Like 85% of what I deal with is really trade deals, which we kind of get involved a little bit too much on the backside of businesses, right? Like it's kind of how you manipulate other governments. Not only that, just also businesses on foreign soil, meaning not
with embargoes and prices.
There's about a billion ways to kind of get your way. Just depends on how you go about it. So if I have to like answer straight ways, I would say yes. But again, that's the way the people apparently want it that way because that's the way they keep voting. That's the way they keep spending their money. They could easily oppose the corporations. They just don't want to. They'd rather have their stuff.
It's too easy.
Yeah, it's too easy. Life is too easy. If life is real simple, who's going to go against it?
Yeah, we wouldn't be sitting here with our phones or computers doing this. I mean, I love this. I don't want to give it up, but to give it up is what it would take, and I'm not going to give it up.
They'll get pissed off at Microsoft, but they'll complain about it while they're spending like 5 hours a day on their computer, kind of thing.
Exactly.
It just is what it is. It depends on who. It all boils down to. It depends on who you believe has like the ultimate control. So why it kind of goes into the conspiracy theory that I kind of step out.
Yeah, I know I don't have it, so I'd say, what the fuck? Is that bad looking at it that way?
You got to get that out of your head. The whole good or bad, this is a really horrible way of looking at it. The better question would be, is it correct or not? Is it true? Is it accurate? Right? And I don't have that answer for you. Like I'm inside the system. It's kind of the thing that I do. And even I can't answer that for you. I don't know that.
Yeah. I don't think its system can be overthrown. That's what I think. Oh, and we don't want it to be overthrown, probably.
If the U.S. government cannot be overthrown, like if that's true, boy, do we have like a lot of systems in place for that kind of stuff. We spend a lot of money to combat that. So it's kind of like
I think there was a time where the U.S. was a unstoppable military force in the world, probably around the time of World War II, and afterwards. But now that's no longer the case, basically. So I think that, basically what's going on is that there's international, conflicts. Like look at the one in Ukraine and all that type of stuff. Look at the global war on terror. And all these type of stuff. So there's international conflicts and the compulsion towards world scale, global politics, is already done. So I think like the fact that no rule is ever going to end. I mean, that's just not a reality. Practically speaking, the more advanced countries become, the more they become at the precipice of failing. This happens all throughout history. So yeah. I mean, what happens is you become successful, you become an expansionist. You let in all sorts of foreign cultures. You create an educated class. That educated class usurps the people, and then the empire falls.
Yeah.
So which dystopian movie they put out through all these years, which one you think has it kind of close to what would happen if the system had to change over? Can you
Brave
pick
New
one out?
World by Huxley, or The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul. And Huxley actually read The Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, and he recommended its reading and studying.
So Brave New World?
Yeah, Brave New World, which is actually based on The Technological Society of Jacques Ellul. So if people haven't read Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, I think there's very little hope that you actually understand the kind of system we're living in.
Okay.
In my opinion.
No, I understand what you're saying. What do you think, Josh?
Oh, I'm a corporatist. I'm a big fan of this system. I want you to want your shit, right? It's good for me, at least from an economical perspective. But it comes with some really nasty parts of society that I dislike. So, like the whole blame concept just depends. I can't tell you that.
Wow. Do you ever feel conflicted?
All the damn time. But again, my answers are going to be biased. I just try to disclose the bias, the biased part before I give an answer. And in this case, I think it would be an unfair answer for me to give to you.
Yeah, I think that I'm biased because I still get my retirement check from the system, the state. So what do? I'm taking it. So
you're career military, right? You were in.
No, I did 9 years military, 23 prison guard. I got my money from the state of California.
Okay, I don't know. 9 years. 9 years is 9 years. How long ago?
I got out in '89.
Oh shit! Oh, system was a lot better back then. Well, I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it was a lot better than it is today. Yeah, no, I don't know what. Like, are you asking? Like, is this like are you a bad person for being a part of the system?
Well, I'm conflicted because I know I don't want to be part of the system. I know the system is. You
don't have a choice.
I do have a choice. I have a choice. Say if I could go out and get a job again and just make my own money or do whatever. I do have a choice, but I don't want to make it. It's like you're saying, I don't want to go that far to make that choice.
Wait, you said you did 9 years as a 9 years in military. How many years as a CO?
23.
How the fuck are you not hitting retirement? Oh,
I am retired. I'm 65.
Oh, yeah.
I retired. I retired 13 years ago.
Oh, so basically the pension and the Social Security doesn't really cover the cost of living?
Well, no, I get $4,500 a month take home.
Oh fuck no! Fuck no! You sit right in. You earned your position. You sit right the fuck there and relax and enjoy what's left of life.
Yeah, but it's still being paid by the system. I didn't know all this stuff 7 years ago.
Yeah, everything is paid by the system. It'd be unreasonable to say, oh, well, prisons shouldn't be the state, right? Or the military shouldn't be the state. That's a ridiculous notion. Somebody's got to be in charge of it. Would you rather the civilians?
No. You're right. I didn't think of it that way. You remember, I'm just like a virgin to all this stuff. There's so much information since I retired. I could just sit here and try to get all this. And you guys were the first ones that helped me with the republic and democracy by telling me they were the same and something like that. And it's just really the system's not working. You helped me on that.
They're not entirely the same, right? Like, so republic is the seat of authority. The ultimate authority is it's going to come down to that group of people that are elected officials. It's kind of like by definition what a republican is. A democracy doesn't have any limitations. It's just whatever a majority of the people decide. Like, here's the example. An example of true democracy is a lynch mob. Pure democracy is a lynch mob. If we all get together, or even 51% of us within this room get together and decide we're going to fucking hang somebody, right? That's democracy.
That's funny because I always quote this line from the Federalist Papers. And I can't remember if it was Madison or Hamilton, but he says, if every Athenian was a Socrates, all of Athens would be a mob.
Yeah.
That's literally what he says.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah.
One has limitations to them, the other one doesn't. Or at least they're not defined limitations, right? it's not. It wouldn't be a thing by what they're talking about, right? It really is going to focus on. So, like, I think, the one guy said, like, he's talking about, like, the merits of who get access to authority, like who are your Senate members, who are your House members, things like that. That's going to come down to, do bad people do bad shit when they get in office? Most likely. Like, have you ever heard of a politician that wasn't a piece of shit? It is what it is. So, I mean, he's kind of got a point there. And the same concept with TML is talking about is, like, the system has its limitations where it comes down to, like, if you're trying to hammer out morality. In my mind, the idea of morality is always going to be a contention, right? Everybody's always going to be and should be fighting over what's the right thing to do.
He came back to put that comment up.
I'm out now.
There's no such thing as a pure moral rulership. We've never seen such a thing.
I don't think anyone can rule morally anyway. So whatever. So I'm gonna just sit back and enjoy life then. Fuck it. I ain't voting, no, that's for sure. I've learned that much. I'm not voting for anything.
You fucking earned it. You put in your time. You did your thing. You've earned it.
There's no virtue in making yourself poorer on principle.
Right.
There'd be way more virtue in using that money. There's more in using it just for whatever you want it for. There's even more in using it to, like, initiate a change that you think would be for the better. But the real way that the at least the money system feeds, its velocity of money is really the thing. So the more dollars are spent and the more they circulate, the more demand there is for them, right?
Right.
So as long as you're spending dollars, not receiving dollars, doesn't really, I guess it gives you fewer of them to spend, but your ability to cause change with money is greater than your ability to harm the system by not using money.
Yeah.
Well, I'm honestly with Josh and TML. I really liked your guys' explanations. You actually put it on my level finally. Find somebody can actually, even though you're way intellectually with words better than I am, you put them on my level. Thank you. I thank you for breaking it down.
Yeah, blessings to you, sir. Yeah,
Yeah.
no worries. Yeah.
I spent 5 years in a Muslim country there in Turkey. I miss all the guys in the minarets every morning waking everybody up with the morning prayer.
Probably some good ass food over there and some good tea and coffee.
Their tea is number one. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But every morning you get those guys in the minarets up there doing their morning prayer, and they have. Do you guys have loudspeakers where you're at on the minarets?
Well, I'm in Detroit, but
I thought you said you were from Middle East.
No. Well, I was born in Pakistan, but I came here when I was like 9 years old. So yeah.
So is it true about the Detroit area, the downtown area, was it Dearborn or somewhere, that it's pretty much all Muslim now?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Which area?
It's Dearborn. It's like a donut-shaped city that surrounds Detroit. Is Dearborn, where the car was. Actually, it's where the automobile was invented by Henry Ford.
That's where Tarek's from too, isn't it?
Yeah, that's where Tarek's from. Yeah.
And so it's all because I've seen a couple of things. Is it true? I just going off videos. I don't believe them until I hear it from someone. You're the first one I could talk to. How about, like, are they actually were there when this was all coming up? This is about 6-7 years ago, and the Christians would want to set a booth up on one of your bazaars and stuff, and it's not allowed or not?
That's fake. Yeah, that was fake. Yeah.
That was fake.
Yeah,
So I thought it was. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, they made a lot of stories saying that there's like parts of Dearborn that have like Sharia law. That's all fake. Like there's no, that's not even true.
Right now, you can become a member of the Flow State channel for only $1 a month. Yes, that's right. Only $1 a month gains you access to have your name in the color of green, which is the color of nature and life and positive energy. And you will also gain access immediately to all of the special emojis, including people like Tommy, my favorite, Jack Talcott, and even Flow State himself. Let's not forget about all of the good work that Flow State does for us almost every day. Where would we go if we didn't have a Flow State to open up this platform for us, those of us who do not require sleep? Please become a member today in order to keep this wonderful platform alive. Thank you.
So TML, so Shreya Law isn't there in Detroit then?
Yeah, she's an excellent salesman. It's like it's in her blood.
Yeah, she's good. She's awesome. It is in her blood. I told you that earlier. What you call it though? So the Sharia law, that stuff isn't prevalent in Detroit, Dearborn.
Yeah, those stories. Yeah, those stories were definitely made up. You know, because most of the Arabs that live around Dearborn are basically like Tarek. You know, so they're basically second and third generation Arabs. You know, that are basically you know, not very religious, and also Shia Islam doesn't really have like quote unquote like Sharia law the same way that, you know, they're kind of describing it on the news.
Right,
So
I know it's fear mongering. Okay, then one trivia question for you. Let's see how much you know. Where was the first mosque and when was it built in the continental United States?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe Rhode Island or was it? Or I don't know.
I was really surprised. Does anybody else got a guess where the first? It was built in 1982.
Oh no! There was ones way before that, because what you have to research is that the slaves that were taken from Africa, you know, they were Muslims, right? So
I don't know how they did it, but under the history that they gave, it was under the official one. They stated it was in South Dakota anyway.
Yeah, there was African princes who were basically Muslim who were taken in slavery here, and they wrote diaries, and you could look them up. You know, so they were basically enslaved in America. You know, they used to be Muslim princes in Africa, and they set up, you know, all sorts of places where people could pray and stuff, where the slaves could pray. And
was it the actual mosque with minarets and everything?
Well, they had like Friday prayer, but I don't know if they had a physical building. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. The actual physical building.
Yeah,
that's
I don't think slaves were allowed to have that sort of thing. You know?
So they said the actual physical building. This is all I'm reading. It could be false, but it said in South Dakota in 1982. I thought that was
interesting. That's cool.
I thought that was wild out there. Yeah, in South Dakota of all places, right?
Yeah, right.
That's all I was just thinking.
In 19 what?
82.
No, there's mosques older than that.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that's what the history I read was. It could be 100% wrong.
Yeah, yeah.
So where's the biggest mosque in the United States?
I think that might actually be in Dearborn. I could be wrong, but I think the one we have here on Ford Road is pretty huge. You know, but I don't know if it's the biggest one. But yeah, the mosque on Ford Road is definitely one of the biggest ones. You know,
and how old is it? How old is it?
Oh, I think it's new because the Lebanese Shias, they basically came here during the 80s, and that's why probably you saw that mosque being built in the 80s. It's the Lebanese-Israeli war, right? That's when a lot of Shia you know, immigrants like basically probably Tarek's family and stuff, you know, they came over here, you know, during the 80s.
So what's the oldest mosque? Everybody says there's all older. What's the oldest one? I guess I can't. I got my phone. I can't type it in.
I don't know what the oldest one is, but there's one in Chicago that was built in the 20s.
Was it built in the 20s? Wow.
Oh, okay.
Do you guys do call to prayer in Dearborn?
They don't do it out loud, but they do it inside the mosque. You know.
They don't have no.
Yeah.
Like they do over in the Middle East, they don't have it out loud then. And do you guys do it 5 times a day there?
Yeah, I mean, generally Muslims pray 5 times a day. Most Muslims, like probably 90% of Muslims, won't be praying 5 times a day. You know, because it's just too strenuous of an activity. Probably only serious ones. You know, just like.
Well, they pretty much they do it a lot where I was in Turkey. I'm just saying, in the 80s when I was there, I just trying to see what they do in Detroit. Like, you know, it gets watered down the farther removed you get. I just wondering how you guys do it. That's all.
Oh yeah, they don't have like public call to prayer because it's a Muslim country in Turkey, so they stand on the minaret and do it so that people from all around can come to the mosque, you know. But it would be senseless to do it in Detroit because it's like, who are you doing a call to prayer for? You know, 1% of the people, you know, it'd be pointless, you know.
So I didn't know. See, you just get YouTube shit. So I don't know. So you're the first one I'm quizzing. I'm quizzing because I'm just curious because I was in a Muslim country so long. I'm just wondering how much they do it in Detroit, which is nothing wrong with it. I was just curious.
Oh yeah.
That's cool. That's a good story. Good information.
Is there a call to prayer in Dearborn?
He said no.
Not in Dearborn either.
What would you say is the most concentrated Muslim communities? You or St. Louis, Minnesota? TML?
I'm sorry, what was that again?
I heard St. Paul and stuff. That's a big Muslim community, but is that different than the Dearborn community?
I think it would have to be different because the main thing about the Dearborn community is it's not specifically a Muslim community. See, that's the problem. It's an Arab community. So there's different types of Arabs here. There's Christian Arabs, there's Lebanese Arabs, there's Iraqi Arabs. They're Arabs, and they're not. So the problem is that people get Muslim confused with Arab a lot. Because most Muslims in the world are not Arab. But most Arabs in the world are Muslim, so it gets confusing. I mean,
yeah, I'm confused even more.
Yeah, it's like what Muslims think about Christians and white people. Like they think Christianity is Europe. Well, it kind of is, and it kind of isn't. You know what I mean?
Well, it's like what was it? That was a good one. Yeah, because of Spain, a lot of guys growing up in America, they think all Spains are Catholic.
Right,
but they're not all Catholic. But that we think Spain is Catholic. Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Right, it's like,
and that's not even close to right.
Yeah, like you could basically ask the question: is Europe Christian or is Christianity European? You know what I mean? Like it's literally that.
Man, for 33 years old, you're way ahead of the game. Way ahead of the game.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yeah. That's what I think. What do you think, Josh? You think he's done well? Josh is asleep. No, seriously, you have done well. Everybody's asleep on me. I guess I ought to talk to everybody. Flo's back there hanging his head down, trying to keep it bobbing.
You
ruined my sleep pattern, Flo. You ruined it.
I ruined mine too. I'm glad I took someone down with me. And you guys, I got a new teabagging short. It's uploaded, but I'm still appealing the monetization decision. Let's do a little preview.
Wizard, we can't see you through your filter was fucking up.
Hey. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh no, he's getting King Steven. Are your pants unbuttoned? That's
it. What a fat.
You said you have about 75 of those?
No, I've got like 7 of them.
Oh, I thought you said 75 the other day.
No.
I thought you had a catalog. I said, wow, that's huge.
Well, I started a playlist of them because I got enough. Sometimes I play them in my streams, and I got tired of having to scroll all over through my history to find them. So yeah, when this is up, it'll be the 6th one in the playlist. I've got some other screen recordings that I haven't actually made into Teabag shorts yet, but.
All right, I'm gonna let you guys go. Thanks, TML, and guys, thanks for the education and being patient. I appreciate it.
Yep. Enjoy those student loans we're settling you with.
All right.
Well, what do you ninjas think?
Yeah, my house is starting to fill up with rugrats. I'm going to have to start screaming here in a little while just to be able to be heard on the mic. So I'm getting ready to have to go here soon.
I don't know, Shadow and Light, did you catch up or are you still watching from the beginning? If you caught up, that is correct. That's why I thought it was kind of amusing listening to him hurtle insults. I went on the Sanity Machine at the beginning of the show, if anyone else is curious what you're talking about.
Holy shit, what'd you do that for?
To play.
Yeah, I collude with Sanity Machine too. He's just nice enough, I guess, to me. I mean, he doesn't really like my show, but he, you know, I still correspond. I mean, he's just, I guess he's cordial enough with me. A lot of these guys, I mean, as long as everyone's like just cordial, I guess. I don't care if they're mean.
Yeah, well, he likes to play games with me, and I figured I'd play some with him. And I don't know. It's whatever. There's sort of a symbiotic relationship that warring channels have with each other.
Right.
Normally, I try to find like more entertaining people to do battle with or whatever than this, but I don't know. He's really, I don't know what, if it's butthurt or jealousy or hatred or whatever it is, but there's an emotion in his, you can hear his voice kind of tits up and you're such a loser, you know, like when I talk to him, or at least earlier, like, compared to his normal talking voice. I like that shit. I like getting that loosh.
Well, I hate that feeling. But yeah, I mean, the thing is that
Well, nobody likes that feeling, but that's how you know that you're winning. But yeah, he is kind of boring, Shadow Light. That's why I've I don't even watch the shit he makes about me. Like, I might scan it a little bit or listen to a few minutes of it, but it's just, I don't know. There's more entertaining enemies in YouTube. Like, say what you want about Paul, that dude's bravado and lack of self-awareness are amazingly entertaining to fight against.
yeah, I think I mean, I could be wrong, but in my opinion, I think there is something there, the platform that they seem to represent. They have I know that Sanity Machine has some type of anti-theological stances, based on his soul trap theory, and I know that Paul Enslaved has some type of anti government stances based on his perception of our legal situation and our relationship with the government and his interaction with police officers. So I would like more to know about whatever that is, and try to figure out like what's that about, because I'm interested in people's viewpoints and how they can develop an audience, because I mean, it does seem to resonate with their audiences. So that's the thing that I'm interested in,
Well, sure. So, I mean, there's a sentiment that'll resonate. There's an audience for any sentiment, right? If you can feel it, somebody else can feel it. I don't know how much I think that I believe. I don't know the Sanity Machine well enough to speak on his beliefs. I don't believe that Paul believes his beliefs. I think that he copes,
Really?
uses them. Because if you really examine it closely, he's pretty good at speaking with no content and throwing words in that will impress, Brian O'Shea, but that somebody like you or I will probably understand. But yeah, there's a sentiment there's an audience for every sentiment.
Yeah, even if it's really retarded.
Yeah, and the stronger the emotion, the bigger the audience.
Yeah.
I know that I get the most views and by far the most donations when I'm fighting with somebody or when there's fight going on. And if I had no morals at all, I would start a YouTube channel and I would sell the good Lord, praise Jesus, because everybody likes donating to things that they firmly are in agreement with. Especially something like a religion that, since you can't really, in the back of your head, logic brain knows that this is a belief system that's not built on a firm foundation.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, I literally have everything it takes to become a Muslim apologetics channel and won't do it because I'm like, so like, it just is like that. There's tons of these Muslim channels that are like, oh yeah, all we do is debate Christians, and like, we're gonna debate Christians. But I'm like, you don't see the problems with other Muslims. Like, just go clean up your own backyard. Like, why are you grifting, debating Christians? Like, you're just adding to the problems in the world. So I won't do that shit. Even though I could make a lot of money doing it, I consider it reprehensible to like say like, oh yeah, this religion is the truth, and yeah, it's also about me getting paid. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, I feel like it's reprehensible to sell people, to lie to people, and know that they're just that level of I don't know, spiritual. You're like you're like lying to their entire consciousness and existence. You know what I mean? It's not like a situational lie. Like, oh no, I didn't take that $20 bill. It's like an entire worldview lie. I don't know. It feels dirtier.
Yeah.
Somebody might be backstage.
Okay.
Oh shit. It's hard to be honest though. A lot of people. Hey, peace, London.
Hold on a second. Is that? Hold on. Sorry, I'm on my phone. I just want to make sure that's TML and not somebody else playing TML.
Yo,
what's
going on?
All right,
what's going on?
Wagwan.
He's King James in the building. What's going on, my slaves?
Did you see other kid get some bag?
What's that, Flo? Say that again, Flo.
Hold on a second.
Yo, London, you going on today?
Yeah, I can do, my brother.
Okay, yeah. If you're going on today, I'll definitely hop on there.
My man.
I got you.
Good stuff. Hey, Flo, good turnout today, Flo. I see you over there, man. That shit's hilarious, Flo. You killed me, bro.
Yeah, wasn't that a good time?
Yeah. Good one, Flo.
Did you see the teabagging he just got?
No? What? Did he come over here again?
Here, hold on a second. I'll play it again. This is a short that I uploaded. It's not live yet because I'm arguing the monetization thing.
Okay.
Wizard, we can't see you through your filter was fucking up.
Hey. Look at him. Look at him.
Oh no, he's getting King Steven. Ah! Are your pants unbuttoned?
That's it. What a bad. Get the back.
Nice. Wicked. When was this done, Flo? Was that today?
No, well, I just uploaded it today. That was from a couple streams ago, I think. One before last, I believe. But yeah, my favorite part is that wizard pants are unbuttoned for it.
Yeah. That shit's hilarious, man. That shit's hilarious. Fucking hell. I mean, how do you feel about his harem as well, Flo? He's got a blue selection over there, bro. He's got them in all colors, bro.
Here's what I feel about Stephen and about Paul. Both of them have the same benefit or feature that I love about them, which is that the line they attack you on is exactly the one that they're insecure about.
Okay, interesting.
True for most people.
Yeah, it
passive
is.
aggressive people.
I try to be more intelligent than that, or more tactical. I would never want to reveal my weaknesses by pointing them at someone else. That's just bad tactics.
Good point. You make a good point. Interesting.
Yeah, but there's a lot of times where like people will, it'll be a ploy. You know what I mean?
What do you mean?
Like they'll act like they can't do some shit so that you come and fuck with them, and then they're like, "All right, motherfucker, now you're gonna get it."
People lay traps.
Pool hustle.
When Steven's telling me I never have any women around, except for like not good looking ones, I know that he's lying because I've seen his channel. I've seen lots of channels. I have the most best looking women on any panel I think I've seen ever. Certainly better than his. I've never seen anybody on his panel except for me who even has their camera on at all.
Well, I mean, he does have the lovely, fabulous, gorgeous bombshell Bex over there, right?
He does have Bex.
Yo, hands down, he's a winner. He's a
What
winner.
does Bex
He's a
look
winner.
like?
Oh shit.
And he only has Bex sometimes, you know. When they break up, I have Bex. Actually, he doesn't know because she tries to keep it low key. But I kind of have Bex all the time too. Shout out Bex if you're watching.
Oh shit. Oh, Flo, I can't believe you just said that. Because you know what, Flo? I swear to God, right? To be honest with you, right? I kind of thought you was the reason why they broke up. I thought, you was trying to like, flex your muscles a bit, and I think Bex caught a bit of your muscles, and that's why he was kind of pissed off with her. So,
Well,
you're a
I heard
You're a homewrecker.
a couple streams ago, I got a text from somebody saying that they were talking about me, which, I assumed. I mean, I know that he talks about me a lot, but it caught my attention just because it was worth getting the notice. But when I went back and listened to it, he was really, and you could hear it in his voice, right? He was really mad that she had said at some point that I was brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, that really irked him, and so that's why the main thing I hear from him is that I'm stupid and I'm low IQ and yada yada yada. It's like, well, sir, you are self-conscious about your intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you about you.
That shit's hilarious. That shit's hilarious. He tried to how would you call it? Gate crash my stream yesterday. I was having a stream, cooking for my audience, and then he jumped on. He was backstage. I had no idea he was there, so I've let him up. I thought he might have contributed to the title and to the stuff that I was showing. It was stuff to do with Soul Trap, and reincarnation and stuff. But he decided to ask me stuff about my skin color and why am I lying about my skin color and everything. I was like, what the fuck? If you got nothing to contribute, why you hit my panel for? Then he said, I'm obsessed with him. All right, but you hit my panel asking me why am I obsessed with you? Fucking, you can't make this shit up.
Oh yeah, he did the same thing to me. He's in my back chat almost every stream. I just don't usually let him up because he hasn't paid his tithes. He's behind me. The king of the rings at the pleasure of the Pope.
Yeah.
Well, he tried to come on my panel, but I think my panel doesn't actually let people breathe. So it just kind of just fucking, it was just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and then somebody's got to leave. So it is what it is.
Yeah.
Because as soon as people hop on my panel, they just get attacked viciously. So it is what it is.
It's well, I mean, not just anybody. It's people who, who we seem to be not aligned with, right? People that we know.
Oh yeah. Yeah. The more popular they are, the more they get attacked for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go. That's what
attacks him. Like your haters or whatever.
Yeah, 'cause I mean, look. After all, Flo, the viewers, when they're not stupid. They really see what's going on in the game. Depending where you are and who you're watching and stuff. So they do know.
Bex is really smart. That's what I could say about Bex.
Okay.
Is that she's definitely one smart cookie in terms of like I've had a few conversations with her. Like that is not a dumb person. Like I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? Like she definitely plays a lot of sides of shit.
No, of
Find
course.
The audiences are representative of the population as a whole. About 8 out of 10 of them are totally idiots, and 2 out of 10 have the capacity, for individual thought. critical thinking, so to speak.
Yeah. Well, I tell you this much, Machine, right? I mean, it's funny how you said Bex is not dumb, right? She's a smart cookie, right? I mean, in hindsight, I hear what you're saying, right? But you see, to someone like me who knows it all and been through it all, she's a dumb character to me, bro. Right?
I would say someone who plots a lot, that doesn't make
Yeah.
them smart or intelligent.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you.
I see
Crafty,
a
maybe,
plotter.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, like-
crafty. Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear her plotting, right? It's almost like she has it attached. It's almost like she's Stephen Hawking, and her inner plotting thoughts come out on the computer like this.
Huckeries. Oh shit. I like that one. I like that one. Yeah, you can hear these people plotting from a mile off. You're not wrong there, brother. You are not wrong there. You are not wrong. No way. Yeah, that was some funny shit earlier though, Flo, man. I mean, have you played your interact? Oh, where's he gone? Has Flo played the interaction with him and King Stephen to you guys earlier?
No, he just briefly mentioned it.
Okay. Okay, that was some funny shit. I might even go live at the Rebuttal Bar or the main channel and play it. Cause that was some funny shit, actually. Just to see him, gate crash my shit yesterday. Well, try to anyway. And then the way how Flo handled him today or yesterday, depending where you are in the world, that's quite hilarious. It's quite funny. And you know what else I found quite interesting as well? I mean, the stuff that Steven said about Bex, right? All the abuse that he's given her, right, in the space of weeks and months, and then she still likes to run back to her abuser. I've seen her give it out to other people who says one or two things about her, but Steve says a whole paragraph or a whole book about her, and she's like, she loves it. Some people love the type of abuse that you give them.
Yeah, she has a strange relationship with abusive behavior. I've noticed that too.
Very strange. Very strange.
But the interesting thing is that she's smarter than him. You wouldn't know it at first glance by listening to them, but she's much smarter than him.
Yeah,
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that one there. Yeah, I agree.
Low bar, but still.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's interesting that Bex always uses the "I'm a woman" thing, and then Steven always uses the racial thing. And I'm like, why harp on that?
Racial thing, as in,
like, it's always about like black people, something about something about how he doesn't
blacks
like
are
black
inferior.
people. He's got that whole thing. Yeah, he said that like dozens of times. Like, you know what I mean? Like one time I said Foucault went to Africa and he did the P. Diddy thing. So I was like, yo, I was like, telling them about Michael Foucault and how he like spread AIDS in Africa and stuff like that, and whatever. and he's like, yo, does it? The only thing that matters is if as if the eggs were brown or white. That's what he said. And I was like, yo, what the fuck kind of a joke is that?
Yeah.
So he's got some type of thing going on with that, where he tries to provoke people with that, and also I think the woman thing, because like female thing. So I think he's trying to be provocative, which
yeah,
people use that.
Yeah, I think his content is more like trying to elicit an expected reaction out of somebody by deliberately being rude, condescending, and obtuse, and then he sees I told you so is his content when he records the reaction.
Yeah,
it's common among abusers, right? They abuse you and then they mock your reaction to the abuse as though you're the problem. You'll hear people like this throw the phrase victim mentality around a lot too.
Yeah.
Especially if you point out their behavior. As soon as you point out their behavior, well, now you're crying victim.
Yeah. You make a good point there, my friend. Yes, indeed. Do you know what else is quite funny actually? How he could sit on his panel all day long, right? Talking about panel channels, everyone's grifters and this and that. He's not involved with us, right? But then he comes crawling back to people's fucking panels. I've seen him everywhere. I've seen him at Machines. I've seen him at Benton's. I've seen him at Z's. I've seen him at Tommy's. Everywhere. But you know, he's not involved. If I'm not involved in anything, you won't see me participating. You know.
Right.
But, yeah, weird people. Because no one goes and gives him any time of the day. Right. So he's realizing he's a nobody, really. If
That's
nobody,
the thing.
yeah.
And he's not creative though, right?
That's
so
it.
you can be a creative loner and then start your own thing, and people will follow you. But his content is other people.
Yeah. Yeah, it is other people. Look, for what, maybe a month or two now, I've been requesting for people to find me some of his work, right? Because he's into the soul chat theory stuff. So I want to actually go over his work to see what it's about, right?
Right.
Because there might be some gems in it that we all need.
Right.
For a month or two, I've been saying this, bro, but no one had brought anything back. And they said they've had a look, but they can't find anything because he's got too many other bits of work that is just non-related to soul chat, meaning he's always dragging someone, he's always making content about someone, nothing to do with soul trap. He's just constantly dragging and bombarding people with, you know, crap. So that's why no one's brought nothing back to me. So I thought I'll go and have a look myself. I went and had a look, and I had the same problem as these other people. I couldn't find anything.
Right.
Maybe like 5-minute clips here and there, but there was nothing to work with.
Yeah, I had the same exact challenge was posed to me. I had the same exact experience.
See? Fucking wild. Yeah, that shit's wild.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like I'm debating with these motherfuckers online. I'm like, yo, I literally did like a fucking 4-part series on that shit. Go look it up on my channel. And they go look it up that it's real, and then they never contact me back. That's fucking dumb.
Oh shit.
So it's like, yeah, it's like game on, motherfucker. You know, it is what it is.
You're kind of wasting your time fighting below your weight class with a lot of these people.
Yeah, I do that way too much. It's like I try to give everybody the benefit of the doubt.
Right.
And what I've been focusing on this specifically for the last few years of my life because I cut a lot of the negativity out of my life. So now I'm starting to be the greatest source of negativity in my own life. So I'm trying to check myself. And I notice I'm just barely starting to notice, and I still haven't realized I'm coming to the process of accepting that I can kind of sum this stuff up right away. And I still like give people way too much and pour into a bottomless glass way longer than I have to because I ignore my own instincts and perception. Does that make sense?
Perfect sense. I kind of had the same problem, to be honest with you. I find with me, I kind of can switch it on and off. I've noticed, but I think I should have it my awareness like that switched on more often than off. So I kind of hear what you're saying.
I feel like I think I have too much fairness like bred into me, like programmed into me from like my indoctrination. So I think I kind of like worship certain ideals that are not practical and don't have much bearing in reality, you know, in the way things are. Oughts instead of is.
Yeah, but I mean, look, part of me, right, thinks to navigate these seas, right, or this realm, we actually needed half of this indoctrination that we received, so we can distinguish what we're actually going through. That's just my opinion. Because imagine if you was presented with the truth day in, day out, right? Would you really know what a lie looks like?
But then would it be necessary though? If all we were provided with was the truth, would it be even necessary to have that level of discernment? Would we not be better off just as a result of being more honest with each other and ourselves?
Yes. In an ideal world, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, the ideal world, correct.
But in this one, the
Um,
only way you're gonna know anything is by realizing how much you don't know shit.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Pretty much, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You've been going for long flow. You've been doing these long ones lately. Salutes to that, man. Salutes to that.
Right. I got to get this shit under control.
How was the panel today? Was it rowdy or was it calm?
No, it was pretty chill. It was a good. It was good. It wasn't too rowdy, but it wasn't like slow or any either. Or I never got bored with it.
Mm-hmm.
If I start getting bored with my own panel, I get real agitated, and then that's normally when I end it. Like that might be a benefit for me. If I get bored with my own panel, nah, it's done. So I've been pretty interested. Of course, I did just go run some errands and left you guys alone.
Oh, cool.
Or left these guys alone. But Harmon was had a lot of questions.
Yeah, it became the Harmon show there for a while, and I'm not sure why, but he kept acting like I wasn't even here. So I just started listening instead of talking so much.
How do you feel about that?
I'm curious, I don't take things personally, but I'm I probably, where the average person might have their feelings hurt, that's how intense the curiosity is for me to figure out where the fuck that's coming from.
Well, he found something good that I mean, obviously TML is intelligent and he presents intelligently, right? And he wanted to learn stuff.
Yeah.
You apparently need to work on your presentment, I suppose.
Yeah, last conversation I had with Joshua Jones, he's like, I hope you burn in hell and everything you do fails.
It's no mystery to me as to why someone wouldn't like me or want to pay attention to me or listen to anything I have to say. He took it an extra step. He couldn't learn my name. And then I would have a conversation with somebody and he would respond to the person I was talking to with the last thing that he said 5 comments ago, like I wasn't even here. It's like he erased me from time.
He Thanos you. He Thanos you.
He did Thanos me.
I bet it's the shit. I bet it's the have kids conversation.
Oh, is he like a dad or something?
He's a dad, but I think more than that, you were being an obnoxious, disingenuous butthole, and that sort of stuff irks him probably more than.
Nah, everything I was saying was 100% genuine.
No, it wasn't. You said as much.
No, I never said it. I wasn't.
You're doing
genuine.
it again now, motherfucker.
That was 100% what I think and what I feel about having kids. I get it's offensive to people who have them, but
no, the disingenuous
part
part is when you pretended like you could know something that you don't know better than somebody who does know both things. The cat versus kid experience.
I never made that assertion one time throughout that whole conversation.
Right. Well, I don't know. Maybe that's just what irritated me and I'm projecting it on him.
I have no idea what it's like to have kids other than being around other people's kids, and that's one of the major
I do
reasons
know
why I don't have
that
kids.
he told me to stop. He says he told me to stop arguing with this guy. He's just blah 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 or whatever he said, and
yeah. So he didn't like my beliefs. Right, it offended him to the point where he had to chalk it off as
I
to
don't
not
know
even
that.
being
I'm speculating.
not being real, and then he just dismissed everything I had to say about everything from then on.
Yeah, we don't. Neither of us know that. I'm throwing a guess out.
Yeah, for sure. It's a pretty educated guess though, based upon what happened and what he said. Don't even bother arguing with this guy. He took it a step further. He's like, don't even bother acknowledging I'm talking.
Don't acknowledge I'm talking. That's wild.
That's rare. I'll give him that. Most people just spurg out and start calling me names.
Oh gosh. Oh, that's what I was gonna say, Flo. Earlier on when we was talking about Stephen. What did I noticed your how would you call it? Your other half made a great analyze of Bex.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I should go back and read that. I was busy, doing my thing, and
She wasn't wrong, Flo. She wasn't wrong.
No,
Hey,
she's pretty good at reading people.
come on. Exactly. See, that's what I'm saying. Some people think she's clever and smart, but all you gotta do is just look and see the games that are being played. And
She is clever and smart relatively, but what Katie was speaking about specifically, from what I did see, is the empathy part, right? Bex has learned how to mimic empathy. I believe that as well.
Mimic empathy. Okay, shit. That's interesting. I like the way you put that. Yeah, I like the way you put that. What was Cage issue with him? Because I think Cage came up to give you a hand up there earlier, but I think he kicked Cage as well.
Oh, Cage didn't even realize that wasn't my panel. He thought he was going on. He had no idea that was even anyone else's panel.
Oh, he just saw a link. He saw someone was live, didn't bother to look who it was. He just saw, when you look on someone's screen and you can see people sitting on a panel, you don't even look to see whose panel it is. You just jump on it.
I mean, it's an understandable mistake. Kind of, though. You notice who's in the left corner.
Well, do you know what? Saying that, sometimes I get confused, right? Because the way how I've seen Z do it and Jack, you know how you can switch people over into the left corner and right corners and shit. I don't even know how to do that. I don't play around with my look. There you go. How the fuck do you do that shit? Look, you just done
You're
that. I can't
kidding.
do that. I swear to God, Flo, I don't know how to do that.
I click on one icon and then I drag it and then I release the click button.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
No
it's that
way.
simple. That's
No.
Yes, sir. You just revealed yourself. I probably have a clip for this. Hold on, I got a clip for this.
You're an idiot.
Not a computer user, at least.
Oh shit!
From the phone generation, perhaps.
I'm sorry, Flo. Forgive me. I had no idea it was that simple, bro. Fuck. Oh man.
The same way you do anything in Windows since the late 80s.
Is that how simple it was? Fuck me. No way. I'm definitely going live tonight to try that out then.
That remind me of, have you seen the I'll just have to find it. When I caught Paul do a similar sort of airhead thing, I made a great video out of it. This was back in the day though. I'll find it.
Let's have a look.
His was better than yours though, because yours was just ditzy. His was like smug as fuck, but
Also factually incorrect.
Hey,
also factually.
I actually went to kick it with Paul for his birthday. Actually, I went and had a little smoke with him just to say hello. 420, on his birthday the other day. I think Jack was up there as well. I ain't been up there in a long time.
Yeah, I haven't even been watching over there at either of them.
Yeah, I was over there. I said, "Hey, Paul, how you doing? Happy birthday!" All right. They're like, "What's London doing here? You don't like us?" I can understand Paul saying that, right? But then you had Snafu and Brian O'Shea. Yeah, London, why are you here? I'm like, well, calm down, boys. I know you love me through. Calm down. I come in peace. Right? 420. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. That was it, really. Queued up there for half an hour. So.
Here it is. Share screen.
What's this?
Just because somebody say that there's something does not mean that it's a reflection of the teachings. Doesn't mean they follow. It doesn't even mean that they've read the word. It doesn't mean that they
I love when they do the orange name. I still don't quite know how they do that. I think it's the @ but I love when they do the orange name and then you just see my name come up big on the screen, then they have to read it. And you know how these slaves are. Once they like see it, it's like in them, and they already know me on there because I've been on there and I made quite an impression in the past.
You're the only one that can see it, Paul.
They can't see the orange?
No, when someone highlights your name, it comes up in orange for you only, so that you don't miss it in the chat. So,
oh man,
we should take that term back from dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers that have toiled its meaning.
Absolute. Tom up the ball again today, because now every time I use the term flow state, I think of this cretin. I want to vomit.
So you got what's happening. I should have prefaced it with he's restreaming and commenting on another panel. And,
fuck. It's hilarious, man. Oh man. Yeah. Hey, I mean, hey, look, that's one of the reasons why I don't think I could ever stay mad at Paul, even hate Paul, because he gives good content whether he knows it or not. You know.
That's what I just said that like an hour ago. I was like, you know what? Say what you, because we were talking about Sandy Machine. I was like, you know what? Say what you want about Paul, but his lack of self-awareness and amazing hubris and braggadociousness, that guy is at least entertaining to fuck with.
Yeah,
it's not like King Steven, who's basically like plain vanilla, right? He's the plain vanilla brand of narcissism. There's no flavoring to it at all.
Yeah.
And Snafu Snaps, who's just, you know, like he's like a toy with a pull string, one of those pull string voice boxes that you pull the string, it'll say a word.
There's a snake
pull
in
the
my
string. Pedo Pogo. Pull the string again. Pedo Pogo.
Yeah. Somebody poisoned the water well. What's that from again? Toy Story. Just keep pulling it.
Tommy's also very amusing to fight with. Where has Tommy been? I haven't seen him in a few days.
Tommy is in Gibraltar. He's on holiday.
He and Benton probably I don't know what.
Oh shit! Oh yo, hey, I forgot about that. Yo, yeah. Yo, salute to Benton and Tommy. I forgot about that. Yeah, man, salutes. Big up both of them, man. Big up. Yeah, chilling out. Hey, you know what? I was surprised when Tommy said, "Yeah, Benton's here." I was like, "Yo, he surprised me, wicked." So salute to that. At least Tommy's doors are open to people to come and kick it if they're in a bad situation or going through something, man. So salutes to that. I'm not saying Benton's in a bad situation, but Tommy's doors are open to people who he considers as friends in real life, you know. So salutes to that.
I would never invite in new strays.
Benton's a stray. Benton's not a stray.
Of course, if I were like a single dude living alone in an apartment, my philosophy might be a little different. But
yeah, I think me and Jack Talcott are the ones that like we actually just like try to meet, like try to correspond with people off the shows. So so the first two people that end up missing is probably going to be me and Talcott.
Well, I've met a handful of people. I've met Mitch. I've met You Tell Me, Sarah, and I think tomorrow.
Who's Sarah?
Mindfucked.
Oh shit! Okay, cool.
And I think tomorrow I'll probably meet Joe Cool.
Oh shit! What, you gonna go live with him?
I believe so. He'll be driving through, so we'll see.
Nice. Do you know what, bro? This is what I wanted to see from a long time ago. I wanted to see some people link up, right? Because I mean, the US it's a big place, right? UK is much smaller. If I really wanted to, I could link up with a few people, but there's not really much people in my circle that is kind of like maybe up for that, I suppose. But you guys, there's a lot of you guys over there, man, that are in a circle like Tommy, Benton, Joe Cool, yourself, and Machine Lies and Jack. And it would be good to see you lot link up more often, man, and do panels like around each other, like live in the same place. That would be brilliant. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, don't get your hopes up.
Oh man,
it's It's a pretty big place. I mean,
Yes.
Tommy lives in Denver. Joe Cool's, I think, somewhere around Denver. Denver's what, 8 hours from me?
Okay.
I mean, on a map. Hold on, let me look it up. On a map, if you look at a map of the U.S., it looks relatively close. But
Cynthia said she'll just pull up. She don't need an invite. Go on, Cynthia.
oh,
Yes, Cynthia. Tell him.
Denver's 8.5 hours from me, and that's relatively close in the scheme of things. Cynthia, I forgot what part of Texas she lives in. Is it
Oh, she's Texas, right? That's south.
Yeah, that's south.
Texas. Is she the only one from Texas?
No. Mitch is in Denver too, yeah. But Mitch is from Kansas City. So he came home over, I think it was Christmas or something.
Mm-hmm. And the machine lads, he's over like he's in the sun. Is it the Sunshine State machine lads? Is that?
Yeah.
I'm in the north in Detroit.
Oh, you're in a D. Okay.
Yeah.
So Dallas is about the same. Dallas is 8 hours. It's like 20 minutes shorter, 8 hours and 10 minutes.
Oh, Cynthia's in Dallas. Got you.
Yeah, like for me to go to Texas, this shit is like a 3-day journey. Like it's ridiculous.
Shit.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Yeah.
3-day journey.
Yeah,
Wow,
from Michigan
crazy.
to Texas, it's a long.
Yeah,
ass
it
time.
would take 12 hours for me to get to where TML's at.
Well, wow, as fuck. That's interesting. I mean, I would have already been to my location, back home, showered, had my food, and nearly bedtime. Since with all your journey going to Machine Light, that's crazy. 12 hours, damn.
It takes a big country to hold a dick as big as this one. Ta-da. You know what? I'm gonna play this clip is for myself with that joke.
You're an idiot.
I deserved that.
Oh, so where's Hank? Yeah, he said he's 25 minutes from Hank.
No, from TML. Did I say Hank? I didn't say Hank. I said TML.
No, Yeti Life in the your chat room. He said he's 20 minutes from Hank. I think 25 minutes from Hank.
I don't even know where. Yeah, I don't even know.
Pittsburgh.
Hank's in Cincinnati or he's in Pittsburgh.
I've never even heard of that place.
I've never been there.
You heard of it?
Yeah.
The city of brotherly love.
Not likely.
What, Pittsburgh is the city of brotherly love?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh, yeah, that's what they call
Pittsburgh.
themselves.
That's almost 13 hours from me.
Or is that Philadelphia? Philadelphia.
I think Philadelphia is the city of brotherly love. I'm not sure though. Crystal, where do you live? Oh, I think I know that. Did you tell me before? Crystal, give me the deets.
So I think she might be somewhere on the west, maybe.
Tony Taylor lives in the same city as me.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still waiting for that link up. That would be a crazy link up.
I threw it out there, or the idea, and he didn't really seem to latch onto it too tightly, so I left it alone. I don't like to bother people who don't really want to. If he doesn't want to meet in person, he just wants to be internet friends. I totally respect that.
Yeah. Respect people's boundaries, Flo. Interesting. Oh yeah, You Tell Me is there. You said you linked up with You Tell Me already, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. How far was the journey? Is it a far journey? Or
For You Tell Me, we were in the same. I haven't journeyed anywhere to meet anyone. You Tell Me lives here. Mitch came back here for Christmas, and so did Sarah, because Sarah's from here as well.
cool. Did you have a drink with Mitch?
We had a cigar and barbecue.
Bro, yo, wow, you kept that quiet, bro. Cigar and barbecue. What the fuck?
We jumped on the Jack Talcott's panel.
Pull that shit up, bro. I ain't seen that. Secure what?
Yeah, hold on,
Okay.
give me a second. Let me look for it.
Nice. Hey, cigar and barbecue. That sounds brilliant. I've only seen Moose and Benton link up. They had like a coffee or something like that. Yeah, a coffee outside Starbucks, I think. And Tommy and Benton. I didn't get to see Benton. I just heard his voice. Hey, London. So I know they've linked up, but I haven't seen anybody else
Yeah,
do the link
Benton
up.
has been hiding behind the scenes at Tommy's too. I think Benton's an introvert.
Yeah, you think so?
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. You haven't linked up with anyone yet, Machine Lies, have you?
No, but I do correspond with basically everyone. So it is just like, you know, like I have everyone like in my emails and stuff, everyone that we meet online really, you know, so I mean I don't really talk to them, but you know, like I'm not really hiding, I mean, like who I am. I'm not really capable of doing that because I'm a published author. So it just is what it is. I mean, I mean, you know, the thing with me is that I do believe there's a lot of like intelligence operations happening like on these panels. So like I will go ahead and say that. So you know, like there's like I've met lots of strange characters online, but like, you know, personally I'm not hiding. I just see the optics of, you know, like what I feel is going on. But yeah, I would
Whose
definitely say
optics
like
drop some names on your suspicions.
Well, I mean, I just feel like there's people like, you know, anytime people that have connections to like, you know, multimedia platforms, you know, that are pretty quite famous, and then they have like over 200,000 subscribers, you know, like people like Montegraph and Jay Dyer coming down on these panels. You know, I mean, it really
Right.
makes you wonder who else is watching, right?
Absolutely.
When you say watching, you mean watching their interactions with smaller panels?
Yeah, I think a lot of these smaller panels, like the reason they don't get like more than like 30 to 100 viewers is because they're being cultivated for like the top tier of YouTube. And once those people get that, like, you know, like basically like I'm like a person that's posting advertisement in a building that's called YouTube. And there's people who actually work in the building, and the lower level content producers who actually make money off of it. They're like they're run by the higher ups in the building. You know, so it's like think of YouTube as like a corporation, right? And like that building, that corporation has a building structure, right? And it's like, yeah, it's obvious to me, you know.
I think most of the smaller channels are not even in the lobby; they're outside on the sidewalk holding a sign.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I'm trying
Like,
to
that's what I'm
get in
saying.
the YouTube building.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, like they're advertising for things inside the building that people won't buy. So it's
Right.
basically what it is. Right?
Interesting. I like the way you both
Yeah.
put that. Very interesting. Yeah, very interesting. How was the second?
You know,
Okay.
I've like almost all the channels I go to are smaller than mine, and kick it with not a lot. Like we're all basically in the same range, but I don't know. I think that there's more agents than like normies would assume, and I think there's fewer than like I'm inclined to believe or tend towards, you know, or like
Yeah.
because you really don't have to do that much, do you? Like, it doesn't take that much work to keep people spinning in their own insanity.
No. One person could do it. Like you could have one like
I-Fi, like one I-Fi.
Yeah,
one
could
I-Fi could
do
go in
like
anywhere
dozens of
and
panels.
just throw shit on the whole conversation.
Yeah.
Or one Be Brave, if anyone saw the show a few days ago with Be Brave on it.
No, who's that?
50 to 100 like employed around the whole country. They could pretty much effectively derail any conversation on YouTube.
Be Brave is an old white dude from who hangs around the Machine Lies a lot. I mean, not the machine lines. I'm sorry. Chaotic Truth.
Do you know why he wears that shit on his face? I was wondering, but didn't want to ask in
I
case it was
don't,
rude.
but I would assume that the reason that you would wear a disguise is why.
That's a disguise?
No, but it's got a disguising effect, and it can be played off as quirky. But why would you wear why does TML wear sunglasses?
Yeah.
Because he's got beautiful blue eyes. Why?
Well, Be Brave and Bold is obviously EBT, so I figured that one out. You know.
What's that?
I thought he might be. It might be a gimmick. But the only reason I didn't ask is because I was afraid it might be some kind of medical condition, and I was that ignorant. Because I don't really care about offending people or upsetting them, but I don't want to highlight somebody's disability when it's not pertinent to the conversation at all.
Interesting. Where's this picture gone? Did you manage to find it, Flo? If you're still there. Oh, there you go.
This world has
Thank
us to think and to accept less. And it's us who holds ourselves back the most. Hey, here's some regular guests. Good to see you, brother.
I heard gay conversation. I rushed right over.
Oh shit! Look.
These guys.
Is that Mars?
Yo.
Praise be. Welcome,
Look at
gentlemen.
this guy outside of the gas station.
Begging for change, Flo.
He was out here just yelling at people for being frauds and shit. Like random people on the street. He was calling them on their bullshit. I'm like, they're just working. They're just trying to give you back your.
That is quality. Oh, wicked.
That's the greatest shit in the world. Wait a minute. Wait, Mars, you're not in fucking Colorado no more?
No, I'm making my rounds, visiting with family and stuff. So
I was about to say that mean Flo is near me and we'd have to hook up.
No, there's actually quite a few of us Kansas City people. Him, me, you tell me, Sarah? Mind fucked, Sarah. There's more too, fucking. They just kept popping up, it seemed.
Good.
We were just talking about meeting people on the internet, and here you guys are.
Yeah.
Hey,
that's pretty cool.
I always say that you hear people say, that's not your friend. You don't even know that guy, blah, blah, on these panels. But when you meet a motherfucker, you ease in. There was something there before because you ease in. Do you guys agree?
Yeah. I think that every now and then I've met some people who are their energy in person is different, but it's never a lot different, right? I mean, it's mostly just the dude was way fucking taller than I thought he was.
Something like that.
Uncle Patty might be onto something here, though, about probation officers may not appreciate.
I got early completion. He doesn't even give a fuck. He doesn't get to give a fuck anymore.
That's right.
Hey, since you guys have arrived, I'm going to allow.
Hey, no wonder the two pedo supporters clicked up together. No wonder the pedo supporters clicked up together. I bet that car smells gay.
You know what? If you were in Kansas City, I bet it would afterwards.
Who's that second floor? Who's that floor? 1 second floor. Oh shit. Oh man. Hold up, wait. You was keeping this for me, Flo. What the fuck? Oh shit. This is cold, bro. This is cold. Oh shit. Hey, do me a favor, Flo, please. Take it back to the part where Snap comes in again, please. That fuck is hilarious, bro. Oh shit.
Get to give a fuck anymore.
That's right.
Hey, since you guys have arrived, I'm going to allow.
Hey, no wonder the two pedo supporters clicked up together. No wonder the pedo supporters clicked up together. Hey, I bet that car smells gay. You imagine
Right, you know what? If you were in Kansas City, I bet it would afterwards.
That fucking probably smells.
Holy cow! Shit. Welcome, Barbie.
Hey, Mitch, Go Cool could teach you the finger bang trick to do on flow tonight.
I didn't know there was a trick.
Works for me.
See, people have been practicing it, dude. You're fucking on it, man.
I don't even got a name for it.
I got people out here practicing their stroke maneuver, and I don't even know about it. I'm honored.
No, it's a Joe Cool finger bang. Mitch will teach you later. He'll show you.
This is so easy for her to in practice.
Do you recommend it though? It's just packing. Is it something I should try?
I do.
Dude, it's everything Joe Cool taught us.
You
Mitch just showed you how it's done. Wait till later tonight. You won't be disproved. Mitch knows what he's doing, probably.
Oh shit!
I am so confused.
Yeah, it's like when you pack a can of chew, you know, the loose finger. I was confused too because he said, yeah, he shifted really quick from I bet it smells like gay in there to packing the finger, but you know, it's not an easy transition. It's a little rough going in.
Oh no.
Hey, today what I was offering is place of gratitude, place of good feeling.
Jack's like,
feeling
all right,
good
well,
about
let's get back to
where I
me.
am. How are you guys? I mean, it looks like it. Looks like that's being shared. Good people feeling good about who they are and where they.
Hold on, TML. Did you come up here to show us your eyes because I made that little comment? Is that what just happened?
No. What was the comment about the eyes?
I said something. I don't remember who it was. Somebody said, Dennison said something about Be Brave's disguise. He said, "Is that a disguise?" I said, "No, but it's a disguising effect, sort of like how TML wears sunglasses because he's got beautiful blue eyes."
Oh man, Flo, this killed me, bro.
I think that's accurate. I would just work on the phrasing so it sounds less weird. but the content I think is accurate.
Thank you. I am
just
working
good old boys being good old boys.
Good old boys being gay.
Southern drawl, that can come
I
out.
don't know.
Yeah.
I know. It's bad. It's bad. I thought mom was bad.
Please tell me y'all smoking on some weed, man. Yeah, y'all smoking on some weed together.
You know that I don't smoke weed. Yeah.
So, anal then, huh? I mean,
what kind of
you getting a drink together?
These are cigars, and we're probably gonna have some bath salts here in a minute. I haven't asked him yet. But since you ruined the surprise,
the bath salts were great.
Fuck.
Somewhere over there's a rose in the little glass tube.
Shit. No, what we were talking about is Hank and Jack getting together, not to have a gay
Right.
sex.
This is iconic. This is ironic. This is showing destiny for Hank and Jack on their date, which I said I would fund.
No,
you
hang
have
out with a gay man or a bisexual and not be gay.
out there for their date.
You have to chaperone it. Or it's not going to happen.
You can hang out with a gay man and it not be gay.
So I'm a little suspicious that Snafu can fund things just as categorically.
Right. Yeah.
Say, how can you go out with a gay man? And not be gay?
Glad to see Mitch glowing the way he's glowing, Flo.
It's just a weird dome light effect.
With the glow in him. Good to see you glow, Mitch.
Here.
Yeah, it's a car thing.
Yeah.
Good to
see look what you brought, Hank. All these gay shit. Now people are fucking rubbing nipples.
Wait. Stop. there was a conversation that I don't know if I do want to return to, but it's something varying the levels of sin as far as what is and is not acceptable. The case was made that there's a comparison between gay sex and obesity, the gluttony stuff. There's, I would say, not just gay sex, but allowing ourselves to be tempted into just the acts of sex, just for, well,
Disagree. I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
I kind of agree, right? I'm kind of, I'm backpedaling myself there.
What the hell?
I like where you're going though, right?
You know, Flo, this was quality, bro. Salutes to you, man. This was fucking hilarious.
And I'll put the link backstage.
Please. Oh,
you said what the hell?
Hi,
Is it about
guys.
Yo.
Oh God.
Happy
Look who's here.
Monday. How's everybody doing today?
Man, it's a lot of energy.
I just woke up.
Yeah. I'm doing good. Doing good.
Great.
Different energy level.
I know. I can sense it. So I wasn't gonna I'm smoking a bowl before I get ready. Today's my dog's spa day. I'm gonna give them a nice spa treatment, blow dry their hair, clip their nails.
Sounds luxurious.
Well, they're luxurious dogs.
Nice. Nice.
You should buy them a Flow State membership.
Yeah, the funniest snafu diss is still that he complained that some lady was eating her boob lint. I thought that was hilarious. He's like she eats boob lint. Like that was his whole thing. Like
who do you say that about?
I don't know, but that shit had me rolling. I didn't know the person who he was talking about, but that shit had me rolling. Like some lady eats her own boob lint. It was hilarious.
I just come to realize that the Snaps probably hasn't been with a woman in a
oh shit.
And so that's where a lot of this anger comes from.
He has a kid.
Been with as in
if he's telling the truth, he has a kid.
Does he? And then
that's his truthio.
Yeah,
he's got a kid. That's his truthio.
His attitude towards women is just not a healthy attitude to have. It's not one that comes from a good place, and it's interesting. He says the same thing about everybody. He has nothing good to say about people. He's constantly on that energy level of bugga. Like there's just something not right with them. But there's probably something wrong with all of us.
You're not wrong there. To a
I
certain
like his conspiracy videos. I want to say but yeah.
I like his videos too. We have some very talented people around, very talented in different areas. And he's definitely one of them. Tommy's definitely. Everyone has something to offer. Everyone, no matter if you like them or not. Everyone has something.
Yeah, I mean, could you imagine if Snafu and Tommy came together as an editing conspiracy squad?
Oh my god,
it would be disastrous.
Click collections too.
This shit would be fucking disastrous.
I think Tommy and Snafu, if they aligned, that would be the worst disaster of a noise brigade ever on
See, they
Earth.
need to start thinking about shit like that. They need to start calculating shit. They'd be like, "Yo, we're stronger. Like if we're more menacing together."
They just don't think like that. That's crazy, and we should be thankful that they don't think like that. But they can't team up with anybody.
Well, they can think about it all they want. They'll never be able to pull it off.
Well, don't speak too soon because I'm thinking like that. So it is what it is.
You don't get into that, TML.
I'm thinking about flying to the moon, but I'm not going to flap my arms too hard.
I'm thinking about playing in the NFL, but just so I can hang out in the locker room. But that might not happen.
Gazer.
They would. Hey, I tell you this much though: if they did ever link up, some people will be finished out here. Finished, right? Because Tommy does it different, and Snafu, boy, there's no telling what angle he's gonna come on. Sometimes, there's sometimes where he'll be sitting there, and I'm thinking, when is he gonna come out with this PDF sheet? And he don't drop it at all. I'm like, oh, okay, maybe he's come off that. Then the next stream, he's back to the PDF sheet. I'm like, oh fuck, there he goes again.
Now I thought about this, and maybe they are, they could be working together with like two sides of the bad sides of the same coin, because they basically do the same shit. promotes the pedo thing, and then the other one
Okay.
counteracts that. I mean,
Mm.
so I could see it because
Okay.
they both have the same behavior on the panel. So I could see it as maybe it's the same group. It's just like, you do this, you take that side, I'll take this side.
Well,
We'll
I
split
made
up and
that.
out.
I made that claim about him and Monograph before I ever met Monograph.
Well, think about it. Think about it. He could be controlling them both.
Yeah, I mean, he did. Yeah, but I'd never heard about Monograph until Snafu.
I know, me too, Flo. I thought that was just a made-up name. I was thinking this guy Snaffy's so full of. I bet there's no one called Monograph. And then little did I know, there's a guy called Monograph. So slap in the face for me.
Yeah, because Tommy promotes the whole XRP thing that Monograph talks about, and then Snafu attacks him so badly that it just ends up promoting him.
But I've heard people say that like me and Paul are working together, right? And I've heard Snap, which
Could
we're
be.
not.
Could
And I've
be.
heard that. Well, we could be, but we're not. And
Yeah,
I've heard
exactly.
people say that.
See, that's what I mean. I'm like, if it's a could be, then it's like, what it do?
But
Like,
the other thing
I
is
don't even
that I
care.
know.
Hmm.
Maybe we
Because
are.
I just
all
use
working.
logic. I don't know anybody. I mean, so I'm just like,
What
whatever.
if it's like they're not working together, but they're working on the same thread, unknowingly or knowingly, and they're
Well, that's a
feeding
lot
off
of
of
us.
each other's energy.
yeah.
So like almost like whatever one person's doing couldn't be
Yeah.
possible without the cooperation of the other person. So it might as well be in tandem. You don't have to like sit down, have a conversation, and agree in order to collaborate.
Yeah, like one day I said that about Tommy, because Tommy would always come up on my panel to attack Paul Enslaved, and I'm like, dude, Paul Enslaved's got nothing to do with this show. So I was like, so you're either promoting him on this show, and a lot of people on my chat and everybody, they're like, he's here to promote that show.
Interesting.
You know what I mean? So it's fascinating stuff. I'm just like, I mean, I'm not saying either way. I'm just saying that's how, if it looks like that way, you know what I mean? It's just weird.
It is fascinating, and I've had that thought before. Like Tommy brings up Paul's name all the fucking time, but I think that's just I think Tommy's just autistic.
Oh.
And
I
obsessed.
do they even understand the social behavior on other panels? Are they just really saying what's come to mind? And
I don't know that they do.
And even understand that they're promoting people. They're just talking about what's in their mind. And that those guys, like Paul, lives in Tommy's head. We all live in Snap's mind.
Oh yeah, he gets really angry when he sees people out like not doing what he's tried to intimidate them into doing. like every time Monograph gets on, I go and I wait until I find him on OTW or Paul's the next day, just so I can hear him like re the fuck out.
Yeah. Oh shit. Yeah, that's hilarious.
I'm gonna type something in the private chat. I don't know if you want to talk about it on air, but yeah, I'm just gonna type it in private chat, and then I'll just we'll figure it out.
Sadness everywhere. Sadness. I don't care. Sadness. Just let me be. Who knows them? Who knows them Rude Boy lyrics? Bad Boy song. That fool fucked around and made a banger. Snafu made a banger. I don't care what no one says. That song.
Oh yeah, that's what. Yeah, I recorded that shit.
He made a banger, hands down. Him. You know what's crazy, right? Look, I mean, we say a lot of things about Snafu and even Brian O'Shea, right? But to some degree, when I look at this is no shot at Paul or anybody, right? But when I look at Paul's panel and the amount of people that sit up there and who's up there, yeah, you get your Christos, you get your, whoever it is. But sometimes I look at Snafu and Brian, right? And I'm like, you two just might be the cleverest out of this bunch without even knowing.
What?
Right?
Wait, what?
No, it's strange. Like when I mean clever, I mean more like, you have more things to bring to the table.
What?
Right? They're a bit more diverse than these other people that hit Paul's panels. Like your what's that?
Do you think Snafu is diverse?
Like in his skills, like he can produce stuff, he can make music, right? There's probably other stuff we ain't seen him do.
Did you hear that music? I could make a song that good right now, and I've never made music
I want to
before.
see it. I want to see it, Flo.
Oh, Flo, do it. Do it, Flo.
I want
You're
to see it.
Flo. Flo, stay.
Yeah.
You got to. You gotta have a one battle. You gotta just
I need to have my hit single out.
listen, you gotta have a battle. You gotta do the Kendrick and Drake. You gotta do a
Tell him, tell him, Sophia. Tell him. Oh shit. Oh shit. Flo.
You don't know what you might catch doing that. You might
That's
catch
not a
more
bad
people-
idea. That is not a bad idea.
And you might catch more people hating on you.
I need a beat and a subject matter. Where do you get? Oh, I can find free beats.
You just gotta and then somehow clip in his part, and he's gonna fucking love it. That he's gonna go to everywhere and talk about it. He's gonna go to Paul's and talk about your shit. Did you see what Flow State did, Paul?
You know, the first time I heard Paul rap, I screen recorded it, and I for a while I was thinking about doing it, but better.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Hey,
you know everybody would help you with the video. You know everybody would.
That's
just because they want to see you do them.
That's wild. That's what. Do you know what? The first time I heard Paul rap, I was like, "Oh, go on, Paul! I didn't know you had the lyrics like that."
Oh yeah, I sang on stream a couple days ago that No Doubt song.
No Doubt. What? Stefan?
Yeah.
Okay.
You and me used to be together. That one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the girls were smitten.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. You need to do that because Scott comes up there and serenades. So next time somebody serenades,
Scott's
you can just
music
drop
is
your video.
not good, but Scott's confidence, I bet, gets him ass in person.
Dude, I
I bet
want to
it
go
does.
meet Scott just to sit and hang out with them and ride the really cool golf
Dude,
cart.
you know it does. You know that there's with that much confidence, there's no way you're not getting sunbox somewhere.
What? From Scott?
Scott's confidence when he sings those songs.
Ooh, never mind. I'm not going to hang out with Scott.
You know somebody does. I'm not saying you, but you know there are chicks out there who will see that confidence and like.
Dude, Scott's a hoarder. How's he gonna? They're gonna bring him back to their house. His house. Who's doing that? Who's doing that? And I love Scott to death. I do, but
Female hoarders.
Oh fuck! How's he
A
gonna
female hoarder.
Say
Scott?
female.
Aren't you kind of a hoarder too?
Me?
I'm saying it. If Scott's a hoarder, he can fish in the pond where he's welcomed, where he's understood.
Oh, I
there's,
see.
There's female hoarders, right?
Yeah, that's true.
You saying me, Flo? A hoarder?
Yeah.
Oh no. Everybody thinks that about me because they hear
Because you
about how I
keep buying new stuff and it's not like
I
stuff
go to
everybody
the
needs.
thrift
It's
stores,
like
right? But I
junk
don't
stuff.
hear about I
Like
make
nobody needs an electric squeegee.
You're so fucking wrong about that shit, and I'm not gonna hear that bullshit no more.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. Let me determine.
Never
What
heard
is
anyone
squeegee?
passionate about an
Oh,
electric
you know what?
squeegee
We're
before.
about to have it. Hang on.
What is a squeegee? First of all, forget the electric.
That was kind of awesome.
What is a squeegee?
No, it's not gonna.
You know those like.
Is she
rubber
going to
strips,
get it now?
Like the handle thing that people clean their windows with. You know, you clean the
Yeah.
windshield in a car.
Yeah.
See, y'all can't see the window.
Hold
Oh,
on.
because it's heated. Is that why?
Hold on. I don't know why. Because she's retarded. That's why.
Can
So
y'all
she
see
got
it? Okay, hang on.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna go get my electric squeegee and show y'all how amazing it works. So calm me down for a second while I go get it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it works.
She's trying to get hired for a commercial deal or some shit.
No, I'm not. You need to stop. And now because I'm not a hoarder, I know exactly where my electric squeegee is because it stays in its home. Because I have a spot for everything. I'm OCD. Let me get my cleaning stuff.
Squeegee. I didn't know that was the name of it. A squeegee.
So normally I wouldn't wash my windows with. Now you okay? Y'all can't see. Should I put some light? But then it'll mess up that, right? Normally,
it's because the light's coming from behind you instead of in front of you.
Normally, should I put my ring light on? Normally, I wouldn't wash my windows with Dawn power wash, but it's gonna suds up so y'all can see it. But I also have my Windex and a window cleaner and this to kind of get it sudsy. But I'm gonna do it from the outside so y'all can see it. All right. Yeah.
Careful now.
Housekeeping.
Can y'all see the suds?
Yeah, we see the suds.
Okay.
This is quality content right here.
Why do I feel like something bad's about to happen?
No, nothing bad's gonna happen.
Like this is how every video, like every short you see, where a lady like
someone's gonna run by and shoot her 3 times and keep running. Like, oh my god, they got Cynthia.
I'm allowed to say the housekeeping thing because I'm Pakistani.
Wait a minute.
Shit. That was fucking funny. Housekeeping.
I do this once a week. My bag's not even dirty. Then you just go.
okay, but why is it electric?
That's what I'm saying.
I all it's doing. All I'm seeing right now is squeegeeing. That's all I'm seeing. I don't see the added benefit of electric squeegeeing.
That's interesting. I thought
What's the point of the electric?
Because I didn't have to do all of that. Shh. I'm done. And I did this. I do my windows once a week. Like, look, my windows aren't even dirty. And this was.
Wait, why would I be ashamed of myself?
Hold on. Sorry, Flo. Go on.
Oh,
See,
yeah.
I do my windows once a
Oh
week.
my god! You know what I need to do? I need to make an Amazon associate account and then just list the things that you advertise on my panels.
Duh! What do you think I got going on? Listen, look, my windows. I cleaned them last week, and this is like my windows weren't even dirty. You can see this is the rag I used to clean them.
Hold on. Hey, Simp, let me ask you a question. You see that squeegee thing you just had, right? Does that suck the water? Yeah, that one right there. Does that
the
suck
water
it
in
off?
this compartment right here.
Does it? Hold on. Does it also squirt the water?
No, that is the. Hold please.
See,
That's the electric squeegee pro.
Okay, my mop does that. My mop sprays the floor for me, and then I can mop it. You know, instead of me having to dip my mop into the bucket.
This is the electric water for my plants.
Okay.
Hey, but I was thinking about putting soap water in here and then doing the windows and then just doing that and then coming right behind it with this. I did miss a spot because I didn't even have the door.
You missed the spot.
Y'all horrible. But yeah, so what did y'all think of the product? Did you, especially you, Flo, working on job sites or something? If you have something's dirty, you could just swoop super quick.
I don't understand the electric part.
Because you don't have to wipe it all down and dry it up and spin. You can just go and all the water's picked up.
What would you say to Gary Baxter and his dirty ass windows?
First of all, Gary, you have to have good water. You have to have clear windows for good flow to come through. And
Hey, shout out.
dirty windows, it's not good flow that comes through. So you have
Now,
to have clean.
would you agree that
And
the
plus
best
I
way to
have a
clean
lot of
windows
plants.
is by mixing bleach and ammonia?
And plus no flow. Plus I have a lot of plants and they need to have good sunlight. I'm actually thinking about going to do my neighbor's window while she's asleep.
Your neighbor's window?
Yeah, it's outside. I noticed it was really dirty.
Is this the neighbor you stole the plants from?
No, it's another one.
What? I did that when I was younger. What? Maybe my
Yeah,
neighbors
if
that
I
was.
say something cool and I think they need it too, I
Yeah.
do it to them too.
I remember when I was younger, right? My mum,
We're
she
neighbors.
woke. My mum woke up to a brand new garden, right? She was like, "Wow, where did we get this from?" I said, "Oh, mum, I found it in the dumpster. Some people's throwing it away." She said, "Oh, thank you, son, thank you." Right? Within an hour and a half, right, there was a knock at my door, right, and some woman saying to my mum, "Where did you get these plants from? Someone came to my garden and stole everything from my garden, my gnomes and everything." Right? So my mum said, "Oh, my son said he found these in a dumpster." So, you know, what comes next? I had to give everything back. I got smacked to my ass and sent to my room and all that stuff. So I never stole from people's gardens again. Yeah,
But yeah,
interesting.
I think that
I'm riding through the city, puffing on nothing but reefer smoke. They say they want to get with me. Honestly, I don't see these hoes. I'm about to run it up. Got a big bag, I ain't chasing no. I get the semi-top. Mike Myers with the Jason flow. Get up off my dick. Stop stroking and looking lame. I've been with all of this shit. Sacrificing and putting in pain. You probably go snitch. Telling yourself, put dirt on your name. I'm going back in to take what I want and fuck up the game. Oh man, I need the headphones. I need headphones. How is my sound quality?
It's not as good as before.
Not as good as before. All right, fuck it.
Are you fucking with them?
I gotta get the headphones.
What?
That wasn't that bad.
I ain't heard that one, Flo. Hey, I ain't heard that one, Flo. When
I've been sitting on this for like a year and a half or something.
Shit.
This is my RoboFlow. I have a style that you will never know.
I'm running through the city, puffing on nothing but reefer smoke. I got basic ass lyrics. What's up, Be Brave?
Hey there.
We were just talking about you a little bit ago.
When you're on during the day, I always tune into a little bit of what you're doing here and there when you're on during the day, Bob.
What
Right
up, Be
on.
Brave?
Hey, what's condos, Cynthia? Why do you call yourself that? You own a bunch of condos?
What's up, Cynthia? Not condos. I don't know where
Oh,
you got condos.
oh, I thought in your name it says "What's up, condos, Cynthia."
No, what's up, Cynthia? Because I'm always
That's-
talking about what's up and what's up.
Well,
Can you smell
I don't have
almonds right now?
What's that? Anyway,
And what's up is this electric squeegee that.
and that's why I called, Missy.
You can have one. See?
No,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't
too
have
much.
one.
That's
No,
too
I
much.
want to
Isn't it, Be
know.
Brave?
I want to know. No, I want to know this because I'm serious. Women buy products that are poisonous to the earth, to the house, fake fragrances. And the way you shot that window down with all them chemicals, I'm asking this question, Miss Cynthia.
Right.
And I even, and trust me, I gave the girls I lived with hell too. Yeah. What the hell? Do you really think there's a difference when you took all those chemicals and sprayed it on that window? Do you really think there's a difference between the quality if you just use water and a squeegee?
Not my windows. Not my windows because they're already clean, but some windows are so dirty that you do need to do a little elbow grease and chemicals to release that dirt to get them
Okay,
off.
yeah, okay. If it's that dirty, that means it's
Yeah,
like
but no,
it's almost calcium. Because even if it's dirt, you can get that off with a couple of applications of water. So my question is I think women, the corporate machine, are using you women to help poison this society.
Well, it's the market. It's the market.
I know, but women are falling for it. Men don't go buy plug-in. Men don't go.
It can make it quicker because you know what? We're home.
No, it's not quicker. I'm talking about what you're breathing.
So, sir, because if you think, oh, I don't even have a dirty window. I wish I could take my computer to my neighbor's window because she has a dirty window.
Yeah, so why don't you
If you think, okay, because we're the homemakers in the house. We're the ones that have to keep the house clean and stuff. So if we have a dirty window, we're going to spend 30 to 40 minutes scrubbing it, taking care of it, which is totally unnecessary. But if you get a product Wait, did I already put my products up? No. But if you get a product that can just cut through the grease and it with ammonia and it's quicker, you're going to spray this bad boy on. You're going to leave it on there for a minute or two, let it do its job, and then you're going to come through and scrub it. Or in my case, you're going to grab the electric squeegee and handle it. And it's going to be quicker.
I understand if you've got really stubborn, like grease too. You're going to have to use something. You're going to have to use something to replace grease.
Exactly.
I do all my own dishes. I get the grease thing. But no, women are just
my
using.
dishes, I only use vinegar.
For what?
And for my dishes, I only wash in vinegar, but I do put them in the dishwasher too.
Yeah, see, that's what a double waste. It's silly.
No, it's not.
No, anyway, the chemicals that are used by women are ridiculous. When they buy those wall plugs, it's like you squirt that stuff in the air every 10 minutes, or you spray.
I have the one that I have put the wax.
Yeah. Anyway, so you spray these sprays, or you got free breeze, or you got now they got scented garbage bags. Now they got everything scented. I got the fragrance. The problem with fragrances, folks, is this: they're not natural. Do you do any essence of oil, Cynthia?
Yes, I do,
Okay,
and I don't
is
use
deadly.
any Febreze or any of that.
Okay,
and
but essence of oil is deadly. It's deadly. The stupid
Deadly?
stuff. Yes, it's deadly. If
Oh,
you use too
no.
much of it, you can kill
I
a little.
definitely don't use too much of it. 'cause
No,
it's
I'm
so
saying, but I'm
expensive.
saying
I'm very cheap with
if
it.
there's an amount that you can use, that means you probably shouldn't use any of it.
But here's the thing: you can
if-
also use stuff in moderation.
I know, but
Okay,
even in
and so
moderation,
the idea that like me cleaning my very small apartment with a window cleaner is and I use dust.
Yeah. No,
What's
the
that?
essence,
Dust cleaner.
back to the essence of oil. That stuff is deadly. You can look it up on the internet. It gives warnings about it. And the first time I came across it was a lady at work wanted to bring it into where we work, and I said, no. You can tell that stuff is chemically poisonous. You can tell it, and if a woman can't tell it, it's probably because she's so wrapped up in women like pretty things, and I understand that you're pretty creatures, but you fall for this stuff, and I'm going. It's men are not understanding what women are doing to their entire families with this shit. Is my point. You're poisoning your little kids with essence of oil. You're poisoning your little kids with wall plugins. You're poisoning your little kids with chemicals that you spray to clean that you really don't need those chemicals that plain water will do. So, and I'm going, I don't know if this, because I'm an old conspiracy theorist.
I use vinegar.
Right, good. I'm an old conspiracy theorist, and I'm going, what's with all these fragrances now? It's like you can tell they're poisonous, and they're being used in large numbers. And I'm going, this is kind of weird to me.
Now, what did you say about this essence oil? What if I'm looking it up and I'm not seeing anything where it says that it's bad?
No,
use it in moderation. I mean,
why do you think they say use it? Okay, you're probably not.
Why do you think in moderation? Are we going to sit here and have the conversation?
No, we need alcohol. We need alcohol. But alcohol, you're not inhaling. You're not inhaling chemicals that are bonded to air molecules and taking them in your endocrine system.
We don't need alcohol to clean. That's not you can't do that.
No, yeah, you can. No, essence of oil is poison.
No.
Essence of oil is poisonous.
No.
If you look it up, it's poisonous, and it's being used like crazy.
I did look it up. Right now.
Well, how's come I can find it and I can?
Then if you will send me the website and tell me what to type in, because I put is essential oil safe.
No, put in and can essence of oil disrupt endocrine systems? Look that up. Ask that question. No, it's ridiculous. I'm just saying these fragrances are chemicals. They're not natural at all. That's my point. I'm just saying. So
we can agree on that, but
yeah, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I'm saying,
in moderation.
Yeah, right. You don't need them in moderation, though. What I'm saying is, if we're not realizing what women are doing to their households in this country, these little kids are an old elderlies and little kids. Your moderation is their poison. And I don't care who says what, you can tell because you can just tell the way it's offensive if you really, as you inhale it, you can go, that's chemicals. That's nothing natural. And I'm going, that's what it does. And it's perfume. A lot of women, they don't understand. Perfume can be endocrine disruptors.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's a lot of places nowadays, good enough that a lot of corporations have fragrance rules now, thankfully, that say, hey, women, yeah, let's stop it. I mean, if you're trying to cover up, you know, you're not showering or something like that, too bad. We don't have to put up with that. It's like, you know, it's like these are chemicals is my point. They're not natural things. They're poisonous. If you look them up, it's crazy. And I'm just going, the increase in them is what I find spooky. In the last 10 years, it's like, whoa, weird, man. I mean, we never needed them when we were kids. My mom kept a very clean house. There was never no bad odors in the house. So I'm just saying, when I seen you spray that window down like that, I'm going, why as a society are we so automatically thinking that let's just try rootin' tootin' water first? But we're led and marketed, as you say, we're led into going right to the poison. Forget trying it first. We're just going to go to the poison. And that's what I find. It's a little eerie in the last 10 years. Because if you look at it, that window, you couldn't tell the difference using your cleaners or going without them and just using water. A bystander could not tell the difference in between the two windows, not a bit. And yet, you know, and not just you, Cynthia, but a lot of people do that. Same what you do. Whoosh, I'm going, Jesus Christ.
Wave, I like you're just really long-winded.
I'm so
but
well.
I do like you. I do.
But I don't have.
I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. And I was doing a demonstration, which is why I said I normally wouldn't do this. But
if you were my girl, I could ask you to use a quarter of that, please.
I personally, I don't use a lot of the cleaning products. Like you were saying, I do make my own. But I do put like 2 or 3 drops of oil in with my vinegar and water and a splash of alcohol mixture, because the vinegar is overwhelming. Although it does leave quickly after it dries, it's still there for a second, and I just like the smell of the better.
I think vinegar
is almond oil better.
I think vinegar is basically very natural, though. I mean, if you're inhaling it, I'm thinking it's like you're inhaling.
Yeah, it does. But you know, the kids always hated the smell. Everybody always hated the smell. So that's what I do. I like to point out something gets in my craw, and I'm going, women need to understand what the hell they're doing to their families, and they're not. It's like, stop it. You're poisoning your children, is my point. It's like, don't you give a damn? Do you just follow do you follow everything you see on TV without thinking about your own well-being? It's like, you know, a good home.
What's that?
And part of creating a good home. Oh, let me get my mic. And part of creating a good home
is less endocrine disruptors. Right?
Thank you. You know, not bad. Thank you. Look up the seriousness of it. I don't care if you found it immediately or not. They don't even list the chemicals they put in these products. They don't have to. They don't. And I'm going, no. This is not natural. No. And especially it's every 10 minutes, those wall plugs, every half hour or something. Whoosh. Oh, good, more chemicals. Whoosh. Hey, another dose of chemicals. It's like, what are you fucking idiots not realizing what the fuck you're doing? It hit softener sheets. You stupid, fucking beautiful women. Stop it with that shit. Them things are dangerous. I don't care who says what. And I think there's warnings that come with softener sheets. I don't know. They may be. But when you put that in there and just go stand outside your dryer vent outside, it's like, what the hell is this shit?
You can go walk down the aisle of all the laundry detergent and you'll automatically get a headache. It's in the laundry detergent. It's in
Gracias, señora bonita. That's my point.
Okay, calm down.
Well, now I'm in a hurry. I got to get going. I'm going to do a stream.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, you know,
he's always right. His delivery is
miserable. It's miserable.
No,
look, I know.
Well, if you
it's
put like hemp, like hemp
Hello
soap
there.
and shit and neem oil in the
What up?
fucking washing machine,
Yeah.
it'll wash your clothes and they'll smell fucking
There's
good as
7
fuck.
people here right now.
Hold it. What was it saying about the washing machine when you put additives in it?
Well, you could put shit that's not like detergent inside the washing machine and just use the washing machine. Like you could just put soaps, like you could put like hemp soap and neem oil in that bitch, and it'll make your clothes like it'll wash your clothes with that.
Well, what do you think? I use an unscented laundry detergent. Do you think that's probably at least a little safer? I'm hoping. Unscented laundry
It's
detergent.
less of an irritant because the perfumes just add another chemical irritant.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we're catching on to the fragrance
Yeah,
bullshit.
and to like
As a society, I'm saying this.
I
What's
have
that?
a little to make my house smell good. I have a little potpourri, like a little crock pot, and I just put lemons and cinnamons and cloves in there and let that.
If you were my wife, that's
Flow State.
It's a horrible
Yo.
thought. I was a good-looking man, Cynthia, as a young man. No, listen.
Pretty good user
But
Flow State.
if you were my wife,
Thank you.
or let me just say my wife had to burn some goddamn silly potpourri all the time, I'd leave her dumb ass. I'd say, clean the house and leave it. Open windows. It's called nature.
I have my windows open, but still, you just like that smell. And
No,
it's
you don't need that.
It's natural. It's lemons that I cut up. It's the cinnamon sticks.
Is it all natural? Is it?
Yes.
Okay,
That's
if
what
it's
I'm
all
saying.
natural, I would still say, okay, good. It's all natural. Thank you, my dear.
Are you
It's
sure you
all
all
natural?
married?
Right?
You got it down.
No, if it's all natural, and
He
my
was
little
trying to
dears,
get sweet crispy treat off her feet last time he was here.
yeah. I was dreaming. Come on,
He's got a little bit of Riz underneath the bag.
Yeah. No, I was dreaming. Hey, I still dream. I'm 70. It's like,
Do you
I
drink
love-
Cokes? Be brave.
No, all water. No, all water. I do. I drink one strong cup of coffee in the morning.
Me
and
Do
then
you
I drink water the
filter
rest
the
of the day.
fluoride out of your water?
No, I don't. No.
Be brave, for shame.
I know. But
Hey, Chad is asking, be brave. Did you get divorced over your fragrance? Your wife used a fragrance too much?
no, I am an incompetent provider, and I know that. I am too much of a wanderer, and I never got married. Other than my first wife told me I was a loser, and I said I know this, and I don't blame you for leaving me. She was a college-educated, same area as a Notre Dame college-educated 4.0 student, and I said I know this. I don't blame you for this, and goodbye. But I still love you. But no, I don't. I've never been married after that. But no, the girls, I would leave a woman over fragrances. I would.
You would.
In my youngest
Must not
days.
be a very good relationship.
No, it doesn't matter. No, I don't care how good it was. If you're gonna
It's a
poison me,
deal breaker. Just
I'm
say
getting,
it's a deal breaker.
I'm
If
yeah,
you
I'm
meet
getting
a
out.
girl-
No, if you're gonna poison me, I'm leaving.
Okay, well, listen. If you
yeah.
meet a girl, you're going to go to her spot, and you're going to automatically know if she's a chemical girl or not. And then if she is, you're not going to go any further, right?
Yeah, well, no, I'll ask her. Could she change that if possible, in a very well-mannered, very soft tone of voice? Very
Flow State.
And if she said no, I would go.
Hold on, be brave. What's up, Brandon?
Is the panel triple X rated?
No, I don't think so. Doesn't seem so right now, but it goes anywhere. Go ahead.
Yeah, you was on my panel last week.
I was.
And how was it?
It was great. Best panel on YouTube.
Where do you want to come back?
Soon. I am not ready to schedule anything right now. I've got people waiting to get scheduled that I've been blown off.
Yeah.
There's a line of people in front of you, Brandon, but we'll do it again.
There's 7. The most I can have is 6.
No, I mean, there's other people I need to do things with first that I haven't done anything with.
Do I have the best streams on YouTube?
Even though you have the best streams on YouTube. But by the way, since you reminded me, Thursday night I'll be on Rose 777's channel.
Yay! Make sure to drop it on your community wall so we can go over there.
We'll do.
Will that panel be triple X rated?
She's not doing a panel. It's just going to be me.
Are you interested in joining a triple X rated panel, Brandon?
It depends who's on the panel.
I don't even know what that means.
What is
really.
a triple X panel?
I was on TY's panel yesterday.
I'm not sure.
What is
I
What is
think
a
he
triple X
means that it's like R-rated or like a lot of cussing and sex talk. Because there's
my channel is G-rated, general audiences.
he plays Looney Tunes on his channel. So
are you wanting partial nudity? Also, Looney Tunes.
Are those
Brandon?
finally free domain? Or they're so old that you can play them without?
Mainly the ones from 1930 to 1943, with a few exceptions.
I see.
I think what he means is not safe for work.
That's
Basically,
interesting.
The ones from 1930 and 1943 appeared on a lot of public domain VHS tapes over the years.
Anyway, do you folks ever have you ever if we're done with the fragrance topic?
we're done. Well, I mean, unless you got anything else on it, I kind of
Well,
agree with you.
Yeah, I think, and I know I come on kind of high spirited on such a what seems to be a nothing topic, but if you really think about it, my point is women, you're poisoning your households. This isn't kids stuff that you're looking at commercials and they make them look so innocent, and it's like no man, you're fucking shooting your house full
Be
of
brave.
chemicals. Yes.
The Lysol commercial where she
No, be
sprays the
brave.
baby's toys with the Lysol and then the baby puts it in his mouth.
Oh!
That shit kills me.
You have got to stop saying the women and just saying the consumers. That's the thing with
But
you.
women
No,
are the consumers.
I was gonna
though.
say I don't lump. No, I
You're
don't
the
lump.
ones driving all these products and
I'm not
purchasing.
afraid to speak.
We're
in,
not just the
specific
only
terms.
ones, but
No,
yes,
you're the big.
that.
You're the,
Women
you're
are
the
not
biggest.
the only
You're the
ones that
big.
take
You're
care
by
of the
far the
house.
biggest damn fools purchasing fragrances.
It's like
Men don't
70%
do
of
it.
household
Men don't do
consumerism
it.
is women.
Yeah. Men don't do it. Men don't go buy no goddamn wall plug, or they're
You're
not putting
tripping.
essence of
You're
oil.
tripping
No,
if you don't think men go do it.
Okay.
There are some
All right.
men
We
All right.
take care of the lawn.
of
That's
man.
definitely the biggest poisoner, basically, on Earth. Is that Roundup?
Yeah.
Is the panel X-rated?
Do you men here
No.
use lawn chemicals? Do you really?
I don't, but
That's
men
amazing.
do.
Yes, men do. You're right. I would not let them
No,
off the hook for that.
my lawn
Is
is a
gasoline
lush garden of
poisonous?
weeds.
Yeah, it's just hillbilly grass. You cut it, it looks
Exactly.
good.
Exactly. What kind of plant is that? I don't know. It's not grass, but it's short.
It's looked good and it's strong and it's healthy, and that's all you need.
Is gasoline poisonous too when we pump it into our cars?
No, that shit smells too good to be poison.
Do you huff it or something? I mean,
Do I huff-
do you huff it? Breathe
No,
it
but
in?
obviously, as I'm pouring it into my
What do you?
car, I
Well,
can smell it.
if there's a necessity, you think I'm against that, Cynthia? Are you trying that really?
I'm asking a question.
Well, and
Is
I'm
it
asking a question
poisonous?
back. Do you
And then
think
you're
it's a
like asking
necessity?
me
No,
if I
no,
puffed it, and
there's
I
no-
said no.
there's
When I'm
no
pumping it, there's still the aroma of it. So I'm
There
trying
is
to
no
determine,
reason
is
to
that
compare
bad or not
gasoline.
bad?
There's no reason to compare gasoline with essence of oil in
No,
any
no, no,
logical
no.
discussion.
Why are we doing a song and dance? Why are we doing this song and dance?
Because I'm
asking
talking about
questions.
poisonous,
I'm trying
poisonous
to
things
obtain
that you buy.
information about
I'm
is it the
right.
same type of poison?
That would be an environmental ecological discussion. We could have that. But I'm talking about fragrances, and you jump to gasoline. Nice try.
You're good at this. You
Nice
move
try.
it. You move
I
it
did
to
type in the
fit-
private chat, see if it's X-rated.
But anyway, you guys ever? I don't know what discussions you guys ever have. Do you ever have discussions on the reality of the resources left on the planet? That's kind of a spooky discussion if you think about it. Do you ever do that?
Nope.
I tell you, it's
Well-
really, if you look at that, that could
Of
be
the
like
what?
the reality of resource scarcity.
I
Oil,
don't think
water.
that's a reality.
You think it's
Yeah.
all? You think all the information's lies?
Most scarcity is artificial. Yeah.
Yeah. The scarcity is artificial. The globe's not warming. We have.
Oh no, I don't know if the globe is warming or not. I understand.
I don't
that.
even believe in peak oil.
Well,
Me neither.
They've been claiming that shit since I was a little kid. Peak oil was already supposed to come 3 times already.
Do you think it? Do you think if there? That means we've hit as much as we can get, and now the rest is downhill. We've gotten the easy stuff.
I don't.
Yeah.
I don't even think that. I think that it's all over the place, and natural gas is a waste product. They burn that shit just straight out of the ground places. I mean, we've got so much fossil fuels, we don't know what to do with it.
What do you think about lithium, copper, uranium, all of those?
Those are more rare.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's a real there. I think from what I'm reading.
Were you just gonna bounce around from resource to resource until you found one?
No. I'm saying natural resources on the whole. You guys are saying oil, and I'm going.
Well, those are rare minerals.
If oils are so readily available and they can just pump it anywhere, why are they doing the Alberta tar sands?
You know what else is not rare is diamonds.
Oh yeah, that's a joke. But no, oil. If oil isn't, we're not running out. Why are we doing Alberta tar sands if oil
It's not because it's not plentiful everywhere.
Flow state.
Yeah.
What will you do with 25 people on the panel?
I've never had 25 people on a panel.
He would lose control.
Yeah, I've never
It
had
would
more
be
than 10 on a
Triple X
panel.
then.
I probably would unsubscribe.
Nice.
Now, I'm just looking at the people who are talking about resource scarcity. They don't strike me as people. They're not worried about climate change either. Trust me. They say the whole climate argument's crazy. The renewables are crazy. We don't have the minerals for the renewables, the coppers and the iron ores, and we don't have it to do the renewables. And this is a lot of them on the internet, and they're very well knowledgeable in their field. Doctors, metallurgists, and all this stuff. And they're talking, and I'm going, because 30 years ago I was reading about resource scarcity, and now on the internet you've got a lot of these experts that are coming on here going, we're in trouble, folks. We're in trouble.
Experts.
I know, but
experts are just it's part of marketing, right?
But it could be. But do you when you look at it, look at the Earth, it's 8,000 miles in diameter, 24,000 in circumference. Somewhere, and you look at the mining operations, you're going, you just can't do that everywhere.
I live in Kansas.
Right. When you do,
you realize how much land and resources all around. Like you leave the city, and it's just like land and resource for miles. They got fucking quarries in places that you've driven by 1,000 times and never even seen.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Eventually, you're
doing something to your microphone, or somebody.
Not me. Is it mine?
I'm going to go ahead and take off. I got to go start my dogs on
Thanks,
their
Cynthia.
path with their spa. And
Thanks
their
for being so nice to me.
Thank you for stopping by. I hope to see you more. Are you able to come up on nights? Because that's when the panel is real active.
I'm in bed. I'm old and raggedy. I'm in bed.
Yeah. Well, you gentlemen have a wonderful day today, and I'm sure I will see y'all around the panel.
Congratulations on your clean windows. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you. Bye.
See you soon.
But yeah, I don't know. I just look at it. I'm going, I'm more apt to believe in the reality of resource scarcity just because of what it takes to get them, what they're doing to
the
get
thing
them,
about
where they're going,
scarcity.
and
The
groundwater
resources
contamination.
are controlled by commercial interests, and the nature of the free market is that you have an incentive then with that to preserve the resources, right? So that's why I don't worry about logging. That industry is not going to let trees go away,
Yeah.
I look at it similarly. I think that if economics works as it should, then by the time resources start to run out, they'll be getting increasingly expensive enough to make an alternative work better.
Yeah, innovation is a nice thought, and you hear people talk about mining asteroids. I'm going, how about since we can hardly get off the goddamn planet, we just really consider the resources we have here rather than dream about asteroids millions and millions and millions of miles away. But I think most people think that, but I think a lot of it has to do with the fear of people understanding the reality of resources running out. That's why they don't discuss it or run to we got plenty left. It's like, you may want to, if you had a discussion on the resource scarcity, what if, I'm always a what if-er. And what if you're right, Flo, you're right. And I'll go along with that. What if you're right and it's all a lie? Because I wouldn't doubt that either. But what if, you buy your own common sense.
If we look at the evidence for and against it, we have more evidence for it being a lie than against it being a lie, because there's a history of people lying about scientific reality for their own personal or business interests.
Yeah.
And we have a history of the experts siding with whoever pays their bills, right? That's obvious. It's a conflict of interest.
Yes.
They have a conflict of interest baked in. What we don't have is a lot of these doomsday predictions actually coming true. In fact, I don't think I've ever known of one coming true.
Yeah.
No, they're coming true now before our very eyes. Why do you think they're doing Alberta tar sands for
I
oil?
don't know anything about Alberta tar sands.
That's where
but
they
what-
remove 200 feet of soil first, and then they get a bunch of sludge dirt and use vast quantities of fresh water to separate the oil and from the dirt. You think that there was just
Probably
plenty-
because of the political.
No, I'm pretty sure if there was
Yeah.
places to pump, they'd be
Six is the highest panel I could have.
Yep.
Anyway, I got to get going too.
You're leaving me now. You just come over here for the women, don't you?
I love it when women cuss me out, man. I've been, it's just something sweet about it. It gets my heart fluttering. Oh, you little sweet thing. Just go ahead, lay it on good and thick, darling. There's nothing like it. I think it's the energy of man. People talk about nags. I'm going, no, nags are lovely things.
I bet
As
you
long
had some really good dysfunctional relationships in your life, huh?
Oh, and only because of me. I'm a commitment phobe. I can't take the two thing. I gotta be able to do whatever the fuck I want to do when I want to do it and how I want to do it. It's I don't know. So and the girls, they even knew it. I told them it ain't about. I never left them for another woman. I said I just got to go to be free, baby. That's all. Ain't even about another woman. So
Sorry, I gotta get rid of this Nightbot. I just set up Nightbot and it's doing automatic things like.
Thanks, Flo. Thanks again, Bob.
Yep. Thanks. Take it easy. Like telling people not to spam. How do I get rid of that?
Where does it say it?
I see it. Yeah.
If you look over in the chat.
Interesting.
Oh, turn off the spam protection.
There's let's see disable disable. Damn, they got one. This comes with a lot of shit automatically on, doesn't it?
Yeah, putting in too many emojis is listed as one of the filtering events for spam by default.
Yeah, I
and
had
it's
to turn all
turned
them
on by
bitches off.
default too.
Bots.
Hmm.
Do you have to have a
I did-
certain amount of subscribers to get bots, or
I gave you
anyone?
a shout out for Flow State.
Oh, nice.
On stream.
Let's see if that one works.
I did give you a shout out on stream.
One after ours. Yep, and it's about toasted me. What do you guys got anything else? What do you think?
What's
Brandon?
better?
I did give you a shout out on stream.
Well, and shout out to Brandon Looney Tunes. You guys go check out Brandon Looney Tunes. I'll put his link in the description box after the show's over.
Cool.
It was the best pair you have ever been on.
It certainly was.
Yeah, have you ever seen that Barber of Seville with the Bugs Bunny where he does
Barber of Seville, you mean?
Yeah, where he cuts the one where he cuts Elmer Fudd's hair and he like does the whole thing and he makes a fruit salad on his head. That shit is hilarious. You remember that?
It sounds funny.
Yeah,
And
it's hilarious.
and TML, I don't care if you want to bring up the email. That's fine. I don't remember what context it came up in, but that is an interesting topic.
Well, I don't know if it's off like TOS, so that's what I was wondering. Really,
Brandon, stop ruffling your mic. It's popping. What would be wrong about TOS? I think it's all right.
Okay, well, me and Flow State received the email from. Earlier we were talking about people on panel or whatever, or strange things or whatever. So earlier, me and Flow State received an email from somebody on panel, and basically what it was like a warning from the Department of Defense about nuclear war and shit.
Yeah.
What?
Yep. So I was like, what the? And it's like a dude who shows up on panels that I was like, yo, like this, because they said like, yo, they work for the State Department and stuff, and like nobody was believing. So like, it's just weird that he sent this email to me and Flow State only. I always thought that was weird. I was like, why me and Flow get singled out of this shit?
Yeah, that was the most interesting part to me too. It's something about like there's been a lot of. Hold on, I'll pull it up and read it.
Yeah, it tripped me out.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Today, the DoD has been sending out a shit ton of emergency action messages. An emergency action message is a pre-formatted message from the U.S. military's nuclear command and control system that instructs nuclear-capable forces to carry out specific major attack operations or limited attack operations during a nuke war. EAMs are often used as a shorthand expression for a specially coded nuclear attack directive. While I doubt this means nuke war it is worth noting that OPSEC estimates the current DEFCON level to be 3. I thought this might be of interest to the two of you.
It's definitely an interest to Yee because he was going DEFCON 3 on the Jays. So,
what day was that? That was they sent that. I don't know. That was from 3/17. So I don't know what was going on around there. I missed the message or I missed the email altogether at that time.
yeah, I definitely read it, and yeah, I was like, "What the hell is this shit?" And why is Flow State and me the only people who get this?
That's
Or,
the
like,
really interesting thing because I know that we're not the only two that he's interacted with,
right?
or
So,
primarily interacts with.
yeah, I thought like somebody else on panel would have brought it up, or he would have came through and said something about it. But then also what I noticed was that I never seen him again. So, it's just like,
Yeah, I don't get these type of emails, unfortunately.
Well, neither do I normally. All right, why don't I look for a place to send you?
What will you do with 50 people? What will you do with 100 people on panel, Flow State?
I have never had more than 10 people on panel.
What is the highest someone can have on panel?
10.
10 with a standard membership. I think that if you get it like a commercial membership, you can get like 100 or some shit, but that's probably just for presentations, right? Like that's for like presentations, not like. I mean, I can't imagine a 100-person panel conversation. 10 is too much.
Yeah.
6 is too much for me.
Yeah. I've narrowed mine down to 6 now. I've gone for the complete free package. Yeah, I won't be doing a 10 anymore. That's just me. I was gonna say I need to quickly go and play with the children. I can hear them driving mommy crazy in there. It's their day off from school. They got how do you call it, bank holiday Monday today, so they're off from school. But Machine, we'll link up later, right? Is that still on?
yeah, I got you on that. Yeah.
My man. Good stuff. Flo, feel free to come through whenever you want, bro. Much love to the panel and to the chat room. London's out. Peace, folks.
Peace.
You guys in the chat, you want the greatest hates outro, or you want me to just you've seen it enough? Give me a 1 if you want the greatest hates outro. Give me a 2.
Why have you had
if
100
never...
ratings on here?
Huh?
If you had 100 ratings?
And give me a 2 if you've already seen it. If you do not want it, don't play anything. Or if I'm sorry, hold on, Brandon. Give me a 1 if you want it. Give me a 2 if you've never seen it, and don't put anything if you don't want it. I think I turned off all of Nightbox's or Nightbot's auto things. Certainly turned off all the spam protection ones. London hasn't seen it. Oh damn! I gotta play it then. London will like it for fucking sure. Damn, man, I cannot believe you have not seen that. Let me get this. Let me get this. All right, guys. Final words. While I pull this up, give me the final words. Who's still up here? Denizen, Brandon, Machine Lies, Takio shit. What do you got?
Well, you know, the machine is lying to you right now. You know, we're living in a constructed reality, you know, and in that whole situation, we're basically all, you know, part of a interconnected scheme, you know, because technology is, you know, we're living in a technological monism because it's brought through by two things, you know, by a rule of experts and also by the interconnectedness of the system as a whole. So, yeah.
Brandon, talk your shit.
I do. And my panel was the best panel you ever been on.
That's true.
I
That
did.
it?
I mainly
When are you going live next?
My panel is better than yours.
When are you going live next?
I'm not sure about going live.
Okay. Denizen, you got anything for us?
Yeah, Brandon's panel is really better than your panel. It's the
I
best
can't
panel
believe
on
you. That's
YouTube.
blasphemy.
And what? Who said that?
Denizen, the guy in the top right. The guy who I just dropped off. All right, guys. Thanks for coming up. This is the part of the stream where I sing to you. You and me. Not really. I'm going to play you Flow State's Greatest Hates. And then when this ends, I will shuttle you off somewhere else. It's daytime now, though. It's time for me to sleep. Oh, hold on. Before we get into that, don't forget to do the things. Hit the like button. Rub my thumb. Click the share and copy button or whatever. Buy some super chats. Buy some memberships. Do the things. Do the things. Check out the merch. There's a merch link below. There's a merch hat on my head. See? No, that's the wrong hat. Where's my... Well... Check it out. Flow State hat. Flow State hat. You might enjoy this. You might enjoy this. That was to you. All right.
Yeah, Flow State's something else. Flow State, Ho State, whatever the state you are.
Ho State, no state, damned hellbound fate. Do you have a magnet for like lunatics?
Some frat boy douche with an earring who wants all the time, energy, attention, and resources because he's got an earring, you know, and he's got that frat boy douchey college vibe that you all love so much at the sports bars. You know, and he wears his hat backwards and makes little quips, so he's cool to hang out with. A lawless, dishonorable, bad faith, unethical scum. Fuck you, Flow State, you fucking piece of shit, white knight and motherfucking bitch-ass made motherfucker. You grifting fucktard.
Faggot, white trash, Missouri motherfucker. You white trash piece of shit.
Flow State, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know, man. You're sus to me, bro. I don't know what's going on there.
Flow State, you're so fucking retarded.
Chain smoking cigarettes in a hall. Flo is using Snaps and others as their person, knowing how you feel about them to get him money.
And he's okay with grifting your money.
all you fucktards who want to donate to his bitch ass. Right. And Flow State's absolutely in for the fucking money. 1,000,000 trillion billion %. He's a fucking grifting fuck. But Flow, I see your white knighting and the words you're using to protect these bitches who claim people online, give them fuck. So you know what, Flow, go fucking suck some balls, you grifting fuck.
He's so low value and low worth that his value is $1. He's one of the most narcissistic, devious pieces of shit I've seen on here. And it's exactly the archetype of Lucifer they talk about in scripture. A meth head addict, lowlife, who's been living his whole life grifting, deceiving, defrauding, defalcating. Peaked in high school, he's going to go in your DM and expect him to take his shirt off and you to take your pants off and get whatever he wants and go on with his life and lie to the wife.
This little Flow State, the monograph optics are high. We know what you're about, Flow. You fucking dopehead, fucking grifting fuck.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego.
He's making his grift money. And fuck you, Flow, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit. Smoking
I didn't
meth.
know Flow supported monograph.
Smoking meth, probably. He's like, he's a fucking meth head. Look at him. Little host State fucking white knighting for some weaponized bitches. Flo, you're such a fucking clown, dude. Everyone sees that you're fucking in this for the money on YouTube. Everyone who sees it, like, whether or not you're getting the views or not, entertainment sells, we know this, but you're such a fucking joke and a clown. But in host State, fucking, I see you and Cruz watching your bitch ass now. And Flo, you fucking grifting piece of fuck. We all see it.
The self-proclaimed drama whore / slut. I can't remember.
He's white knighting for these bitches. I see what you're trying to do, Flo. You fucking piece of shit. Now I saw why he clipped your video and what he did with it. He's white knighting for these weaponized hoes. White knighting Flo is part of the Me Too movement now, and he's a grifting fat fuck. He's a grifter. Flo's a fucking straight grifting fuck. If you don't know, I mean, it's simple as that. But fuck you, Flo. Flo's white knighting, saying he's using keywords like attack women. Flo. Fucking suck my balls, you white knight and piece of shit, grifting fuck. Flow State, you pogo fuck. Go ahead.
But he's a sellout fucking clown making accusations.
I'm no huge fan of Flow State, but he does seem to be making some progress here lately.
You ain't shit. And you come online and pretend like you're somebody. And then you had the nerve yesterday to say the one thing we could learn about on your channel is how to get women. You are the narcissistic, egoic freak.
Flow State gets all the girls. You should put that comment up.
I have more women on my panels than most places, I would say.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
If somebody is going to be hating tomorrow, there's always some butt hurt.
Your show has a lot of, is like a pussy magnet somehow.
That's okay.
There's somebody's going to be hating tomorrow. There's always some butt hurt.
Never been anywhere, never done nothing, got a goofy bitch next to you, and you're going to go on a Talking with Famous People broadcast and tell us how to get women.
You asked, why are you here? Chaos and controversy. And then when he didn't get that, he's bored.
And he's being mischievous. And this is the personality trait of those infidels that go around thinking that they can hate on somebody and entice them, try to tempt them like a devil. You ain't shit, bitch.
The reason I said chumming him along, Flow State, is because that's how I see it. You chum the waters for the sharks to come around.
Right.
Where in the fuck do you find these people? Jesus. This is just the rantings of a fucking psychopath.
Cuck beta male.
Just the broken, monotone, desperate appeal to try to seem like somebody online. He had the balls to do a broadcast with people called Talking with Famous People. He was the famous person. Okay. If you go into these people fucking background, Jack Talcott, and you look at who they've been for the last 5 and 6 years, it's narcissist central. The levels of personality disorder, lack of self-awareness, and complete dysfunction. All while having a methamphetamine habit, by the way. Fascinating.
You can sit there and deal with stupidity in a way that I can't.
I think you live in a fear state, not a flow state. I'm flow state. No, you're not. You're fear state because you don't want to give up your false strength egoic presentment. That's a fool. Fool state. So we have fear state and fool state. There's definitely no flow state and there's definitely no faith state. And he yells out, I don't give a fuck about truth. We know you're here for the next $5 for the drama fest, grifting off my audience.
I kind of want to bitch out and yell at Flow State over here.
All right, go ahead and do that, sir. Get to that.
Fucking bitch, dude. Like he's an undercover like hater or something.
Say that over again. I got road noise. I got to hold the phone up to my ear.
He's probably a little bit jealous, Brian O'Shea. A lot of people are, so don't, take that too
that's
much.
all it is. That's all it is. And he's handsome
O'Shea,
too.
say it again. I didn't hear it.
I said I'm going through a bisexual stage and I might want to suck your cock. You're really handsome.
All right, no.
You a Care Bear, you in Flow State, y'all soft. Y'all too soft, man. Y'all time. Flow State. You want to sit here and say Flow State's the internet gangster. Homeboy dropped his address to you, bro.
Antoine's going to do a series with you and Flow State, how horrible white people are nowadays.
I love Flow State is great.
Oh my, okay. See,
I love Flow State. What is wrong with Flow State? Flow State is awesome. I love Flow State. Flow State is. Right. Did you see Flow State on my show the other day?
Yes, I did, sir.
Yes, we all did.
The chat loved Flow State.
You're acting like you love Flow State. Great stuff.
I really do love Flow State. Have you seen his appearance on my channel? He's box office.
Dirty hat Missouri blue collar workers.
Well, he's another one who says that he's all about the education and enlightenment, Mr. Flow State, right? But every other comment is about like snorting powder. Yeah, I got to give it to Flow State. He's one of the better manipulators I've met on here. Pretty good at what he does. So he's one of the better ones, right? He knows how to play the back position, stay quiet, observe the dynamics, play people against each other, drop things into conversation to skew your perspective without making it seem he's doing it directly. He's pretty good at what he does.
Fuck you, Flo, you cunt little bitch ass flower made piece of shit.
Someone like Flow State is going to be power hungry and controlling and want to be egoic and build up his ego. He's an infidel scum. We wouldn't fuck him with your dick. He's got no discernment, no character, and no money on top of it.
So here comes the smoking. Looks like he has sunglasses on. I think this live stream was at night. He's got sunglasses on top of his hat. What is with this guy? What's with this guy? What's with this guy? Is that a part of an encyclopedia collection of books or those Reader's Digest behind you? I don't think you read anything, dude. Got to have your books on a shelf behind you. Try to make you look smart, right? My books make me look smart. Do they really make you look smart? Or when you open your mouth, do you sound dumb? This guy running this live stream, Flow State, is asking for money to kick someone off the panel. You can donate money to him to kick someone off here. You want to talk about stupidity? Jerry Springer show shit, and degeneracy? It's right here. This Flow State genius. Obviously, he must be a genius, right? He's calling me a motherfucker. Well, I do have a reason, dummy. Dummy, your IQ isn't even close to 100. You've got problems in seeing. You're emotional. You react emotionally to the truth. You've got issues.
While you keep sitting there projecting, hating on me in your jealous, envious ways.
Your attitude prevents you, your arrogance. You've actually, you know what? Damn it, Flo. You're so frustrating because you offer a lot of good. And yet, this is unhelpful, dude.
He's just very angry.
He's using her belief system against her while also throwing an FE tantrum like a child.
Bitch ass slave.
He's such a drug addict still. He can't even get on camera without looking creepy and blinking and having his eyes go all over the room. He's so bizarre. These are bizarre, sick, twisted people. I give Hostate credit. He's so narcissistic and egoic and prideful and calculated. He'll watch consistently, but he'll never type and he'll never come up. I respect him more than everyone else because he'll at least lie, cheat, deceive pretty well. Yep. He'll at least hate pretty well. He'll at least keep up the appearance that he's busy and interesting and has shit going on. I know that's ridiculous, but some appearance of it, right? Because he'll be here. He knows everything I've said, everything I've done. He consistently reveals that, but then says, I don't watch. So he won't type. You'll never see him. He won't come up here. He'll watch consistently. And I don't believe he uses alts. I must say that I'll salute to Flow State. Salute. Yeah, he's very, if you're going to do it, be like him and at least do it somewhat, good. Be calculated, strategic, be egoic and prideful. Don't show up places, pretend other people are constantly talking about you and need you in order to promote. So you could build a viewership of hate who support you based on not liking me and realizing that you're their power base, right? Or the other way around. So it's great. What he's been doing, I really support that. He's really good at what he does, like the political manipulations, deceptions, stratagem. He at least like excites me a little bit because I go, he's got some discernment. You could look in his eyes and tell he's a predatory scum. Those are the guys I like to play with and compete with because he'll give you a little bit of a run for your money, right? If you're gonna do this shit, at least get good at being an infidel, manipulative, deceptive, worldly, cultural scum predator. Just get good at it. You notice how all the middle-aged women have cozied up to Flow State? He's so good at it. He really is. I got to give it to him. All the most broken, seriously, watch for it. All the most broken, confused, lost, and or unattractive physically women who are past their mating time have all cozied up to him. He's their best friend ever. That's how you know a narcissist, egotist. But Host State, he's great at what he does. Makes you feel like you're just one of the boys. You and him are buddy and friends. And it's all just to take advantage of you and use you and have him get the genuflection that he's a ladies' man, like the videos he was making. He's using you. He's playing on you, pimping on you. But at least he's somewhat good at it. Makes it all seem like it's just an organic idea. That like I'm the reason for all this stuff having to happen over there because I was so bad and wrong and wouldn't let anyone talk. He's such a great guy for $1 a month. Clip this all out and use it for your next promotion because you know what Flow State will sit right now somewhere at work listening, giggling to himself.
Yeah.
He's one of those guys. Like he knows I know. He knows. He's never going to tell anyone completely. He'll allude to it with certain jokes as a coping mechanism. He'll reveal. If you watch how he jokes, every time he jokes, that's really what's going on. You don't know that. You don't see that. So, again, he'll always reveal who and what he is through the coping mechanism of humor. And then he'll always get plausible deniability to say, oh, that's not really who and what I am. That was just a joke. While claiming that every time I do a bit non-bit, it's really who and what I am. And there's no joke to it. Do you see the hypocrisy?
I know you're stupid. And you think that you can just get into power and just kill everybody. His channel is Nazi friendly.
Fucking Flow, the piece of shit.
Fraud State.
Host State has admitted many times he's a self-interested, self-indulgent person. Anything he does on here is going to be for his own gain, his own benefit, his own profit, and his own fixation, compulsion, and impulses. He's not interested in truth, good faith, or honorability. That's of Host State, Slow State, Low State. They don't respect you. They don't admire you. You don't inspire them. As a matter of fact, you dry them up. They can't even get wet for you no more, presuming they ever could.
By Flow State. Faggot!
I'm a self-indulgent, lustful, selfish, worldly narcissist.
Flow State's an ignorant piece of shit.
Hey, I would rather not have Slow State here. I'm not going to have him coming around here because he's purposely trying to promote his shitty channel and panel indirectly. He's got a lot to say over there, everywhere but in my face. I'm just going to prefer that he not be seen and heard anywhere where he's not giving quarter. He's a rather boring character, fairly stupid as well.
Last night, he invited me up on his panel, so I sat down in his chat for 45 minutes and he wouldn't let me up.
Have this like lust for power and control on their shitty panel with 30 people watching. And then they want to do the rounds midday while they're at their slave job trying to promote with @Slow State as his name. He's not an interesting, informative character. You're a disingenuous fake bitch. And I don't want to look at you or listen to you.
Yeah, and he's a straight up liar. He knows it. And you can watch it in his rhetoric. Go to his show and watch. When people tell him, present him information and tell him to look it up, he says, no, I'm not going to do that. That's the perfect epitome of ignorance and mischievous. He knows there's more information out there. People offer it up. No, I'm not going to do that. He is a narcissist just like Jack. He thinks he already knows everything. He's around projecting the false claims that he makes and says that he's not lying when he is, and you know he is.
A disingenuous bullshitter. Slow State is a pathetic, creeping, crawling creature in the background, shape-shifting up front. He's a joke. If you had any self-respect or dignity, you'd stay far away from a creature like that, just as I and many others do. If you ask Slow State on the internet, he's a ladies' man. Slow State's voice made her literally have a gag reflex reaction.
Are you sure she didn't slip off in the bedroom and masturbate to their voice?
Slow State, he knows that he's an evil motherfucker, and he knows other people are evil too, and he will cast doubt upon the dark sides of himself and others in order to use other evil, dark people to get something he wants.
With Flow State and others, they're fucking more of the demonic. They know what the fuck type, manipulative type.
Yeah, they know what they're doing.
100 people that will say, Flow State, you're so desperate for clout and views. Fuck these cupcakes.
You're a white trash piece of shit that thinks
Because I'm dishonorable.
that too, yeah. That's why you're more concerned with money to get me kicked off your panel than me getting money for this homeless motherfucker to get his job back. You're playing little games. For you to just play that card because you're mad I'm calling you out for being a little millennial punk right now, that doesn't make you a narcissist or me. It makes you a fucking bitch. Welcome back, faggot. You a fucking liar. Are you talking while I'm talking, faggot? Calling your punk millennial ass a faggot? Because you're a Missouri white trash blue collar motherfucker that can't stand on intelligence. You need to learn when to get the fuck out of the way. You've had a fucking court ordered psych evaluation, you fucking felon. Talking over me like we all don't like. Faggot.
Flo does have a lot of control, I've noticed, which is good. I do admire the
No, he doesn't have control. He's a game playing dickhead. Flo Sith. That's your petty, godless ass trying to play things. I don't have the time for your white trash Yoko ass. You want to just stand on your little petty bullshit. So here's this dipshit. If you can, I don't know. You brought him back. He has no grasp of reality, like Fail State.
Flow State, please do not flirt with my chocolate goddess. Okay. Flow State content is he walks around and he tells black people to get their shit together. Black men treat black women better because the white man will snatch her up.
Flow State's one of the least creepy people in this community. I get creep vibes from a lot of people, but I've never got that vibe from him.
Let me give him some credit. He's so strategically narcissistic and egoic and savvy. He will specifically stay away from me in order to avoid me feeling like he's validated me in any way or what I've said.
You saw Host State admitting about his chapter and being part of the Proud Boys today, right? Proud Boys heads fucking involved in some optics, Mr. Host State. Now we got Host State admitting he's Fed tied, Proud Boy chapter tied.
And we have Host State, all tied to supposed federal agent groups, con men, frauds, dupes, detractors.
Host State! I'm not coming on your stupid shit show.
Talking
Fuck
about
you.
Yeah, leave
Fuck you.
Is assertive, confident. Usually
You see
has
Slow State as assertive and confident?
Yes.
What do you think about all the effeminate beta males who, by the way, his name is Taylor. That's how I know you got the spirit of your mama. Your mama named you. So I know she ran that house. Okay. Number two, when you turn to the side, you got a little tiny little black earring in your ear because you came up under your mama watching her put earrings on. And you think that shit's cute and pretty for a man to wear little black earrings. And you ain't even pimping and playing like that. It'd be one thing if you were playing like that, if you were keeping it 100% player and you wanted to fucking throw some diamonds on to really stun on people. You ain't that guy. All you are is a broken, emasculated beta male with your mama's spirit, and you like to be pretty and cute and dress up like her too. And you got your mama's name, Taylor.
Taylor's way more dangerous. Way more.
You ain't got no value within your word, bitch boy.
I'm being nice, allowing him in the chat because he knows he's not welcome. Like, why are you even here?
See, now you guys understand when I say he's not my brother. See, See how it works? We are tribal people. Do you understand?
All I want to know is who here saw Flow State's fat ass last night? Anybody?
Fat ass?
Anybody? Oh man.
Well,
Oh, there's a clip out.
How was that? How was that
Mimi,
for you?
yeah, Mimi, you were there.
I was not. You told me about it.
My plumber's crack?
All right, I'm not a gossiper. I didn't screenshot it, okay, but it came out.
Flow State, you got the women of Unsavia checking out your rear end, buddy.
It was
Looking good,
hard
bud.
Not see, I mean, it showed up quite a bit on the stream.
Is it hairy?
It's big, man.
You know what? I am banning this from like we don't need to hear about it. I don't even know why you were over there. Like just come on.
Gotta do it. I'm on
I'm
it.
ashamed. I'm ashamed for you, Brielle. It's just
Baby girl.
Was it Kelly or but Kelly was there, so maybe like she like I don't even have the channel, so like but I
No worries. It's we don't need to ever visit this.
Shameful.
Moving on.
Hey, Wizard, what'd you think about Slow State now asking women on panel if he can inseminate them and that he's open? Is his partner okay with that? Somebody should call up Mrs. Slow State and ask her if she's okay with Slow State doing a little bit of a bit on a panel, just randomly telling attractive women that he wants to inseminate them. Look at his cute little earring. Isn't that so cute? Little black diamond, Punisher shirt from Walmart. Yeah, this is the Walmart winter collection. Backward filthy hat, cute little black earring from Walmart, cute little Punisher shirt from Walmart. That angry, goofy bitch next to you is never going to ride you around consistently. She's never going to take you where you need to go. She's never going to pick up something for you to bring home. You got girlfriends who you ain't even fucking telling you to bring them pizza. They ain't going to let you use their car, right? They ain't going to ride you around. They ain't going to look out for you because you ain't shit. You're a low-value beta male. That's the difference. You're shitting on an experience you don't have an option to have. Oh, my God. So the guy who, like, gets women just admitted that he's got bitches in his phone who only hit him up to bring him food. Do you know how much of a trick and a simp you just sounded like trying to relate to the women because you're the nice, good guy? This is a ladies' man.
Always there. By Flow State. Sorry, go on.
Could you just go ahead and tell us why your personal discernment is that Flow State is confident and assertive and capable?
Sure. He's confident on many different topics and his knowledge about many different topics. And he will say when he's not, he's not an expert in it. And he is pretty damn smart when you listen to him and what he has to say about it, particularly finances.
And you reveal and expose yourself how much of a direct, manipulative, strategic liar and fake you are. And people buy it because you got a monotone voice and you look like this and you just put your bullshit across with no empathy or no feeling or compunction for what you're doing because you're such a narcissistic, egoic piece of shit, just like your father is. So you have no trouble lying to everybody's face, pushing false narratives, and not even thinking twice or reacting to what you're doing in the moment. This is why I tell you, all you broken bitches who say this man's attractive, forget about the looks. He may be better looking than me. That's up to you, subjective. For you to say a being like this is attractive means you're a broken hoe and have no discernment. That's a predator, ladies and gentlemen. That's someone who's projecting onto me grooming while they're grooming. Groom the woman he's with, grooming people online for his own ego and his own gratification. Bitch-ass motherfucker. What, a bidet? You mean the thing that shoots water up your ass? Absolutely. Slow State's the kind of guy who uses a bidet because he wants shit in his ass like 24/7, even when he's taking a shit. Right? He's like, I like the action of something leaving my ass, and I like the action of something going back in my ass. So, he's the type to kind of like, while you shit and pull it back in and push it out, pull it back in and push it out. I don't want to get into it. The point is, did you see him yesterday? He went to the mall. He was bragging. He went to the mall and bought a $100 pair of jeans while he's unemployed. This is why nobody with a right mind would invest anything in your channel. Because you come on and brag that you went and spent an inordinate amount of cash for a bunch of crap and you got scammed just so you could show up online and look like somebody. And he had big fucking teal earrings. He got even bigger, brighter earrings in both ears to look like a bitch-ass motherfucker and be a meth head and never leave the house and have gray skin and constantly coughing up phlegm. Jealous, shallow, envious, narcissistic piece of shit. And I believe you're an agent working off charges. Just snake, two-faced, backbiting scum.
He only cares about his channel, the clout, The ego. He don't give a fuck about truth.
Flow state, just get banned from your fucking chat.
Oh, you better be careful, Sal. I'll give you one mistake to even say his fucking name because I fucking hate him, and I'm gonna go at him as hard as I go at anybody. He's a piece of shit douchebag. He's fake and shallow, and I'm gonna show him that.
Tommy, do you think Flow State is handsome, like objectively? What is your thoughts on that?
I'm gonna give you one more time. I mean, you can say pedo, dude. Pedo. And I dare the motherfuckers and accusations to come at me. I'm gonna give you one more chance not to say his stupid fucking name.
What?
Because you don't want to associate that word. You know that word is a way we can be. You don't have any association with that chode fucking douchebag. He's not that word in any way. He's fake. He's shallow, and he's chasing small amounts of paper on this platform. And I watched him get wrecked with his typical ways, going against that verbal combat guy, trying to copy his shtick the way Flow State has only walked around looking for stuff to copy, looking for things to act like he's the first one, looking for new things to speculate even though he knows what they are as he brings them up. Oh, I got his game on lockdown, and I'm going to show it for what it is when I get to it. He's not a high priority, but he is a fucking douchebag, and he's full of himself, and he is a narc. He is a fucking narcissist. You want to shut You want to shut his show down in whatever he's doing. If you want to totally throw any show off the rails, go tell him he looks like that guy. Whoever it is they told him he looks like, that his dad looks like. Oh, he'll derail any situation and put a mirror up and go back to that subject. I fucking hate him, and he doesn't believe me.
Nobody believes you. You don't fucking hate him. Stop that.
I speak more truth on this panel, in this panel verse than anybody. I hate Paul Enslaved. I hate Jack Talcott. I hate Snafu Snaps. I hate Flow State. And I'll even say his name once for his sake, because I know he loves to hear it come out in his mouth. That's why he's got so many of my clips that he plays of me saying his name. He loves it. He faps to it. He fucks his wife to it. He says, hold up, honey, I'm about to come. Let me play some of these Tom clips saying my name. He's a joke, and I'm going to hurt him.
Or Slow State the other day was like fucking showing a whole bunch of stuff, man. It was like, this guy's insane. Insane.
Whatever. I really don't want you to do that.
And he's going to want to get back at you for it. Yep. Just really going to get pissed off. Bet Slow State on the one pay to have you.
Yeah, can you believe that he actually charges people to have topics changed or people removed from the panel? He's got a whole menu, like $20 for someone to be removed for 5 minutes, $50 for a topic change. And he never gets any of that because nobody cares enough and it's all boring and nobody cares to hear him speak. Yet he thinks somehow he's Antoine, that people are going to pay him $20 and $50 at a time to throw people out or have topics changed. Very strange sense of self-awareness.
Wow, that's a interesting way to grift.
Well, they stole. They're all thieving off of everyone else's model.
No one really tells people that have anxiety